Demon's Diary Chapter 986 to Chapter 1039. Before waiting for Jiu Longzi, who was in the golden top to stabilize his body, the giant flame beast suddenly turned its head and opened its huge mouth. A head-sized crimson fireball blasted out, smashing in the direction of the three Taiqing Gate disciples who were knocked away. These seemingly ordinary fireballs were extremely hot. Before they hit the three people, they had already turned the nearby space into a hazy crimson red. The three Taiqing Gate disciples were horrified. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Right at this moment, the roar of a dragon and a tiger sounded. A silver flood dragon over 100 feet in length suddenly flashed and collided with the fireball. Boom, a few fireballs burst open, and the billowing flame instantly drowned the silver mist dragon. 100 meters away, Luo Tiancheng was retracting his arm with a solemn face. The three Taiqing Gate disciples escaped from death. They quickly ran their spiritual power to control their bodies and fled to the side. The giant flame beast roared, then it suddenly turned its head and glared at Luo Tiancheng. At this moment, a silver light flashed in the air. A silver rainbow whizzed down at the giant beast's neck. It was Long Yanfei on the other side who made a move. Immediately afterward, the Ouyang sisters behind the giant beast also launched an attack. With a whistling sound, a white flying knife and a green light blade appeared in a flash. They attacked the back of the giant beast at a terrifying speed that was almost teleportation. The giant flame beast raised its head and roared. Its giant claw danced dazzlingly as if it was chasing away flies. The silver rainbow flying knife and other objects that were easily close to it were all knocked away. Under the connection of mind, the three women's faces turned pale. They all took a few steps back in the purple void. Luo Tiancheng's face sank when he saw this. A silver light flashed in his hand, and a green copper lamp appeared. He tapped it with one hand, and the bean-sized silver flame was lit up. He quickly chanted an incantation and made a hand seal. Silver flames burst forth from the copper lamp, and a silver flame the size of a millstone broke away from the wick. It spun in the air and transformed into a silver flaming ghost head. The flaming beast seemed to be somewhat apprehensive of the silver flame. So, its huge body nimbly jumped a step back, and put some distance between itself and the silver flame. Then, it opened its mouth, and spouted a series of 10 feet long red fireballs. Rumble, the crimson fireball and silver flame ghostly head clashed, transforming into bursts of silver and red light that intertwined before exploding and disappearing. At this moment, a golden sword light rolled over and slashed heavily on the giant beast, leaving another 10 meters long wound. It was the attack of young Dragon's son. The flaming beast's aura was unparalleled. Although everyone surrounded it and constantly launched attacks, other than Jiu Longzi, the others couldn't even get close to it, let alone injuring it. Who? The flaming beast's whip-like tail swung like lightning. A red shadow flashed, and it instantly elongated 10 times. It swept toward the surrounding crowd like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Obviously, they didn't expect the giant beast to have such an attack. They all jumped to avoid it. However, the beast's tail suddenly blurred halfway, turning into dense afterimages that exploded. A Grand Pure One disciple who looked like a lean man didn't have time to dodge, and he was slapped hard on his body. After he screamed, the protective light barrier on his body was almost broken in an instant. There was a cracking sound of bones breaking in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With this swoosh, the afterimage of the beast's tail blurred again and tightly wrapped around his body. Senior fellow apprentice Xiang. A curly-haired young man in the distance roared angrily. The giant beast's tail shook and directly sent the man in white robe toward its mouth. No. Watching the flaming beast's big black mouth rapidly enlarging in front of him, the lean man couldn't help but scream in horror. At this moment, a golden rainbow flashed from the side. In the shrill sword hum, the bloody light flashed and cut off the beast's tail. The giant beast screamed, and its bloody tail loosened involuntarily. The lean man only felt that his body was loosened, and he immediately bit the tip of his tongue in ecstasy. He spat out a bloody light that wrapped his body and flew away. Seeing this, the flaming beast was furious. It suddenly turned its head and stared at Jiu Longzi, who was in the air not far away. At this moment, the muscular man with a curly beard waved one hand, and the golden rainbow flew back and turned into a small golden sword again. The giant beast roared, and its huge body pounced like a hill. Jiao Longzi's figure blurred and disappeared, and the giant beast missed its target. The next moment, his figure appeared in the sky thousands of meters high. He made a sword gesture, and the golden sword chi on his body suddenly flourished. He gave an order with a stern expression. "You guys try to restrain this beast a little." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands fell to his sides, and he muttered something. Boom! A terrifying and powerful sword intent suddenly soared into the sky. Feeling the sword intent, the flaming beast's eyes flashed with fear. However, it immediately roared even louder. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of red liquid, which was as thick as a water tank, towards the young dragon in the sky. At this moment, two figures flashed by. Luo Tianqing and Long Yanfei suddenly appeared in front of Jiao Longzi. A crystal-clear ice net flew out from Luo Tianqing's body, and the silver flying sword in Long Yanfei's hand turned into many silver sword lotuses, covering the fire liquid that was blasting at them. The ice net and the silver sword lotus blocked the crimson liquid for a while. Seeing this, Luo Tianqing and Long Yanfei's faces flashed with joy, and they immediately turned pale. However, the crimson liquid suddenly burst into raging flames. Whether it was the ice net or the silver sword lotus, they were quickly burned and melted in the flames, turning into green smoke in a blink of an eye. After the crimson flame rolled, it still rolled forward. The Ouyang Qian sisters also flew over. They waved one hand at the same time, and a green jade talisman and a purple ancient mirror flew out of their sleeves. Puff! The blue jade talisman burst open, and turned into a blue net of light that covered the red pillar of fire. Then, a purple ray of light flew out of the purple mirror, and stopped the billowing fire in midair. For a while, Luo Tianqing, Long Yanfei, and the others used various methods again and finally temporarily entangled the flame beast, not letting it disturb Jiao Longzi, who was casting his spell in the air. As Jiao Longzi chanted some kind of obscure spell, the golden flying sword that was flying around his body disappeared. Instead, a golden sword phantom appeared on the surface of his body. He was the core of this phantom sword, and the sharp sword chi lingered on his body. At the same time, a sword intent that seemed to be filled with endless ancient aura swept out in all directions with him as the center. In the golden sword light, the phantom of the giant sword grew to nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Jiao Longzi seemed very small in the giant sword. "Junior brother Luo, you guys step back." Jiao Longzi's voice actually carried the sound of metal colliding, which made people's heart tremble. Luo Tianqing and the others immediately stopped when they heard this. They jumped in 4 directions and retreated into the distance. Just by entangling the flame beast for a moment, the 4 of them were more or less injured. They were panting, and there were several burn marks on their clothes. However, at this time, the flame beast didn't care about Luo Tianqing and the others anymore. Its pair of giant eyes stared at Jiao Longzi in the air, and it let out a series of low roars. Great primordial sword style. Jiao Longzi suddenly opened his eyes and launched the last sword gesture. The surface of the phantom sword made a sizzling sound, and the space trembled. There were faintly visible space cracks around it. At this moment, Jiao Longzi raised his arm and waved at the giant beast heavily. The golden giant sword suddenly fell from the sky with his movement. The 1,000 meters giant sword was horrifying. Wherever the giant sword passed, a long crack was formed in the space. In the distance, Luo Tianqing and the other Taiqing Gate disciples looked at the scene in front of them in horror. The flame beast also seemed to feel a trace of danger. It opened its mouth and spat out a crimson crystal ball. It was the Jing Dan that it cultivated. The crystal ball expanded with the wind and became the size of a house in the blink of an eye. The surface of the crystal ball was dazzling, and it rushed up to the giant sword in the air. Jiao Longzi's eyes flashed coldly. The speed of the giant sword didn't change, but there was a shocking thunderous sound. Rumble! An earth-shattering loud noise, the giant sword and the crystal ball collided with each other, and the surrounding space rippled like water waves. Jiao Longzi's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a loud shout, and a golden flame appeared on his body, burning fiercely. The 1,000 meters giant sword suddenly flourished with sword chi, and it pressed down forcefully. With a crack appeared on the flame beast's Jing Dan. There was a look of horror in the flame beast's eyes. However, before it could react, the golden giant sword slashed down and cut the flame beast's Jin Dan in half. The flame beast let out a wail, and the flame on its body was greatly reduced. Its breath became dispirited, and it suddenly swayed its body and fled into the distance. Destroy. Jiao Longzi said solemnly. The 1,000 meters giant sword suddenly flashed and appeared above the giant beast's head in the next moment. It slashed down. The huge flaming beast suddenly raised its head, and saw the shadow of the huge sword slashing down. It let out a hoarse roar, and all the flames on its body suddenly shot upwards, condensing into a flaming shield, in an attempt to block the sword. Puchi! The huge sword easily tore through the fire shield and chopped off the head of the fire beast, which was as big as a house, without any hindrance. Before the beast's soul could escape, it was destroyed by the aftershock of the sword chi. The flame beast's huge body fell to the ground, and countless smoke and dust scattered. Seeing this, Jiao Longzi's expression relaxed, and the golden flames on his body disappeared. After swaying a few times in the air, he barely landed on the ground. His face was abnormally pale. At the same time, the giant sword shadow also dissipated with a muffled sound. Luo Tianqing and others were still shocked by Jiao Longzi's earth-shattering blow. Only when they saw Jiao Longzi falling did they come back to their senses and hurriedly flew over. "Senior brother Jiao, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just used an ancient sword technique and consumed a lot of yuan qi. I just need to rest for a while," Jiao Longzi said with a long sigh. His complexion finally returned to normal. Hearing this, the others heaved a sigh of relief. Since Kim Tin Ti was accidentally teleported out of the ruins of the upper realm, Jiao Longzi had become the pillar of the Taiqing Gate. In addition, he just displayed an amazing sword technique and killed the flaming behemoth with one strike, which made everyone respect and fear him. "Hurry up and clean up this beast and leave this place. The battle just now may have attracted the attention of others." As Jiao Longzi said, he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated on the spot. The others naturally had no objection to this. They quickly dispersed and began to collect the materials from the huge flaming behemoth. Half a month later, a man and a beast were facing each other on both sides of a pond with the size of a mile, and the sky was filled with green mist. The man was Lu Ming. Not far away was an ugly toad beastkin. Its whole body was covered with grayish-black skin. Its chin was swollen and it made unpleasant croaking sounds. At the center of the pool between the two, there were a few lotus leaves that flickered with a faint green light floating on the surface of the water. In the middle of the lotus leaves was a bewitching flower the size of a human head. It emitted a strange fluorescent green light like a ball of burning ghostly fire. "I know you have spiritual wisdom and can understand words. I must get the serene green fire lotus in the pond. If you know what's good for you, don't stop me," Lu Ming said faintly. He raised one hand and a yellow light flashed in his palm. The mountain river Pearl appeared and a heavy spiritual pressure suddenly swept in all directions. The toad's huge eyes looked at the mountain river Pearl in front of Lu Ming with some fear. However, its natural ferocity soon overwhelmed this fear. Not to mention that the serene green fire lotus was a treasure that it had guarded for many years. How could it give it up so easily? Croak, the toad opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of extremely dense green mist, sweeping towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming only felt an abnormal stench coming to his nose. His face turned gloomy. His figure flickered, and he dodged from the edge of the mist. At the same time, a purple sword light was launched from his body, stabbing obliquely at the toad's eyes like a snake coming out of its hole. The toad's body looked a little bloated, but its movements were very agile. It stomped its hind legs on the ground and leaped into the air. It easily dodged the purple flying sword and landed on the edge of the pool in the distance. At this moment, a figure blurred, and Lu Ming's figure appeared in front of the toad like a ghost. He raised one hand, and the beat of mountains and rivers flew out. It spun, and yellow light shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the shadow of a small yellow mountain, and suddenly pressed down. There was a rumbling sound, and an extremely heavy spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. Before the shadow of the small mountain fell on the toad, half of the toad's body had been directly pressed into the ground by the huge force that emerged in the air. The toad really knew the power of the beat of mountains and rivers. There was a look of extreme horror in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a green-black monster core the size of a human head. With rolling green mist, it hit the shadow of the small mountain. Humph! A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He quickly made a gesture with both hands, and a layer of yellow crystal light suddenly appeared under the shadow of the small mountain. As soon as the monster core touched the shadow of the small mountain, it exploded with a bang. Then, the shadow of the small mountain pressed down directly. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the ground violently rolled up and down like the surface of the water. A large pit of more than 10 feet deep appeared on the ground. Lu Ming waved one hand, and the shadow of the small mountain suddenly flashed and returned to the appearance of the beat of mountains and rivers. It flew back to his hand. But in the deep pit, the huge gray-black toad had become a pile of rotten meat. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. Lu Ming shook his head, and his figure flashed and landed on the pool. He carefully picked up the serene aquamarine fire lotus on the surface of the water, and put it in the Sumuru ring. After a moment, a purple sword light broke through the air and rushed into the distance. In a rocky desert in the ruins, a gust of wind blew sand and stones in all directions. It was a scene of desolation and desolation. In the center of the Gobi Desert, there was a slightly slanted, dilapidated stone tower standing there. This tower was simple in shape, about 700 or 800 feet high. From the outside, it was faintly divided into 9 floors. At this time, the 9th floor of the stone tower suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light. With a rumbling sound, a big hole was blown up on one side of the stone tower, and a woman in a blue robe rushed out from it. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize this woman at a glance. She was Xianxia of the Bluewood clan. At this moment, Xianxia's face was slightly tired, but his hand was tightly grasping a yellow crystal the size of a human head. On the crystal was a palm-sized golden human figure, sitting cross-legged, with a benevolent expression, vivid and lifelike. The surface of the golden figure was exuding a circle of light, and it looked extremely mysterious. Not long after Xianxia flew out of the stone tower, a loud rumbling sound came from behind him. The rubble of the stone tower swirled in the air, and a 200 feet long winged serpent darted out of the tower. It let out an ear-piercing roar, and its body shot straight towards Xianxia. The monstrous snake's entire body was yellowish, similar to the color of ordinary soil. Its 2 slender red eyes looked extremely ferocious. Apart from the pair of huge eagle-like wings on its back, there were also 2 short limbs below its neck that looked like bird claws. The strange snake's speed was extremely fast. With every flash, it could close a lot of distance, and it looked like it was about to bite Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia suddenly turned around, and like lightning, she pointed her slender hand, and 3 blue feathers on her head shot out. In a blur, they pierced into the strange snake's lower abdomen, and then came out from the other side. This attack was as fast as lightning, and before the strange snake could react, its lower abdomen had already been pierced with 3 bloody holes. The strange snake screamed in pain, and it turned over and fell down, struggling in pain in midair. Xianxia stopped, and coldly looked at the strange snake rolling on the ground, and then glanced at the yellow crystal in her hand. After a moment, her complexion relaxed, and she let out a sigh. "Seeing that you have guarded this jade crystal statue for so many years, I will spare your life today." As she spoke, she put away the yellow crystal, and her body turned into a ray of blue light, flying through the air. In a dark and quiet underground cave, the sound of water dripping could be heard from time to time. The echoes of the sound added a hint of mystery to the cave. The cave was surrounded by a type of pitch-black stone that flickered with a strange black light. From time to time, threads of turbid black chi would come out of them, and they were impressively pure demonic chi. Above the rubble, a head with disheveled hair floated quietly with its eyes closed. It was the head of the celestial elephant demon that had escaped from Lu Ming and Kim Tin Ti. However, the aura it was emitting had already fallen to the middle stage of the Jin Dan realm. The mouth of the head opened and closed, swallowing the pure demonic chi around it. After a long time, its eyes slowly opened. "It's a good thing that I found a devil's enchantment stone cave. With the help of the pure demonic chi here, I can finally recover some of my yuan chi. However, if I want to recover my strength, I'm afraid it will take a few years of rest. I can only give up on the treasure hunt in the ruins." The head of demonic Qi muttered to itself. Middle Sky Continent, Taiqing Gate. Humph, I will naturally get back at you. After the head of demonic Qi said hatefully, it closed its eyes unwillingly and continued to absorb the surrounding demonic Qi. In an underground karst tunnel on an ice-sealed island, Wen Hen was rushing forward at high speed. The underground cave was dim, but for a cultivator, it was naturally nothing when divine thought was fully opened. Wen Ai flew forward for about a quarter of an hour, and a dark cave suddenly appeared in front of him. It was obvious that it was man-made. Finally, I found it. Seeing this, Wen Ai's face suddenly showed a look of excitement. A white light flashed in her hand, and an ancient yellow jade slips appeared. Humph. Lu Ming, Luo Tiancheng, you two are in the limelight in this treasure hunt in the ruins, but I won't lose to you. Wen Ai stroked the jade slips in his hand, and his eyes flashed as he murmured. Since he entered the ruins of the upper realm, his luck had been bad. Not to mention encountering strong enemies, he hadn't been able to find a few treasures. But not long ago, his luck finally took a turn for the better. He inadvertently obtained an ancient jade slip that recorded a secret place in the ruins. He immediately found an opportunity to lead the team and come alone to search for this treasure ruins. His figure flickered, and he landed in the cave. After walking for more than 100 meters, a huge stone door shining with a faint blue light appeared in front of him. When Wen Ai saw the scene in front of him, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The jade slips only recorded the location of this place, but it didn't say what was inside. But looking at the situation, this ruin seemed to be no small matter. He took a deep breath, and waved his hand to take out a small gray hexagonal shield. After he cast a spell, a layer of faint silver-gray light appeared on the shield to protect his whole body. After Wen Ai had done all this, he finally calmed down and pushed the stone door hard. Creak! The stone door unexpectedly opened, and it didn't take any effort. Wen Ai was stunned at first, but after thinking for a while, he still stepped in. Behind the stone door was still a pitch-black passage. After walking for about a quarter of an hour and turning a corner, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a hall appeared in front of him. Wen Ai's face was full of joy, and he strode in. The hall was quite spacious, and there was a square stone platform in the middle of it. There was a flight of white jade stairs leading to the top. There was a square white jade square on the stone platform, and it looked like a coffin. There were 2 bright lamps on both sides, and they lit up the entire hall. In front of the coffin, a young lady in a red palace dress stood quietly. The lady had a slim figure, and her back was facing the door, so her face couldn't be seen. The girl seemed to have heard the voice and slowly turned around. It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl with a devastatingly beautiful face. It was Yaoji, the girl who had a night of pleasure with Lu Ming. Wen Ai was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to speak, the girl coldly snorted and said, "Human clan cultivator." Wen Ai felt the girl's murderous intent and his expression changed. Without thinking, he shouted loudly. His body emitted a gray light and instantly condensed into 7 or 8 plague crows, each about 10 feet long, and rushed toward Yaoji. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing this, Yaoji sneered. She raised her slender hand and a red claw the size of a house appeared out of thin air. In a flash, it caught several plague crows in her hand. The claw closed and the plague crows exploded with a loud bang. All of this happened in a flash. Wen Ai's hands froze in front of him and his expression changed dramatically. To be able to destroy his plague crows in an instant, this girl in palace attire must be a Jin Dan stage cultivator. Moreover, the red glow that she emitted was formed by demonic qi. Thinking of this, Wen Ai immediately gave up on the idea of fighting with this girl for the item on the stone platform. His body emitted a gray light and he turned into a gray light, rushing toward the entrance of the cave. The distance of more than 10 feet was covered in a flash. Just as he was about to fly out, the stone door in front of him suddenly closed with a loud bang. Wen Ai couldn't stop his body and his whole body heavily hit the stone door. With a muffled bang, a faint blue light appeared on the stone door, but it didn't even shake. Wen Ai's expression was extremely ugly. He had already taken out the small gray shield to protect his whole body, so he wasn't hurt. However, the restriction placed on the stone door was obviously not simple. He couldn't break it in a short time. At this moment, the girl's figure appeared like a ghost several feet away. She looked coldly at Wen Ai and raised her hands. A white light shot toward him. Wen Ai's expression changed and he suddenly turned around. The small gray shield on his body emitted a bright light and blocked the white light. The white light collided with the small shield. Contrary to Wen Ai's expectations, it did not make any sound. Instead, it stuck tightly to the small shield. A disdainful smile appeared on the young woman's face as she spat out an unknown word. The small shield was quickly covered in a layer of white light before the light disappeared and it fell to the ground with a clang. However, before Wen Ai could react, the young girl waved her hand and shot out a white light. The white light flashed and hit his body. It stuck tightly to Wen Ai's chest. Wen Ai was very anxious. The gray light on his body shone brightly and he wanted to expel the white light. However, he was shocked to find that the magic power in his body was continuously being absorbed by the white light. As the girl waved her jade-like hands, more than 10 beams of white light stuck to Wen Ai's body, gradually covering him. Within the white light were palm-sized white slimy worms that were constantly wriggling. Although Wen Ai tried his best to control the outflow of the magic power in his body, it was obviously in vain. After just 2 or 3 breaths, the magic power in his body was swallowed up and he collapsed to the ground. A cold light lit up in the young woman's hand. Just as she was about to wave it down, her eyes suddenly glanced at the symbol of the sect on Wen Ai's clothes. The movement of her hand suddenly stopped in midair. This symbol. Which sect in the Middle Sky continent are you a disciple from? A strange expression suddenly appeared on the face of the young woman and she asked coldly. I'm a disciple of Middle Sky Taiqing Gate. Wen Ai had already closed his eyes and waited for death. When he saw the young woman suddenly stop, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart and he hurriedly replied. Taiqing Gate. Do you know a person named Lu Ming? The young woman frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and asked again. Lu Ming? He is the junior brother of the same sect that entered this ruin with me. Wen Hen was startled when he heard the words and replied without hesitation. Tell me everything you know about this person. The young woman said with a cold face. When Wen Ai heard the words of the stunning young woman in front of him, he felt a little strange in his heart. However, his life was still in the hands of others at the moment, so he didn't dare to say anything. What's more, he had no intention of hiding anything for Lu Ming. He immediately told everything he knew about Lu Ming. Good, you are quite sensible. After the young woman in the palace dress listened, her eyes flashed slightly, but her face was still indescribably cold. Is it because I didn't say it in detail? Wen Ai's face was a little anxious. Lu Ming was not in the sect for a long time. There were only so many things related to him in the sect. He even told such a small thing as the engagement between Lu Ming and Callan. This fairy, I have told you everything I know. I wonder if you can give me a way out? Wen Ai asked cautiously. Humph. The young woman in the palace dress didn't answer, but the white slimy insects densely covered Wen Ai's body moved and slid into Wen Ai's body. Wen Ai was shocked. In the next moment, a piercing pain came from his body, causing him to swallow the rest of his words. However, as if his body was inflated, it swelled up violently. Then, with a boom, it exploded and turned into a rain of blood. The young woman in the palace dress looked at the bloody scene in front of her calmly. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Not long after, a dozen strange white insects flew out from the blood rain. They also swept up Wen Ai's storage ring and placed it in the young girl's hand. Then, they turned into a white light and burrowed into a flowery pouch on her waist. Almost at the same time, somewhere in the ruins, in the sky above the somewhat turbid sea, a purple sword light was speeding forward. The purple light wrapped around a figure. It was Lu Ming. Suddenly, the purple sword light abruptly stopped in midair. Lu Ming looked around. Just now, he suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing. What was that just now? His divine sense surged out and instantly covered an area of 100 miles. However, after searching for a while, he did not find anything unusual. Seems like I'm overthinking. He shook his head and continued to fly forward. After flying for a while, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slips. his divine sense penetrated it. 2 hours later, an island shrouded in gray mist appeared in front of him. The gray mist was like a huge cover that enveloped the entire island. Even from afar, they could feel the dense baleful chi. An island covered in gray fog. I'm right. There was a hint of joy in Lu Ming's eyes. It had been more than a month since he left the underground crystal palace and began to search for treasures in the ruins alone. In the past month, he could be said to have gained a lot. The jade slips in his hand was a map that he obtained from killing an unknown foreign tribe cultivator a few days ago. The ruins of the upper realm opened once every 30,000 years. Apart from the central area where everyone entered, the surrounding areas were also vast and boundless. Until now, no one had reached the end, and no one knew what this area used to be. Various sects and forces had explored the map of the upper realm ruins many times and had a part of it in their hands. It was the same for the Taiqing Gate. Dangerous areas were usually marked on the map, as well as ruins that might contain valuable treasures. For the past few days, he had been searching according to the records on the Jade Slips map. The unnamed island covered in gray fog in the Dead Sea in front of him was a particularly dangerous area that was specially marked on the Jade Slips. Of course, valuable treasures might also be hidden there. Lu Ming drove the sword forward slowly. Purple lightning appeared around him and easily tore through the gray fog around the island and entered it. What appeared in front of him was a desolate and decaying world. As far as his eyes could see, there was a gray fog everywhere. At the edge of the island, he could see some black low hills and the ground. There were almost no flowers or trees, and there was no aura of monsters. Lu Ming urged the flying sword under his feet and flew forward carefully. As a result, the deeper he went into the island, the less the ground and rocks there were. There were large and small quagmires and swamps of different sizes that emitted the smell of decay. From time to time, there were large air bubbles in the quagmires. As the bubbles exploded with a bang, more gray fog was released from them. This is simply a land of death and decay. Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him and murmured. At that moment, a swamp on the right suddenly exploded. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen slender black tentacles shot out and attacked Lu Ming in midair. Tentacles. When Lu Ming saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. The tentacle centipede was also a type of savage ancient beast. Its cultivation increased very slowly, but it had a long lifespan. It innately liked dark and damp environments, and it fed on the flesh and blood of other creatures. Moreover, it was a demonic beast that lived in groups. It often hid underground, and it could turn a large area into a land of death in a short period of time. However, in the Middle Sky continent, tentacles had been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Lieutenant Lu Ming went through all the information he knew about tentacles. With a wave of his hand, the bitter will sword emerged. 100 meters long purple electric sword light flashed past. Stinky blood splashed out, and several tentacles extended by tentacles were cut off. There was a hoarse scream in the swamp, then there was no sound. Lu Ming didn't chase anymore. He flew up for a distance and stopped. He released his divine thought and expanded it to the center of the island. This island was not big. It was only 1,000 miles in radius. With his current divine thought, he could barely cover it. He was surprised to find that the more he went to the center of the island, the larger the quagmire swamp. The center was completely a huge black swamp. This place could simply be called the nest of the tentacles. No wonder it was marked as a dangerous place. Lu Ming couldn't help but hesitate. Although he was strong and had a semi-finished mountain river pearl, he was afraid that he couldn't easily escape from so many tentacles. At the same time, he was also a little strange. Why would such a beastkin's nest be marked as a place with hidden treasures? That's not right, this is. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. Through his spiritual sense, he could sense a ball of black mist floating in the center of the quagmire. It was several meters in size and emitted waves of eerie ghostly chi. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the ball of mist, it was immediately repelled, making it impossible for him to probe the situation inside. After a moment of thought, Lu Ming made up his mind. He formed a hand seal and black smoke surged from his body as he flew toward the center of the island. Since he had spent a great deal of effort to come here and discover the abnormality, he naturally didn't intend to return empty-handed. However, after flying forward for a while, he heard a scalp-numbing buzzing sound in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a large black cloud suddenly appeared and rushed toward him. There really are poisonous corpse wasps. Lu Ming's eyes focused on the black cloud rushing toward him. His face didn't reveal any surprise. The black cloud was formed by the convergence of strange black wasps that were half a foot long. Each of their bodies were long and flat. In particular, there was a dark green stinger like a dagger attached to their tail, causing one to tremble with fear. The poisonous corpse wasps were the accompanying demonic beasts of the tentacles. According to legend, the tentacles usually lurked underground. Thus, the enemies flying in the sky were somewhat out of reach. The existence of these poisonous corpse wasps just happened to complement the tentacles. The poisonous corpse wasp's cultivation wasn't high, but their stingers carried a kind of paralyzing poison that would cause a headache for the cultivators of the Jingdan sect. Once stung, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it would be difficult to escape from the large number of tentacles. Lu Ming's face froze and he didn't hesitate to summon the pearl of mountain and river. A yellow cloud enveloped him and with a shake, he turned into a dazzling meteor that brutally crashed into the swarm of wasps. Against this swarm of demonic beasts, he didn't have any good methods. He could only rely on the power of the pearl of mountain and river to forcibly break through. Immediately afterwards, a series of loud rumbling sounds rang out, and the sound of metal tearing and cloth tearing intertwined with the buzzing sound. However, following a muffled boom, everything quieted down again. Lu Ming had used the power of the pearl of mountains and rivers to charge straight through the swarm of corpse poisonous bees. As a large number of poisonous bees were crushed into pieces, the protective yellow cloud around him was also riddled with holes. In the next moment, as Lu Ming's 10 fingers moved like a wheel, a yellow light flowed in the bead of mountains and rivers, and the broken yellow cloud quickly recovered. In the following journey, he was attacked by 2 more swarms of corpse poison bees. However, with the protection of the orb of mountains and rivers, he successfully escaped from them. After the time it took to have a meal, Lu Ming finally arrived at the center of the island after cutting his way through all the obstacles. At this moment, in the air not far away, there was the black mist ball that was exuding a gloomy and ghostly aura that his divine sense had sensed before. The mist ball was tightly attached to the mud below. This thing, could it be? Lu Ming looked at the mist ball in front of him and furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he waved one hand and a purple light flashed. A purple sword light several feet long shot out, heading straight for the black mist ball in front of him. Poof, just as the sword light was less than 10 feet away from the black mist ball, a long black shadow shot out from the mud below. After circling a bit, it blocked the bitter will sword and the two began to fight. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he quickly saw that the black shadow was a long tentacle of a horned dragon beast. However, this tentacle was covered in a layer of fine scales and did not fear the sharpness of the bitter will sword at all. Lu Ming snorted coldly and waved his hand to form a sword technique. The bitter will sword suddenly shone with a purple light. The body of the sword blurred and turned into 9 identical sword lights. One continued to fight with the tentacle, while the other shot towards the black mist ball. Roar! A low, angry roar came from the mud below. The mud churned and suddenly, a huge creature the size of a small mountain came out. It was bloated and had a dozen black tentacles that were the same as the previous one that danced up and down. It was like a huge octopus sea monster. There were a few sounds of air being torn apart. The dozen tentacles in front of the beast shot out at the same time, transforming into countless black shadows that whipped towards the sword light from the bitterwheel sword. The beast seemed to be extremely nervous about what was inside the black mist ball. As it used its tentacles to block the sword light of the bitterwheel sword, its huge body completely emerged from the mud and blocked the black mist ball. It opened its mouth and spat a thick black liquid at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and dodged. With a shake of his other hand, the yellow pearl of mountain and river appeared in a flash. He did not plan on delaying any more time. He wanted to quickly finish off this horned dragon beast. After all, the fluctuations of Fa caused by the fierce battle had already spread. If the corpse wasp and other horned dragon beasts heard the news and rushed over, things would become much more troublesome. The pearl of mountain and river flashed with spiritual light and transformed into the image of a black river. It flowed down and wrapped around the horned dragon beast's body. Rolling gray mist surged out of the horned dragon beast's body and fiercely attacked the image of the Black River, dispersing quite a bit of it. A cornered beast's struggle. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his hand to form a sword technique and put away the bitterwheel sword. At the same time, he coldly smiled and began to activate the Pearl of Mountain and River with all his strength. The Black River suddenly released a black light and flew around the horned dragon beast. It wrapped around the horned dragon beast and turned into a huge black ball of water in the blink of an eye. The horned dragon beast roared again and again inside the ball of water. Countless tentacles pierced out from the river, but it could not completely break free of the ball of water. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Without any hesitation, he spat out the word, "Appear." Immediately after, there was a loud rumble and the image of a small earth-yellow mountain appeared in the air. With a shocking momentum, it directly smashed into the ball of water. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The horned dragon beast, which had a high level of cultivation, didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, black mist surrounded it and it was crushed into countless pieces of flesh that flew in all directions. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of the ball of black mist. With a wave of his arm, a ray of black light struck the ball of mist. With a muffled sound, the black mist scattered and revealed what was inside. It was a strange, pitch-black tree about 3 meters tall. The tree's roots were rooted in the quagmire and its entire body shone with a jet-black luster. Its curved trunk sporadically had a few jet-black leaves that emitted a strong, cold, ghostly aura. It really is the Heavenly Abyss Ghost Shadow Tree. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly showed a look of ecstasy. Although he had a hunch before, he still couldn't help feeling excited when he saw this tree. According to the records of the sect Scriptures Pavilion, the Heavenly Abyss Ghost Shadow Tree was a treasure that could assist in the cultivation of ghost techniques. It was difficult to find a trace in the Middle Sky continent. Perhaps it could only be seen in the real netherworld. Strictly speaking, this tree had no other use. It could only absorb the natural aura and slowly transform it into purine chi. The value of purine chi for ghost cultivators could be imagined. Looking at the size of this tree, it had grown to a height of 10 meters. It was at least tens of thousands of years old. If this tree was transplanted to the fallen serene peak, the yin chi of the fallen serene peak would increase a bit after more than 100 years. The benefits to the cultivation of the fallen serene peak's disciples were naturally immeasurable. Lu Ming immediately waved his hand, and a yellow crystal ball appeared in front of him. It was a mountain river pearl embryo that he hadn't had time to condense. Although this thing hadn't been sacrificial refined yet, it still had some effect. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of pure magic power onto the yellow ball. Immediately, a yellow cloud gushed out and enveloped the heavenly ghost tree, as well as the surrounding quagmire in a radius of several hundred feet. "Rise!" Lu Ming chanted, and the yellow cloud began to shrink. After a while, the Heavenly Abyss Ghost Shadow Tree and the surrounding black mud were slowly absorbed into the yellow ball. After doing all this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The mountain river pearl embryo was condensed from the golden essence resting soil. It was the most suitable for transplanting the Heavenly Abyss Ghost Shadow Tree. It would not cause any damage to the Heavenly Abyss Ghost Shadow Tree. Roar. From a distance, a low roar came over. Several thick bulges could be seen in the quagmire in all directions. They were swimming toward this side quickly. Immediately after, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and patches of black clouds were also flying towards him at high speed. Lu Ming had already gotten the treasure, so he naturally didn't intend to entangle with the tentacle dragon beast and the corpse poison bee. A purple sword light lifted his body and galloped away from the island. 2 months later, there was a deafening sound of fighting in a huge canyon. It was 2 groups of cultivators fighting each other. For a time, spiritual weapons were flying everywhere, and various colors of light intertwined and danced. On one side, there were 4 people, all dressed in blue star robes. They were the disciples of the Big Dipper Pavilion. The leader was a handsome man, but there was a scar on the left side of his face that ran across the corner of his eye, adding a bit of valiance to his appearance. The other 3 people beside him were Yin Sei, Lu Meng, and a 13 or 14-year-old delicate and pretty youth. The other side was a group of cultivators in white robes. They were the mysterious Heavenly Palace cultivators in the Middle Sky continent. There were 6 of them, but for some reason, there was one more person than when they first entered. In a pile of rocks not far from the battle group, there was a stone that was as tall as a person, shining with a little blue light, as if countless stars were twinkling. It looked very mysterious. A middle-aged Heavenly Palace cultivator shouted, "Brother Su, this star sandstone was found by us first. Do you plan to rob it?" The middle-aged man was the leader of the Big Dipper Pavilion, the youth surnamed Su. He waved 2 starlight hooks in his hands, shooting out a shuttle of starlight. The middle-aged man and the other 2 Heavenly Palace cultivators joined forces to fight the youth surnamed Su. Grand Immortal Su laughed and said, "Brother Yao, searching for treasures in the ruins of the upper realms has always been a competition of strength. If we were the first to discover this stars and stone, then I'm sure you would try to snatch it as well. Let's see who's stronger." The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment, his face flushed red. He controlled a mountain-splitting axe and shot out a series of axe shadows. But no matter how he attacked, it was easily resolved by the youth surnamed Su. Xianxia and the other 2 were fighting with the other 3 Heavenly Palace cultivators. It seemed that they couldn't win for a while. However, neither of them noticed that behind a boulder a few thousand feet away, there was a faintly discernible silhouette lurking. Although the figure remained motionless, he stared unblinkingly at the people fighting. After a moment, he turned his attention to the star sand in the pile of rubble. At the same time, his figure slowly solidified. It was Lu Ming. "It's the people from the Big Dipper Pavilion and the Heavenly Palace. And that star sand. Speaking of which, star sand is refined from this thing. With such a large piece, if I refine it all, I should be able to get 3 bags of star sand," a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His eyes flashed and his figure became faintly discernible. In the middle of the battle, the Big Dipper Pavilion youth surnamed Su was fighting 1 against 3. Although he had the upper hand, he was entangled by the 3 from the Heavenly Palace and couldn't escape for a while. The youth surnamed Su glanced around and a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, turning it into a blood mist that fused with the 2 curved hooks in his hands. The 2 curved hooks shined with starlight and flew out of his hands. They spun around and suddenly turned into 2 transparent jellyfish phantoms, sprinkling starlight below them. As the youth surnamed Su quickly formed several hand seals, the 2 jellyfish spun rapidly with the 3 from the Heavenly Palace at the center. Starlight poured down like a waterfall, trapping the 3 from the Heavenly Palace in the middle. "Haha, Brother Yao, I'll accept this star sand." The youth surnamed Su laughed and flew toward the pile of rubble like lightning. "Quick, stop him." The voice of the middle-aged man from the Heavenly Palace came from the starlight. The other 3 from the Heavenly Palace were also anxious and tried to stop the youth surnamed Su. However, Xianxia and the others naturally wouldn't let them do as they wished. They had already accelerated their attacks. The youth surnamed Su's figure rose and fell several times, appearing above the rubble. His eyes flashed with joy and his hand shot out starlight to sweep up the star sand below. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, along with an ear-piercing whistle. A 10-meter-wide yellow sphere suddenly appeared in the distance. It suddenly transformed into a meteor and rushed forward like a tsunami, arriving behind Grand Immortal Su in the blink of an eye. The earthing yellow sphere's momentum was like a bolt of lightning. Before it even hit Grand Immortal Su, a great pressure had already pressed down on him. Then, a yellow light swept out. Grand Immortal Su's complexion greatly changed. Unable to collect the star sand, he fiercely stamped his foot and soared into the sky, brushing past the edge of the yellow light. A fierce gust of wind swept up his body and sent him flying far away. Grand Immortal Su's expression changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" The yellow ball emitted a ray of light that swept up the stardust stone, and with a flash, it turned into a streak of earthy yellow light that sped away into the distance. A series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. The people of the Big Dipper Pavilion and the Heavenly Palace were all dumbfounded. Only now did they react. "Quickly chase them." Grand Immortal Su's complexion became extremely unsightly. He waved his hand and the starlight that trapped the 3 Heavenly Palace disciples scattered, transforming back into 2 curved hooks that flew back into his hands. Then, they lifted his body and shot forward. Xianxia and the other 2 immediately stopped their attacks and followed behind the youth surnamed Su without saying a word. The 6 Heavenly Palace cultivators were slightly slower, but after they reacted, they also hastily chased after Grand Immortal Su. In the yellow light, Lu Ming glanced back at the Big Dipper Pavilion and Heavenly Palace cultivators chasing after him and frowned. Although the Mountain River Pearl's offensive power could easily crush ordinary Jingdan cultivators, its flying speed wasn't very fast. He muttered to himself for a moment before quickly forming an incantation gesture and putting away the Mountain River Pearl. A purple sword light shot out, carrying his body as he continued to break through the sky. Grand Immortal Su's entire body was wrapped in a layer of starlight. The youth surnamed Su was wrapped in a layer of starlight and was the closest to him. When he saw a sword light suddenly appear in front of him, his expression changed. Sword cultivator. Among all cultivators, sword cultivators were recognized as the fastest when it came to flying speed. Grand Immortal Su's eyes flashed with a cold glint and he spat out a pitch-black beam of light towards the silhouette in front of him. To his surprise, the purple sword chi up ahead blurred before suddenly transforming into 4 identical streaks of sword chi that shot forth in different directions. Doppelganger technique? Grand Immortal Su's expression greatly changed and he immediately released his spiritual sense. As a result, he found that the auras of the 4 lights were the same and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. After a moment of hesitation, the 4 sword projections disappeared into the distance as 4 specks of light. After a few breaths, the other 3 from the Big Dipper Pavilion and the Heavenly Palace cultivators caught up and landed beside Grand Immortal Su. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Brother Su, your wishful thinking has failed this time. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Palace looked ahead and couldn't see the figure in front of him. He turned to Grand Immortal Su and sneered. Grand Immortal Su's eyes were filled with anger and he suddenly turned around. The middle-aged man wasn't afraid. Although the 6 of them were at a disadvantage against the 4 from the Big Dipper Pavilion, they were more than enough to protect themselves. If Brother Su still wants to fight, then I will accompany you. Otherwise, don't waste time. Let's go. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and turned into a white light that pierced through the sky. The other 5 Heavenly Palace cultivators saw this and hurriedly followed. Grand Immortal Su's expression was a bit ugly. After a while, he slowly said, "Let's go." Lu Meng and Insei looked at each other and nodded. 1,000 miles away, Lu Ming stood on top of the bitterwheel sword and happily looked at the star sandstone in his hand. After looking at it a few times, he put it away. There was a crackling sound and a purple electric light suddenly appeared on the body of the bitterwheel sword. It sped up and flew into the distance. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. According to the past practice, there was not much time left before the end of the trip to the ruins. The cultivators of the major forces in the ruins began to rush to their respective agreed gathering places, waiting for the sect to open the teleportation array between the 2 worlds. At the edge of a desolate sea of sand, this was the place where the passage between the 2 worlds was opened by Taiqing Gate. At this time, Xiao Longzi, Luo Tiancheng, the Ouyang sisters, Long Yanfei, and 2 other Taiqing Gate disciples, a total of 7 people were gathered here. There was less than a day before the end of the trip to the ruins. At this moment, most of the people's expressions were quite heavy. This was no wonder. There were 22 people who entered the ruins from here. In addition to the 3 disciples of other families who had not returned and Kim Tin Ti who had long been teleported out, there should be 18 people. But now there were only 7 people left. It could be said that there were heavy casualties. There is not much time left. It seems that only we survived. Luo Tiancheng shook his head and said faintly. Xiao Longzi's face was emotionless. He looked into the distance quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. The Ouyang sisters looked at each other when they heard the words. We asked Brother Lu to protect us. I didn't expect that we were fine, but Brother Lu. Ouyang Qin smiled bitterly. Her lips moved slightly, and she communicated with Ouyang Qian through voice transmission. The world is impermanent. The ruins of the upper realm is a place of death. It's not surprising for anyone to die here. Ouyang Qian seemed to be much calmer, and she replied faintly through voice transmission. Under a sand dune not far from the 2 women, Long Yanfei in purple sat alone with her legs crossed. Her breathing was a little chaotic. It seemed that her injury had not yet healed. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been quietly looking into the distance, suddenly moved and turned his head to look in a direction. Suddenly, a purple dot of light appeared in the distant sky. With a whistling sound that was getting closer and closer, the purple light spot gradually became bigger and turned into a purple sword light. It was rushing toward here quickly. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't move, but his eyes suddenly lit up. When the others heard the sound, they also turned their heads and looked over. Suddenly, their expressions changed. In just a few seconds, the sword light was close. As the light faded, a young man in a green robe appeared with a smile on his face. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Younger brother Lu. Brother Lu. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, the 7 people present were shocked. Speaking of which, not long after entering the Upper Realm ruins, Lu Ming left the team and was never heard from again. Although his strength was extremely strong and he had been creating miracles after entering Taiqing Gate, as time went by, coupled with the cruelty of the ruins and the constant death of his companions, even Xianxia, who had always been optimistic about him, thought that Lu Ming most likely died somewhere in the ruins. Senior brother Xianxia, senior sister Long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked around with his fists cupped. Younger brother Lu, I can't believe you are still alive. Speaking of which, where have you been for the past 6 months? Xianxia strode to Lu Ming, patted Lu Ming's shoulder heavily, and said with a laugh. The Ouyang sisters and Long Yanfei, who were familiar with Lu Ming, also came over at this moment. There was joy in their eyes, but their eyes were also full of curiosity. Luo Tiancheng and the other 2 Taiqing Gate disciples stood aside and looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. They didn't say anything. It's a long story. That day, senior brother Jean and I were hunting for treasures for the Nature Work sect. Then, we were chased by the Beast Kin clan cultivators who suddenly appeared. After that, we were delayed for too long. We couldn't find you, so we had to wander around alone. Lu Ming was touched by these people who sincerely cared about him. He simply told them about his experience in the past 6 months. As for some parts, he naturally left out intentionally or unintentionally. Well, no matter what, it's good that you can come back alive. After listening to Lu Ming's narration, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, the people present were all filled with emotions. Since entering the Upper Realm ruins, they had experienced too many life-or-death situations. They had also witnessed many cultivators from other forces die in the blink of an eye. Senior brother Xiao, only these people came back? Could it be that the others have already? Lu Ming looked around and said with a frown. It should be. There is still half a day before the teleportation portal opens. Unless someone else can make it in time, otherwise. Young Dragon waved his hand and said bleakly. Then why isn't senior brother Jean here? Is he also? Lu Ming's face suddenly changed, and he said in surprise. That's not it. Senior brother Jean encountered some accidents during an operation. He has been forcibly teleported out by the enchantment here. Young Dragon shook his head slightly and briefly told him about how Kim Tin Ti and the others were ambushed by the Crystal Scale race, one of the 3 extreme races. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, then he realized something. In the following time, he chatted with the Ouyang sisters for a while. Speaking of which, he felt a little guilty. Protecting the Ouyang sisters was part of his promise, but in the past year, the time he spent with the 2 girls was only about a month. However, the 2 girls didn't care at all. Instead, they revealed some concern for him in their words, which made Lu Ming a little touched. After he and Long Yanfei chatted casually for a while, he walked to the side, sat cross-legged, and waited quietly. On the way back, he encountered a little trouble and wasted a lot of time. In order not to miss the teleportation time, he rushed back at full speed and consumed a lot of spiritual power. At this moment, it was a good time to recover his spiritual power. As time passed, no one appeared again in the end. An hour later, in the human realm, in the underground hall of the main hall of Taiqing Gate, Taoist Tiangu was sitting cross-legged on a green stone pillar with a coiled dragon. He frowned with a solemn expression. Tiangu, although Liang has been teleported out, you don't have to be so anxious. We've obtained first place in the Heavenly Gate meeting this time, and our karmic luck for the next few hundred years will be prosperous and flourishing. I believe that the remaining disciples ought to have their own fortuitous encounters, and it won't be as miserable as we were all those years ago. On another stone pillar with a coiled dragon, an old man with an amiable expression opened his eyes slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I hope so. Taoist Master Xianxia nodded at the old man. Back then, only the two of us were lucky enough to escape from the ruins, but we were also seriously injured. In the end, although we broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, this was the end of the path of cultivation. Sigh. The other old man with thick white eyebrows suddenly sighed. Junior brother, let's not talk about what happened back then. Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since they entered the ruins. Since the power of the realms is still weak, why don't we open up the passageway earlier so that they can return earlier? Otherwise, there will be more changes in the ruins, the amiable-looking old man said indifferently. That's fine. Anyway, there are only a few hours left. Those who should be here by now. Xianxia, let's go. The old man with thick white eyebrows said. Elder Han and Taoist Xianxia looked at each other and nodded. Their hands formed a series of hand seals and their mouths began to chant an obscure incantation. With several pu-pu sounds, the 4 stone pillars with a coiling dragon suddenly shined with azure light. The light flashed and landed on the spell formation on the ground. The huge spell formation on the ground emitted a low hum just like when the passageway was opened. Immediately after, runes gradually appeared on the 4 stone pillars. Not long after, the color of the stone pillars strangely turned blood red. The entire stone pillar was instantly wrapped in red light, and the hall was filled with a bright red light. At this moment, the 4 changed their hand seals and simultaneously leaped into the air. They floated in the air and shot a ray of azure light from the top of the stone pillars. The 4 stone pillars trembled incessantly and the red light on the stone pillars turned into flowing water. It slowly poured into the spell formation on the ground. After a moment, the entire spell formation turned into a red fountain. However, what came out of the center of the spell formation was not a trickle of spring water, but a flowing spiritual mist. This reverse teleportation spell formation has already been opened. If they were at the starting point, they should be able to sense it. Taoist Master Xianxia said as he looked at the red spring on the ground. At the same time, at the edge of the desolate desert, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was about to leave the land of ruins. In his mind, he was thinking about which treasures and materials to hand over to the sect and which he had to keep. For example, the 12 rough mountain river beads, the longevity medicine, and the supplementary medicinal ingredients for breaking through to the Jing Dan. He would never hand them over to the sect. According to the rules set by the sect, he had to hand over 2/3 of what he had obtained from the land of ruins. If he wanted to keep these treasures, it seemed that the spirit grass and spirit medicine on the ground might not be enough. Just as Lu Ming was deep in thought, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the desolate sea of sand. The ground also began to tremble. Suddenly, a deafening thunderous roar reverberated in the air. Immediately after, a series of violent fluctuations came from the depths of the ground in front of everyone. It was as if the entire void was going to be shattered. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming and the other 8 people stood up with a change of expression. However, a dazzling red beam of light suddenly emerged, and suddenly collapsed into a thick red mist that covered dozens of feet. In the red mist, a huge teleportation array slowly condensed, and its momentum was astonishing. It seems that the Peak Master and the Elders have opened the teleportation array in advance. Let's go now. Seeing this, Jiao Longzi thought for a while and said to everyone. Senior brother Jiao, senior brother when AI is still missing. Are we not going to wait? Behind Jiao Longzi, a young disciple with curly hair suddenly asked. A few days ago, I used the 10,000-mile sound transmitting talisman of the sect to try to contact junior brother Wen, but there was no news. In this half a day, I used the sensory pearl to sense, but I couldn't sense junior brother Wen's whereabouts at all. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid junior brother Wen has already fallen in the ruins. Even if he is still alive, he should be millions of miles away. I'm afraid it's too late to come here at the fastest speed. Jiao Longzi said with a sigh. The curly-haired young man was speechless. While talking, the array in the sea of mist had condensed, and the range had shrunk to a few dozen meters. There was a faint golden light flashing in the array, and it exuded a gentle spiritual pressure. Elders, it takes a lot of Fa and resources to maintain this teleportation channel. I'm afraid it can only last for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. You guys go in first, I'll wait for a while. Xiaolongzi turned around and said to the elders. The curly-haired young man and another Taiqing Gate disciple heard this, and they immediately jumped into the array in a few flashes. After a red light flashed, the two disappeared. Immediately afterward, Long Yanfei, the Ouyang Qian sisters, and Luo Tiancheng also stepped into the array and were teleported away. When Lu Ming entered the array, he only felt that his vision turned red. His whole body suddenly tightened, then he was swallowed by a red light. After a flash, he disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in the place where he left a year ago, which was the underground hall of the main peak. The Ouyang sisters, Luo Tiancheng, and others stood on the side shakily. They seemed to still be in the dizziness of teleportation. There were also several celestial state elders such as Daoist Tiange standing around. Lu Ming, why are there only a few of you? Even Xiaolongzi didn't come back? Daoist Tiangu immediately asked with concern when he saw Lu Ming was still awake. Reporting to the sect master, senior brother Qiu is still in the ruins. He said that he will wait for the last time to see if there are other disciples coming back. Lu Ming hurriedly jumped up and replied with a fist salute. Daoist Tiangu couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the words. He continued to make gestures with both hands. At the center of the hall, the red spring kept spurting out again, and a red light shone brightly. After about 15 minutes, a red light beam of 10 meters thick fell from the sky above the main hall of Taiqing Gate. Boom, the red light beam directly penetrated the main hall of Taiqing Gate and fell on the red mist spring. A burly man in a green robe flashed out from it. It was Xiaolongzi. Daoist Master Tiange and the three Grand Elders stopped their hand seals and simultaneously struck the 4 cyan stone pillars with several hand seals. The green light flashed. The 4 stone pillars instantly returned to their original appearance. At the center of the hall, the red mist spring also suddenly dissipated. Xiaolongzi greets the sect master and the elders. Xiaolongzi shook his head slightly, then he woke up and cupped his fist at everyone. Only you came back. So, the others really died. Daoist Tiange said with a little disappointment. Reporting to the sect master, I'm afraid so. This time, I didn't lead the team well. That's why we lost so many disciples. Xiaolongzi said with a little guilt. Liang has roughly told us what happened to you. This time, there were still many accidents. You don't have to blame yourself. It's good that you can come back. The kind old man jumped down from the stone pillar, patted Xiaolongzi's shoulder, and said with a smile. At this moment, the Ouyang sisters, Luo Tiancheng, and the others also woke up one after another. They all greeted Daoist Tiange and the 3 great elders in fear. Okay, since you're all awake, let's count your harvest this time. Xiaolongzi, you first. Daoist Tiange raised his voice and said to everyone. Although only a few people came out this time, according to the usual practice, those who could come out must have brought a lot of treasures. The 2 old men's pale faces also showed a little expectation. Yes, sect master. Xiaolongzi said and strode to the center of the hall. He waved one hand and 4 to 5 storage talismans floated out. He opened his 5 fingers and pointed at the storage talismans in the air. Rays of 5-colored light instantly shot out from his fingertips. Puff. Puff. The storage talisman exploded in response. An abundant spirit energy filled the entire hall. A large pile of spirit herbs and ores of different sizes suddenly fell on the ground. There were also a few jade boxes, which seemed to be used to store spirit weapons and magic treasures. However, the most eye-catching one among them was a mini peacock that flashed light green spirit light standing on the ore. This peacock was only the size of 2 fists. It should have just hatched. Its eyes were a little confused, but its body was already faintly exuding the spiritual pressure of the condensation period. The feathers all over its body were a mixture of dark green and light green. There was a colorful crown on its head, which looked extremely beautiful. This is the legendary five-spirit peacock, right? This thing is extremely rare even in the wasteland continent. Not bad, not bad. The old man with thick white eyebrows stroked his beard and nodded. His eyes were filled with praise. Lu Ming's expression also moved when he heard the words. Although he had never seen the five spirits peacock, he had heard the rumors of this kind of beastkin for a long time. It was said that it was not easy to raise this beastkin. It usually stopped at the crystallization period, but once it broke through the Jin Dan state, the strength of this beastkin could be comparable to the celestial state cultivator. Jiao Longzi, if this five spirits peacock is willing to hand it over to the sect, then you can take half of the remaining materials, no matter what they are. As far as I know, many of them are the materials you need to forge your flying sword, right? The old man with white thick eyebrows still stared at the peacock intently, and he proposed to Jiao Longzi at the same time. Thank you, Elder Zhou, then I won't be polite. Jiao Longzi waved his hand and took the black spirit grass and some yellow ores into his hand. He also looked happy. Very good, you must be tired this time. Go back to your cave house to rest first. Seeing that Jiao Longzi had made a decision, Spiritual Master Tiange nodded to him and said. After Jiao Longzi cupped his fist respectfully at Spiritual Master Tiange and several other elders, he left the underground hall of the main hall alone. The elder with white thick eyebrows waved his sleeve, and a roll of light swept past. The five spirits peacock and other materials on the ground disappeared. Next, it was Luo Tianqing's turn to hand in. He took a step forward and flicked his sleeve. A five-color aura flashed, and a pile of materials as high as a hill piled up on the ground. Among them, a few glittering scales were extremely dazzling. They were obtained from the Crystal Kirin clan that day. The reverse scale of the Crystal Kirin clan, one of the three extreme races. Judging from the aura it emitted, its bloodline seemed to be very pure. Looks like it wasn't too bad that Tianxi was forced to break his seal and leave the ruins, the gray-robed elder said with elation in his eyes. There's also jasper grass, fire raccoon flower. This is phoenix cry grass. Also, the dragon centipede fruit seems to be at least 10,000 years old, the amiable-looking old man said with a hint of surprise in his voice. It's not bad, but the rest of the materials aren't too precious. Luo Tianqing, if you want something, then go and take a third of it. The old man with thick white eyebrows said expressionlessly. I don't have anything that I want. You can just hand them all over to the sect. Luo Tianqing didn't even look at the materials as he said resolutely. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present was slightly startled because even the most common materials obtained in the ruins were rare in the outside world. They really didn't know what Luo Tianqing was thinking at the moment to give up these materials for no reason. That's fine too. After that, I will calculate the contribution points that can be exchanged for 1/3 of the materials and give them to you. What do you think? Sect Master Tiange didn't stop him. He just nodded slightly and said to Luo Tianqing. Thank you, Sect Master. I'm also a little tired, I'll leave first. After Luo Tianqing cupped his fist toward Tiange and the other three elders, he turned around and left without looking back. Everyone was a little confused when they saw this, but they didn't say much. Immediately afterward, the curly-haired young man and another young disciple also stepped forward to show their harvest. However, the two of them only took out a few storage talismans each. Most of the things stored in them were spiritual herbs, spiritual medicine, and ores. Although there were some rare things in the Middle Sky continent, there was nothing particularly eye-catching. It was normal. The reason why these two survived until now was not because of their superior strength, but because after they were injured, they had been following Jiao Longzi and the others. They never acted alone, so it was normal for them to only get these materials. However, this was also because of Jiao Longzi and Luo Tianqing, which raised the expectations of Sect Master Tiange and other Taiqing Gate higher-ups. If it was in normal times, the things these two got would be several times more than the ordinary Zhongtian secret realm. Although Sect Master Tiange was a little disappointed, he still encouraged them with a few words. He just took out some of the materials and sent them away. Lu Ming, it's your turn. Elder Han suddenly turned his head and smiled at Lu Ming. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present, including Sect Master Tiange, turned their eyes to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming cupped his fist at them, he took a few steps forward. When he was about to take out all the storage talismans and storage bracelets, a green message talisman suddenly flew in from the outside. Sect Master Tiangu waved his hand, signaling Lu Ming to stop for the time being. He grabbed the message talisman in his hand. After checking it slightly, he immediately sent a few voice transmissions to the three elders. After a while, the old man with a kind face said loudly to the entrance, "Since Elder Ouyang has come from afar, then don't stop him. Let him in for a chat." "Yes." There was a response from a gatekeeper disciple outside the exit. A pale purple mist rolled out from the voice and appeared in the underground hall. After it condensed again, it turned into a tall figure. "Greetings, Uncle Feng." Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Ouyang Feng greets Sect Master Tiangu and the three elders. "I took the liberty to come to this underground hall, I hope you can forgive me." The person who spoke was a man in a brocade robe. He had a delicate face and looked to be in his 30s. After he nodded slightly at the two women, he turned around and bowed to the four people present. "Fellow Feng is too polite. I invited you in, how could I take the liberty to speak? I've long heard that the Ouyang clan is full of talents. Fellow Feng, you have successfully entered the celestial phenomenon realm in less than 1,000 years. You are indeed a rare genius disciple in the immortal cultivation world. I have already lived for 10,000 years, but I am still in the late celestial phenomenon realm. I am truly ashamed." The old man with a kind face said with a smile. "It is said that this trip to the upper realm ruins was quite bumpy and many disciples died. A few people in the clan are also very worried about Qian and Qin'er's situation, so they asked me to wait at the Taiqing gate." Ouyang Feng said with a smile. "It seems that the Ouyang clan is well informed, comparable to the Big Dipper Pavilion. We have indeed encountered some troubles this time, but the two juniors of your clan are unharmed. It can be said that they have returned intact. However, according to the agreement, the two of them must leave half of the treasures they obtained in the ruins." The old man with thick white eyebrows twitched his mouth and said noncommittally, "Of course. Qianer, why don't you take out the things and let the seniors have a look?" After Ouyang Feng nodded, he ordered the two women without hesitation. "Yes." When the Ouyang sisters heard this, they both stepped forward and shook their sleeves. Then, they poured out everything they had obtained in the ruins to the ground. Judging from the quantity alone, the spiritual herbs, spiritual medicine, and 3 or 4 jade boxes that the two of them obtained were not considered a lot. Even if they were added up, it was not even enough for Luo Tiancheng's share. However, the old man with thick white eyebrows stared at a rather strange green flower among the large pile of spiritual herbs. Then, he spoke to the kind old man through voice transmission. When Lu Ming saw this, he showed a trace of doubt. He couldn't help but look at the spiritual flower a few more times. This was an emerald green flower. It looked like a lotus, but it only had 5 or 6 petals. At the center of the flower, there was a mass of thick black juice constantly seeping out. It made people feel a chill all over their body and the illusion that their hair was standing up. He didn't know what effect this flower had. It could actually make the two celestial state elders so excited. The Ouyang sisters also seemed to see the clues. They didn't deliberately want to keep the flower. Instead, they chose about half of the things and put them in their bags. This made the two old men even more happy. "Fellow Taoists, since the ownership of these resources has been divided, I won't disturb you anymore." Ouyang Feng didn't say much about the scene in front of him. After seeing the two women finish choosing, he said goodbye to everyone. "I'm indebted to the care of the Taiqing gate this time. This junior will also leave." Ouyang Qian and Qian also bowed to the people present. "Forgive me for not seeing you off." The old man with thick white eyebrows replied with a smile. After that, the Ouyang sisters followed Ouyang Feng and walked out of the hall. When they went out of the door, Ouyang Qian looked back at Lu Ming with hidden bitterness. "Lu Ming, continue. I hope your harvest won't let us down." After watching the 3 people of the Ouyang family leave, Elder Han said to Lu Ming with a smile. After Lu Ming responded, he immediately took out the storage talisman and storage bracelet and threw them on the ground. There were dozens of them. This made the 4 celestial state elders present and Lan Yanfei and the others who hadn't left were shocked. Although Lu Ming's strength was far better than the cultivators of the same level, it was really a bit exaggerated to take out a lot of storage artifacts at once. Just when the 4 of them were surprised, Lu Ming had already launched several symbols at the storage artifacts on the ground. With a flash of spiritual light, a spiritual aura that was more intense than the items offered by Jiao Longzi suddenly poured out. In an instant, a dazzling array of spiritual medicines, ores, spiritual weapons, and treasures covered the entire underground hall. Among them, the age-nurturing cauldron, 12 yellow mountain river pearls, and the Tianhai ghost shade tree with black gas were naturally particularly eye-catching. This small cauldron is full of spiritual nature. It should be the spirit-nurturing cauldron that Xianxia mentioned. And these 12 pearls seem to be made with a large amount of metal essence resting soil. However, they are just embryos. This is the purple spirit fruit that can prolong life. There are actually 3 of them. Not bad. Could this tree be the legendary Tianhai ghost shade tree that only exists in the netherworld realm? There is such a large piece of star sandstone. As soon as they saw these treasures, the 4 of them couldn't help but blurt out. Among them, the elder with thick white eyebrows had his eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward and picked up the spirit-nurturing cauldron to carefully examine it. The amiable-looking elder also couldn't help but step forward and carefully pick up a purple spirit fruit. He placed it in front of him and examined it carefully. His expression was overflowing with joy. Daoist Tiange and Elder Han were surprised for a moment, then they calmly examined the other treasures one by one. After a while, the amiable-looking old man took the lead to speak. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have gained so much. According to the rules of the sect, you can keep 1/3 of these treasures. In addition, you have made a great contribution to the sect this time, so you can choose 3 more. Lu Ming was delighted when he heard this, but he immediately understood something. The joy on his face instantly turned into embarrassment. Since these old guys in the sect said such words, it was probably not as simple as it seemed. As expected, the old man with thick white eyebrows raised his head and said, in my opinion, this spirit-nurturing cauldron and the 3 purple yuan fruits should be handed over to the sect. Now that nephew Lu is at the fake Dan stage, many of these spiritual herbs and elixirs are quite helpful for you to break through to the Jing Dan stage. You can keep some, what do you think? Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect to keep the spirit-nurturing cauldron, but he spent a lot of effort to get the purple yuan fruits. If it wasn't for the limited effect and the time-consuming consumption, he would have swallowed it on the spot in the ruins. Although these 12 beads are still embryos, they seem to be quite extraordinary. You seem to have tried to forcibly refine one of them. It seems that it is still a semi-finished product. It is not easy to refine it, so it is better to hand it over to the sect. As for the Heavenly Ocean Ghost Shade Tree, it is quite suitable for you who practice the Yin attribute cultivation method, so you can keep it. The amiable-looking old man stroked his sleeves and said to Lu Ming. After hearing this, Daoist Tiange and Elder Han didn't say anything. They just turned around and looked at Lu Ming at the same time. When Lu Ming heard that the amiable-looking old man wanted to keep the mountain river bead embryo, his heart couldn't help but tighten. If he hadn't seen the power of the mountain river bead before, he might still consider it, but how could he hand it over to the sect now? As for the Heavenly Hell Ghost Shade Tree, although Lu Ming also attached great importance to it, compared with the mountain river pearl, its position in his mind was worlds apart. After all, his Tiger Dragon Hell prison was close to the great success stage, and the need for purine chi was not as much as it was at the beginning. Lu Ming, if you have any other thoughts, just say it. Daoist Master Tiange seemed to see through the difficult expression on Lu Ming's face. Sect leader, I am willing to hand over the spirit-nurturing cauldron to the sect, but I want to keep these 12 beads. Lu Ming was not ambiguous and said decisively. If there is only one of these beads, it's fine, but this set of 12 embryos is really rare, so its value is not cheap. In addition, according to Xianxia, this spirit-nurturing cauldron is an agreement with the Nature Work sect. How to deal with it is still to be discussed. The old man with thick white eyebrows pondered for a while, then he said in a noncommittal manner. In this case, I am still willing to give up the Heavenly Hell Ghost Shade Tree, the Star Sandstone, and the 3 extra chances to choose treasures. I just want to keep these 12 bead embryos, 2 purple yuan fruits, demonic crystal bead, some elixirs for breaking through the bottleneck of Jin Dan and some dead beastkin eggs. Lu Ming added firmly after thinking for a while. Lu Ming knew very well that if he didn't fight for it now, it would be impossible to get these items back when they were in the hands of these old guys. As for the demonic crystal bead that could identify the quality of the demon, since there were no real demon in the Middle Sky continent, this bead was not very useful, so these old guys would not stop him. Taoist Master Tiange and Elder Han didn't speak when they heard the words. Instead, they turned to look at the other two and exchanged a look. Since this is your intention, let us discuss it again before making a decision. After the old man with a kind face and the old man with thick white eyebrows looked at each other, they put down the things in their hands and walked slowly toward the pile of natural treasures in front of them. Because the spirit-nurturing cauldron and other items were too dazzling, they just glanced at it in a hurry and didn't pay much attention to the other items. After hearing Lu Ming's words, they remembered to check the remaining items carefully. The two old men stopped in front of the pile of natural treasures like a hill, looked at it carefully, and talked with voice transmission from time to time. When the old man with thick white eyebrows saw one of the dull spiritual herbs, joy flashed across his eyes. With a slight shake of his sleeve, he caught it in his hand and started to play with it. When the amiable-looking old man saw the spiritual herb, his eyes also lit up. This was a gray spiritual grass about a foot long. At first glance, it seemed to be withered. There were hundreds of branches and leaves. There were some faint black spirit patterns on the leaves, flashing a faint light. When Lu Ming saw this, he couldn't help but be delighted. This spiritual grass should be obtained from the storage ring of the blood shadow clone that day. Because he was in a hurry at that time, he didn't examine it carefully, so he didn't know what material it was from beginning to end. However, judging from the expression of the two old men, it should be a rare spiritual grass. In this way, there was a great possibility that the Mountain River Pearl and the purple origin fruit would be left behind. After another quarter of an hour, the two old men finally finished checking the pile of materials carefully. Nephew Lu, we have made a decision after discussion. If you leave all the materials here, you can take away this set of 12 bead embryos, the spiritual medicine needed to break through to the Jin Dan, and the dead eggs and corpses of the beastkin. As for the purple origin fruit, I will leave one for you. After all, you are young and have a lot of lifespan. How about this? I will give you an additional 1 million contribution points as a reward for handing in the most resources this time. In the end, the old man with thick white eyebrows looked at Lu Ming lightly and said so. Lu Ming only felt a faint sense of oppression. For a moment, he couldn't look directly at the old man's eyes. It seemed that this proposal was final and there was no room for discussion. Although only one purple origin fruit could be left, the 12 embryos of the Mountain River Pearl could be obtained. This made Lu Ming secretly heave a sigh of relief. After all, comparing the two, the Mountain River Pearl was more important to him. As for the 1 million contribution points, it was quite timely for Lu Ming. Although he had already collected enough contribution points to enter the Evil Ghost Way, the 1 million contribution points could allow him to make more preparations before he entered the Evil Ghost Way. Disciple thanks the two great elders. After thinking about it again and again, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The amiable-looking old man and the old man with thick white eyebrows heard this and nodded with satisfaction. Taoist Tiange and Elder Han looked at each other and also showed a trace of a smile. Although with their status, the disciples of the sect would naturally have no choice but to agree if they spoke out, it would be a bit beneath their status and it wouldn't be good if word got out. Naturally, it would be better for Lu Ming to agree voluntarily. After Lu Ming cupped his fist at them, he waved in the air. A breeze rose from the ground, rolling up several spiritual grass, spiritual medicine, purple yuan fruit, magic crystal bead, mountain river bead and other items, and quickly put them into the Sumeru ring. When he put away the dead eggs of the three-crowned golden rooster, no one present gave him a second glance. It was as if they didn't care about it at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown inwardly. Even these celestial phenomenon experts couldn't detect the abnormality of the eggs. Could it be that Scorpion Fei had made a mistake? This thought flashed through his mind. He decided to go to the sect's spirit beast breeding area and ask around before making another plan. That's right, you can take some of these spirit gathering stones. At this moment, Daoist Tiange opened his mouth to speak. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and several dozen azure spirit stones flew out from the pile towards Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. After a word of thanks, he put them into his sumeru ring. The old man with thick white eyebrows saw that Lu Ming had put away the items and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his sleeve in the air and pointed at the air. A ray of azure light directly shot into the sex medallion on Lu Ming's waist. The medallion trembled slightly and a ray of azure light flashed. The sex contribution points suddenly increased by 1,000,000. Many thanks, Grand Elder. Seeing this, Lu Ming respectfully cupped his fists and immediately bid farewell to the elders and Daoist Tiange. He turned around and left the main hall, flying in the direction of his cave residence. In the following time, Long Yanfei also counted the harvest of this trip in front of the 3 elders and Daoist Tiange. Although there were a few good things, they were nothing compared to Lu Ming's. As encouragement, the elders of the sect gave a very high evaluation of Long Yanfei's trip to the ruins. They specially rewarded her with some elixirs that had some auxiliary effects in breaking through to the Jin Dan. Then, they sent her away. After Long Yanfei left, the 4 of them discussed for a while. Elder Han and Daoist Tiange took a part of the harvest and left separately. After a while, the underground hall of the main hall became empty, and only 2 old men were left. Senior, I really didn't expect Lu Ming to bring us such a big surprise. It seems that letting him enter the ruins was the best decision for us. The white-browed elder said with a smile. This is also a chance for us. Seeing that our lifespans are at most a few hundred years, this child actually found elixirs that can prolong our lifespans. Moreover, the gray ceremony grass is a rare healing elixir. If we can completely heal the injuries we suffered that day, we may have a chance to break through to the mystic understanding. The amiable elder also changed his demeanor and laughed heartily. As for this spirit-nurturing cauldron, what do you think, senior? The white-browed elder's face slightly darkened as he asked in a low voice. This cauldron is a real treasure cauldron that can increase the spirituality of magic treasures. We can use it first and refine our own magic treasures before making any further plans. Although we agreed that this cauldron would be given to the Celestial Work sect, they have yet to fulfill their promise to deliver the corresponding resources. Moreover, this cauldron is not a treasure of the Celestial Work sect. Now that it has fallen into the hands of our Taiching sect, I'm afraid that the resources we agreed upon at that time will no longer be enough to exchange for it. You and I don't need to worry about the specifics. Let the martial uncles and the mystic understanding make the decision. The amiable elder's eyes flashed as he spoke. Senior is truly astute. Our top priority is to refine these gray ceremony grass into gray spirit pills. We can talk about other matters later. After the 2 happily discussed for a while, they turned into 2 green lights and disappeared from the main hall. After Lu Ming left the main peak of Taiching Gate, he didn't stop at all. He drove the sword straight to his cave house. Speaking of which, he hadn't had a good sleep in the past year. He really needed a good rest. In addition, he had to count the final gains from this trip to the ruins and make a good plan for the next step. While he was thinking, the purple flying sword under his feet had already reached the top of the mountain where the cave house was. As a result, when he came back to his senses, he saw a graceful figure of a girl standing outside his cave house. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. He was naturally familiar with this girl's breath. It was Callan. Junior sister Callan, Lu Ming called in midair. At the same time, he kept the sword light and jumped down from the cave house's door. When Callan heard Lu Ming's voice, her delicate body trembled slightly. She turned her head slightly. After seeing Lu Ming, she smiled, "Brother Lu, you're back." This seemingly ordinary sentence made Lu Ming's chest warm. He couldn't help but feel a great tenderness in his heart. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward and hold her in his arms. Callan obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly hug her. Her body trembled slightly, and her cheeks blushed, but she didn't break away. Junior sister Callan, Lu Ming realized that he was a little rude. He quickly let go of his hands and suddenly wanted to explain something. By the way, Brother Lu has been away for a whole year. A few months ago, I heard that one of the leaders, senior brother Jean, was suddenly teleported out of the ruins for some reason. After many inquiries, I learned that there were many changes in the ruins' secret realm, and there were many dangers. These days should be the critical time to break through to the later stage of retreat, but I always felt a little restless, so I simply came out and waited here for Brother Lu to come back. Before waiting for Lu Ming to finish, Callan lowered her head and explained, but there seemed to be a hint of sadness in her eyes. I made junior sister worry. Callan's words made Lu Ming feel a little tenderness. I know Brother Lu should be more tired. You should quickly go back to the cave house to rest. I'll go to other places alone to relax, then I'll go back. After hearing this, Callan bit her red lips and said, If junior sister doesn't mind, I'm willing to accompany you. When Lu Ming heard this, he blurted out. Since he had sex with Yaoji in the ruins that day, he seemed to be suddenly enlightened about the relationship between men and women. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu. When Callan heard this, she was shocked at first, then she nodded with joy. Lu Ming waved his sleeves without saying a word. A black cloud lifted the two together and flew toward Thousand Spirit Mountain. In the next few days, whether it was a winding path, a small stream, a pavilion in the middle of the mountain, or a waterfall cave, they could see a man and a woman coming and going. Lu Ming seemed to have forgotten all the things in the mortal world. He just accompanied Callan to wander around some beautiful places in this Thousand Spirit Mountain, drinking tea and discussing. Speaking of which, this myriad spirit mountain range was a paradise filled with outstanding people. Enormous and lofty peaks, 1,000 mountains that overlapped each other, white cranes fluttered about, and violet chi enshrouded it. Shockingly, it was a scene of lush greenery, birds chirping, and flowers fragrant. The relationship between the two was also increasing rapidly. In the eyes of other disciples, these two had long been like an immortal couple. This made some male disciples who were originally interested in Callan envious and jealous, but they couldn't do anything about it. After Sha Tongtian witnessed Lu Ming and Callan, he also completely gave up. He plunged into the scriptures pavilion of the sect. After all, the matter of Lu Ming's brilliance in the ruins of the upper realm had already been spread throughout the sect on the day everyone returned. The reputation of the top disciple of the inner gate was completely established, and no one doubted it anymore. There were even rumors that the sect's higher-ups had already made a decision. Once he advanced to Jin Dan, he would immediately be recruited into the Buddha palace of the sect as an esoteric disciple. On this day, on an open grassland at the foot of the mountain, Lu Ming and Callan were casually leaning on a boulder side by side. Brother Lu, when I was in Yunchuan that day, you helped me several times. Even after I returned to the Sea Creature clan, you didn't regard me as an enemy. Since then, is it not just a simple brother-sister relationship for me? Callan suddenly blinked and asked softly to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned slightly red, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Seeing Lu Ming scratching his ears and cheeks for a long time, Callan smiled sweetly and asked again, that day when you participated in the gambling fight on my behalf and challenged the Wen brothers, why did you promise me? After that, when the sect master engaged us, he didn't say anything to refuse. You should have some feelings for me in your heart, right? Junior sister Callan, actually. There was a trace of embarrassment on Lu Ming's face. After a moment of hesitation, he was about to say something when suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the token on Callan's waist. Callan's expression changed slightly. She clapped her hand, and a spiritual light flashed out of the token and stopped in the void. I left the sect for only about a month, and you actually came out on your own to travel around. Now is the critical moment for you to break through. Why don't you quickly return to the mountain and continue your closed-door training? Listening to the voice, it was her master, Master Miaoyin. Brother Lu, Master urged me to cultivate behind closed doors. I'm afraid I have to leave you for a while. Callan's pretty face was bitter. She stood up and said reluctantly. Since Master's junior said so, junior sister. Apprentice should go back to cultivate first. I have some elixirs to help you break through the bottleneck of the crystallization period later stage. Maybe it will be helpful for you to break through the bottleneck. Lu Ming frowned when he heard the words, but he immediately took out a few bottles of elixirs, including several earth-grade Yun spirit pills. Thank you, Brother Lu. After Callan took the small bottle handed over by Lu Ming, she put it into the storage bracelet without looking at it. However, after a pause, she suddenly took a step forward and lightly pecked Lu Ming's cheek with her lips. Then, she shyly took a few steps back and made a hand sign. She stepped on a blue cloud and soared into the sky. Finally, she turned into a blue light and flew toward the misty peak. Lu Ming touched the place where he was kissed on his cheek, and his heart was also tumbling. After a while, he put away the thoughts in his heart. He had always boasted that his self-control was extremely strong, but for Callan, there was always an inexplicable feeling in his heart. After getting along with her for a few days, this feeling had a feeling of surfacing, but at the last moment, he still couldn't take the last step. Lu Ming returned to the cave house's secret room. After meditating for a whole day and night, his state of mind recovered to the calm state. He opened his eyes and waved his hand, and there were a lot of things on the ground. Apart from the semi-finished Pearl of Mountain and River, these were all his gains from the ruins: 11 embryos of the Pearl of Mountain and River, a demonic crystal bead, a purple origin fruit, a large pile of demon eggs, dozens of spirit-gathering stones, and some colorful herbs. Apart from the special golden pheasant egg that Scorpion Fei was a little afraid of, the rest of the dead demon eggs were not very useful to Lu Ming now. He planned to find an opportunity to sell them all for spirit stones. As for the spirit herbs and purple origin fruit that were helpful for breaking through to the Jin Dan, he planned to deal with them later. As for the spirit-gathering stones, he planned to set up a small spirit-gathering formation in the cave house when he had the time in the future. After some thought, he sorted these things and put them back into the Sumera ring. When he saw the demonic crystal bead, he thought about it and kept it close to his body. After doing all this, only the 11 embryos of the Pearl of Mountain and River and the special golden pheasant egg were left on the ground. He waved his hand, and the 11 yellow beads floated in the air, emitting rings of yellow light. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, and his mind spun rapidly. He no longer had any first essence heavy water on hand, but if he paid attention to the various markets and auctions in the future, he should be able to find some. If he could refine all 11 embryos of the Pearl of Mountain and River into semi-finished magic treasures, his strength would immediately skyrocket to an unimaginable level. Of course, activating all 12 pearls of mountain and river at the same time, even if they were only semi-finished magic treasures, was not an easy task. He would probably need to improve his cultivation. After Lu Ming finished his calculations, he put away the 11 earthen yellow crystal beads and picked up the golden pheasant egg. He studied it again, but still did not find anything. Could it really be a mutated beast egg? A mutated demon beast was a demon beast that, in the process of cultivation, had a sudden change in its power for some unknown reason, and its innate ability would change. This kind of mutation, there were good and bad. It might make an ordinary beastkin a heaven-defying existence, or it might make a superb spirit beast a waste. Mutated beastkin were not rare in the history of the Middle Sky continent. Back in the Chongyang market, the mind imitation insect egg that Lu Ming accidentally obtained was regarded as a mutated green yarn cicada egg by 2 Howren Academy cultivators. Scorpion and Fei could also be said to be mutated beastkin. Both of them were now contaminated with a trace of the ancient troll's breath, and they also absorbed some energy of the sky beastkin's blood essence, which resulted in several mutations. Lu Ming looked at the golden beast egg in his hand with a hint of hesitation. After a while, he seemed to make up his mind. He suddenly stood up, left the cave house, and flew toward a certain direction in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. An hour later, he stood in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. On the slope in front of the 2 peaks that were straight into the sky and surrounded by clouds and mist, he looked out with his hands behind his back. Several huge iron chains were connected between the 2 peaks, and a wooden plaque of nearly 1,000 meters in size was hanging below the iron chains. At a glance, one could tell that this horizontal board was split vertically from an ancient tree. Its surface was densely covered with growth rings. At a glance, it was at least 10,000 years old. Such a huge tree was not an ordinary item. Perhaps this horizontal board was not as simple as a horizontal board. Written on the horizontal board were the 3 bold words Spiritual Beast Garden. This was an important place of Taiching Gate, the place where the sect specialized in domesticating spirit beasts. Since he couldn't identify the golden beast egg, Lu Ming suddenly thought of this. However, this was his first time here. He had only heard about it from his fellow sect members. After Lu Ming looked at it a few times, he suddenly raised his arm and released a ray of light. It disappeared into the middle of the two mountain peaks in a flash. After a while, a red light flashed on the two peaks, and a young man in red clothes flew out. After a few flashes, he appeared in front of Lu Ming, saluted, and said politely, "Young master." He bowed and politely said, "Senior, what business do you have in the spirit beast garden?" "I want to rent a 3-crowned golden pheasant." Lu Ming muttered. 3-crowned golden pheasant? The red-clothed youth's face revealed a strange expression. What? Our sect doesn't have this kind of beast? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he glanced at the red-clothed youth. Speaking of which, he had only read about the 3-crowned golden pheasant in ancient records. He had never seen one with his own eyes. The red-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand. "Senior, don't misunderstand. The 3-crowned golden pheasant is only a common fire-type beast. The spirit beast garden naturally has them, but very few people rent them. Senior, follow me." With that said, the red-clothed youth's face began to sweat. He quickly turned around and flew between the two peaks. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. He didn't use any spiritual pressure to intimidate the red-clothed youth. However, since he cultivated the ghost Tao, his killing intent was already dense. In the ruins of the upper realms, he had killed many cultivators of the same level and even higher levels. The killing intent in his body was finally starting to show. During battle, this killing intent would be of great help to him. It could easily intimidate cultivators of the same level as him. However, if he didn't restrain it during normal times, it would be somewhat inconvenient. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he had already followed the red-clothed youth into the spirit beast garden. Looking behind the two mountains, what entered his eyes was a relatively short chain of mountains. There were more than 1,000 mountains of various sizes, and every mountain was enveloped by a semicircular formation barrier. Within the barrier, there were faint lights of various colors flashing. Lu Ming scanned with his divine sense, only to find that each mountain peak had a different style. Some were densely covered with towering ancient trees, some were lush with green grass, and some were like a huge ranch built against the mountain. There were even several fences built on the mountain that looked like the pigsty of an ordinary farmer's family, but the size was many times larger than the pigsty. In these forests and mountains, there were one or more types of demonic beasts. There were birds and beasts of various shapes and sizes, and it could be said that there was everything one could think of. For example, there was a clear pond in a ring-shaped valley. There was an 8-legged elephant that was over 1,000 feet tall. Its entire body was yellow in color. As it casually waved its trunk that was 200 to 300 feet long, the surrounding space would distort and sway. In another mountain full of dense forest, there were several ferocious spirit beasts with leopard bodies and eagle heads, but they were strolling leisurely in the forest with gentle expressions. On a huge barren mountain next to this mountain, there was a huge bird that gave off a bluish-purple glow. It looked like the primordial divine beast, the vermilion bird. It was constantly flying up and colliding with the formation boundary. It even let out a piercing screech. Some of these demonic beasts were familiar to Lu Ming, some he had only heard of in the ancient books, and some he had never seen before. It was an eye-opener for him. What was similar was that every formation barrier was guarded by a cultivator in a red robe. Lu Ming's divine sense swept through these cultivators, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These people in red robes, the lowest cultivation level was at the later stage of the condensation period. There were even figures of crystal-level cultivators on the mountain peaks where the beasts were. It seemed that Tai Ching Gate had spent a lot of effort and money on taming spirit beasts. The young man in red flew toward the depths of the mountain with Lu Ming. Not long after, they arrived in front of a crimson mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was also shrouded by a huge barrier. "The place where the 3-crown golden rooster is raised is here, please wait a moment." The young man in red squeezed out a smile on his face and waved his hand to cast a spell on the barrier in front of him. A moment later, the barrier shook, and a crack slowly appeared in the middle. A short-haired brawny man flew out from it. "So it's Junior Chu, what a rare guest." "What? Does anyone want to rent the spirit beasts here? Is it this one?" When the short-haired brawny man saw the young man in red, he immediately grinned and looked at Lu Ming, who was standing behind him, and asked. The young man in red ignored the short-haired brawny man and explained to Lu Ming softly, "This is Senior Chiu from this mountain peak." Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. "If Senior has any requests, you can discuss it directly with Senior Chiu. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." After the young man in red finished speaking, he turned around and flew away. "May I know this junior's surname, and what kind of spirit beast are you looking to rent?" Seeing the young man in red leave in such a hurry, the short-haired brawny man furrowed his brows slightly. After carefully examining Lu Ming, he spoke with a smile. "My surname is Lu. This time, I came to rent a 3-crown golden rooster." Lu Ming didn't waste any time and directly stated his purpose. "So it's younger brother Lu, please come with me." The short-haired brawny man grinned and entered through the crack in the barrier. Lu Ming followed closely behind him and flew into the barrier. He didn't feel it from the outside, but when he entered the barrier, he immediately felt a wave of heat wash over him. This is a spirit vein of earth fire. There are many fire-type spirit beasts raised here. As the short-haired brawny man brought Lu Ming inside, he began to casually introduce the situation of the mountain peak he was in charge of. Not long after, the two arrived at a flat plaza at the top of the Red Mountain Peak. "Please wait here for a moment, I will go get a 3-crown golden rooster." "That's right, what rank does younger brother Lu want?" the short-haired brawny man asked. "What's the cultivation level of the strongest 3-crown golden rooster here?" Lu Ming thought for a moment and asked in reply. "The 3-crown golden rooster is only a normal fire-type spirit beast. It is born with a crown and will grow a 2nd crown when it is young. When it becomes an adult, its strength will reach the liquid level and it will grow a 3rd crown. However, there is a 4-crown golden rooster here that has reached the early crystal level. This is also very rare in the outside world." Although the short-haired brawny man was a bit confused, he still answered truthfully. "Oh? I want this 4-crown golden rooster of the crystal level." Lu Ming heard this and said without hesitation. The short-haired brawny man was startled but didn't say much. He signaled for Lu Ming to wait for a moment before turning into a red light and flying towards the northeast of the mountain peak. Lu Ming looked around and saw that there were a few palaces built against the mountain peak. They were probably for the people guarding this place to rest. There were also a few restrictions at the bottom of the mountain, dividing the area into 4 areas according to north, south, east, and west. Standing at the top of the mountain, he could see that the south and west sides had a fire rat half the size of a person and a 3-legged fire bird. Their cultivations were mostly at the liquid level and they were beasts that he had never seen before. Not long after, the short-haired brawny man flew back. What surprised Lu Ming was that he was empty-handed, causing Lu Ming to frown. But in the next moment, Lu Ming noticed a red bag tied to the short-haired brawny man's waist. His face showed a hint of understanding. "Junior brother, you've waited for a long time. The 4-crown golden rooster is in the spirit beast bag. Use this token to control the beast," the short-haired brawny man said as he removed the red bag from his waist and took out a dark red jade token. He handed both to Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming reached out and took it. "Oh right, this crystal level 4-crown golden rooster costs 100,000 spirit stones to rent every day. I wonder what senior brother Lu wants to rent this beast for. Other than the natural beastkin fire in its body, its other abilities aren't very strong," the short-haired brawny man said leisurely. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He just smiled and said, "I don't want to rent this beast for battle. I just have something in my mind that I need to verify." As soon as his voice fell, he waved his hand and launched a symbol on the dark red token in his hand. The spiritual beast bag in his hand flashed in red light, and a large crimson bird of 10 meters size landed on the square. This beast looked no different from a domestic chicken in the mortal world. It had 2 dark blue claws, bright fur, and long curved feathers. The only special thing was that there were 4 blood-red cockscombs on its head. At first glance, it looked like there were 4 fresh flowers on its head. It looked a bit comical. "You want to?" The short-haired brawny man looked at it and stopped talking. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to the short-haired brawny man and narrowed his eyes to size it up. The beast let out a goo-goo sound and its huge head looked left and right, causing the 4 coxcombs on its head to jump slightly. It didn't look like a normal beast at all. Lu Ming patted the cultivating soul bag on his waist and a black light flew out, turning into a palm-sized silver scorpion. Master. With an outsider present. The scorpion didn't open its mouth to speak and only used its mind to communicate with Lu Ming. It's a white-bone scorpion. No, it seems to be a ghost scorpion? TSK, and it's a crystal level late stage. I didn't think that Senior Lu also likes to raise spirit beasts. The short-haired brawny man looked at the scorpion and said in amazement. Scorpion, there's a crystal level 4 crown golden rooster king here. What do you think? Lu Ming didn't answer the short-haired brawny man and asked the scorpion through his mind. There was no need for Lu Ming to say anything. The scorpion had already seen the 4 crown golden rooster king not far away. Its 2 large claws raised up and it let out a hostile squeak. When the 4 crown golden rooster king saw the scorpion, its 4 coxcombs instantly stood up and became even more red. At the same time, the red feathers on its body exploded and it took an offensive stance. With a poochie sound, the golden rooster beast's body emitted a sky-high flame, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. It was said that scorpions and chickens were originally 2 animals that countered each other. Naturally, they would view each other as enemies upon meeting. When Lu Ming saw this, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The scorpion faced the crystal level 4 crown golden rooster king without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, its body suddenly emitted black gas, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a size of 10 feet. The tail of the 4 crown golden rooster king flickered with a faint black light. Its body moved, turning into a black shadow as it pounced forward. The 4 crown golden rooster king gave a goo-goo sound as the flames on the surface of its body curled up. It also suddenly charged at the bone scorpion. Younger brother Lu, you. The short-haired brute looked at Lu Ming and frowned. Brother Chiu, don't worry. This is the reason why I rented the 3 crown golden rooster king. Lu Ming said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent collision sounded in midair. The 2 suddenly collided, one red and one black, 2 balls of light fiercely colliding, intertwining and flashing. However, in just a breath's time, following a miserable howl, the 4 crown golden rooster king flew backwards and heavily fell to the ground. The flames on its body had already mostly dissipated, and a long wound could clearly be seen on its left wing. On the other side, a black light flashed, and the scorpion stood firmly in place. Black gas curled around its body, and it let out a proud cry. The 4 crown golden rooster king angrily called out, and the 4 crowns on its head emitted a bright red light. It opened its mouth and spat out several bowl-sized purple flames that coiled into a pillar of purple-red flame. Everywhere the flame passed, it emitted a scorching heat. The ground was scorched black, and even the nearby air seemed to be ignited. When the short-haired brute saw this, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. This should be the natural demon fire of the tri-crown golden rooster that the short-haired man had mentioned. The scorpion didn't back down in the slightest. With a flash of yellow light from its pincers, the ground suddenly exploded. Countless rocks of various sizes shot out, forming a flood of rocks that collided with the pillar of fire from the 3-crowned golden rooster. The temperature of the purplish-red flame was extremely high, and a large number of stones were melted, turning into bursts of green smoke. However, more and more stones gathered behind, and in the blink of an eye, the pillar of purplish-red flame was suppressed. Banging sounds could be heard. The 4-crowned golden pheasant king let out a pained cry as its body was swept up by the torrent of rocks. It flew more than 30 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Countless feathers fell from the sky, making it look extremely wretched. That's enough, scorpion. Lu Ming sighed and telepathically stopped the scorpion, who was still somewhat eager to try. The scorpion let out a low cry of satisfaction, and its body rapidly shrank back to the size of a palm. It landed on Lu Ming's shoulder and used its pincers to intimately rub Lu Ming's neck. The short-haired brute to the side was dumbfounded. Although the 4-crowned golden rooster king's cultivation wasn't as high as its opponent's, its natural demon fire should be able to restrain scorpion-type beasts. However, Lu Ming's silver scorpion had defeated the crystal level 4-crowned golden rooster king in a few moves. Brother Chiu, that's enough. Here are 100,000 spirit stones. Please take this golden rooster king. Lu Ming took out a storage glyph and handed it to the short-haired brute along with the red pouch and token. The short-haired man bitterly laughed before accepting the pouch and command medallion. He then cast a spell seal and the pouch released a red light that wrapped around the dejected four-crowned golden rooster king. In a flash, it was sucked into the pouch. Lu Ming muttered to himself. With a flash of his hand, a faint golden beast egg appeared. Brother Qiao, as the garden guardian disciple, you should be very familiar with the three-crowned golden rooster's beast egg. Please take a look at this. Lu Ming said and handed the beast egg to the short-haired brute. The scorpion didn't even fear the crystal-level four-crowned golden rooster king. This beast egg was most likely not the three-crowned golden rooster's beast egg. This is the beast egg of the three-crowned golden rooster, but it seems to be a dead egg. The short-haired brute took the golden beast egg and carefully examined it for a while before speaking with some interest. I found this by chance in a ruin. There were many three-crowned golden rooster king's eggs nearby, but this beast egg seemed a bit special, so I took it with me. Lu Ming said lightly. The short-haired brute heard this and muttered something. A white light appeared on his finger and he touched the golden beast egg. After a while, he moved his finger away and revealed a doubtful expression. After carefully examining it for a while, he finally returned the beast egg to Lu Ming and shook his head. Apologies, Senior Lu. I also can't recognize the origin of this item. It looks very similar to the three-crowned golden rooster king's beast egg, but there's a strange aura inside. Perhaps it's a mutated beast egg, but the life inside is very weak. It shouldn't be able to hatch. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Even the people of the Spirit Beast Garden couldn't recognize the origin of this egg. It seemed that it would be troublesome to find out its origin. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Lu Ming and Lu Ming instinctively turned their heads and saw a horse-faced old man walking toward them from a nearby building. Elder Bai, you're up so early. The short-haired brute saw this and greeted the horse-faced old man with a smile. Lu Ming's consciousness swept over the newcomer. This person was a Jin Dan cultivator. Looking at his clothing, he should be an elder of the Spirit Beast Garden. Stinking brat, how can this old man cultivate in peace with all this ruckus outside? The horse-faced old man unhappily glared at the short-haired brute, but his words didn't show any real anger. The short-haired brute laughed and didn't seem to care. He then said to Lu Ming, Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu, this is the supervisor of the Spirit Beast Garden, Elder Bai. Greetings, Elder Bai. My spiritual beast disturbed Elder's cultivation just now. I'm really sorry. Lu Ming cupped his fist and said apologetically. It's just a small matter. The horse-faced old man waved his hand. He turned his gaze and stopped at the scorpion on Lu Ming's shoulder. After a few glances, his eyes flashed. The scorpion felt the gaze of the horse-faced old man, and it screamed twice with some dissatisfaction. Its body moved, but it turned into a wisp of black gas and went into the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist. Seeing this, the horse-faced old man quickly asked Lu Ming, Are you Lu Ming? I'm indeed the disciple of Fallen Serene Peak, Lu Ming. Lu Ming said without concealment. It turns out that you are Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu, who is known as the top inner disciple. After the short-haired brute heard the name Lu Ming, his eyes lit up. I don't deserve the title of the top inner disciple. I'm just an ordinary inner disciple. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. The horse-faced old man glared at the short-haired brute, seemingly blaming him for interrupting, then he turned back and said to Lu Ming. Hee, it turns out to be Lu. Your scorpion spiritual beast has great potential. I wonder if you can sell it to me. You don't have to worry about the spirit stones. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can satisfy you. Sorry, Elder Bai, this spiritual beast has been accompanying me since I was in the spirit apostle stage. I won't sell it. Lu Ming naturally shook his head when he heard this. You think about it again, how about 50 million spirit stones? The horse-faced old man was not angry. He reported a number that was extremely exaggerated for the crystallization period cultivator. Even if it's 100 million spirit stones, I don't intend to sell it. Lu Ming still refused. The horse-faced old man saw that Lu Ming had made up his mind, and his face suddenly showed a disappointed look, but then he waved his hand and said, You are the disciple of Yin Jiuling, right? For that guy's sake, I won't force you. If he comes to find me, my old bones can't take it. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fist. Your spiritual beast should be stuck in the crystallization period later stage for a long time, right? I just saw that the aura in its body is mixed. It seems to contain some beastkin chi and demonic chi. If you want to advance to the pseudo-pellet state and then condense Jin Dan, you need to sort out the mixed spiritual power in its body. Otherwise, it can only stop here for the rest of its life. The horse-faced old man thought about it and said, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lu Ming was surprised when he heard this, and he deeply bowed to the horse-faced old man. No problem. This old man and Yin Jiuling can be considered old friends. It's not a big deal to give his disciple some pointers. The horse-faced old man was not a stickler for formalities, and he said in a humorous tone. Disciple has a question, and I hope Martial Uncle Bai can give me some pointers. Lu Ming's eyes turned, and he immediately took out the golden beast egg. The horse-faced old man seemed to already know what Lu Ming was thinking, and he shook his head as he said, I have already used my consciousness to examine this item from afar. I can't say for sure where this item came from, but I can be sure that it is not the beast egg of a 3-crown golden rooster beast. When Lu Ming heard the deputy elder of the Spirit Beast Garden say this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. I wonder if Martial Nephew has heard of a 10,000-year-old sect called Heavenly Beast Mountain? They mainly breed, sell, and tame spiritual beasts. In terms of understanding of all kinds of beasts, they are absolutely second to none in the Middle Sky continent. If Martial Nephew has the time, you might as well go ask them. The horse-faced old man stroked his beard and gave a suggestion to Lu Ming. Heavenly Beast Mountain? Disciple has heard of it. It seems to be a sect that is on good terms with our sect. Lu Ming's expression changed. That's right. Although our Taiching Gate also has a medium-sized spirit beast garden, we are not good at controlling beasts. There is a 1,000 Beasts Pavilion in the Heavenly Beast Mountain, which has a collection of illustrations and information of many beasts from ancient times to the present. It even has some in the Barbarian continent and the 10,000 Demons continent. How about this? For the sake of Yin Jiuling, I will help you to the end. I am quite familiar with an elder of the Heavenly Beast Mountain. You can take this talisman and find an elder called Hua can spend some spirit stones, and you should be able to enter the 1,000 Beasts Pavilion once. As for whether you can find out the origin of the golden egg in your hand, it will depend on your luck. As the horse-faced old man spoke, he took out a light green talisman and threw it to Lu Ming. The talisman was painted with a beast character in gold paint, and it looked quite exquisite. Thank you, Master Senior Bai. Lu Ming was delighted when he heard the words. He quickly took it and bowed deeply. In the following time, he didn't stay here any longer. He quickly left the spiritual beast garden. Elder Bai, it's rare to see you being so generous. You even gave away the token of Elder Hua of the Sky Beast Mountain. Are you still thinking about the scorpion? After Lu Ming left, the short-haired brawny man said with a smile. Are you kidding me? Am I the kind of person who pesters endlessly? Yin Jiuling once did me a big favor a few years ago. I will help his disciple this time. It can be regarded as returning his favor. The horse-faced old man snorted, then he swaggered out. The short-haired brawny man shook his head, then launched a few symbols with one hand. There was a burst of khaki light on the ground. The traces of the battle between Scorpion and Triple Crown Golden Rooster were quickly cleaned up. After leaving the spiritual beast garden, Lu Ming did not return to his cave house. Instead, he went directly to the teleportation hall of the sect and left the 1,000 Spirit Mountain range by teleportation array. Yuzhou, where the Sky Beast Mountain was located in the southwest of the Middle Sky continent. It was tens of thousands of miles away from the 1,000 Spirit Mountain range. Lu Ming traveled day and night on the Daiyue flying boat. He even spent spirit stones to pass through the teleportation array of the major forces. It still took him more than a month to arrive at Yuzhou. On this day, outside the Sky Beast Mountain, a white flying boat came from the distant sky. A man in a black robe stood on the flying boat. It was naturally Lu Ming who had changed into the sex costume. He looked at the Sky Beast Mountain in front of him, and a hint of shock flashed across his face. A few thousand meters ahead, a huge mountain towering into the clouds rose from the ground. It disappeared into the clouds from halfway up the mountain. This mountain was the most majestic and towering mountain that Lu Ming had seen so far since he entered the Middle Sky continent. The mountain alone covered an area of hundreds of miles. It stood in front of him like a giant that could hold up the sky. On the three giant walls of the mountain from top to bottom, the words Sky Beast Mountain were written in turn. Each word was nearly 10,000 meters in size and was extremely magnificent. Behind the towering mountain peak, one could vaguely see a series of shorter mountain ranges. That was where the Celestial Beast Mountain sect was located, the Celestial Beast Mountain Range. While he was lost in his thoughts, a white demon bird flew over from the peak of the mountain. A young man dressed in a blue robe stood on the back of the bird. He looked at Lu Ming with a slightly vigilant look in his eyes. "May I know your name, Senior? My Heavenly Beast Mountain is right ahead. If there's nothing important, please don't stay here." The young man only had the cultivation of the condensation period. He drove the demon bird under him and stopped more than 100 meters away from Lu Ming. He said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "I'm Lu Ming of Taiqing Gate. I'm here today to visit Elder Huacan of your sect." As Lu Ming said, he turned his hand and took out the Taiqing Gate inner disciple token, hung it on his waist, and said blankly, "Oh, it turns out to be Senior Lu of Taiqing Gate. Please take a rest in the reception hall first." When the young man saw the token in Lu Ming's hand, he looked solemn and bowed. Lu Ming nodded slightly, then he followed the young man around the towering giant peak. Not long after, they came to a white jade square halfway up the mountain. The square was surrounded by gorgeous pavilions. The young man took Lu Ming into a private room in one of the pavilions. Lu Ming looked around a few times. The materials used for the doors, windows, and seats here were very particular. They were exquisitely carved. It seemed that a lot of effort was put into it. As soon as he sat down, a servant immediately served spirit tea and fruits. Seeing the respectful attitude of the young man, Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The name of the four ancient sects is really useful. Senior Lu, please don't blame me. Elder Huacan of our sect is now cultivating behind closed doors. He generally won't see outsiders. I wonder if Senior has a token to represent his identity." The young man didn't sit down. He stood a few steps away from Lu Ming and said with some embarrassment. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't speak. Instead, he took out the talisman given by Elder Bai and handed it to the young man. "It turns out that you have the 10,000 Beast Talisman of our sect. Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior will inform Elder Hua for you." As soon as the young man saw the Beast Talisman, his face changed. He took it respectfully and walked out quickly. Lu Ming saw the change in the young man's expression, and his heart moved slightly. The young man just blurted out the words, 10,000 Beast Talisman. It seemed that the token that Elder Bai gave him had some background. However, he didn't delve into it. He just sat quietly in his seat and waited quietly. The spirit tea prepared by the Sky Beast Mountain was sweet with a hint of bitterness. There was a lingering fragrance in the mouth, and it had a different flavor when drinking it. As for whether he could see Elder Huacan, he wasn't too worried. Sure enough, after about a quarter of an hour, the young man hurried in from the outer door. "Senior Lu, sorry to keep you waiting. Please come with me. Elder Hua has agreed to meet you. Fellow, please lead the way." Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. He stood up and said without hesitation. After the young man excused himself, he walked out of the pavilion with Lu Ming. This time, he didn't release the spirit bird. Instead, he flew toward the depths of the Sky Beast Mountain range. Lu Ming curiously observed the surrounding scenery along the way. The Sky Beast Mountain was similar to the Taiqing Gate. The mountain gate was built in the middle of the mountains. After all, the mountain range was the best place to gather spiritual energy. There were many different kinds of buildings on the towering mountain peaks. From time to time, disciples wearing the blue clothes of the Sky Beast Mountain could be seen shuttling back and forth. It was a busy scene. Almost all the disciples of the Sky Beast Mountain used spirit beasts as a means of transportation. There were all kinds of spirit beast bags hanging on their bodies. At the bottom of the mountain, there were many spherical light curtains. These light curtains were dozens of miles wide, and the small ones were a few miles wide. They were of different colors. From a high altitude, it looked like a giant mushroom had emerged from the ground. It was quite spectacular. This scene was somewhat similar to the Spirit Beast Garden at the Taiching Gate. However, the scale of this place was 100 times more spectacular than the Spirit Beast Garden. Your sect is a beast-taming sect. Could it be that the formation below is a place for spirit beasts to be raised? Lu Ming lightly asked. Senior Lu is right. Due to the different living habits of these demon beasts, in order to increase their survival rate, we can only divide them into different areas in different environments and enshroud them with special restrictions, the young man said with a smug tone. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. He silently circulated his Fa to his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of spirit beasts were in the formation below. However, no matter how much he circulated his Fa, he couldn't penetrate the formation below. No matter which formation it was, there was always a layer of white fog that blocked his vision. Naturally, it was more likely that his divine sense could penetrate it. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but after thinking about it, he understood. The Celestial Beast Mountain was established on the basis of controlling demonic beasts. Raising these demonic beasts was naturally of utmost importance, and they wouldn't let outsiders see them easily. After understanding the situation, he didn't continue to waste his Fa in vain. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived in front of a cave that was built on the top of a mountain. Senior Lu, this is the place where Elder Huaqian cultivates. I will leave first. When they arrived here, the young man turned around and said respectfully. Thank you for your trouble. Lu Ming lightly said. After the young man bowed to Lu Ming, he formed a hand seal and flew into the sky. Lu Ming flew and landed in front of the cave. He tidied up his clothes and was about to bow to the cave. However, the cave's door opened automatically and a slightly old voice came out. No need to be so polite. Come in. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He then walked into the cave. With a rumble, the cave's door quickly closed behind him. He glanced at the door behind him. His expression didn't change much and he continued to walk forward. Behind the cave's door was a spacious passage. After walking through it, a spacious hall appeared in front of him. An old man in a black robe was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. Taiching Gates. Lu Ming greets Elder Hua. Lu Ming walked closer and immediately bowed. The old man in a black robe had gray hair, but he was quite tall. He looked up and down at Lu Ming, then he sat down on the main seat and said lightly, Nephew disciple is welcome, sit down. Lu Ming thanked him and walked to the side to sit down. This 1,000 beasts token was given to Elder Bai of Taiching Gate by me back then. Is Lu Elder Bai's disciple? The old man in a black robe raised his hand and showed the talisman again. He glanced at Lu Ming and asked. That's not it. I'm a disciple of Fallen Serene Peak. I just met Elder Bai by chance, so I got this thing. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Fallen Serene Peak, Lu Ming. It turns out that Nephew Disciple is the evil cultivator killer who was famous a few years ago. I didn't realize it for a while. The old man in a black robe said with a smile. It's just a rumor from some people outside. Elder Hua, please don't laugh at me. I came to visit you this time because I have something to ask. I hope Elder Hua can help me. Lu Ming replied modestly. Lu, please speak. The old man in a black robe didn't show any surprise on his face. I heard that your sect is the leading beast summoning sect in the Middle Sky continent. The 1,000 Beasts Pavilion in your sect has collected many pictures and information of rare beasts. I would like to ask for some information from your sect's 1,000 Beasts Pavilion. Lu Ming said sincerely. Oh, go to the 1,000 Beasts Pavilion. The old man in a black robe's eyes flashed. Yes, please make an exception, Elder. Seeing this, Lu Ming stood up and bowed. The old man in a black robe flicked his sleeve casually, and an invisible chi lifted Lu Ming up. He pondered for a while, then he said slowly, looking at the 2 spirit beast bags on you, you should also have a spirit beast. Since you are a kindred cultivator and the descendant of Elder Bai, I naturally have to take care of you. However, our sect also has a rule. Any foreign disciple who enters the Thousand Beasts Pavilion must be charged some spirit stones as a fee. I understand, thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard the words. He didn't care about spirit stones, but if the other party didn't agree, it would be troublesome. The old man in a black robe smiled slightly. He waved his hand, and a green light flew out of his sleeve. It was a small marten with green fur. The small marten's body rolled in the air, and it turned into a young woman in a green shirt. It slowly floated down. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's heart. Green Damask, take this Lu to the Thousand Beast Pavilion and explain the matter to Junior Brother Sunday, the old man in a black robe ordered faintly. Yes, I know. The voice of the young woman in a green shirt was soft and sweet. Thank you. Lu Ming's face didn't change at all. He just nodded slightly to the young woman in a green shirt. Afterward, Lu Ming bowed to the old man in a black robe again, then he left the cave house with the young woman in a green shirt. The four ancient sects really have a deep foundation. They have countless outstanding disciples. This Lu Ming's divine thought is powerful. He almost found my trace just now. As Lu Ming and the young woman in a green robe walked out of the house, an abrupt voice sounded. Immediately afterward, a green light flashed, and a pale green figure appeared next to the old man in a black robe. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of hazy green light. He looked quite mysterious. Your concealment mystic art even fooled the old monster Moxin, a celestial state cultivator, but it was almost discovered by this kid. It seems that this person is worthy of his reputation. Alright, this time I can return a favor to Bai Qi of the Taiqing Gate, and I can also form a good relationship with this Lu Ming. The old man in a black robe raised his eyebrows and said so. My heavenly beast mountain has only been established for more than 30,000 years. It is far from the four ancient sects like the Taiqing Gate. Otherwise, why would I deliberately make friends with this ordinary inner disciple? The green light figure seemed to be a little disdainful and snorted coldly. The old man in a black robe smiled slightly and said nothing. After Lu Ming left Huacan's immortal cave, he followed the green-robed young woman and flew towards the depths of the heavenly beast mountain range. Along the way, the young woman seemed to be very interested in Lu Ming. She kept asking questions. Lu Ming was silent most of the time. Occasionally, he would answer one or two sentences, which made the green-robed young woman feel bored. The territory of the heavenly beast mountain was very vast. Although it couldn't be compared to the countless years of accumulation of the Taiqing Gate in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, it was not much inferior to the Ouyang clan of the Jade Dream Mountain. After the time it took to finish a meal, Lu Ming and his companion arrived above a steep canyon. Lu, the myriad beast pavilion is right below this valley. The green-robed woman gently pointed her slender finger at the bottom of the canyon, and a strange look flashed through her watery eyes. The myriad beast pavilion is here? Lu Ming frowned and flew to the top of the canyon. He looked down and was slightly surprised. The mountains on both sides of the canyon weren't high, but the terrain was rugged and steep. It was like two long winding snakes, sandwiching the bottom of the shuttle-shaped canyon in the middle. There was a faint white mist floating above the bottom of the canyon, but one could still see through the clouds that there was an unusually tall building built on the mountain. The whole body was made of bluestone, as if it was embedded in the stone wall. Only a part of it was exposed outside. On the stone walls on the left and right sides of the building's gate, there were 6 lifelike demon beasts carved. The demon beasts' eyes were faintly glowing. At a glance, one could know that there was some kind of restriction. A huge stone tablet was erected at the entrance of the building. It was engraved with the words Myriad Beast Pavilion in red. After Lu Ming saw it, his eyebrows twitched and he flew down. At this moment, the clouds below tumbled, and a strange bird with dark cyan feathers and bony bones suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and fiercely rushed toward Lu Ming. The speed of this bird was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 3 or 4 feet away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was also very fast. The moment the strange bird appeared, his hand had already made a sign. At this time, his figure became blurred, and he directly retreated more than 10 feet. He easily avoided the strange bird's attack, making it completely missed. The young woman in green robe seemed to be a little surprised at Lu Ming. A white light flashed in her hand, and there was already a bronze token. She gently shook it at the strange bird that was about to launch an attack. The token suddenly lit up with a burst of white light. When the strange bird saw this, it immediately stopped its attack. It glanced at the young woman with its sharp eyes and nodded its dark cyan head twice. It spread its wings and flew back into the canyon, disappearing without a trace. Sorry, I just forgot to tell Lu that there are spirit beasts secretly guarding all the important places in the Sky Beast Mountain. Outside this myriad beast pavilion, it is this crystallization period later stage bone bird. Anyone who tries to approach will be attacked by it. The young woman said with a smile. Lu Ming frowned slightly, then he relaxed. This woman was obviously taking this as revenge for being ignored just now. However, he was in another sect, and he was asking for help, so he couldn't argue with her. He coughed lightly and said, "This bird actually knows how to completely conceal the breath on its body." I was really shocked. Is this also the beast-taming mystic arts of the Sky Beast Mountain? What are you talking about? The bone bird is a rare sound beast. It is born with the magical ability to conceal its breath. This is not the mystic arts of the Sky Beast Mountain. The young woman in green robe grinned, then a green light appeared under her body, and she flew toward the depths of the canyon. When Lu Ming heard this, he was amazed in his heart. He was also a knowledgeable person, but he had never heard of the name Bone Bird before. The Sky Beast Mountain is really worthy of being a beast-taming sect. They actually use such a beast to guard some important places in the sect. As he sighed in his heart, he had a little more expectation for this trip to the Myriad Beast Pavilion. A black light appeared on his body, and he followed the young woman in green robe into the canyon. As Lu Ming flew all the way down, he found that the shadows and the white mist at the bottom of the canyon were slightly moving. There was actually more than one bone bird lurking. Perhaps it was because of the token in the hand of the young woman in green robe. These strange birds didn't rush over. After a few breaths, Lu Ming and the young woman in green robe landed on the square in front of the Myriad Beast Pavilion. Lu Ming quickly glanced at the beast relief mountains on the stone walls on both sides of the gate, and then he followed the young woman in green robe toward the gate. There was no one around the stone gate of the Myriad Beast Pavilion. After the young woman in green robe took out a token again and shook it, the stone gate rumbled open. The young woman in green robe turned sideways and nodded to Lu Ming, then she led him directly in. There was a long table in the middle of the hall, and a pale middle-aged man was sitting behind it. He was holding a thick book and reading it. When he heard the sound, he raised his head, and his eyes swept over the young woman in green robe, then fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's complexion changed slightly. Where the middle-aged man's eyes met, it made his skin feel a faint tingling as if it was being burned by a raging fire. This middle-aged man with a sickly face was impressively a cultivator at the peak of Jin Dan stage. His aura was faintly close to the celestial state. Elder son, this is Lu Ming of Taiqing Gate. He wants to enter the Myriad Beast Pavilion to read some information. Elder Huaqian allowed him to do so. The young woman in green robe said after bowing to the middle-aged man, and then her lips moved slightly, transmitting a few words. The Myriad Beast Pavilion is only open to the disciples of Celestial Beast Mountain. People from other sects are not allowed to enter. However, since Elder Huaqian has agreed, according to the convention, you need to pay 500,000 spirit stones per hour. In addition, if you want to copy any of the Jade Slips books, you will have to pay an additional fee. Do you understand? The middle-aged man put down the book in his hand and said lightly. Yes, I understand. Lu Ming nodded, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. 500,000 spirit stones per hour, 6 million spirit stones per day. Although this was only a small amount of money for him, but this amount of money was enough to buy a prototype magic weapon in the outside world. It seemed that this one show pavilion was really evil. The message has been conveyed, then I will take my leave. The young woman in green robe bowed gracefully, looked at Lu Ming again, and quickly flew away. The ancient books are upstairs. You can go up and check them yourself. When you come out, you can pay the spirit stones together. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use the spirit beasts on your waist to make up for it. The middle-aged man threw a white token to Lu Ming. After glancing at the 2 spirit beast bags on Lu Ming's waist, he no longer paid attention to him and continued to read. Lu Ming took the token, cupped his hands, and bowed. Without saying a word, he walked around the long table and slowly walked up a wooden staircase behind it to the second floor. The second floor of the Myriad Beast Pavilion was exceptionally spacious and bright. It was several acres in size and there were rows of tall bookshelves. In total, there were 500 to 600 rows of them. Neatly arranged piles of paper books, bamboo slips, and some jade slips were placed on the bookshelves. Lu Ming looked around and found that the bookshelves were shrouded in a layer of white light. At the front of each bookshelf, there were small characters, beasts, insects, birds, sea demons, savages. Lu Ming nodded secretly. It seemed that the Heavenly Beast Mountain had already sorted out the information about the various beasts so that it would be convenient for the visiting disciples to read. There were at least tens of thousands of books here. However, in such a large library, there were only a dozen or so Heavenly Beast Mountain disciples reading. Among them, there were 2 people who were standing near the staircase. After casually glancing at Lu Ming, they turned their gazes away and continued to read the books in their hands. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to read them. Instead, he looked around at the jade slips on the surrounding bookshelves. There were so many books. Some of the covers were slightly yellow. It was obvious that they were ancient books. After roughly checking the second floor, he found a wooden staircase in the corner of the second floor that led to the third floor. However, the staircase was covered with a barrier. He tried to use a technique on the token in his hand. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lu Ming asked a nearby Heavenly Beast Mountain disciple who was reading the books. Only then did he know that the books on the third floor and above were the beast-taming secret techniques of the Heavenly Beast Mountain. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter without the permission of the elders. Lu Ming naturally had no interest in the techniques of the Heavenly Beast Mountain. After a moment of hesitation, he walked to the area where the bird-type beasts were kept. He shook the token in his hand. A ray of light shot out and fell on a bookshelf. Bang! A crack appeared on the white restriction on the bookshelf. Lu Ming stepped forward. He took out a thick book and started to read it on the spot. Lu Ming forgot the time when he stayed in the Thousands Beast Pavilion. 5 days later, a black escape light flew out of the giant peak where the Sky Beast Mountain was located. It flashed and turned into a black figure floating in the air. It was Lu Ming. His face seemed calm and indifferent, but there was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. He waved his sleeve robe gently, and a white jade boat emerged. Lu Ming flashed to the top, and with a swoosh, he flew into the distance. When he returned to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range again, it was already more than a month later. As soon as he stepped into the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, he went to the sex market without stopping. Half a day later, Lu Ming came to the Hall of All Things in the sect again. After spending a lot of contribution points to exchange for some things, he immediately returned to the cave house in Fallen Serene Peak. After opening all the enchantments, he plunged into the secret room. "Master, have you found out the origin of the golden egg?" Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the secret room, and Scorpion's voice came from the soul-recovering bag. During his time in the Celestial Beast Mountain, he deliberately let the 2 spiritual pets sleep in the soul-cultivating bag for fear that they would attract the attention of the powerhouses of the Celestial Beast Mountain. It seemed that Scorpioner had woken up on her own. "It's a worthwhile trip," Lu Ming replied calmly. He waved his sleeve robe, and there were a lot of materials on the ground. Then he turned his palm over. Under a flash of golden light, the pale golden beast egg that looked like a 3-crown golden rooster appeared. Looking at the golden beast egg in his hand, he showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. He had spent a lot of money this time. He spent a total of 30 million spirit stones in 5 days. After reading countless beastkin materials and illustrations in the Thousands Beast Pavilion, he finally found out in a dilapidated ancient book that this suspected dead egg was not the egg of the 3-crown golden rooster, but the egg of an ancient beast, Xianxia, which had long been extinct in the Middle Sky continent. The Xianxia was a strange beast of the world. It looked very similar to a rooster, but its body was much larger. This beast was also one of the rare mutated beasts that could survive in both the Yin and Yang realms. Not only was a fully matured Count Dawn beast the nemesis of all kinds of ghosts, but it also had the ability to traverse between Yin and Yang. However, the requirements for the growth of this wondrous beast were too harsh. It had to simultaneously absorb pure yin qi and the yang world's spiritual qi in order to truly hatch and grow. If this beast only absorbs yin qi and not spiritual qi, it will become a terrifying yin beast. Not only will it be cruel and bloodthirsty, it will not be able to appear during the day. On the other hand, if it only absorbs spiritual qi and not yin qi, it will become an ordinary spiritual beast and lose many of its innate abilities. However, the Xichen had long been extinct in the ancient times, so there was very little information about it. Only the beast-taming sect like the Heaven Beast Mountain would have some information about this beast. According to the ancient book, the egg of the Xichen beast had almost no life fluctuations before it was hatched. It was easy to regard it as a dead egg, but there must be other reasons for such a precious beast egg to be casually thrown aside. However, this was not what Lu Ming needed to care about now. What Lu Ming cared about was that if he could hatch the Xichen beast, its innate ability to restrain ghosts would definitely be a great help to his future cultivation, not to mention that he planned to enter the evil spirit realm soon. Coincidentally, at the end of the ancient book, it also recorded the secret technique on how to activate the Xichen egg. This was also the reason why Lu Ming left the Heaven Beast Mountain in such a hurry. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out a small white jade bowl. He carefully placed the golden beast egg into the bowl. Then, he picked up a jade bottle on the ground and poured some silver liquid into the jade bowl. A faint fishy smell immediately drifted in the secret room. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully reviewed the refining process in his mind again. Then, he opened his eyes and spat out a pure Fa Li into the jade bowl. With a soft pu sound, the silver liquid suddenly burst into a faint silver flame. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. With a wave of his hand, a box of light yellow bone powder on the ground flew up and fused with the silver flame in a flash. Then, there was a gray yin stone that emitted traces of yin qi, followed by 3 spiritual grass stalks that were as thick as a thumb. After adding a dozen or so materials in a row into the jade bowl, the silver flame in the bowl had already grown to a foot high and its color had gradually turned a faint gold. Lu Ming's 2 hands formed a hand sign and shot out several hand signs in succession. Then, he pointed at the yellow light and let out a low shout. The faint gold flame flashed wildly a few times and slowly shrank. Its color became brighter and brighter. Under the licking of the faint gold flame, the golden beast egg began to slowly melt. The faint white markings on the egg's surface began to emit a faint light. The originally lifeless beast egg began to emit a faintly discernible aura of a living creature. Lu Ming's face lit up and he inwardly sighed at the Heaven Beast Mountain secret technique. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, he waved his hand and shot out a hand sign. This ball of blood essence spun around and gradually condensed into a bright red ancient glyph in the air. He muttered an incantation and the glyph gradually solidified. Then, it slowly melted into the beast egg below. Only then did Lu Ming's expression relax. His 10 fingers moved like a wheel and shot out hand signs. He controlled the golden flame in the bowl and continued to envelop the golden beast egg. According to the description of the secret technique, after the spirit-restraining glyph formed from a cultivator's blood essence was carved into the Count Dawn beast egg, it only needed to be refined for a day and a night before the Count Dawn egg's life force would be completely activated. As time slowly passed, half a day later, the outer shell of the golden beast egg in the jade bowl had already taken on a gelatinous form. The life force it emitted was becoming increasingly dense. Lu Ming's gaze never left the beast egg. Seeing this situation, his heart began to burn with excitement. However, at this moment, the beast egg suddenly began to violently tremble. The light on its surface flickered chaotically and the life force within it became somewhat unstable. Lu Ming's expression abruptly changed. His 2 hands repeatedly formed hand signs in an attempt to stabilize it. However, the beast egg's trembling became more and more violent. Then, with a soft pu-chi sound, the white markings on the surface of the beast egg suddenly lost all their light and softly melted. The golden flame in the jade bowl suddenly dissipated and a green smoke came out. The beast egg emitted a strange smell. It was like the smell of fish, but also like the smell of musk. It was extremely strange. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's expression suddenly became somewhat ashen. He immediately stared at the jade bowl in front of him. The beast egg's mutation had occurred too quickly and he was completely unprepared. Moreover, his thoughts turned rapidly, but he could not figure out what exactly had gone wrong. However, it was obvious that the activation had failed. At this moment, the cultivating soul pouch on his waist suddenly moved. With a so sound, a black gas rolled out and instantly enveloped the beast egg. Then, a crunching sound could be heard from within. Lu Ming was immediately dumbfounded. Within the black gas, the palm-sized white-boned scorpion was impressively swallowing the Count Dawn egg in large mouthfuls. It quickly and easily swallowed the entire egg into its stomach. Scorpion! Lu Ming was naturally shocked and opened his mouth to call out. However, the white-boned scorpion acted as if it did not hear him. After swallowing the Count Dawn egg, its body swayed a few times. Then, as if it was drunk, it slumped on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ming hurriedly released his divine sense to check the white-boned scorpion's situation several times. After discovering that it really had fallen into a deep sleep and there were no other changes, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Master, what's going on with Sister Scorpion? The other cultivating soul pouch moved and Fei Er flew out in the form of a boy. He tilted his head and looked at the sleeping white-boned scorpion in the bowl as he muttered. I'm not very clear either. It should be the aura released by the failed incubation of the beast egg. It should have stimulated some kind of nature of the scorpion. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment before making a guess. So that's how it is. Fei Er heard this and let out a sigh of relief. As a result, the scorpion slept for 3 days and 3 nights. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that she directly transformed into a young girl and woke up. Lu Ming had been cultivating in another secret room. After sensing the awakening aura of the scorpion, he walked over quickly. As a result, when he saw the scorpion, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Scorpion, your forehead." Between the young girl's eyebrows, there was an unknown golden crown mark. Master, what's wrong with me? I feel like my brain is a little muddled. The scorpion touched her forehead with a puzzled look on her face. You swallowed the Count Dawn egg that I failed to incubate and have been sleeping for 3 days. Lu Ming said with a sigh of relief. I seem to vaguely remember. I smelled a strange smell, then my consciousness became blurred. The scorpion tried to recall, but it was obviously in vain. While talking, Lu Ming carefully checked the body of the scorpion with divine thought. Except for the golden crown mark on her forehead, there was no other special change. The scorpion herself didn't feel any abnormality in her body. Lu Ming was puzzled, so he had to give up pursuing this matter for the time being. After cleaning up the secret room, he put the scorpion back into the spiritual beast bag around his waist and prepared to leave the cave house to visit Xianxia. Thinking about it, since the end of the trip to the Upper Realm ruins, he hadn't had the time to visit this master because of various trivial matters. He was a little ashamed in his heart. After 15 minutes, in the main hall of the fallen Serene Peak, Xianxia, who was sitting on the main seat, looked at Lu Ming standing in front of him, but he said with an unusually gentle tone, Lu Ming, in this trip to the Upper Realm ruins, you have made great contributions. Not only did you win honor for the fallen Serene Peak again, but the sect also gave you the heavenly hell ghost tree that you brought out from the ruins yesterday. In this way, it is of great help to the cultivation of the fallen Serene Peak disciples. Master, you're overpraising me. I'm just lucky to get some benefits. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Alright, Lu Ming. You don't have to be too humble. With your current strength, there are indeed very few disciples in the inner sect who can match up to you. I'm afraid that after this trip to the ruins, your strength has also improved a lot. What's your plan for the next cultivation? Xianxia waved his hand and said. I want to break through the bottleneck in retreat. If I still can't find the opportunity to advance to Jin Dan after a period of time, I plan to enter the evil spirit realm. Lu Ming said without hesitation. Well, regarding the cultivation, you can do it according to your own plan. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. Xianxia nodded and said. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming bowed. In the following time, Xianxia casually asked about the Upper Realm ruins and sent Lu Ming away. After returning to the cave house, Lu Ming immediately opened the enchantment of the cave door, then he plunged into the secret room and began to cultivate behind closed doors. Shortly after Lu Ming began his retreat, the entire Taiqing Gate suddenly spread the news that Kim Tinti had advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm and restored the name of Jin Liang. One should know that the name Jin Liang, 700 or 800 years ago, was once an influential figure in Zhongtian, and his reputation lasted for more than 100 years. Now that he had returned to everyone's sight, he naturally became one of the topics that everyone in the sect talked about during their leisure time. In a side hall of the Tianjian Peak, a young man wearing a jade crown and a brocade robe was sitting on a green jade chair. His eyes were flickering, and beside him stood a woman in a purple dress. It was Long Yanfei. I didn't expect to hear the news that Kim Tinti had restored to the celestial phenomenon realm as soon as I came out of the retreat. I wonder what happened in the ruins that could actually make him break the seal. By the way, Fei you also went to the upper realm ruins, do you know what happened? The young man wearing a jade crown was the head of the Tianjian Peak, Perfected Yu Heng. Reporting to the Peak Lord, this disciple was assigned to senior brother Qiu's group at that time. After that, I learned from junior brother Luo and the others that they were ambushed by some alien races when they were exploring some ancient ruins. In order to protect the other disciples, senior brother Jin had no choice but to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, senior brother Jin is the rumored Jin Liang. What exactly happened? Long Yanfei replied truthfully, but she was still a little surprised about Jin Liang. Sigh, if it wasn't for the accident back then, with his amazing talent, our sect might have had another powerful cultivator in the profound understanding realm. As for the ins and outs, it's a secret of the sect, so it's not convenient for me to tell you. This trip to the ruins could be said to be filled with danger. The young man wearing a jade crown suddenly changed the topic and asked. Long Yanfei didn't ask further, and then began to tell Perfected Yu Heng about what she had seen and heard in the ruins in the past year. In an octagonal pavilion on the mountainside of the mysterious Heaven Peak, several mysterious Heaven Peak disciples in silver robes were gathered together and talking about something. These people were vaguely led by a handsome young man. This person was Luo Tiancheng, who had the Du Tian spirit body. Kim Tinti is actually that senior Jin Liang from back then. Do you think this is true? A plain-looking young man asked. When I first entered the inner sect, I heard senior brother Fan tell me about him. TSK, he's the goal of my hard work. Another short and fat young man said with a look of admiration. By the way, Tiancheng, I heard that during this trip to the ruins in the upper realm, a few Grand Supreme Elders of the sect deliberately asked him to suppress his cultivation to protect a group of new disciples. Is this true? Another slightly taller, rough-looking young man suddenly turned around and asked Luo Tiancheng. This person was Luo Tiancheng's cousin, Fan Jing, who had some conflicts with Lu Ming. In the ruins, senior brother Tianxi was able to resist the celestial phenomenon devil dwellers in the 10,000 demon continent with his cultivation of Jin Dan. His strength is obvious. If he really is Jin Liang, I don't think it's strange. However, I heard that senior brother Tianxi looks completely different from the previous Jin Liang. This is a little strange. Luo Tiancheng seemed to answer calmly, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Ming was in closed-door training, he still received a message from Long Yanfei and learned about this matter. Speaking of which, he had spent a lot of effort to inquire about many mysterious behaviors of Kim Tinti, as well as the rapid advancement of his cultivation. However, the sect had very little information about Kim Tinti. He didn't even know which peak he belonged to, so he didn't delve into this matter. Now that he knew that he was Jin Liang, he was greatly amazed. He didn't expect that this esoteric disciple of the Taiqing Gate, who only appeared once in 10,000 years, would have so many interactions with him. He recalled the first time he met him, as well as the many puzzling things that followed. Now he finally understood everything. Now that Kim Tinti had restored his identity as Jin Liang, his status in the sect could be imagined. He was afraid that there would be very little interaction with him in the future. After sighing again, Lu Ming closed his eyes again and continued to concentrate on his training. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye when one cultivated without a care in the world. During this period, Lu Ming only left the cave house once when Callan successfully broke through the bottleneck. The rest of the time, he focused on training in the secret room. Despite this, his body and spiritual power were at their peak. After trying various methods, he still couldn't find the opportunity to form a gold core. However, he had cultivated the blood shield secret technique obtained in the ruins of the upper realm to a small success level. With his rather skilled alchemy skills, he successfully refined the colorful coral and 1,000-year soul-chasing grass into a mortal-grade Mang Xian pill after some attempts. However, what made him most depressed was that Luo who still hadn't woken up. No matter how he called out, there was no response. After all, he had promised to assist him with the cage, which was also the biggest help for him to form his gold core. At this point, after thinking about it, he decided to discuss with his master, Yin Jiuling. He planned to enter the evil ghost realm directly. After all, his remaining time was limited. Speaking of which, many people stayed in the pseudo-pellet state because they couldn't find the opportunity to form the gold core. It was not strange for them to stay in the pseudo-pellet state for decades or even hundreds of years. After all, among the 100 crystallization period cultivators, it was considered lucky if one person could eventually advance to the Jin Dan. It was precisely because of this that some people who were eager to succeed would use external forces to forcibly break through to the real pellet stage. Then, it was very likely that they would condense a low-grade real pellet with 3 apertures, and then they would stop on the path of immortal cultivation. However, this kind of situation was quite common among casual cultivators. In a big sect like Taiqing Gate, due to the rich resources, most disciples would find the opportunity to form the gold core through various training methods. Unless it was a last resort, they would never use external forces to forcefully form the gold core. Next to the main hall of Fallen Serene Peak, in an inconspicuous side hall, Yin Jiuling was discussing with Lu Ming about entering the evil ghost realm. Master, disciple has been in retreat for 3 years now, but I still can't find the opportunity to break through to Jin Dan. Disciple plans to go to the evil ghost realm for a trial and look for an opportunity. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said respectfully. If that's the case, then very well, you should go train yourself in the Wraith realm. I've already made an application for you from the sect, this is my token, take it. In addition, Xiaowu has been gone for decades. You can go and see how she is doing over there. Yin Jiuling nodded when he heard the words. After a few words, he raised his hand, and a bloody token flew out from his sleeve. Thank you, Master, disciple understands. Lu Ming held the token in his hand and cupped his fists. Before entering, I need to make as many preparations as possible. Although the 4 great sects will send people to guard that place and sell various supplies, due to the Wraith Realm's large number of consumables, the price will be very high, while the quality of the corresponding supplies will be very low, and there will often be a shortage of them. In addition, remember to always carry the spirit grass and spirit medicine that can assist in breaking through to Jin Dan at all times. In case the opportunity suddenly appears, you can seize the opportunity to form the Jin Dan in one go. Yin Jiuling reminded faintly. After Lu Ming cupped his fists again and thanked Yin Jiuling, he flew toward the sex market. Half a day later, Lu Ming staggered out of the sex market. With his current net worth, the items in the sex market couldn't satisfy his needs at all. He didn't care for the low-tier spirit pills and spirit medicine, but the mid-tier and high-end ones were few and far between. As for the medicinal pills that had miraculous healing effects, most of them could only be exchanged with contribution points from the sect's precious hall. Because of that, he only bought some necessary talismans and pills, then went to the precious hall. There, he used the 1,000,000 contribution points he received to exchange for a large number of spirit medicines. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to exchange for a few spirit pills and spirit medicine that could help in breaking through to Jin Dan at a high price. After all, the opportunity to form a core was something that could only be found by chance, so if he encountered it, he naturally wouldn't let it go. 3 days later, after Lu Ming had prepared everything, he once again set out from his cave. Because Lu Ming was now very famous in the sect, he received the attention of many people. Therefore, the news that Lu Ming didn't hesitate to spend 1,000,000 contribution points to enter the evil spirit realm quickly spread. Lu Ming actually went to the evil spirit realm. It's a pity that I'm so close to advancing to the pseudo-core realm, damn it. In a secret room of a cave on the mysterious Heaven Peak, Luo Tiancheng was holding a voice transmission talisman in his hand. He sat cross-legged with an unwilling expression and coldly muttered to himself. In another secret cave on the Taiqing Gate, a young man in a loose golden robe was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes opened slightly, and specks of starlight flowed around his body. This person was Jin Liang, who had recently advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm. Lu Ming is finally going to the evil spirit realm. If everything goes well, when we meet again, he should have already advanced to the Jin Dan realm. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that there are so many things to deal with in the sect. Otherwise, I could go there and have a look. Come to think of it, I haven't been there for a long time. Jin Liang smiled, then revealed a helpless expression and muttered. Somewhere on the edge of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, there was a small black canyon that was obviously lower than the surrounding mountains. The entrance of the valley was covered by an unusually thick black mist all year round. If one looked down from a high altitude, they would find that the black mist was like a black vortex that could devour the sunlight, making the entire canyon below appear abnormally dim. At this time, in the sunless valley, there was a young man in a black robe walking slowly on the mountain road with a bloody token in his hand. He looked around from time to time. This person was Lu Ming, who was preparing to enter the evil ghost realm to seek an opportunity to advance. As a result, when he walked to the foot of an extremely hidden mountain in the canyon, he stopped in a slight daze. Just beside a boulder not far in front of him, there were two beautiful figures, one purple and one blue. After taking a closer look, the girl in a purple gown was Long Yanfei, and the stunning girl in a blue dress standing next to her was Callan. The two women seemed to be talking softly about something. When they saw Lu Ming, they looked over at the same time. Lu Ming was startled. As he was about to say something, Long Yanfei suddenly whispered a few words in Callan's ear. After a flash of hesitation in Callan's eyes, she walked lightly to Lu Ming and said softly, "Brother Lu, you just sent a voice transmission to inform me. You don't even plan to meet me, and you're going to enter this evil ghost realm alone?" Junior sister Callan, Lu Ming was a little speechless when he heard this. He didn't know what to say. When he learned that Callan had been in retreat for several years after breaking through the bottleneck, he didn't come to tell her in person. If senior sister Long didn't know where the entrance of this evil ghost realm is, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see Brother Lu again. Callan said in a sad tone with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lu Ming turned to look at Long Yanfei, who was not far away, and could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Although the scene of him sightseeing with Callan in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range made him feel a little inexplicable, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation to break through the Jin Dan. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be taken over by someone and end up with his soul destroyed. This kind of helpless situation made it impossible for him to indulge in this kind of love with peace of mind. Jiao Lan, a complicated expression flashed in her clear beautiful eyes. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned and retreated to Long Yanfei's side, saying to her, "Senior sister Long, let's go." Long Yanfei didn't say a word to Lu Ming from the beginning to the end. After responding softly, she turned around and left with Callan and Long Yanfei. Looking at the backs of the two women leaving, Lu Ming stood in place for a long time. After sighing softly, he continued to stride forward on the mountain road. Just as he was passing through a steep stone staircase that only allowed one person to pass through, the blood-colored token in his hand suddenly began to tremble. He hurriedly stopped and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly, his figure flickered, and he drilled into a nearby bare black stone cliff. As expected, there was a long corridor behind the stone cliff. After roughly looking at the situation in the corridor, he lifted his foot and walked in. This corridor was about 1,000 meters long. Except for a few thumb-sized moon crystals above his head, which shone faintly like stars in the night sky, it was almost pitch black. When Lu Ming walked to the end of the corridor, he found that the front was blocked by a blue stone door. This stone door was about 100 meters high. It seemed to be made of ordinary blue stone, but the stone door was full of crisscrossing light green spirit patterns. Obviously, it couldn't be broken through by brute force. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't show the slightest surprise. He walked a few meters in front of the door, took off the sect's disciple token from his waist, and shook it slightly at the stone door. Poof! A green light blasted out from the token, and it flashed into the stone door. The contribution points on the sect's token were reduced by 1,000,000 points. At the same time, the light spirit inscriptions on the stone door seemed to be instantly ignited, emitting a dazzling green light. The crisscrossing spirit inscription shone brightly and quickly outlined a lifelike ghost head pattern. At the same time, a gloomy Yin-Qi spread out from it, causing the temperature of the entire space to drop by a few degrees. In this almost dark and dim environment, such a ferocious ghost head with a green face and fangs suddenly appeared. Even though Lu Ming was bold, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. As a result, before he had time to take a closer look, the stone door slowly opened in a heavy rumbling sound, and a slightly hoarse old voice came from it. "Fallen Serene Peaks Lu Ming, come in." Hearing this, Lu Ming calmed his mind and immediately walked in. As the green stone door behind him closed again, a dark stone cave appeared in front of him. The Yin-Qi in the room was bone-chilling, making Lu Ming feel like falling into an ice cave. There was a fist-sized hole above the stone cave. A ray of light shone from it, allowing Lu Ming to vaguely see the furnishings in the cave. Except for a few boulders that seemed to be randomly piled up, there seemed to be nothing else. On one of the flat boulders, there was an old man with a blurry face and Yin-Qi wrapped around his body. He was sitting cross-legged on it. On the stone wall 50 meters away behind him, there was a black whirlpool-like cave. Wisps of gray Yin-Qi and ghost-Qi emerged from it continuously, but most of them turned into small snakes, surrounding the old man. The old man didn't seem to care about the Yin-Qi and ghost-Qi. With a calm look, his fingers slowly made gestures, guiding wisps of Yin-Qi into his body. Lu Ming judged from the faintly discernible aura that this person was a celestial state existence. When he took a few steps closer, he only felt an extremely cold aura coming from the black hole. Even someone like him who cultivated Yin attribute techniques couldn't bear it. "You are Lu Ming of Fallen Serene Peak?" A deep voice came from the other side of the house. Lu Ming was surprised to find that in the darkness on the other side of the stone house, there was a middle-aged man with a plain appearance and a tall and burly figure sitting cross-legged. This person's aura was equally amazing. He had also reached the Jin Dan later stage. "Disciple Lu Ming greets two seniors." Lu Ming said, took a few steps forward, and handed the bloody token in his hand to the other party. "And it is indeed the evil spirit token of our sect. Since the contribution points have been paid, you can go over." The middle-aged man glanced at Yin Jioling's token in front of him, then he threw it back to Lu Ming again. He stretched out a hand and pointed in the direction of the black hole behind the old man, saying so. "Thank you, senior." After Lu Ming nodded to him, he made a gesture, and several black gas emerged from his body. After protecting his body in it, he walked toward the black hole. As a result, as soon as he stepped within 30 meters of the black hole, a black wind rose from the ground. Lu Ming only felt that his body was tight, and his vision became dim. Black Yin-Qi surrounded him, and he couldn't see the situation outside at all. Suddenly, the bloody token in his hand collapsed out of thin air, turning into a wisp of bloody mist that drilled into his shoulder. It transformed into a strange bloody rune mark. On the other side, a gray feather fan appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. He was constantly fanning it, stirring up a gust of Yin wind. Immediately afterward, the old man who was sitting still suddenly waved his sleeve, launching a golden light. After the entire black whirlwind wrapped around Lu Ming suddenly made a low roar, it turned into a roll and went into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. "Master, the passage of this evil spirit realm seems to be more unstable than before," the middle-aged man said with a frown after putting away the gray feather fan in his hand. "Indeed, I don't know what exactly happened in the evil spirit realm," the old man said calmly. "Then do we need to report this information to the sect?" the middle-aged man continued to ask. "If there is any change in the evil spirit realm, it is Jing Guangjuan who is responsible for reporting. You and I should observe for a while first," the old man said to the middle-aged man after pondering for a moment. After the middle-aged man nodded at him, he stopped talking. The entire dark stone became silent again. Lu Ming only felt his vision blurred. After a moment of dizziness, he found that his body was falling down rapidly, and he gradually saw the surrounding scenery. He was in the air thousands of meters high, surrounded by black-gray rotten ground, dark sky, withered and twisted trees, and muddy quagmires exuding a pungent smell. Except for the endless mountain range in the distance, which was somewhat similar to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, it was completely a dead gray world. At the same time, he could clearly feel that there was a trace of Xianxia slowly surging toward him from all directions, lingering around him, but unlike ordinary Xianxia, it seemed that he couldn't absorb it at all. Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand, and his body immediately slowed down. After a flutter, he landed lightly on the ground like a leaf. "Master, is this the evil spirit realm?" Scorpion's crisp voice came from the soul-recovering bag. "These Xianxia make me feel so uncomfortable, but I can't tell what's different." Feier also said so. "It's the evil spirit realm, it should be right." Lu Ming replied lightly, and glanced at the sky above again. More than 1,000 meters above, there was a pale white light array that was slowly collapsing. Obviously, this was the teleportation array that teleported him here. Just as Lu Ming looked around for the reason, a green light emerged in the sky not far away. After a burst of whistling sound, it stopped in the air above him in a few flashes. "Are you a new disciple of our sect?" As the green light faded, a slightly thin man wearing the Tai Ching Gate disciple costume asked loudly. "I'm Lu Ming of Fallen Serene Peak." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and replied. "The sect said that a new disciple is coming, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. This is the Black Peak Valley, it's not good to stay here for a long time. Let's talk as we walk." The thin man urged anxiously and threw an identity nameplate over. Lu Ming caught the token, checked it, and looked at the other party carefully. After confirming that he was indeed a Tai Ching Gate disciple, he nodded. So the two rose into the air at the same time and quickly left this dim valley. Junior fellow apprentice may not know the situation here, so I'll give a brief introduction first. The Evil Spirit Realm is a special space that is completely different from the outside world where the Middle Sky continent is located. The reason why it is called the Evil Spirit Realm is that the evil spirits are rampant here. They can't be killed all at once. What's more, the strength of the ghost army is not comparable by ordinary cultivators. After leaving the Black Peak Valley, the thin man's expression relaxed slightly and said to Lu Ming. "Thank you, senior fellow apprentice, for your guidance, but I don't know why I can't stay in the valley for a long time." Lu Ming asked. Speaking of the Black Peak Valley, it is one of the few connecting passages between the Middle Sky continent and the Evil Spirit Realm. Because it is empty all around, it is often attacked by many evil spirits, and it can't be defended at all. Therefore, it is listed as one of the dangerous areas. Without the approval of the higher-ups, no disciple can stay here without permission. As for the new disciples, the sect will arrange people to bring them back to the station in advance. Speaking of this, the last time a newcomer came was a few years ago. I also got a notice from the higher-ups recently, so I rushed to the vicinity in advance. The thin man slowly explained to Lu Ming. "What is the current situation of the Evil Spirit Realm? What's going on with these ghost army?" Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully, then asked cautiously. "Under our four ancient sects' painstaking efforts for many years, we have now initially controlled a small area of the Evil Spirit Realm. The entire Evil Spirit Realm is boundless. We can't explore the border so far. It is even said that there is a place that can lead to the legendary Netherworld. Let's not talk about this for the time being. Speaking of the ghost army here, I will first tell junior fellow apprentice about the classification of the ghosts here. The ghosts here are roughly divided into two types. One is the indigenous malicious ghosts born in the Xianxia of the Evil Spirit Realm. They are relatively weak, and there is no strict organization and unified force. Most of them are divided into many small tribes scattered everywhere, but there are too many of them. We can encounter a group from time to time in the entire Evil Spirit Realm, and they often form a terrifying ghost tide to attack our human camp. The other type is the Evil Ghost Army, which is no less powerful than us. Not only is their organization well organized, they are also well equipped, skilled in all kinds of ghost formations, and there are even Tongxian realm profound ghosts among them. Below the mystic ghosts were the ghost marshals, who were equivalent to celestial phenomenon cultivators, the malevolent ghost commanders, who were equivalent to Jin Dan cultivators, and the malevolent ghost commandants, who were equivalent to human crystal level cultivators, as well as numerous ghost soldiers. For some reason, ever since the four ancient sects occupied this stronghold in the evil spirit path, the Evil Spirit Legion also emerged and madly attacked the stronghold of the four ancient sects. The thin man was very familiar with the situation here, and he spoke frankly. A profound enlightenment realm, profound ghost. How are we going to deal with it? Lu Ming's heart shuddered upon hearing this. You don't have to worry about that, junior brother. Even if the Evil Spirit Legion has the support of mystic ghosts, our major sect will take turns to send a profound enlightenment cultivator to guard the evil spirit path to deter the mystic ghosts and stabilize the people's hearts. In addition, the four ancient sects also formed a cultivator legion mainly composed of their disciples to fight against the Evil Spirit Legion. They were the Jing Guanjuan of the Tai Ching Gate, the Puppet Army of the Nature Work sect, the Grand Spirit Army of the Howran Academy, and the Demon Subduing Army of the Demon Mystic sect. Usually, the four ancient sects each controlled a main city and a number of affiliated fortresses. Once they found that the Evil Spirit Legion was attacking, they would take care of each other and fight together. Compared to the unity of human cultivators, the local malicious ghosts and the Evil Spirit Path's Evil Spirit Legion would sometimes join forces to deal with human cultivators, but sometimes they would fight and kill each other. In this way, although our human cultivators are at a disadvantage in terms of number and overall strength, we can still persist for a long time and maintain a certain balance. The thin man explained slowly. So that's the case. Junior brother is relieved. By the way, I also want to ask senior brother about another thing. I don't know if senior brother knows another disciple of my fallen serene peak, Xiaowu. What is the current situation? After Lu Ming nodded, he suddenly changed the topic. Xiaowu? You are talking about a woman with short hair, right? I have some impression of her. She has been here for a long time. She is very powerful and has made a lot of meritorious service, but she disappeared some time ago. The thin man thought for a while and said with some uncertainty. Disappeared? Does senior brother know what happened? Lu Ming was shocked when he heard the words, and he asked quickly. I'm afraid I really don't know much about this, but when junior brother arrives in the city, you can ask others. The thin man hesitated and replied. Thank you senior brother for your advice. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming could only say so. As the two talked along the way, they had already flown thousands of miles away. The base of Jing Guanjuan was much farther than Lu Ming imagined. Along the way, they rarely saw other cultivators passing by. They only encountered a patrol team composed of 3 Nature Work sect disciples. Lu Ming and the thin man were thousands of meters away from the other party. After they just greeted each other, they continued to fly away. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that after the two of them left the range of the Black Peak Valley, the entire black sky gradually turned into a light gray, and not long after, it turned into a deep red. After a short while, it suddenly drizzled in the originally calm sky. What made him feel strange was that the rain was pale red, and it was accompanied by a faint stench. Junior fellow apprentice, this is the rotten rain unique to the evil ghost way. Although the corrosive ability is weak, and it has almost no effect on cultivators above the crystallization period, it will still have some effect after a long time. We should avoid it for a while before continuing. The thin young man said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately nodded in agreement. So the two landed in a small basin surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and they hid in a small cave under the cliff. Senior fellow apprentice, does this kind of rotten rain often fall here? Lu Ming asked after wiping his clothes that were a little wet and had a few thumb-sized holes corroded. This kind of rotten rain is not common in the evil ghost way. It usually only happens once every few months, but it will last for a few days, so it's better to avoid it for a while. I have never been to this cave before. It seems that I need to stay here for a few days. Why not go in and explore it first? Maybe there will be some other gains. After all, there are a lot of good things in the evil ghost way. The thin young man shook his head and explained to Lu Ming. All right. After a brief discussion, the two decided to enter the cave to explore it first. The entrance to the cave was naturally formed, and the whole body was a kind of light black mountain rock. After the two walked only a few dozen feet in, they were surrounded by a dense black mass, unable to see the situation inside at all. The thin young man frowned, and at the same time, he raised one hand, and a green light flew out. It was a moonlight stone the size of an egg. As soon as this object appeared, the soft light illuminated the entire cave, and it was clearly visible even deep inside the cave. Be careful, the evil ghost way is full of Xianxia, and those ghosts are good at hiding, so even if they are very close, it is difficult to find their traces. The thin young man reminded. After Lu Ming nodded to him, the two slowly walked into the depths of the cave. The depths of the cave were not as wide as the outside. Lu Ming and the thin disciple both leaned sideways, leaning against the side of the stone wall of the cave, while paying attention to the situation in front and behind them. This cave was extremely narrow and long. The two walked for a full 10 minutes, but there was still no sign of reaching the end, which made Lu Ming vigilant. Under normal circumstances, the deeper the lair was built, the more likely it was to have some high-level monsters and ghosts. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, Scorpion's surprised voice came into his ear. "Master, I don't know what's going on, but I can actually sense a group of ghosts approaching here, and there are quite a lot of them." Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. After his eyes flashed, he immediately released his divine sense to scan ahead, but he found nothing unusual. So after a little thought, he quietly patted the leather bag on his waist, and a black mist quietly floated out, directly drilling into the side of the stone wall. After the two walked forward for more than 1,000 feet, the thin young man suddenly stopped. Behind him, Lu Ming naturally stopped as well. This was because the area up ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a rather large dark stone hall. On the ground, one could vaguely see a series of palm-sized purple spirit flowers, as well as a series of purple vines that were as thick as an arm, intertwined with one another. "This is..." Lu Ming couldn't help but ask with some doubts. "This is a kind of purple water chestnut flower that ghosts like to eat, but this flower only grows on some open mountain rocks. Generally, it is impossible for it to naturally appear in the depths of this cave, unless..." The thin young man's face sank, and he hurriedly flipped his palm. A moonlight stone appeared, and he gently threw it forward. As a green light streaked across the air, it illuminated everything in the stone hall in front of him. On the stone walls in all directions, there were gray bats stuck to them, and there were hundreds of them densely packed. This is the Hell Ghost Bat." As soon as the thin young man saw this scene, he immediately lost his voice. These Hell Ghost Bats were completely different from the demonic bats that Lu Ming had seen before. Each of them exuded an extremely gloomy aura, and a pair of dark green eyes were full of essence fire. Almost at the same time, the sound of bats hissing could be heard. Hundreds of ghost bats spread their wings and rushed towards the two of them, covering the sky and covering the earth. "Oh no, these Hell Ghost Bats' bodies are like iron, and their blood is extremely poisonous. In such a narrow place, it is even more disadvantageous for us. Let's go," the thin young man said in a panic, and at the same time, his body swayed and was about to fly backward. "Senior brother, don't panic," Lu Ming said lightly. As soon as his voice fell, there was a loud rumbling sound in the cave. The stone walls on both sides suddenly shook violently, and the ground instantly shattered. Countless gravel trembled and floated up in an instant. "Hit!" A gentle voice suddenly rang out from the ground. The gravel that was everywhere immediately rotated in the rumbling sound, turning into a rolling rock flow, rushing straight toward the opposite group of bats. A series of muffled "pu-pu" sounds came from the air. The rock flow was like a sharp blade, directly piercing through the gray ghost bats. Black gas and gravel intertwined, and for a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Chi-chi sounds, the rocks that were touched by the blood of the Hell Ghost Bats melted like ice, quickly corroding to nothing. However, with the continuous flow of rocks to fill the gap, Lu Ming and the thin young man were not affected at all. In just the time of 7 or 8 breaths, the broken limbs of the ghost bat fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, the rest of the ghost bats circled in the air, spread their wings and flew toward the entrance of the cave. Not long after, they all escaped. The thin young man was naturally dumbfounded. At this time, a black gas rolled under the entire stone hall, and a girl in black veil flashed out. It was Scorpion. "Master, Scorpion did a bad job. Half of the ghost bats escaped." Scorpion bowed to Lu Ming. "Don't worry about it. You did a good job." After Lu Ming said lightly, he patted his waist, and Scorpion turned into a black mist and went into the soul-recovering bag. "I didn't expect that younger brother Lu's spiritual pet could transform, and it has such amazing magical power. It can defeat so many ghost bats easily." You should know that these ghost bats are not only difficult to deal with, but they don't have any valuable materials. The poison in their blood can even destroy spiritual weapons. Under normal circumstances, no one will fight against these ghost bats. The thin young man recovered and stared at the leather bag on Lu Ming's waist in amazement. He was obviously much more enthusiastic than before. It was no wonder that although Lu Ming was now known as the top inner disciple, he was still a stranger to other Tai Ching disciples who had left the sect for decades or even hundreds of years. They might even hear his name for the first time. This evil ghost path's lunar beasts and ghost creatures are really interesting. Lu Ming nodded as he heard the words, and he had a better understanding of the situation here. In the following period of time, the two of them continued to explore the entire cave, but they did not find anything else. 2 days later, the rotten rain finally stopped. The two immediately left the cave and continued to fly toward Golden Light City. They rushed all the way. 2 days later, a towering city finally appeared in Lu Ming's sight. Younger brother Lu, this is the main city of the sect's base in the evil ghost path, Golden Light City. The thin young man pointed at the city in front and said. On the way, the two had already exchanged names with each other, so their relationship was naturally much closer. This thin young man's surname was Qi, a disciple of mysterious Jade Peak. He entered the evil ghost path to hone himself and find an opportunity to advance to Jingdan. It had been 39 years since then, but he had not been able to achieve his wish. At this moment, Lu Ming looked in the direction pointed by Yu Qi. He saw that this Golden Light City was magnificent. It covered an area of about 20 to 30 miles. It was more appropriate to call it a fortress than a city. The entire city was built with a kind of black rock. The walls on all sides were more than 1,000 meters high. In the center of the city, a white tower could be seen from afar. It was more than 100 meters higher than the city wall. A huge pale golden light ball was suspended at the top of the tower, sprinkling a faint golden light in all directions as it rotated. Looking from a distance, the entire city seemed to be bathed in a golden brilliance. This might be the reason why the city was called Golden Light City. From time to time, cultivators could be seen patrolling the 4 sides of the city walls. Moreover, there was a small tower every few hundred feet. On top of each tower, there was a huge crossbow of astonishing size. Each of the metal crossbow bolts was several tens of feet long, and they were also emitting a faint light of magic power. With such a huge crossbow, even the cultivator of the crystallization period would find it difficult to face it head-on. Potholes could be seen everywhere on the outer wall of the city, which seemed to be the traces of a strong attack. Although some places had been repaired, there were still many long cracks. It could be seen that the crazy attack of the evil ghost legion that Chiyu mentioned was not a lie. The actual situation was even worse. In the sky near the entire city, there were many black dots hovering at different distances. Upon closer inspection, they were black birds. They should be patrolling the surrounding movements. This Golden Light City is really well defended. Lu Ming nodded and said after withdrawing his gaze. Of course. Follow me into the city first. Any disciple of the sect who comes to the evil ghost way for the first time has to register their name in the city, then the elders above will assign tasks. As the young man surnamed Yu said, he flew toward the city gate first. Seeing this, Lu Ming also followed. When they were still more than 1,000 meters away from the city gate, 5 cultivators immediately flew out from the city wall. They were wearing the same green armor and greeted the two. Stop. These cultivators stood still more than 100 meters away. The middle-aged cultivator in the lead had a flash of green light in his hand, and a few feet long heavy sword appeared. He pointed at Lu Ming from afar and asked in a deep voice. The young man surnamed Yu winked at Lu Ming, and the two stopped. Lu Ming scanned them with divine thought. These people were all at the later stage of the crystallization period, and the middle-aged cultivator was a pseudo-pellet state cultivator. Everyone, I'm Chiyu from the first team of Jing Guanjuan. This is my identity token. This is the new disciple of the sect, Lu Ming from the fallen Serene Peak. I'm taking him to the city to report. As the young man surnamed Yu said, he took out a black token and handed it over. Lu Ming also took out the sect token and handed it to them. The middle-aged cultivator carefully looked at the tokens of the two, and the vigilance on his face was finally reduced. After returning the tokens to the two, he waved his hand to the people behind him. A young cultivator immediately flew out, took out a gray mirror, and shot a beam of light at Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned, but seeing that the young man surnamed Yu didn't resist at all, he didn't respond and let the light beam shroud the two. A somewhat hot energy was transmitted from the light beam, and it quickly wandered around his body. The mirror didn't respond. It seems that there is no problem with these two. The young cultivator put away the mirror and said faintly. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, and his expression relaxed. He cupped his fist toward Lu Ming and Lu Ming before flying back to the city wall. The young man surnamed Yu landed on the ground and explained, "These people are the second team of patrolling disciples of Golden Light City. Due to a recent incident where the malevolent Ghost Legion infiltrated Golden Light City in human form, cultivators that enter the city are very strict. The mirror in their hands is specially refined to identify ghosts. The first and second teams that senior martial brother you spoke of are?" Lu Ming asked in a puzzled tone. The young man surnamed Yu smiled and explained, "Haha, it's all my fault. I forgot to tell younger brother Lu about the situation in our Jingguanjuan. There are a total of 3 teams in Jingguanjuan, which are the first, second, and third teams. After registering your name in the city, you'll have to choose one of the 3 teams. After that, you'll have an opportunity to switch teams every 3 years, the young man surnamed Yu explained with a smile as he made his way toward the city gate. In that case, the 3 teams each have their own roles, right? Lu Ming asked as he walked alongside the young man surnamed Yu. That's right, younger brother Lu. The first team is the main force of Jingguanjuan, and it's mainly responsible for completing the various tasks assigned by the higher-ups. It's also responsible for reconnaissance, and it often has to fight powerful ghosts, so it's the most dangerous team. However, it's also the team that has the most opportunities to advance to the Jingdan stage. Additionally, the rewards that it can receive are also the most generous. As for the second team, they're mainly responsible for the defense and patrolling of Golden Light City. They're not allowed to leave the city unless under special circumstances. As for the third team, they're much less dangerous than the first team. As for the third team, they're much more free. They're mainly responsible for dealing with the aftermath. Many of them are here for some spiritual materials that are unique to this place. Some tool refiners, pill refiners, and talisman makers also belong to this team. Generally speaking, newcomers who enter this place will choose the third team to familiarize themselves with the environment here. In the second 3 years, they'll join the garrison to hone themselves before applying to join the first team in the third 3 years. The young man surnamed Yu explained the situation to Lu Ming in detail. As they spoke, the two had arrived at the city gate. The two had just been checked by the patrolling disciples, so the disciples who guarded the city gate only glanced at their ID tokens before letting them into the city. As soon as they entered the city gate, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. The ubiquitous qi in the evil ghost realm suddenly became thin, and the surroundings were filled with a lot of spiritual qi. He glanced at the golden light sprinkling down from the sky, and he suddenly realized something. In front of the city gate, there was a wide avenue with rows of bluestone houses on both sides. All of them were of the same simple and unadorned style. Like the city wall, they had clear traces of sturdiness and roughness. They weren't gorgeous, but they were very sturdy. Few people could be seen in the city, making it seem a bit deserted. Only a few shabby shops and stalls could be vaguely seen at regular intervals on both sides of the street, adding a bit of liveliness to the city. The young man surnamed Yu was obviously very familiar with the situation here. He walked straight towards the tall tower in the city. Seeing this, Lu Ming followed up without saying anything. Not long after, the two arrived in front of the tall tower in the center of Golden Light City. As they got closer, Lu Ming could clearly sense the grandeur of the tall tower in front of him. The entire tower was constructed from an unknown white jade, and every inch of it was engraved with dense and fine spirit patterns. The tall tower was as straight as a pencil, piercing into the sky. It was 2,000 feet tall, and its body was like a beehive with several dozen entrances of various sizes. One could faintly see the silhouettes of people moving about inside. This tall tower is the main hub of Golden Light City. Most of the sect's upper echelons and elders are also in this tower. Younger brother Lu, you've come at the right time. The one sitting on the highest floor of the tower is an ethereal enlightenment realm founder of our sect, Qiyu pointed at the highest floor of the tower and said mysteriously. Lu Ming looked up and saw that the highest part of the tower was shrouded by the dazzling light sprinkled down from the golden ball of light above, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. It was indeed very mysterious. The two of them flew through a wide entrance at the bottom of the tower and arrived at a brightly lit hall. The hall was quite spacious with several thick stone pillars supporting the ceiling. At the center of the hall was a circular stone platform. Two cultivators in Tai Ching sex robes were seated inside. Hearing the sound of footsteps, they turned to look. Lu Ming was taken aback. One of the two elders was a middle-aged man with a cold expression while the other had the appearance of a child. They were none other than Emerald Cloud Peak's elder, Hao Yue Boy, whom he had met several times before. Seeing Lu Ming, Hao Yue Boy was also taken aback. Disciple Qiyu greets elders. The youth surnamed Yu did not notice the change in the expressions of Lu Ming and Hao Yue Boy as he bowed. Lu Ming greets elders. Lu Ming's expression quickly recollected itself and he too bowed. So, it is Martial Nephew Yu. There is no need for formalities, the cold-faced middle-aged man said coolly. Lu, I did not expect you to come to the evil spirit realm. Are you here to train? Hao Yue Boy stood up with a smile. When Yu Qi and the cold-faced middle-aged man saw this, their faces showed a bit of surprise. Yes. Disciples' cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I came here in search of opportunities, Lu Ming said, cupping his fists. As I recall, Lu cultivates the ghost Dao. This evil spirit realm's environment is suitable for you to hone your cultivation. Hearing that, Hao Yue Boy nodded in agreement. Oh, so Brother Hao Yue knows this disciple? The cold-faced middle-aged man, who had noticed the exchange between the two, said with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Brother Gu, you have been guarding the evil spirit realm for nearly 100 years now. As such, you know very little about the outside world. This Lu only entered the inner sect a few decades ago. However, his strength is quite impressive. Now, he is the #1 disciple in the inner sect. Even the sect master is full of praise for him, said the Hao Yue Boy with a faint smile. Oh? So you're the disciple who came out on top in the Elysium meeting. I've heard some things about you. The cold-faced man sized up Lu Ming with a hint of surprise on his face. Qiyu stood at the side, his face full of surprise. On the way here, although he had felt that Lu Ming's strength was extraordinary, he did not expect him to be so famous in the sect. You flatter me, elder. I don't deserve it. Lu Ming bowed and did not say anything else. Since you're the strongest in this realm Heavenly Gate meeting, there's naturally no need to go through the usual strength test. As for the difference between the three Jing Guanjuan's teams, I'm sure Qiyu has already made it clear on the way here. However, which team would Lu like to join? The cold-faced middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. I would like to join the first team, said Lu Ming as he took off the disciple token from his waist and handed it over. Seeing this, Qiyu gave Lu Ming a look. However, Lu Ming ignored it. Have you thought it through, Lu? Although you're not weak, the evil spirit realm is not like the outside world. I suggest you join the second team first and familiarize yourself with it, reminded the Hao Yue Boy with a frown. Thank you, Elder Hao Yue, for your kindness. I've already made up my mind. I hope you can fulfill my wish, replied Lu Ming in a firm tone. Although Qiyu had already said on the way here that it was best for new disciples to start from the third or second team to familiarize themselves with the situation here before considering joining the first team, Lu Ming's time was very precious. He was not willing to waste 6 years in vain. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength, which was why he made such a request. The middle-aged man with a cold face took a deep look at Lu Ming. After a few words of voice transmission with Hao Yue, he took the token handed over by Lu Ming, took out a jade book, glanced at it a few times, and said faintly. After a few glances, he said calmly, since Lu is so confident in his own strength, I'll grant your wish. Now that Team 7 lacks a vice captain, why don't Lu take the position? As soon as this remark came out, the complexions of Qiyu and Hao Yue Boy changed slightly. I wonder if Elder can explain the situation of Team 7 to me. Lu Ming looked at the expressions of Hao Yue Boy and Qiyu, and he asked. Even if Lu doesn't ask, I will explain it to you later. There are about 300 disciples above the crystallization period in our Jingguanjuan city, and about half of them are concentrated in the first team. Team 7 is the most elite team of the first team. They perform extremely dangerous tasks, and the probability of death is very high. Hao Yueboi suddenly explained. When the disciples of the various teams carry out missions in the Wraith Realm, the sect will give them a certain amount of rewards. There are contribution points, as well as various precious spirit materials that can only be found in this place. The more dangerous the mission, the more rewards you receive. Lu is strong, and he is here to hone his cultivation and find an opportunity to break through, so Team 7 is naturally the most suitable. The cold-faced man glanced at Hao Yueboi and said calmly. So that's the case, then disciple will listen to Elder Gu's arrangement. Lu Ming hesitated, then he agreed. Very good, if the number one inner disciple of our sect doesn't have such confidence, I will be greatly disappointed. The cold-faced middle-aged man showed a look of appreciation for the first time, and he shook the jade book with Lu Ming's disciple token. After the green light on the jade book shone, it returned to calmness again. The middle-aged man took out a black token and a storage amulet and handed them to Lu Ming, and explained, this is the token for you here, which is engraved with our Taiqing Gate's unique enchantment pattern. Later, drop a drop of blood on it, and in the future, you will use this to issue missions. In the storage amulet is the uniform of Jingguanjuan, and some information about the evil ghost way collected by the sect. After you go back, study it carefully, it will definitely be helpful for your future actions. Lu Ming agreed and took the token and storage talisman. After putting them away, he cupped his fist and asked, by the way, there is one more thing that I want to ask the two elders. Senior sister Xiaowu came to the evil ghost way to train in the early years, and then there has been no news of her. I heard that she disappeared during a mission, I don't know the specific situation. Hao Yueboi and the cold-faced middle-aged man were startled when they heard this. They couldn't help but look at each other, and they didn't answer for a while. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Chi Yu, who was next to him, stood with his hands behind his back, his head lowered. After a moment, Hao Yueboi sighed, and slowly said, this matter is quite complicated, and the sect has not figured it out until now. Originally, I shouldn't tell you ordinary disciples, but since Lu is a fellow disciple of Martial Niche Xiaowu, I will tell you about it. A few years ago, the sect received a report that there seemed to be evil ghosts in the heavenly ghost plane in the northwest, so they sent a small team of disciples to investigate. Martial Niche Xiaowu was among them, and there were also 3 fake Dan State cultivators and a Jing Dan State leader. But after they left, there was no news at all. After that, the sect also sent other people to investigate, but they didn't find the slightest abnormality, not even traces of a fierce battle. This matter has always been a mystery, and Xiaowu and the others seem to have evaporated from this place. Hao Yueboi sighed. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. Listening to Hao Yueboi, Xiaowu, and the others had most likely met with misfortune. Thank you for telling me about this, martial uncle. I am very grateful. Lu Ming sighed and cupped his hands. No news is not necessarily a bad thing, Lu, you don't have to worry too much. The sect is still investigating, and when there is a result in the future, we will immediately inform you. Hao Yueboi thought for a while and said so. Lu Ming could only thank him again with a bitter smile. Chi Yu, you take Lu to the residence of the first team, and explain the other things in detail to him. Hao Yueboi instructed Chi Yu on the side. Yes. The thin young man cupped his hands and bowed, then he quickly retreated with Lu Ming. Hao Yueboi looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure, and he couldn't help feeling a little complicated. Although it had been decades since Lu Ming entered Taiqing Gate, he still secretly regretted it. If he insisted on recruiting Lu Ming into the Emerald Cloud Peak, the honor of cultivating the top inner disciple would probably fall on his head. How could it be the fallen Serene Peak's turn, but now that things had come to this point, it was too late to say anything now. Ai. Hao Yueboi sighed secretly in his heart. Brother Hao Yue seems to care about this kid very much. The cold-faced middle-aged man didn't speak just now, but he suddenly asked with a smile at this time. Hee, this kid is related to Luin who disappeared here back then. He can be regarded as the descendant of an old friend of our peak. Of course, I have to take good care of him. Hao Yueboi replied noncommittally. Isn't the descendant of Luin a girl named Long Yanfei? Why is there a Lu Ming? I haven't returned to the sect for nearly 100 years. You have to tell me about this. The cold-faced middle-aged man's expression changed when he heard this. It's a long story. After leaving the tower, Qiyu took Lu Ming to an area on the left front of the city, and he said with great enthusiasm, "Younger brother Lu, I really didn't expect that you are the first inner disciple of the sect now. Please take care of me in the future. Don't mention it, brother Yu. These are all exaggerated by those people. You can't take it seriously. Few powerful inner disciples would stay in the sect. Most of them would travel outside to seek for the opportunity to promote to the Jin Dan. I'm afraid that there are many disciples who are more powerful than me in the Golden Light City," Lu Ming said as he shook his head. As they talked, they landed at a crossroad in the city. There were many cave mansions on both sides of the road, each of which was marked with a number. The residences in the city are also divided according to the 3 brigades. This area is where the people of the 1st Brigade live. Brother Lu's residence is in this area, Qiyu said to Lu Ming casually as he looked around and pointed at a cave mansion marked with number 7 Jiadao. Lu Ming looked at the environment around the cave house. Seeing that it was quiet, he nodded slightly. Brother Lu, I still have some things to deal with next. If you have free time in the future, you can come to Jiadao number 9 to find me. Seeing that the matter had basically come to an end, Yu Qi said goodbye. Okay, thanks for your company, brother Yu. See you later, Lu Ming said as he cupped his hands towards Qiyu. After exchanging a few words, the two people separated. After watching Qiyu leave, Lu Ming turned around and took out the black identity token given by Elder Gu. After looking at it for a moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a drop of blood on it. A faint layer of black light suddenly appeared on the token and shot out a ray of light onto the door of the cave mansion. Ka, the door of the cave mansion slowly opened and Lu Ming put away the token with a smile. He stepped inside and could not hear the sound outside at all. After walking a few steps, he entered a cylindrical hall. Lu Ming looked around and his face changed slightly. He saw that this cave mansion was centered on the central hall. There were several separate stone rooms around it. The words metal, wood, water, fire, earth were clearly written on the door of each stone room. There were also 2 stone rooms with no words above the door. It was obvious that this was a cave mansion that was shared by many people. Lu Ming took out the identity token. Sure enough, the word metal was written on the back. At this moment, the door with the word mu written on it was pushed open from the inside with a squeak. A beautiful young woman wearing a fiery red gown walked out from within. Immediately after that, the doors of the other 3 stone chambers with the words water, fire, and earth opened one after another. 3 cultivators walked out from each of them. One of them was an old man with a stooped back. Another was a burly man with a bare upper body and a large bow slung across his back. The last one was a young man with a handsome face. His every movement was elegant and graceful, just like a young master of the secular world. Lu Ming's eyes swept over the 4 people in front of him and his heart trembled slightly. These 4 people were all at the fake core stage. Their auras were astonishing. It seemed that any one of them was much stronger than Qiyu. I just received a message from the sect saying that our assault team has a deputy captain. You must be Sir, right? The young woman in the red shirt looked at Lu Ming and said so. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 figures had already stood still. They seemed to be standing casually, but they faintly formed a 3-cornered situation around Lu Ming. The spiritual pressure they exuded was faintly connected and pressed toward Lu Ming. I'm Lu Ming of Fallen Serene Peak. If there is no second new disciple, then I'm the one. Are you all members of Team 7? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He took a step forward calmly and said indifferently under the pressure of the 4 people. He often fought against celestial state cultivators in the illusion, so why would he care about the pressure of 4 fake core stage cultivators? The hunchbacked old man and the handsome young man looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They could not help but retract the spiritual pressure that they were emitting. Lu Ming? I've heard of this name before. I heard that he has been in the limelight in the sect these years. Among the 4 of us here, which one of us isn't famous in the sect? You don't have to think about suppressing us with your name. The young woman in the red shirt did not answer Lu Ming's question. Instead, she said tit for tat. I've come to the evil ghost realm just to hone my cultivation. I have no other intentions. As for the position of vice captain, it was also appointed by the elder. However, if you are interested and think that you are more competent, it is not impossible for me to give it to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. He had no intention of being the deputy captain, but since the 4 people in front of him were so threatening as soon as they met, he naturally wouldn't be polite. If you want to be our deputy captain, you have to show some strength to prove it. Let me try first. Although the young woman in the red shirt was a female cultivator, her personality was the most fiery among the 4. She suddenly took a step forward. San Yang, let me test Lu's strength. The big man with the red bow blocked in front of the young woman in the red shirt. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He flipped his other hand and grabbed Lu Ming's wrist at lightning speed. The man with a red bow had a strong physical aura. He turned out to be a rare physique cultivator. Lu Ming's eyebrows moved. He swung his arm slightly and easily avoided the big man's grab. Then, he swung his arm, leaving a series of afterimages. His palm cut toward the man with a red bow's wrist. The man with a red bow saw that Lu Ming was trying to compete with him in strength. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the 2 arms collided with a muffled sound. The man with a red bow only felt a huge force passing through his arm. The blood in his body fluctuated. He couldn't help but take a step back. He was shocked. On the other hand, Lu Ming was still standing there calmly. He was smiling at the big man. Both of them didn't use spiritual power just now. They only used the strength of their bodies to attack. Seeing this, the young woman in the red shirt and the other 2 people's faces changed. The 4 of them had worked together in this team for a long time. They knew each other's strength very well. The man with a red bow came from the Jin Peak, which was famous for its physique cultivator. He was the personal disciple of Elder Zhang Mao. His huge strength was enough to move mountains and rivers. Although he wasn't the top physique cultivator in Jin Guanjuan, he could at least be ranked in the top 5. Now that they fought, he actually lost to Lu Ming in strength, which made them shocked. The man with a red bow's face instantly became gloomy. He took a deep breath. There was a burst of crackling in his arms. His muscles suddenly bulged and became more than a circle thicker. Then he raised his arm and a red luster burst out from his arm. He slowly punched toward Lu Ming. There was no wind on the fist. It seemed slow, but it was fast. In a flash, it arrived in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He raised one hand and stretched out his white slender palm to resist the fist of the man with a red bow. He exerted force in his 5 fingers and instantly crushed the red luster on the big man's fist. At the place where the fist and palm met, there was a muffled sound like dead wood breaking. After that, there was no more reaction. The man with a red bow's face finally changed. He felt that his strength was like a clay ox in the sea. He couldn't move his opponent at all. Moreover, his opponent's 5 fingers closed and firmly grasped his huge fist like a steel hook, making him unable to move at all. Ah! The big man shouted and stamped his foot on the ground. The red light on the surface of his body shone brightly, and a strong airflow burst out. Lu Ming only felt his 5 fingers tremble. He had a feeling that he couldn't suppress his opponent. However, the next moment, his eyes turned cold. A thick black gas appeared on his palm and easily overpowered the red light on the big man's body. His arm seemed to be casually waving. The burly man with the red bow immediately felt a chilling and terrifying force surging toward him. Half of his body was instantly paralyzed, and just as he let out a cry of surprise, he was unable to control his body and flew into the air. Just as he was about to crash into the wall behind him, a silhouette flashed. It was the hunchbacked old man. Then, a yellow light flashed in his hand, and a coral cane appeared in his hand. Then, a beam of yellow light fell on the red-bowed man's body, and gently caught him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stood up with his hands behind his back. Lu is really strong. I admire you. The hunchbacked old man's lips were tightly closed, but a buzzing sound came from his lower abdomen. It was the rare ventriloquism technique. The man with a red bow landed on the ground at this moment. His expression was extremely ugly. He repeatedly circulated his magic power several times to adjust the stagnant qi and blood in his body. "Brother Liu, please don't blame us. We didn't mean to provoke you. We just wanted to see how strong you are. After all, the evil spirit road is full of dangers. If the vice-captain's strength isn't enough, we would be in danger. But now, it seems that fellow Taoist Liu is much stronger than we expected, so we can be at ease." The elegant young master took out a folding fan and opened it with a swoosh. He gently fanned himself a few times and said with a chuckle. Hearing this, the young woman in red snorted softly. Although there was still a bit of dissatisfaction on her face, she didn't say anything. The man with a red bow's expression had returned to normal at this moment. He couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a hint of awe. "In that case, I hope you can help me in the future and complete the task given by the higher-ups." Lu Ming lightly cupped his hand. The four people also returned the gesture with different expressions. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. He no longer looked at the four people and looked around the hall. "Liu has just arrived here, so you shouldn't be very clear about our situation." Then let this old man give a brief introduction. "Our team, including the captain and Liu, now has a total of 6 people. Apart from the captain, this cave house is shared by the 5 of us. Each of us has an independent residence, so the space is naturally enough. We won't affect each other's daily activities. In addition to our respective rooms, there are 2 stone rooms here. They are the refining room and the alchemy room. They are shared by everyone. However, we aren't good at this, so it has been left unused." The hunchbacked old man explained to Lu Ming using ventriloquism. "So that's how it is." Lu Ming nodded and greeted the other 4 people. Then, he entered his golden room. In the cylindrical hall, after seeing Lu Ming enter his room, the big man turned around and walked back to his room without saying a word. Brother Xiao lost to Lu Ming in terms of strength this time. "It seems that you have lost some face." A young man closed his fan and lightly patted his palm with a smile. Although this Lu Ming looks young, he is quite famous in the sect. After seeing him today, his strength can't be underestimated. The higher-ups must have carefully considered sending him as the vice-captain, the hunchbacked old man said indifferently. "Humph, the specifics will depend on the next task." The red-shirted young woman coldly snorted. She turned around and walked into her room. Then, she closed the door with a loud bang. The hunchbacked old man and playboy looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was obvious that they were helpless against this woman's fiery temper. After the 2 of them had a brief conversation, they returned to their respective stone rooms. After Lu Ming entered his room, he casually glanced around. He found that the space inside was quite spacious. It seemed to be about 10 or 20 feet wide. There were a few simple rooms, including a bedroom and a quiet room. There was also a soundproof restriction on the wall. The sound from the outside couldn't pass in at all. Lu Ming nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the environment here. Lu Ming checked every corner of these rooms. After finding nothing unusual, he flipped his palm and took out a stack of formation flags and formation plates. With a flick of his fingers, the formation flags flew to every corner of the room. A moment later, a light blue light curtain enveloped the entire room. After doing all this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the stone bed in the bedroom, and lay down. He walked all the way in the evil spirit realm. Although he didn't feel tired, he needed to quietly sort out the relevant information in his mind. That's right. Half an hour later, he suddenly turned over and sat up. He took out the storage talisman that Elder Gu gave him and crushed it. With a flash of light on the ground, a few items appeared. A dark blue armor, a gray jade slips, and an inconspicuous white jade bottle. Lu Ming first reached out to pick up the armor and examined it. This Jing Guangjuan uniform felt soft and light in his hand as if it was weightless. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of pure magic power, which merged into the armor. As a result, a blue light flashed in front of him, and the entire armor was put on his body. With a sweep of his divine sense, he understood that this was a high-grade defensive armor. Its defensive ability was average, but the material used was yang attribute, which had the effect of isolating yin qi. In the special environment of the evil spirit realm, it could be considered a very good defensive item. There was the symbol of the Tai Ching gate on the sleeves of the armor, and the eagle insignia of the 1st Battalion was engraved on the back. He moved his body in the armor, and it didn't affect his movements at all. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, he checked the white jade bottle and found that there were more than a dozen pills in it. On the side of the jade bottle, there were a few lines of words written in very small font, explaining the purpose of these pills. Yin dispelling pill, a kind of pill that could expel yin qi that invaded the body. The evil spirit realm was full of cold yin qi from the ghost realm. Although the contract mark imposed on the body could automatically expel the invasion of yin qi from the outside world, over the years, a lot of yin qi would still accumulate in the body, so it was necessary to take this yin dispelling pill on time. However, this yin dispelling pill was a bit unnecessary for Lu Ming. He was cultivating the ghost Dao, and he had the dark bone skill to protect his body, so he didn't have to worry too much about the invasion of yin qi. After he put away the yin dispelling pill, he finally picked up the jade slips and stuck it on his forehead. After he penetrated his divine sense, his face suddenly showed a look of concentration. The jade slips recorded some basic information about Golden City, as well as the nearby maps, as well as the situation of the other 3 sections. The jade slips recorded some basic information about the Golden City. This information was the most important for Lu Ming, so he read it very carefully. After 4 to 6 hours, he withdrew his divine sense from the jade slips. It seems that the situation of this evil spirit realm is far more complicated than I thought before. Lu Ming murmured with a dignified face. According to the introduction of the jade slips, Golden City was actually located at the edge of Jamba Gobi to the west of Black Peak Valley. There were more than a dozen small fortresses around the city, surrounding Golden City in the middle, occupying an area of nearly 10,000 miles. There were actually about 1,000 disciples of Tai Ching sect stationed in Golden City for a long time. In addition to the 200 to 300 inner disciples who came here to hone their cultivation, most of the rest were disciples sent by the sect. Their strength was between the intermediate stage of the condensation period and the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. They were composed of disciples who were punished by the sect, outer deputy disciples, and disciples who had accepted the mission of the Xian notice. They didn't belong to the 3 brigades here. In addition, the forces of the other 3 major sects were located in the east, south, and back of Black Peak Valley, encircling Black Peak Valley where the teleportation array of the evil spirit realm was located. According to the current information, the area occupied by the 4 great sects with the Black Peak Valley as the center was only a small, insignificant part of the Wraith realm, and the further away from the Black Peak Valley, the more vague the markings were, and there were even many places without any markings. As for the Evil Spirit Legion and the local ghosts, although Chiyu had mentioned them to him on the way to Golden City, the information on the jade slips was more detailed. Even the appearance and habits of some of the races were clearly recorded. Lu Ming sat quietly for a moment, then he quickly got up and left the cave house, entering Golden City. The cave houses of each team occupied more than 70% of the land in the city. There was nothing to see in these places. Lu Ming soon came to the northwest corner of Golden Light City. There were several winding streets with some shops on both sides. It was no different from the general market. The shops on both sides of the street were quite simple shops, and there were not many of them. Most of the shops only had a shopkeeper sitting there lazily. However, at this moment, the street was deserted. There were only a few people walking back and forth. Most of the shops had no customers. Lu Ming glanced around and walked into a relatively large shop. There were a few shelves in the shop. Behind the counter stood a beautiful female monk with green clothes. She was not old, and her cultivation was about the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. She should be an inner disciple who came to the evil spirit realm to do spiritual material business. Senior fellow apprentice, are you selling spiritual material or what do you need? When the female cultivator saw Lu Ming coming in, she immediately stood up and greeted enthusiastically. I'm just looking around. You don't have to greet me. Lu Ming said casually, then he walked to the shelf on the side and browsed. There were a lot of spiritual grass, elixir, some spiritual weapons, talismans, and so on the shelf. They were all things that were not eye-catching, but the marked price was more than one level higher than the outside. This is an elixir that can improve cultivation? Lu Ming picked up a green jade bottle on the shelf. The label on it said Huangjing Pill, 3 kids. Yes. The cyan-robed female cultivator immediately walked over when she heard the voice. Lu Ming nodded, took off the cork and smelled it. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face. The spirit emitted by this Huangjing pill was thin. Not only was it far less than Yun's spirit pill, but the spirit contained was even less than the cold condensing pill that he refined before. However, this level of elixir was priced at 500,000 spirit stones per bottle, and there were only 10 of them. This kind of price was unimaginable in the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming looked at the other elixirs. They were all elixirs that could improve cultivation, restore spiritual power, and heal injuries. The quality was not satisfactory, but the price was ridiculously expensive. Senior brother, do you want to buy some elixirs? Female monk with green clothes asked with some expectation. No need. Lu Ming shook his hand, a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. He had a premonition of this abnormal price before. The evil spirit realm was full of yin qi, and the spirit of heaven and earth was abnormally thin. Lu Ming had noticed on the way here. Too much yin qi was mixed in the spirit of heaven and earth, and it could not be used directly. In Golden Light City, Taiching Gate used some means to barely supply the spirit of heaven and earth in the city for cultivation. However, once outside the city, if he wanted to restore spiritual power, he had to rely on the power of elixirs. Fortunately, Lu Ming had prepared before coming to the evil spirit realm. He had prepared a large number of elixirs, enough to support him for more than 10 years. Hearing this, female monk with green clothes suddenly showed disappointment on her face. Did you bring these elixirs with you when you teleported from the sect? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Senior brother, did you just come to Golden Light City? Female monk with green clothes glanced at Lu Ming in surprise. Yes, I just came here not long ago. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and then he nodded. It's no wonder then. Among these pills, only a few are for healing. The detoxification pills were brought from the outside by this little girl, while the rest of the pills for recovering magic power and improving cultivation were all refined from spirit materials produced in the Wraith realm. Although their effects aren't particularly good, their prices have always been high. Hearing that Lu Ming was a newcomer, the expression on the female cultivator's face relaxed a little and she said with a chuckle. No wonder the quality of these elixirs is so poor. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. Due to the unique environment of the evil spirit realm, the elixirs that restore spiritual power are in high demand. Unfortunately, when I came from outside, I didn't know much about the situation here. The elixirs that I brought with me were sold out several years ago. Now, I can only sell these inferior elixirs. Female monk with green clothes smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Lu Ming continued to browse the nearby shelves. He wasn't interested in those talismans and spirit tools. After looking around, his eyes stopped at a shelf filled with all kinds of spirit herbs, spirit materials, beast bones, and other things. There were even several oval-shaped objects placed on one of the shelves. Their surfaces were emitting circles of black light, which made him a little curious. These are the nuclei left behind by the evil spirit beasts here after they are beheaded. They are the specialty of this place and also the most valuable thing. Female monk with green clothes explained patiently when she saw Lu Ming's expression. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Before he entered this place, he knew that the nuclei was the specialty of the evil spirit realm. It had a wide range of uses and was extremely rare in the Middle Sky continent. Many people took the risk to enter the evil spirit realm for this thing. However, firstly, this item could only be possessed by ghosts equivalent to the real pellet state of the evil ghost commander. Secondly, most of these ghosts were extremely fierce. Most of them would self-destruct their nuclei before death, so there were very few of them left intact. After looking around the shop, Lu Ming turned around and was ready to leave. Senior fellow apprentice, please wait. Since you have just arrived here, I have an illustrated book of various spiritual herbs and spiritual materials in the evil spirit realm. Maybe senior fellow apprentice will be interested. Seeing this, female monk with green clothes stopped Lu Ming. She took out a thick book from the shelf behind and handed it to Lu Ming with a smile. Oh, there is such a thing? Hearing this, Lu Ming showed a look of interest. He reached out and took it. After flipping through it roughly, his eyes lit up. This thing was exactly what a newcomer like him needed. I want this thing. I don't know how many spirit stones it will cost. Lu Ming took a few glances and closed the ancient book. It's just a book. It's not worth much spirit stones. Just take it as a gift from me to senior fellow apprentice. In the future, if senior fellow apprentice can collect ghosting nuclei or spiritual herbs and spiritual materials, feel free to come here. I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Female monk with green clothes said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked up and down at the female cultivator. He sighed in his heart that this woman was good at doing business and her means were quite clever. However, he wasn't disgusted by this, so he didn't refuse and kept the ancient book. Lu Ming stayed in the trading area until a blood moon rose in the dark sky, then he returned to his cave house. In the next few days, besides meditating, he always wandered around the city and chatted with some shopkeepers. Gradually, he got a preliminary understanding of the entire Golden Light City and its nearby areas. At the same time, after the last test, he and the 4 members of the 7th squad had gradually become familiar with each other. After all, in such a cruel and dangerous place, powerful people would always receive more respect. On this day, when he was chatting with the shopkeeper in a sundry shop, the token hanging on his waist suddenly buzzed and gave out black light. A few lines of small words appeared in the black light. After glancing at the small words, Lu Ming frowned slightly. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, he turned around and left the shop. Then, he stomped his feet and sped towards the direction of the cave residence. He had just received a message from the higher-ups, which assigned a task to Team 7. After 15 minutes, when Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the cave residence, the other 4 members of Team 7 were already standing at the entrance. Captain Lu Ming, you're here. The hunchbacked old man and the young child bowed to Lu Ming with a faint smile. Although the young woman in red dress and the man with a red bow still looked a bit unnatural, they also greeted him. Lu Ming didn't care about it. He just nodded. When he was going to say something, a clear whistle came from behind. When they looked back, they saw a streak of gray light flash before them, and it had already landed not far away from them. The gray light dissipated, revealing the figure of a tall and thin man. This person seemed to be around 30 years of age. His complexion was a little yellow, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning, brimming with vigor. You're all here. Very good. The tall and thin man glanced over them and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face slightly changed. This man was a cultivator in the early stage of Jin Dan. Besides, the gray light just now was the magical sword controlling skill that he couldn't be more familiar with. When their eyes met, the tall and thin man suddenly revealed a strange expression. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a fierce sword essence was shot out. Lu Ming felt a slight tingling in his eyes. Then, a purple lightning rose from his body and a dense sword essence was released from his body. The 2 sword intents collided in midair. A formless gust of wind erupted in the space before the 2 of them, and then they both quickly dissipated. Good. It seems that you're the new deputy captain of our team, junior fellow apprentice Lu Ming. I've long heard of Junior Marshall Brothers' great name. Now that I've seen you today, you really are extraordinary. The glaring light in the tall and thin man's eyes receded and he laughed heartily. Senior fellow apprentice, I'm Lu Ming. Greetings, Captain Min. The purple light on Lu Ming's body dissipated, and he cupped his hands. In the past few days, he had heard some things about this Team 7 captain from the old hunchback and the others, but he had never met him. Jin Dan stage captains all lived alone in a cave. They didn't live in the same place as the others. The old hunchback and the others saw the situation just now, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Lu Ming seemed to be able to stand up to the tall and thin man in the Jin Dan stage. The 4's evaluation of Lu Ming immediately increased. Greetings, Captain Min. The 4 also cupped their fists and bowed. The man with the surname Min shook his head and said, Everyone, don't be so polite. You and I are from the same sect. It's just that we're working together. It's not fun to be too polite. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The man with the surname Min's character was somewhat similar to Chou Longzi. They were both straightforward people. Since you're all here, I'll cut to the chase. You should have read the message from the upper management just now. The sect has assigned us a tricky task this time. The man with the surname Min said directly. Lu Ming's expression didn't change much, but the old hunchback and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had all read the message just now. According to the message, a fortress at the front of Golden Light City was destroyed by the evil Ghost Legion. The task this time was to search for survivors and an important item there. The four of them had been in the evil ghost realm for many years, so they naturally understood the danger of this task. The fortress outside Golden Light City was located deep into the evil ghost realm. The fortress at the front was mainly set up to serve as an early warning against a large-scale attack by the evil Ghost Legion. The core of the fortress at the front was an unusual treasure called the Fortune Bowl. This bowl could convert a small area of the Yin Qi of this world into the spirit Qi needed by human cultivators. It was an essential item for human cultivators to stay in the evil ghost realm for a long time. In the past few days, Lu Ming learned that the golden ball of light at the top of the tower in the main city of Golden Light City was a special giant fortune bowl. Due to the difficulty of refining this item, there weren't many of them in Jingguangjuan. Once the fortress was breached, the preset restriction would be triggered, and the fortune bowl would automatically teleport back to the main city of Jingguangjuan. However, this time, the evil Ghost Legion had used some kind of interference. Although the item was teleported out when the fortress was breached, it didn't return to Golden Light City. It was probably somewhere else. Their team's mission this time was to find this lost good fortune bowl at all costs. This time, the fortress that was breached was Fort 19, which was the furthest in the evil ghost realm. It was 100,000 miles away from Golden Light City, and was also the place where the evil Ghost Legion and human cultivators fought the most. There's no need to worry. Due to the danger of this task, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the sect's upper echelons have sent Team 7, Team 9 and Team 10 to take care of this task, the man surnamed Min said as he observed everyone's expressions. Hearing this, the expressions of the hunchbacked old man and the other three eased. The three teams were already a very powerful force. Even if they were unfortunate enough to encounter the evil Ghost Legion, they would definitely not be able to defeat them. However, if they worked together, they were confident that they would be able to escape unscathed. Team 9. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Qi Yu, who brought him here, seemed to be a member of that team. He wondered if he would participate in this task. This is a sensing bead. It can sense the location of the fortune bowl within 100 miles. As Friar Min spoke, he took out 5 light golden thumb-sized beads and distributed them to Lu Ming and the other 4. Lu Ming took the beads, looked at them for a moment, and then put them away. There's no time to lose. Let's set off and meet up with the other 2 teams at the gate of Golden Light City. After saying this, the man surnamed Min turned around and took the lead in flying towards the city gate. The group of 6 quickly arrived at the city gate. They could vaguely see a crowd of people in front of them. Judging from the number of people, the other 2 teams should have already arrived. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd, and a smile appeared on his face. He saw Qi Yu standing in one of the teams with a smile on his face. He was also looking at them. Brother Zhua, Brother Mu, I'm a little late. Sorry to keep you waiting. The man surnamed Min landed and laughed loudly from afar. The other 2 teams' Jin Dan realm captains were a tall old man with blue eyes and a long beard. The other was a burly man with a red face. Qi Yu and 3 other fake Dan realm cultivators stood behind the blue-eyed old man. There were also 4 people behind the burly man. The 3 teams added up to a total of 16 cultivators. 3 Jin Dan realm cultivators and 13 fake Dan realm cultivators. They were a very powerful force anywhere. Moreover, these people were the elites of the sect. Most of them had stayed in a dangerous place like the evil spirit realm for many years. Let's talk about other things later. This task is very urgent. Since everyone is here, let's set off immediately. The blue-eyed old man seemed to have an ordinary relationship with the man surnamed Min. He turned around and walked towards the city gate after saying this coldly. The burly man greeted the man surnamed Min in a friendly manner. He glanced at Lu Ming curiously before looking away and walking towards the city gate with his subordinates. the man surnamed Min did not mind at all. He called for Lu Ming and the others to follow him. The group arrived at the city gate and handed over their identity tokens to the disciples guarding the gate. Jing Guangjuan was very strict when it came to entering and leaving the city gate. The members of the first team were not allowed to leave the city unless they were on a mission from the sect. After checking their identity tokens and registering them, Lu Ming and the others left Golden Light City. The gloomy sky loomed over everyone's heads, and dancing qi suddenly rolled in from all directions. Everyone's faces turned grave. "Let's go." As the three team leaders gave the order, everyone turned into 3 fleeting lights and flew away in 3 groups. Their destination was Fort 19, northeast of Golden Light City. More than a dozen fleeting lights flew across the sky like a meteor shower. Huh? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he uttered a sound of surprise. After leaving Golden Light City, the further they flew, the denser the surrounding yin qi became. Even their divine sense began to be greatly restricted. Lu Ming had sensed the restriction of his divine sense when he entered the evil spirit path. However, it was far less serious than it was now. "Younger brother Lu, you've just arrived here, so you don't know. The deeper you go into the evil spirit path, the denser the surrounding yin qi will be. These chaotic qi will disturb your divine sense. It's fine near Golden Light City, but when you get close to Fort 19, your divine sense will only be able to explore a few miles around." Chiyu came over and explained with a smile when he saw Lu Ming's expression. "So that's how it is. This evil spirit realm is truly dangerous." Lu Ming frowned. "Younger brother Lu, you'll know this soon after staying here for a long time," Chiyu said with a smile. More than a dozen people flew forward in silence. Due to the restriction of their divine sense, they didn't dare to go too fast. It would probably take them 1 day and 1 night to cover the distance of more than 100,000 miles. "Be careful, there's a swarm of ghost bees ahead." The blue-eyed old man, who was flying at the front, suddenly warned with a flash of green light in his eyes. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. He had read about this kind of ghost in the ancient book he got from the woman monk with green clothes. It was a kind of ghost that lived in groups. Their cultivation was average, but they were very difficult to deal with. In the pitch-black sky a dozen or so kilometers away, a strange crimson mist suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching them. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see what was in the fog. Lu Ming's heart moved and he muttered something. Black ripples appeared in his eyes and the scarlet fog quickly became clear in his eyes. It was a strange bee that was a foot long. Its body was shriveled and there was a white bone spur on its tail, making people shudder. "This ghost bee looks quite familiar." Lu Ming had seen many bee-type beasts, but the ghost bee in front of him that was full of sinister aura gave him a very familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen similar species somewhere before. "Yes, it's in the ghost hell region of the barbarian ghost sect." Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered. When he was still a youth, there was also a species called the ghost bee in the ghost hell region that the barbarian ghost sect's 16 martial ancestor had created. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as the ghost bee in front of him, just that it was much smaller. There are probably 10,000 ghost bees. "We need to hurry, so let's go around them," the leader of the 10th squad, the burly man, suggested. Each of these ghost bees exuded a strong yin qi. Even if the people present were real pellet state and pseudo-pellet state cultivators, they couldn't get away in a short time after being entangled with them. The others nodded their heads and the light suddenly rose higher, flying over the swarm of bees. The swarm of ghost bees also discovered Lu Ming and the others. The dark red cloud let out a rumbling sound and surrounded them. The swarm of ghost bees covered an area of a few acres. Fortunately, Lu Ming and the others were much faster than the swarm of bees, so they were able to escape before the swarm caught up. "Phew, we finally escaped. It's rare to see such a large swarm of ghost bees." Chiyu looked back at the swarm of ghost bees behind him and said with lingering fear. At this moment, dozens of red ghost bees, each the size of a millstone, suddenly flew out from the ghost bee swarm. They pounced at the group with incomparable speed. Their speed was far faster than the rest of their kind. In just a few flashes, they had pounced behind the group. "Be careful, these are the bee generals of the ghost bee swarm. Each of them is comparable to the cultivator of the crystallization period. the man surnamed Min shouted. He suddenly turned around and made a sword gesture. A gray sword light shone brightly. A streak of gray sword light abruptly appeared, transforming into a massive sword in a flash. Then, with the hilt of the sword as the center, it rapidly spun and danced in the air, instantly transforming into a massive gray disk that engulfed the several tens of oncoming ghost wasps. None of them were spared. Puff! Puff! The hard shells of these ghost bee generals were like paper, and were shattered by the rapidly spinning sword lights. Then, several muffled sounds rang out almost at the same time, and dozens of ghost bee generals were instantly minced into dust, exploding like fireworks and disappearing without a trace. This scene made Lu Ming secretly surprised in his heart. Even if he wanted to kill so many crystallization period ghost bees in an instant, he couldn't do it easily. Although this Friar Min was only at the early stage of Jin Dan, his sword-controlling technique shouldn't be underestimated. Let's go. With so many ghost bees being killed, I'm afraid it has attracted the attention of the queen bee. Just when everyone was slightly stunned, the blue-eyed old man urged again. As soon as the old man's voice fell, a sharp long cry came from the swarm. Everyone's expression changed. They sped up and sped forward. The swarm made a rumbling roar as if they received a signal. They quickly changed direction and chased after Lu Ming and the others. After a full 2 hours, Lu Ming and the others finally got rid of the ghost bee swarm that was like maggots in their bones. Because they were a little flustered, they slightly deviated from their direction. After a little adjustment, everyone continued to move toward the destination of Fort 19. Along the way, Lu Ming and the others encountered several waves of various ghost attacks. The journey was delayed for a long time. When the group finally arrived at the destination of Fort 19, it was already a few hours later than the scheduled time. Fort 19 was a castle building built in the hilly area. It covered an area of about 7 or 8 acres. However, it had become a ruin at the moment. There were some broken walls everywhere. What was more terrifying was that there was a huge crack that was more than 10 miles long and several meters wide on the ground. It penetrated through the center of the ruins of the fort. Lu Ming flew in the air and looked at the situation below. A chill passed through his heart. This huge crack on the ground was obviously formed by a spell. It was probably the work of the evil Ghost Legion. It was probably this blow that completely destroyed the fort here. Besides, the Xianxia here was several times denser than that in the vicinity of Golden Light City. As Yu Qi had said, even with his powerful spiritual energy, his spiritual awareness could only explore a little more than 10 miles in this place. The Xianxia nearby was so cold that it seemed to penetrate into his bones. He silently operated the Tiger Dragon Hell prison to dispel this uncomfortable feeling. Fort 19 was built more than 100 years ago. It was built with the strongest materials. Now it has been destroyed like this. It seems that the strength of the evil Ghost Legion that attacked here is very strong. There should be more than one Jin Dan State evil ghost commander. The burly man landed in the ruins. After a careful inspection, he said faintly. Looking at the situation, the disciples stationed in the fort have all been annihilated. I'm afraid that the other party has a celestial state ghost commander. The man surnamed Min sighed as he could faintly see some blood stains in the ruins. The ghosts of the evil ghost realm increased their strength by devouring the flesh and blood of human cultivators. As for the defeated cultivators, they would directly devour them. You too, now is not the time to be emotional. The orders from above are to find the lost bowl of good fortune and find the surviving disciples. It seems that the latter is not necessary. Let's talk about finding the bowl of good fortune now. The blue-eyed old man said unhurriedly. The burly man and the man surnamed Min looked at each other with a hint of displeasure on their faces. However, they still nodded and flew back to the sky. The bowl of good fortune's teleportation restriction was disrupted and it was teleported to another place. According to the speculation of the upper echelons of the army, this range should be within a radius of 10,000 miles with the fort as the center. The blue-eyed old man said faintly. Although this range is not large, the Xianxia here is very dense and the divine sense is greatly restricted. Fortunately, we have the sensing bead given by the sect. The man surnamed Min said and took out the pale golden bead with a flip of his palm. There is no time to lose. Let's hurry up and search for it. The burly man said with a serious expression. In my opinion, we should split up and search for it. The blue-eyed old man suddenly said. The burly man's expression changed slightly. The man surnamed Min also frowned and said, Brother Zhua, this place is deep in the evil ghost realm. An army of ghosts could appear at any time. If we split up and encounter a large group of ghosts, wouldn't that be terrible? It is precisely because of this that we must find the bowl of good fortune as soon as possible and return to Golden Light City. The blue-eyed old man's expression was firm. It seemed that he had made up his mind. The red-robed woman and the others beside Lu Ming also had ugly expressions. However, they had no right to interrupt the discussion of the three captains. Lu Ming glanced at the man surnamed Min and the others before looking away. It did not matter to him whether they split up or moved together. With his current strength and the beat of mountains and rivers, even if he encountered an army of ghosts, as long as it was not a celestial phenomenon realm ghost commander, he had 100% chance of escaping. The man surnamed Min and the other two discussed for a while and finally decided to split up. Each of the three teams was responsible for exploring an area. Not long after, the blue-eyed old man silently led the team of 4 towards a stretch of mountainous terrain behind the fortress. Qi nodded at Lu Ming before quickly disappearing into the distance. With the blue-eyed old man, old Zhua is taking advantage of the fact that he has the psychic blue-eyed spirit body. He wants to find the fortune bowl by himself and take all the credit, the burly man said faintly as he looked in the direction where the blue-eyed old man had gone. The man surnamed Min smiled and did not say anything. He cupped his hands at the burly man before leading Lu Ming and the others towards a desolate hilly area on the left side of the fortress. The burly man also quickly led his team towards a forest on the right side of the fortress. After Lu Ming and the others entered the hilly area, the 6 of them lined up in a row and each took out a sensory bead. They began to search for the area. Lu Ming injected his magic power into the bead. The bead lit up with a layer of golden light and immediately emitted an invisible wave that spread towards the surroundings. The sensory bead could spread for dozens of kilometers, which was much wider than the range of the divine sense. As Lu Ming controlled the sensory bead, he turned his head to look down. He had seen the map of the area around Fort 19 and knew that this hilly area was relatively flat and did not have many ups and downs. Therefore, it was not difficult to search for the area. The only thing that worried them was the various ghosts that lived in this area and the evil ghost legion that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. However, they were quite lucky today. They searched for 4 hours in a row and only encountered a few weak wandering ghosts that were easily killed. They did not encounter any major problems. However, after a period of time, the group could not help but show signs of fatigue. After all, the sensory bead consumed a lot of mental power. Even though they were all false core stage cultivators, they still found it difficult to use it continuously. Brother Min, why don't we stop for a while and rest for a while before continuing our search? Lu Ming saw that the red-shirted young woman and the others all showed signs of fatigue. His figure moved and he flew to the man surnamed Min's side. When the man surnamed Min heard this, his gaze swept across the faces of the others. After a moment of thought, he said, "That's fine. Let's rest for a while. We'll continue after half an hour. However, pay attention to the safety of your surroundings." Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand at the 4 people behind him. The red-shirted young woman and the others released their divine sense to quickly explore their surroundings. When they didn't find anything out of the ordinary, they landed on the hilly area below with a peace of mind. Because time was of the essence, the 4 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and each took out a pill to recover their magic power. They closed their eyes and began to refine it. They strived to recover their magic power and mental power as soon as possible. "Younger brother Lu, don't you want to take a rest?" Man surnamed Min threw a glance at Lu Ming and asked calmly. "I'm not very tired. I can still stand it." Lu Ming smiled faintly. His spiritual strength was far more powerful than that of the same level. Besides, he had the help of mind imitation insect, so he didn't feel too tired. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a jade slips and injected his spiritual sense into it. This was a map that he bought at a high price in a shop in Golden Light City, which contained a lot of information collected from other sect forces. It was much more detailed than the map provided by the sect. According to the previous distribution of the 3 squads, they had explored 1/3 of this place. The other 2 squads should also do the same. However, the 3 squads hadn't found anything yet. When Lu Ming was pondering, Scorpion's hasty voice came from the soul-recovering bag on his waist. "Master, there's a ghost hiding underground. It's approaching us. Be careful underground." Lu Ming was horrified. His eyes instantly stared at the hilly land dozens of feet away, and he shouted loudly. Before he finished his words, an earth-shaking loud sound boom was heard. The ground within dozens of meters in front of him suddenly collapsed, leaving a big hole. A black shadow darted out like a lightning bolt. It was a huge gray lizard. The head of the beast was as large as a millstone. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the man with a red bow who was meditating with his eyes closed. The moment Lu Ming reminded the 4 people who were meditating, they had already woken up. The man with a red bow changed his face when he saw the bloody mouth that was constantly enlarging in front of him. However, as a person with extremely rich combat experience, he only made a gesture with one hand. Then, red light was released from his body, which condensed into a thin light cover in a hurry. Crack, the gray lizard suddenly closed its big mouth. Cracks immediately appeared on the light cover, which almost collapsed at once. However, it was this momentary delay that determined the gray monitor lizard's fate. With a swoosh, a dazzling gray sword light flashed from above and turned into a thick gray light beam that penetrated the giant lizard's head. The gray giant lizard was startled and barely avoided it by tilting its neck. Right at this moment, a tiger's roar resounded, and a pitch-black shadow of a tiger's head smashed over from the other side. The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking rang out. The giant lizard's huge body was forcibly sent flying, and at the same time, the gray sword light slashed across its neck. Its head and body were abruptly split into 2, and it fell heavily to the ground several tens of feet away. The gray lizard's head was completely twisted and shattered, and its 4 limbs twitched twice before it stopped moving. The man with the surname Min waved his hand, and a gray sword ray flew back with a whoosh, fusing into his body. On the other side, the black gas surrounding Lu Ming slowly dissipated, and he withdrew his fist. The man with a red bow and the other 3 just flew into the air, and they looked at the dead giant lizard below in horror. Ghost lizard. The hunchbacked old man's lower abdomen buzzed with ventriloquism, and his voice was full of fear. It was no wonder that the ghost lizard was known as the hidden assassin among the many ghost beasts of the evil ghost way. Because this kind of ghost beast's cultivation was not weak, and it was extremely good at sneak attacks, as long as it hid underground, even the Jin Dan stage cultivators could not use their divine sense to detect it. Therefore, there were many crystallization period cultivators in the 4 forces, and even Jin Dan stage cultivators had fallen in the mouth of this ghost lizard. "Thank you, Brother Min and Lu, for saving our lives." The man with a red bow solemnly bowed to Lu Ming and the man with the surname Min. On the other side, the young woman in the red shirt and others looked at Lu Ming with some gratitude. "There is no need to be so polite, junior brother. This is part of my duty. This time, it is all thanks to younger brother Lu." The man with the surname Min waved his hand carelessly, and his gaze swept across the ghost lizard's body before looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was about to open his mouth to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand, and a black gas fell on the broken head of the ghost lizard. A moment later, it wrapped around a fist-sized black ball and flew back. "A ghost scene core," Lu Ming said with a happy expression. This was the first time he had personally obtained this from a ghost. When the others saw this, they were also very surprised. However, after Lu Ming played with it a few times, he handed the ghost lizard's core to the man with the surname Min. According to the whole team's agreement, the items obtained from outside missions would be kept by the team leader, and would be divided evenly when they returned. After receiving the core, the man with the surname Min asked, "Younger brother Lu, this ghost lizard was hiding underground. How did you sense it?" The man with a red bow and the others also revealed a trace of curiosity. If Lu Ming hadn't warned them, it was very likely that the man with a red bow would have died in the ghost lizard's mouth. "I didn't discover it. I raised a ghost-type spiritual pet, and it is very sensitive to yin qi." Lu Ming muttered to himself, and didn't hide anything. The man with the surname Min and the others looked at the soul cultivation pouch on Lu Ming's waist, and they felt somewhat relieved. After experiencing such an incident, the group naturally didn't have the mood to continue resting. They quickly got up and continued to explore. Half a day later, Lu Ming's group of 6 stopped in the air above a gray swamp. They had already explored the surrounding area once, but found nothing. At this moment, the man with the surname Min had a white formation plate floating in front of him, emitting a faint white light. The formation plate suddenly lit up, and a few lines of small words appeared on its surface. The man with the surname Min put away the formation plate, shook his head, and said, "The other 2 teams have also searched the area they were in charge of, but they also didn't find the Bowl of Fortune." "It seems that the Bowl of Fortune is not nearby," the hunchbacked old man said using ventriloquism. In this situation, Lu Ming didn't really think much of it. Searching for the Bowl of Fortune was not an easy task, which was why they had sent out 3 teams to search together. Moreover, the original search area was only ideal, so it was normal that they couldn't find it. "Since we've confirmed that the Bowl of Fortune is not near the fort, why don't we expand the search area?" Young man said as he waved the fan in his hand. With a swoosh, he opened it and fanned himself a few times. At this moment, the red-robed young woman suddenly suggested, "Why don't we make a deal with the 7 Orifices ghost and see if we can find any relevant information?" "That's a good idea." The large man was the first to respond. "However, the 7 Orifices ghost is very cunning. We should first discuss how to make a deal with them, so that we won't suffer a double loss." Although the hunchbacked old man didn't object, he still coldly snorted. "That's natural. It's not the first time that we've sold information to both sides. However, if we do this, we might be able to find the Bowl of Fortune before the other 2 teams." The man with the surname Min nodded. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Then, they began to discuss under the leadership of the man with the surname Min. Captain Lu might not know this, but for these kinds of search missions that are completed by all the teams, the sect will often give a large reward to the first team to find the target in order to increase the speed of the search. The other teams will return empty-handed, naturally wasting their time and energy. Playboy saw the confusion on Lu Ming's face, so he came forward and explained in a soft voice. "The 7 Orifices ghost should be a type of ghost from the evil ghost realm. Do they often make deals with them?" Lu Ming came to a sudden realization and transmitted his voice after some thought. "There are many ghosts born in the evil ghost realm, but their strength and grade are naturally far inferior to the ghosts of the evil ghost legion. A few low-grade ghosts will often serve as cannon fodder in the war between human cultivators and the evil ghosts, suffering heavy losses and only a small harvest. Over time, some of the malicious ghosts are unwilling to participate in the war between human cultivators and the evil ghost legion. Instead, driven by benefits, they are willing to make deals with human cultivators. Generally speaking, the blood essence of some spirit beasts or low-grade ghost Dao magic tools can be used to trade with them. Sometimes, they can even trade for ghost cores and other precious materials." Playboy patiently explained to Lu Ming. "Since they are low-grade ghosts, their strength shouldn't be very high. The Bowl of Good Fortune cannot be found even with our search magic tools. What kind of magical ability does the 7 Orifices ghost have to be able to find its whereabouts?" Lu Ming stroked his chin, still somewhat puzzled. Although the 7 Orifices ghost's strength is low, it is very familiar with the environment here. Moreover, its innate ability to see and hear is much more useful than our human cultivator's spiritual sense. Thus, it is often used as a scout by the evil ghost legion." Playboy said with confidence. "Well, since everyone has no more questions, let's set off. This time, we must hurry up and find the Bowl of Good Fortune before the other 2 squads." While Lu Ming and a young man were talking, the man surnamed Min had already discussed with the others and made arrangements for possible unexpected situations when trading with the 7 Orifices ghost. "I happen to know the location of the nearest 7 Orifices ghost tribe. Come with me," the red-robed woman said indifferently. Then, she turned into a red light and flew away. "Haha, San Yang is in such a hurry. Don't tell me she wants to snatch the credit from me." The man with the bow and arrow on his back laughed and also turned into a streak of light to chase after her. "It seems that everyone is motivated. Very well, let's go." The man surnamed Min laughed heartily and soared into the sky with a gray light. When Lu Ming saw this, he naturally didn't dare to slack off and turned into a streak of black light to follow. For a time, streaks of light of different colors rose from the flat ground like a multicolored cloud of light. With a rapid sound of breaking through the air, they sped towards the east. After passing through the hilly area for tens of thousands of miles, there was a gray mountain range of undulating heights. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single blade of grass growing on the mountain. It looked like it was completely barren. Layers of dark gray clouds covered the sky, causing the originally dark sky to appear even gloomier. Behind the mountain range was a circular lake that occupied an area of more than 10 acres. The lake water was dark blue and constantly emitted a cold and gloomy aura to the outside world. There were hundreds of small mounds around the lake, each of which was less than 10 feet in size, and the smallest was only half a foot in size. On the surface of these mounds, there were 2 black holes, one big and one small, on the top and bottom. The sides of the holes all faced the lake, densely surrounding the entire lake. If it was a human cultivator who frequently traveled the evil ghost realm, they would naturally recognize this scene at a glance. This was the famous 7 orifices ghost nest among the native ghosts. At this moment, there were several tens of gray clouds of mist of various sizes hovering at the center of the lake. Curls of blue water vapor that were as thick as a finger were continuously drifting out from the surface of the lake before being drawn into the gray mist. Within each cloud of gray mist, one could vaguely see a green ghost head. These ghostly heads didn't have noses above their mouths, only a single ear, and a pair of pupils on each side of their heads. At the top of their heads, there was also a fist-sized eye that was tightly shut, giving them a very strange appearance. These ghostly heads were excitedly swaying their heads as they devoured the blue water vapor with great relish. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air sounded from the distant horizon. Spiritual light flashed above the gray mountain range, following which specks of light of different colors appeared in quick succession. Not good, it seems that human cultivators have arrived. Hide! A panicked voice screamed from within the gray mist. Immediately afterward, the gray mist fell down and dispersed with a pop, revealing a ghostly being that was entirely green in color and had a large head that was completely disproportionate to its body. Its head was exactly the same as the ghostly head that had appeared in the gray mist. These were the 7 aperture ghosts that Lu Ming and the others had mentioned. As soon as this ghost appeared, it impatiently burrowed into a mound beside the lake. Immediately afterward, some of the other gray mist also dispersed and 7 aperture ghosts emerged from it, burrowing into the other mounds in a flash. In just a few breaths of time, there were only a few clouds of gray mist that were slightly larger than the others left in the air above the lake. Humph, what are you panicking for? If the humans truly wanted to exterminate us, we wouldn't have been able to survive here. In my opinion, new business has arrived. TSK. A green-eyed ghostly being leaped out of one of the clouds of mist without the slightest hint of fear on its face. Instead, it shook its head before soaring into the sky as a streak of gray chi to meet the ghostly being head-on. You bunch of cowards. This is clearly another opportunity to strike it rich. Let's see what treasures the human cultivators have given us this time. In another cloud of gray mist, a ghostly head with blood-red pupils jumped out and chased after it with a grim smile. After hesitating for a while, the remaining 7 aperture ghosts in the gray mist also followed carefully, but they still kept a short distance from the 2 7 aperture ghosts. After a while, the escape lights of different colors stopped over the entire lake, revealing their figures. It was Lu Ming and the others. As the gray gas rolled in front of them, a few 7 aperture ghosts appeared. Since you've come from afar, you must be here to make a deal, right? Tell me, what information do you want to inquire about this time? Before everyone could speak, the 7 apertures ghost with blood-red pupils spoke first. Although the gray mist transformed by this 7 aperture ghost was a bit bigger than the other ghosts, it only had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage. However, facing Lu Ming and others, it didn't show the slightest timidity in its tone. I'm sorry, this time, we are ordered to annihilate you. The yellow-faced cultivator surnamed Min sneered and waved his sleeve without any warning. His sword fingers condensed and a gray streak of light flashed through the air. A deep and resounding sword cry rang out. At the top of the 7 aperture ghost with blood-red pupils, there was a dazzling gray light. A gray giant sword surged in the wind. After a slight tremble, it turned into a gray rainbow and slashed down. You guys, the 7-aperture ghost with blood-red pupils had a sudden change of expression. The gray mist around him shrank, and the eye on his head suddenly opened. A bloody light beam as thick as an arm surged out, directly facing the gray rainbow. A loud sound rang out, and the blood-red light beam shattered into specks of red light in the blink of an eye under the fierce impact of the gray light beam. A gray light flashed. The whole mist was split into two, and the 7-aperture ghost with blood-red pupils also turned into two halves and fell from the air. From the moment the captain attacked to the moment he killed the blood-eyed 7-aperture ghost, it was almost a breath's time. This caused the other ghosts, including the blood-eyed 7-aperture ghost, to change their expressions drastically. They hurriedly turned into clouds of gray mist and escaped towards the lake. "Captain, what are you doing? Are we going to make a deal with the 7-aperture ghost?" The muscular man with the bow and arrow on his back recovered at this moment and asked in surprise. "Can't you see this? These 7-aperture ghosts are now unscrupulously negotiating with us. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will take advantage of us." The old man with a hunchback smiled deeply and transmitted his voice to everyone. Lu Ming on the side had no opinion on the captain's approach. After his figure flickered slightly, he appeared ghostly in front of the green-eyed ghost that couldn't escape in time with a series of afterimages. With a flick of his sleeve, a red light blasted out. After spinning in the air, it turned into a dark red ring and fell down, trapping the green-eyed 7-orifices ghost in it. This ring was obtained by Lu Ming in the wild giant beast's belly that day. Although this thing was just an ordinary superb spiritual weapon, it was more than enough to trap low-level ghosts. "You human cultivators are not trustworthy. Previously, you agreed to live in peace with us. We are responsible for providing intelligence, and you will exchange corresponding resources with us. How can you go back on your words now?" After the green aperture ghost moved left and right for a while, it was forced back by the dark red flame that rose from the dark red ring. It suddenly roared in exasperation. "Oh? I don't remember such an agreement. However, if you can really provide us with the intelligence we need, then we can let you live." The man with the surname Min appeared on the side in a flash. He put away the small gray sword in his hand and said faintly, "You want to get the information from my mouth without spending a single cent? It's simply wishful thinking." When the green aperture ghost heard that a few people asked for intelligence, its eyes rolled a little. It seemed to calm down a little, and it replied with some disdain. Hearing this, Lu Ming had a noncommittal expression. He couldn't help but clench his fist lightly. The spirit pattern on the red ring flashed, and the entire ring suddenly tightened a little. Don't. Seeing this, the green aperture ghost's weird face suddenly showed a horrified expression, and it shouted in panic. At this moment, the ghost's entire head was distorted under the compression of the ring. It was very hideous, and a fist-sized eyeball on top of its head was rolling back and forth. "Since you don't want to cooperate, then it seems that we can only find someone to cooperate with us." As Lu Ming said, he clenched his fist a little more intentionally or unintentionally. As the red ring shrank smaller and smaller, the head of the 7-aperture ghost with green pupils was completely distorted, and it screamed loudly. The screams caused the entire lake below to tremble. "This human clan friend, please wait." At this moment, a cloud of gray mist with the size of 10 meters flashed out from a mound of 10 meters by the lake below, rolling toward them. Judging from the aura exuded by this gray mist, the 7-aperture ghost in it should have the cultivation of the crystallization period later stage, but it was much weaker than any of the people in the team. The man with the surname Min winked at Lu Ming, signaling him to release the ring. At the same time, his figure flickered and greeted the gray mist. "It's the 7-aperture ghost king." On the other side, the hunchback old man said faintly, "It turns out that the ghost king is here. I haven't seen you for a long time." After the woman in red shirt giggled, her figure flickered toward the ghost king. In the blink of an eye, the woman in red shirt and the captain surrounded the gray mist in the middle. "Two human clan friends have come from afar. If you need our 7-aperture ghost clan's help, just tell us. There is no need to resort to violence." As the gray mist shrank, a ghost with the same head and small body was revealed. Its head occupied half the size of the whole body. It looked similar to other 7-aperture ghost, but its face was abnormally old. The one eye on top of its head was flashing a faint golden light. We really want to inquire about something, but not everyone in your tribe can trade with us. The man surnamed Min said coldly with a gloomy face. Haha, fellow Taoist, calm your anger. It was indeed my clan that was in the wrong in this matter. However, you're a guest. So long as you're able to pay a suitable price, my clan will naturally do its best to provide all of you with useful information. I wonder if that fellow Taoist can release the juniors of my clan first? The seven-aperture ghost king cupped his hands in front of his chest and said very politely. He didn't even mention the red-eyed seven-aperture ghost that was just killed. When the man surnamed Min heard this, his face relaxed a little. He looked back at Lu Ming and nodded. Lu Ming waved one hand, and the dark red ring made a ding sound, then it turned into a roll of red light and flew out from the green-eyed seven-aperture ghost. After a hover, it flew back to Lu Ming's hand. As soon as the green-eyed seven-aperture ghost got away, he exclaimed and quickly turned into a cloud of gray light. He flew back to a mound by the lake and disappeared. Thank you, fellow friend. May I ask what information you want to obtain this time? I'll see if I can help. Seeing this, the seven-aperture ghost king looked a little more respectful, and he said so. Recently, a fortress of our human clan was destroyed, and we lost a good fortune bowl. That fortress is not too far from here. Your noble is well informed, so you must have heard about it. We came here to find this good fortune bowl. I wonder if your noble can provide us with some clues. By the way, there are a lot of ghost clan spiritual artifacts here. They were seized from the previous battle with the ghost army. You can take a look first. As Friar Min said, he flipped his palm, and a gray cloth bag fell into his hand. He gently threw it to the seven-aperture ghost king. The seven-aperture ghost king quietly took the cloth bag with his small green shriveled hands. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Your Excellency, please wait for a moment. I will go to the tribe to inquire if anyone knows about the good fortune bowl. The seven orifices ghost king put the cloth bag on his waist, then he turned into a cloud of gray mist and rushed to the mounds on the side of the lake. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but the rest of the people were waiting expressionlessly. They didn't look worried at all. Don't worry, these seven orifices ghosts are not strong, and they are extremely timid. If they ran away after taking the treasure, they would have lost their foothold here long ago. The man surnamed Min explained to Lu Ming slowly. Lu Ming naturally understood the reason, but the seven orifices ghost king's respectful attitude made him feel a little uneasy. After 10 minutes, a cloud of gray mist shot out from the mounds again. Judging from its size and aura, it was the seven orifices ghost king. Fellow Taoists, I have asked clearly. Someone in our tribe did find the location of the good fortune bowl, but there are 3 places at the same time. I don't know which one is real and which one is fake. Or perhaps your Jing Guanjuan has lost more than one good fortune bowl? As the mist faded, the seven orifices ghost king cupped his fists slightly and said slowly. Old thing, are you lying to us? The red-shirted woman was furious when she heard this. No matter how bold this old man is, I wouldn't dare to deceive everyone. These 3 addresses are recorded in this jade slips. You will know if they are real or fake when you search for them. The old man didn't get angry because of the red-shirted woman's words. Instead, he respectfully took out a cyan jade slips and handed it to the man surnamed Min with both hands. The man surnamed Min took the jade slips and stuck it on his forehead. After scanning it with divine sense, he put it in his sleeve and turned around to speak to the crowd. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a gray escape light and flew somewhere. Seeing that the captain personally gave the order, the red-shirted woman could only glare at the seven orifices ghost king reluctantly. Then, she turned into a red light and chased after him. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the rest of them didn't say much. They all turned into various escape lights and flew away. This old man welcomes all of you. Please come again next time. After the seven apertures ghost dynasties people cupped their fists, the corners of their mouths twitched imperceptibly. Then, they turned into a cloud of gray mist and flew back. In the blink of an eye, the originally quiet deep blue lake was once again silent. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others were flying towards a desolate forest in the south at lightning speed. Captain, the seven apertures ghost king is very cunning. Are you afraid that he is lying? Asked the elegant a young man. He suddenly asked in the streak of light. Indigenous ghosts often sold information to both sides, let alone these 7-aperture ghosts, who were known for their slyness. Although they had just shown their strength to the 7-aperture ghost tribe, it was hard to guarantee that the 7-aperture ghost tribe would not turn around and sell their information to the evil ghost troop for profit. It's naturally impossible to say that the bowl of good fortune is in all 3 places. However, we can definitely find it in one of the 3 places. These 3 places are all within the active range of the evil ghost troop. The 7 Apertures Ghost King may have the intention of using the ghost troop to kill me so that he can avenge his troops, said the man surnamed Min with a faint smile. Captain, why didn't you kill this old man after he handed over the jade slips? Asked the red-robed woman with a little anger. Although these 7 Apertures ghosts are extremely treacherous and have stabbed us in the back several times, it's not convenient for us to take action directly because we can't find any conclusive evidence. Secondly, most of the information they provide is true. In essence, they can still provide us with some help. If we annihilate them in one fell swoop, then other low-level evil ghosts won't dare to do business with us in the future, explained the man surnamed Min slowly. As they spoke, they drove the escape lights and entered the forest in the blink of an eye. There seemed to be no end to this endless forest. At a glance, it was all grayish-green. Everyone, be careful. According to the previous information from the bacteria, there have been many ghost troops appearing here recently. There are many high-level evil ghost commanders among them. Friar Min released his divine sense to sweep ahead and whispered to Lu Ming and the others to warn them. When everyone heard this, they immediately took a defensive posture. They slowed down and continued to fly forward. After an hour, when everyone flew over a col in the depths of the forest, there was a hole that was more than 100 feet in size on the ground near the mountain. It seemed to be a deep pit. From the surface, it was impossible to see the bottom, and the depth of the pit was unknown. At the same time, the sensory bead in the man surnamed Min's hand finally had a strong reaction. It emitted a dazzling golden light and trembled at the same time. It seems that we're in luck. The first place to explore is the place where the bowl of good fortune is hidden. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man's eyes flashed and he whispered using ventriloquism. The others were also overjoyed when they saw this. They stopped the escape lights under their feet and released their divine sense to sweep the huge pit under their feet. There were many bare tree branches around the huge hole, and the entire wall of the hole was paved with grayish-brown rocks. Wisps of bone-piercing gray Xianxia kept coming out from the depths of the huge hole like a spring. The originally invisible Xianxia had actually condensed into a state of mist here. Even the people who were suspended in the sky could only feel a trace of cold air. It really made their hair stand on end and cold sweat flowed down. Lu Ming tried to release his divine sense to spread into the pit, but it was dispersed by the Xianxia after extending only a few feet. He could not sense the bottom at all. It was obvious that the density of Xianxia in the huge pit was far greater than in other places. The Xianxia here is so dense. There may be some danger down there. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and glanced at the leather bag on his waist. Younger brother Lu is right. It is very likely that there are high-level ghosts here. But if we all go in, it is a bit too risky. This time I will personally make a trip down. You all stand guard outside. After muttering to himself for a moment, Cultivator Min gave the order. After the 4 people heard the words, they looked at each other for a few times, then they nodded and said yes almost at the same time. I'll go down. In case there are powerful ghosts here, it is safer for Brother Min to guard outside. Lu Ming suddenly said so. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted the surprised gaze of the young woman in red shirt and others. Younger brother Lu, the Xianxia here is so dense. If there is a ghost below, it is definitely not weak. Are you sure you want to go down? Friar Min was also startled when he heard the words, but he immediately showed a spurious smile. It's okay. I'm originally from Fallen Serene Peak, and I'm cultivating Ghost Dao. Even if the Xianxia here is dense, it has a limited impact on me. However, if the captain is guarding outside, I will be more at ease. Lu Ming replied with a slight smile. As soon as these words came out, the young woman in red shirt and the macho man's face became a little ugly. Lu Ming's words obviously showed that he was not assured of the strength of others. The old man with a hunchback was expressionless as if he had never heard the words just now. The elegant playboy just smiled. Since younger brother Lu has made up his mind, then I won't stop you. If you really find a powerful ghost that you can't deal with or there is anything wrong, return immediately. The man surnamed Min finally agreed, but he warned. Of course, I will try my best to go back soon. Lu Ming smiled faintly. After cupping his fist at the rest of the people, black gas appeared on his body and wrapped his body. He jumped directly into the huge pit below. The man surnamed Min, the red-robed young woman, and the others had a brief discussion. Soon after, they scattered in all directions and disappeared near the cave entrance. The area around the huge pit was restored to its previous tranquility. Lu Ming flew into the billowing Xianxia. After falling down for a distance, he stopped and patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand. A brilliant golden light flew out from it. In the golden light, a palm-sized scorpion was wrapped. It was the scorpion that had transformed into its original form. When the white-boned scorpion landed on the ground, it had already grown to the size of an adult. The golden light wrapped around its body was even more dazzling, as if its whole body was burning with golden flames. The golden crown mark that originally appeared on the scorpion's forehead now appeared on the head of the scorpion. A dazzling golden rainbow was emitted from it, extending several meters ahead. As soon as the surrounding Xianxia touched this golden light, it was quickly melted by the golden light like ice and snow meeting fire. When Lu Ming saw the scene in front of him, his face couldn't help but change. The reason why he volunteered to come down to look for the good fortune bowl was that the scorpion in the soul-recovering bag on his waist sensed something. The golden crown mark on its forehead suddenly flashed wildly, and it was eager to enter the huge pit. It seemed that there was something it was eager for below. After some consideration, Lu Ming was confident that with the protection of the Dark Bone secret and the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, he was not afraid of the Xianxia here. As long as he didn't encounter ghosts of the celestial state, there was no problem for him to protect himself with his strength. That was why he dared to volunteer. At this moment, White-Bone Scorpion's eyes flashed red, and the golden light on its body surface flourished. Its figure blurred and rushed down at an incredible speed. Scorpion! Lu Ming shouted with a voice transmission. However, at this time, White-Bone Scorpion completely turned a deaf ear to Lu Ming's shout. After a few flashes, it disappeared into the billowing Xianxia in front. Lu Ming's face changed abruptly. The black gas on his body was thick, and he sped up to chase. However, White-Bone Scorpion was extremely fast, and it disappeared from Lu Ming's sight in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was secretly shocked while urging the escape light to chase forward. This huge pit was unexpectedly deep. From entering the hole to now, they had flown down for thousands of meters, but they still couldn't see the bottom. The deeper they went, the thicker the Xianxia around them. Moreover, divine thought could hardly leave the body to explore here. If there was a ghost attack, it would be terrible. As Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, the brilliance on his body flashed again and again. In an instant, he set up 3 spiritual power shields outside his body. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Then he made a gesture, and a purple sword light appeared under his body. The purple lightning flashed, tearing the Xianxia around him. The sword light increased its speed and carried his body down. The huge pit was almost straight down. The deeper he went, the narrower it became. As Lu Ming was about to speed up a little more, a scream and a terrifying beast roar suddenly came from below. The scream came from Scorpion. Immediately afterward, bursts of FA fluctuations came from below. The surrounding Xianxia also stirred violently, a chaotic whirlpool of air appeared. After Lu Ming's expression changed several times, the sword light under his body shone brightly, and he rushed down at full speed, soon reaching the bottom of the giant pit. However, the scene below left him dumbfounded. In midair at the bottom of the pit, the scorpion had turned into a huge figure of 10 feet, its body emitting a dazzling golden light. It was waving a pair of giant pincers, turning into a group of shadows and launching a crazy attack on a ghost that looked like a giant black dog. The black giant dog's aura was amazing. It should be a terrifying ghost of the real pellet state. Its body was several times larger than Scorpion, and its body was several tens of meters long. It was surrounded by thick ink like ghost chi, and its body was covered with dense black bone spurs. Each of them was several feet long, looking as terrifying as a sharp sword. In addition, the giant dog also had a tail that was several tens of feet long and looked like an iron whip. Its two front paws were also long and sharp, and as they waved at the void, there was a chee-chee sound as they tore through the air. Its tail was also like an evil python, dancing around its body to resist the scorpion's giant pincers. Lu Ming observed for a moment, but found that this giant dog ghost, facing the much smaller scorpion, seemed to be very afraid, attacking more than defending. But the difference in strength between the two was too great. Even though the giant dog was shrouded in the golden light of the scorpion, it seemed to be a little timid, but whether it was the purple poisonous flame that the scorpion spat out from its mouth, or the black lines that the dragon's head and tail hooks turned into, they still could not break through the tight defense of the giant dog's pair of front paws and giant tail. Moreover, as time passed, the scorpion was from time to time shocked by the huge force from its front paws and giant tail, and there were many faint broken wounds on its body. When Lu Ming saw the scene in front of him, his heart skipped a beat. However, when he glanced to the side, his face lit up again. The bottom of the space was filled with skull-sized black stones. Many human skeletons were scattered messily in the center, and some cultivator clothing could be faintly seen. Among them was an item that was emitting a faint golden light. It was a golden bowl the size of a millstone, and its surface was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Fortune bowl. As expected, it's here. Lu Ming mumbled, but he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the battle again. Although the scorpion's attack was fierce, it was already in danger. The giant dog seemed to have overcome its fear of the golden light and began to take the initiative to counterattack. He let out a long howl and attacked without hesitation. With a sudden wave of his sleeves, a dense cluster of green wind blades appeared in front of him. Each wind blade was the size of a door. With a whistling sound, they swept towards the giant black dog, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the same time, the black gas on the surface of his body rolled, and he withdrew the 3 Fali shields outside his body. With a shake of his arms, 2 black dragons that were more than 100 feet long roared and rushed out, following closely behind the wind blades. The black Wyrm looked solid and thick, and its body was covered in huge scales. It looked very lifelike, almost no different from a real Wyrm. As the flood dragon and wind blade whistled down, Lu Ming fiercely stamped his foot and abruptly transformed into a black shadow that shot toward the huge dog. The giant black dog had already discovered the existence of Lu Ming, but it was originally busy defending against the scorpion's indiscriminate attacks. At this moment, when it saw Lu Ming's fierce attack, it roared. It had no time to care about the dazzling golden light on the scorpion's body, and its giant tail suddenly shook, turning into a black whip shadow, firmly lashing at the scorpion's body, and with a bang sound, it was sent flying. Then, the black dog suddenly turned around and faced the dense wind blades and 2 black mist dragons. It opened its mouth and let out a long roar. Immediately, circles of gray sound waves rolled out from its mouth. As a result, as soon as the green wind blades came into contact with the sound waves, they immediately shattered and disappeared. The 2 aggressive black mist dragons behind were also swept into the gray sound waves. After holding on for 2 breaths, they also self-destructed with 2 bang sounds. But in this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he was already within 20 to 30 feet of the giant black dog. His eyes flashed coldly, and without hesitation, he grabbed in the air with one hand. With a flash of purple light in his hand, the bitter will sword appeared in his hand. With a shake of his arm, more than a dozen purple sword lights of 10 feet long rolled out, and instantly merged into one in midair, turning into a giant blade. Lu Ming gave a low roar, and the arm holding the sword swung down heavily. The giant blade fell with a muffled rumble, and it split the gray sound waves in half. Without stopping at all, it continued to fiercely slash at the giant dog. From Lu Ming's attack to the bitter will sword slashing down, the whole process could be said to be smooth, without the slightest extra movement, as if it was precisely calculated. A trace of surprise appeared in the eyes of the giant black dog. It raised its 2 front paws and waved heavily in the air. Suddenly, 2 crisscrossed black claw shadows of 10 feet in size flashed out and hit the giant purple blade fiercely. Boom, an earth-shattering loud noise echoed in the deep pit, and the 2 claw shadows instantly collapsed and shattered. The giant purple blade let out a low long roar, and the light on its surface flickered chaotically. It became extremely dim, but it still fell fiercely at the bone dog. But the giant dog moved its buttocks, and its iron whip-like giant tail flashed with a gust of wind, and it heavily whipped at the falling giant purple blade. Another earth-shattering boom rang out, causing the surrounding walls to shake and fall. The giant dog's tail was fiercely repelled by a tremendous force, and a deep crack appeared on its surface. But the giant purple blade also let out a mournful cry, and then collapsed with a loud bang. The giant black dog swung its tail a few times, and let out a howl of pain. It was obvious that although the giant purple blade had been shattered, it had also caused considerable damage to the dog. At this moment, there were a few whooshes. Not far away, Lu Ming's figure blurred, and suddenly turned into 4 identical shadows that shot out. The next moment, they appeared around the black bone dog. The 4 shadows let out a low roar at the same time, and the purple long sword in their hands moved again. Suddenly, a dense burst of purple sword shadows burst out, and shot at the giant dog like raindrops. The countless sword shadows that whistled through the air surrounded the giant dog in all directions, leaving it no room to dodge. Seeing this, the giant dog let out a loud roar, and its huge body suddenly curled up, turning into a huge round ball of meat. It actually turned into a grayish-white color. At the same time, the surface of the meatball trembled rapidly like a sieve, and the bone spurs left the body in the trembling, blasting in all directions like a storm. After a burst of continuous explosions, the dense bone spurs not only destroyed all the purple sword shadows around, but also pierced through 3 of the 4 shadows. They instantly turned into billowing black gas and dissipated. Only the last shadow let out a cold snort, and the purple long sword in his hand disappeared. At the same time, the billowing black gas on his body quickly rolled up, and instantly turned into a dazzling black light. As soon as the black light was formed, it directly burst open with a loud bang, completely wrapping its body in it. Whizzing sounds rang out, and the countless bone spikes disappeared into the black light like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. At this moment, the bone spurs on the black dog's body had shot out as fast as they could, and its skin had returned to a grayish-black color. It seemed that it had also used up a lot of yuan qi, and there was a trace of fatigue between its eyebrows. As its huge mouth opened and closed, it could not stop panting. Where the bone spurs originally grew on its body, dense red spots appeared, and in the center of the spots, there were faint black sprouts, as if there were new bone spurs slowly growing. After seeing that the bone spurs that it was so proud of did not achieve the desired effect, the lunar beast was furious. It let out a low roar, and when it was about to make another move, suddenly, there was a fluctuation above its head, and Lu Ming unexpectedly appeared in a flash like a ghost. His 2 arms suddenly moved, and black gas rolled down. In the deafening roar of a tiger, 2 black tiger head shadows the size of a pavilion rushed down with their bloody mouths wide open, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. As for Lu Ming himself, after releasing this attack, his body began to shine with a black light. His body flickered once again, transforming into a black shadow that quickly circled around the huge beast and pounced toward the huge dog from another direction. The giant black dog suddenly raised its head, opened its mouth, and once again launched the sound wave attack that it was good at. Circles of gray sound waves rolled out wildly, stirring up the 2 tiger head shadows. Puff-puff sounded almost at the same time, and in the gray sound waves, the 2 black tiger heads instantly twisted into billowing air waves and exploded. Immediately afterward, the giant black dog turned its head, and with lightning speed, it bit the black shadow that pounced from the other side. Pung! The black shadow trembled twice, and turned into a burst of black gas that dissipated in the mouth of the giant dog. It turned out to be a phantom. At this moment, a long roar suddenly came from the black gas that transformed from the tiger head in the air. With a flash of purple light, 100 feet long purple rainbow flashed out, and slashed at the giant black dog. This long rainbow was crystal clear, and layers of sword chi spread out. The surface of the rainbow was crackling like a thunder snake, and the power of this purple rainbow was several times stronger than the giant purple sword just now. In the long rainbow, one could vaguely see the figure of Lu Ming. He had performed the technique of man and sword fusion, and he had long hidden in a tiger head shadow. Before the sword rainbow fell, a strange and incomparably cold sword intent had already rolled down, and the giant black dog was shrouded under it. This unforeseen event was like a falcon swooping down from the sky, the giant dog came back to its senses, and it wanted to find a way to avoid the purple sword rainbow, but it was too late. It could only let out an angry roar, and the giant tail behind it shook. A layer of dark light appeared, and like a huge bone club, it fiercely smashed at the purple long rainbow. Within the sword rainbow, Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. The tailbone of this huge hound ghost was considered tough, but it had just been injured by the giant sword technique formed by the bitter wheel sword. Even if it had been strengthened by some kind of supernatural power, how could it block the attack of man and sword becoming one? He waved one hand, and the purple sword rainbow swayed lightly, casually circling the bone club formed by the beast's tail. Crack! The giant dog's bone tail was immediately cut into several pieces. However, the purple sword rainbow also paused, and its slashing posture paused slightly. The giant black dog ignored the sharp pain coming from its tail. It laid down on all fours, bowed its body, and was about to shoot backwards. Through the series of exchanges just now, the ghost already knew that the opponent in front of it, who seemed to be much weaker than it, was terrifyingly strong. In particular, the opponent's elusive movement technique coupled with that extremely sharp purple sword light, even the hardest part of its body, the tailbone, had been easily cut in half, giving it a feeling that it could not resist at all. At this moment, there was a sudden change. Just as the giant black dog shot backwards, there was a boom in the pile of rubble below its body. Countless black soil mixed with stones exploded in all directions. Under the flash of golden light, a palm-sized bone scorpion shot out. In a flash, it appeared in the giant dog's abdomen. It was the scorpion that had returned to its original size. The bone scorpion's body suddenly swelled, and its tail turned a bright golden color. It suddenly shook. With a chee-chee sound, more than a dozen golden lines shot out densely, instantly piercing the giant dog's protective black gas and sinking into its weakest part, its lower abdomen. The giant black dog clearly did not expect the sudden attack from below. Its huge body trembled in midair, and it let out a miserable howl. The black gas on the surface of its body suddenly tumbled, and it staggered, almost falling from midair. At this moment, the purple sword rainbow not far away had already regained its momentum and flashed, wrapping around the giant dog's neck. The giant dog's expression of pain froze, and a circle of blood appeared on its neck. With a plop sound, the huge head tilted to one side and rolled down like a melon. Together with its huge body, it heavily smashed into the pile of rubble below. The splashing of rubble and dust only subsided after a long while. The purple sword light faded, revealing Lu Ming's figure. The bitter wheel sword in front of him trembled and turned into a purple light that flew into his sleeve. He looked at the black dog's corpse and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was dead, he let out a long sigh. The strength of this beast was tyrannical. In terms of magic power, it was comparable to a cultivator in the middle stage of the Jin Dan stage. Unfortunately, its intelligence was lacking, otherwise, it would not have been able to kill it so cleanly. At this moment, the golden crown mark on the scorpion's head, which was suspended in midair, suddenly shone brightly, emitting a dense and dazzling golden light that swept downwards. Under the illumination of the golden light, the flesh and blood of the huge dog sizzled and turned into billowing black gas. The scorpion let out a low cry of excitement. It opened its mouth and released a suction force. All of the black gas surged into its mouth like a whale sucking in water. Lu Ming looked at the situation in front of him and frowned slightly, but he did not stop it. It was clear that because the scorpion had swallowed the egg of the managing dawn beast, it had some special protective abilities. The golden light it released could even directly restrain the appearance of the ghost. The Ing dog's flesh and blood seemed to be very attractive to it, which was why it had acted so crazily. However, he could not predict whether this change was good or bad. But so far, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. After the cracks on the surface of the scorpion's body absorbed a large amount of black gas, it quickly recovered to its original state. Its body released an increasingly strong golden light, and the huge dog's corpse quickly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as the huge head was about to completely melt, there was a whoosh and a black light shot out from within, quickly rushing towards the top of the huge pit. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. This light was obviously the essence of the huge dog ghost, and he was about to kill it. Who knew that before the black light flew far, the bone scorpion opened its mouth and a golden light shot out, and it hit the black gas in a flash. There was an extremely painful scream from the light. After a while, the light burst like a bubble, turning into little black gas and dissipating. Seeing this, Lu Ming showed a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. It seemed that the scorpion's restraint on the bone scorpion was far beyond his original expectation. At this time, the huge black dog's corpse completely disappeared. When the last bit of black gas was also swallowed by the scorpion, the wounds on the surface of its body had not only recovered, but the silver shell also emitted a crystal luster. Master. After a flash of light, the scorpion turned into a girl with a black veil. She rubbed her belly with both hands, and her face showed a satisfied look. You little girl, you actually swallowed a whole Jin Dan stage ghost. Seeing this, Lu Ming said with a smile on his face. Then his figure flickered, and he landed in the pile of rocks at the bottom of the huge pit. He waved his hand and released a black gas, which wrapped around the good fortune bowl buried deep in the ground and gently lifted it up. As the surrounding black round stones rolled away, the whole good fortune bowl was lifted by the black gas and gently fell into his hand. As a result, as soon as the good fortune bowl was in his hand, Lu Ming only felt that his palm sank down. This golden alms bowl the size of a millstone seemed to weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. The whole alms bowl exuded a faint golden light, and the bottom was engraved with an extremely complicated magic circle pattern. Although no one was driving it, it was still spontaneously absorbing the surrounding yin qi. However, on the shell of this thing, there was a deep scratch. It was unknown whether it was caused by the evil ghost legion. As he carefully looked at the golden alms bowl in his hand, a whistling sound came from above the huge pit. Master, the others have come down. The golden light in the scorpion's eyes flashed, as if she could see through the roiling yin qi above her head. She turned to look at Lu Ming and said, They must have heard the sounds of fighting just now, so they came down to check the situation. Scorpion, go into the soul cultivating pouch first, Lu Ming ordered after some thought. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want others to see the scorpion's current appearance. The scorpion nodded, turned into a black gas, and flew into the leather pouch on Lu Ming's waist. Several breaths later, a streak of gray sword light broke through the fading yin qi and descended. It was none other than Captain Min, and the two streaks of light behind him were the hunchbacked old man and the young man with the young man's name. The three of them stuck a white talisman on their bodies, forming a light barrier that blocked the surrounding yin qi. Younger brother Lu. Captain Min landed and saw the golden alms bowl in Lu Ming's hand. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes, and he immediately called out to him. Brother Min, why did you come down? Did anything happen up there? Lu Ming nodded and asked with a puzzled expression. I just sensed the sounds of fighting coming from below. I was a little worried, so I came down with my two juniors to check it out. But it seems, it's over. Captain Min looked around, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The huge pit at the bottom of the huge pit, as well as the deep sword marks on the surrounding walls, all showed the intensity of the battle just now. However, from the time Lu Ming entered the cave until now, it had only been half an incense stick's time. The hunchbacked old man and the young man looked at each other. When they looked at Lu Ming again, there was even more respect in their eyes. Even with the talismans that could restrain yin qi, the two of them still felt a little stiff when they arrived at the bottom of the huge pit. It was difficult to move, let alone fight with other ghosts. It seems that the ghost that occupied this place has already been killed by younger brother Lu. I wonder what kind of ghost it was. Captain Min asked as he casually swept his gaze over the spherical space at the bottom of the cave. He didn't find any ghost remains, so he couldn't help but ask. It was a huge black dog. Its body was covered with bone spurs, and it had a huge tail like an iron whip, but its body was fed to my ghost pet. Lu Ming didn't hide anything and simply described the appearance of the huge black dog. If that's the case, then it is most likely a wild nightmare ghost beast. When the man surnamed Min heard this, a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. Oh, so Captain Min has seen this ghost before? Lu Ming asked with a raised eyebrow. That's right. When I just advanced to Jin Dan over 30 years ago, I saw a celestial ghost commander in the ghost army from afar during a chaotic battle between our army and the ghost army. Its mount was a mastiff ghost beast. Its appearance and characteristics were exactly the same as what younger brother Lu had described. However, it should have the appearance of a late Jin Dan. Many of our army's crystal-level Jin Dan disciples died tragically in its mouth. After some investigation, I found out that it was a large ghost that was rarely seen in the evil ghost realm. When it matures, it has the strength of an early Jin Dan. I didn't expect younger brother Lu to be able to kill it by yourself. As Captain Min spoke, a trace of reminiscence flashed through his eyes. Captain Min is flattering me, Lu Ming said with a smile. His gaze swept over the place where the corpse of the giant dog was lying. His gaze suddenly froze. He waved one hand and a black crystal core the size of a head flew out from the pile of rocks on the ground. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. This was the yin core of the giant dog ghost. He originally thought that the scorpion had swallowed it along with the corpse. At this time, the yin qi in the surroundings was thick and had yet to dissipate. This thing was mixed with the black round stones. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to distinguish it at all. Hey, judging from the size of the yin core and the yin qi it emitted, could it be that younger brother Lu killed a Jin Dan middle stage, no, a Jin Dan late stage mastiff ghost beast? Captain Min looked at the black crystal core in Lu Ming's hand and asked incredulously. Really? Jin Dan late stage? When the hunchbacked old man and a young man heard this, they revealed a shocked expression. They could reluctantly accept that Lu Ming could kill a Jin Dan early stage lunar beast by himself. After all, with the strength of anyone in Team 7, it was possible to deal with a Jin Dan early stage ghost beast with low spiritual intelligence. But now that they knew that Lu Ming had killed a Jin Dan late stage lunar beast in such a short time, it was too unbelievable. This mastiff ghost beast is indeed ferocious, but it is only at the middle Jin Dan stage. Before I came to the evil spirit realm, I spent a lot of money to collect a few treasures from the sect that can restrain ghosts. Just now, I did everything I could to bombard it indiscriminately. With the help of my spirit pet, I was lucky enough to kill this mastiff, Lu Ming said with a laugh. Although the hunchbacked old man and a young man still couldn't believe it, after listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the horror on their faces faded a little. Haha, no matter what, judging from this core, the ghost that junior brother Lu killed alone was indeed very powerful. The title of the #1 disciple of the inner sect is indeed well-deserved. I admire you, the man surnamed Min said with a laugh. Haha, no matter how you look at it, this yin core is indeed very strong. The hunchbacked old man and a young man said a few words of praise. If the two of them were still a bit insincere before, they were now completely convinced. You are all too kind. Since we have found this bowl of good fortune, let's leave this place as soon as possible, Lu Ming habitually humbly said, then he changed the topic and suggested. The man surnamed Min glanced at the golden bowl in Lu Ming's hand and nodded. Yes, the yin qi here is too strong. Let's go up first and think about it. This item is an important treasure of the army. It is better to let younger brother Min hold it to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Lu Ming waved his hand and threw the bowl of good fortune to the man surnamed Min. He said without hesitation. The man surnamed Min's expression changed. He looked deeply at Lu Ming and took the bowl of good fortune in his hand. The four of them didn't continue to waste time. One by one, they flew toward the top of the huge pit. After a while, they flew out of the huge pit that was full of yin qi. Captain Min, Lu, you are back. The red-shirted young woman and the hunchbacked man saw them and quickly came to greet them. Yes, we've finally completed our mission. The man with the surname Min waved at them as he held the good fortune bowl in his hand. Great! We've finally found the good fortune bowl before the other two groups. I didn't expect that the 7 Apertures ghost wouldn't betray us. The red-robed woman's face flushed with excitement as she spoke. The man with the bow on his back beside him also revealed a happy expression. Jin Guangjuan's upper echelons had given a lot of rewards for this task. Apart from a large number of contribution points, there were also some other precious things such as ghost beasting cores. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so eager to be the first in this operation. In the end, it's all thanks to younger brother Lu, who single-handedly killed a Jin Dan middle stage Hogue beast. When I return, I will report this matter to my martial uncles. The man surnamed Min patted his chest in assurance. Thank you so much, Brother Min, Lu Ming replied with a smile. At this moment, he indeed needed to make a name for himself in Golden Light City, which would be very helpful for him to integrate into Jingguanjuan. The red-robed young woman and the hunchbacked man were shocked when they heard the words Jin Dan middle stage. To be able to kill such a powerful ghost alone in such a short period of time, even the few real pellet state elders in Golden Light City couldn't do it easily. Well, although we've completed the mission, we still can't be careless. Let's return to Golden Light City at once. As for the other things, we'll discuss them after we leave this place. The man surnamed Min quickly calmed down as he said in a muffled voice. Hearing this, the other people's hearts pounded as they nodded and said, yes. Oh, Brother Min, what about the other two groups? Should we inform them that we found the good fortune bowl? Lu Ming asked after a short silence. I've already informed them by sound transmitting formation plate just now. Well, let's go. After saying this, the man surnamed Min waved his arm. A gray sword light appeared beneath him and lifted him up. Then, he flew towards Golden Light City at high speed. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others all followed up. Soon, their escape lights turned into several light spots and disappeared in the air. As soon as they left, the dancing Qi in another direction suddenly roiled, and a blurry figure appeared. As the gray Qi swirled, a small green-skinned ghost with a big head and a small figure could be vaguely seen. It was a 7 apertures ghost, a pale red eyeball rolled on the top of its head, and it slightly raised its mouth corners. Then, it flew towards the direction where Lu Ming and the others left with a roll of gray Qi. Half an hour later, in the sky above the endless barren jungle, Lu Ming and the other 5 people were speeding towards the north. Among them, the man surnamed Min was flying in the front with his hands behind his back on his flying sword, and the 4 people were in the middle. As for Lu Ming, he was alone on a black cloud, falling at the back of the team. He looked indifferent, and no one knew what he was thinking. I didn't expect this mission to be so smooth. After going back to receive the reward, I have to apply for a retreat for a period of time. In recent days, I always feel that the bottleneck seems to have loosened a little. The hunchback man said with a hearty voice, and his eyebrows were full of pride. Then I have to congratulate Brother Xiao first. If you can break through the bottleneck, you have to accompany me to Smoky Soul Gorge to pick some dusk grass. The young woman in red heard the words and giggled. San Yang, you are too polite. We are all family, so there is no need to be so polite. The hunchback man replied in a good mood when he heard the words. Behind the two, the elegant playboy leisurely fanned himself with a paper fan, and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a smile. The hunchback man at his side didn't seem to be in the mood, and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed as he looked around. Fellow Chiao, what is it? Is there something wrong? Suddenly, the voice of the man surnamed Min, who was flying at the front, was heard. Captain Min, I don't know if it is my misperception, but I feel that something is wrong. There is a meandering stream below us, and we flew over it not long ago. When the hunchback man heard this, his gaze swept below him again, and he used ventriloquism to speak. When these words were spoken, regardless of whether it was the elegant playboy at his side, or the hunchback man and the hunchback man who were chatting happily, they were all startled, and they all looked down. I saw this heart-shaped forest not long ago, and I was just talking to San Yang about it. When the hunchback man looked down, he also spoke in astonishment. What is going on? It can't be such a coincidence, right? The young woman in red heard this, and her cheeks blushed slightly, but her expression immediately became serious. In that case, I also feel that the density of the yin qi in the surroundings is somewhat abnormal. Young man closed the paper fan in his hand with a paw sound, and his eyebrows creased as he said this. What you said is correct. I think we may have already entered the ghost wall formation. The man surnamed Min condensed a sword sign in his hand, and his body stopped in midair. He turned his head and slowly spoke. Ghost wall formation. The 5 people stopped one after another, and they all had expressions of shock. Speaking of this ghost wall formation, Lu Ming had already carefully studied it in the jade slips that the sect had bestowed upon him. He didn't expect to encounter it on his first mission. This formation was a ghost formation commonly used by the ghost armies of the evil ghost realm to trap enemies. Most of the time, many evil ghosts released a large amount of yin qi with all their strength, and enveloped a large area within it. It was a type of consumption-type ghost formation, and the eye of the formation was usually controlled by an evil ghost commander with a cultivation of Jin Dan. Lu Ming quickly went through all the information regarding this formation in his mind. After narrowing his eyes, a black light flashed in his pupils, and he stared at the nearby mountain range of different heights. At this time, the sky above the mountain range had already condensed into a thick, dusky fog, and it was impossible to see anything inside. After looking around, he found that the thick fog had already condensed into a huge ring, trapping all of them far away. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the ring was slowly shrinking towards the center. Combined with the description of the bow-carrying man and the others, this scene was surprisingly identical to the ghost wall formation described in the jade slips. The hunchbacked old man and the others immediately formed hand signs or took out their magic tools, all of them on high alert. At this time, there was a sudden clamor of the sound of something piercing through the air. Within the thick fog, rays of gray light shot into the sky. Immediately after, gray dots of light suddenly appeared, densely packed together. There were hundreds of them, and they were all evil ghost warriors wearing bronze armor, each holding a pitch-black scimitar. The faces of these evil ghost warriors were blurry, and one could vaguely see two balls of bright yellow light where their eyes should be. They seemed to be well-trained, and each of them stood in a rather neat formation, with a distance of about 7 to 8 feet between each other. At the same time, the gray yin qi on their bodies separated from each other and intertwined, having already merged with the huge yin qi ring formed by the ghost wall formation. In addition, there were 1 or 2 brown long-haired ghost dogs beside each warrior, their eyes glinting fiercely, and their mouths revealing sharp fangs. The evil ghost warrior in the lead was entirely black, with a broad body, and was about 2 to 3 feet tall. It wore light gray heavy armor, and had no eyes or nose on its face, but a pair of green ghost eyes the size of a fist were spinning rapidly in front of its chest. Its whole body also emitted a strong yin qi, close to the late Jin Dan realm. It was a high-grade evil ghost commander. As soon as this evil ghost appeared, it raised one arm and pointed at Lu Ming and the others. In the next moment, the eyes of all the evil ghost warriors shone brightly with yellow light. They opened their mouths and spat out several balls of gray fog of different sizes, which quickly merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound, the huge yin qi ring that trapped everyone suddenly shrank at a great speed, and the scenery below was already a blur. If one looked up, the sky had also become a gray fog. Lu Ming and the others instantly felt the yin qi wind blowing around them, and the fog rolling. When they looked at each other, it actually began to blur. Not good, the other party has begun to activate the formation. If this formation had been discovered earlier, we could have found a way to avoid it. Now that the situation is like this, we can only force our way through. The hunchbacked old man's face was gloomy, and he spoke quickly using ventriloquism. If we rush directly in one direction, can we get out? The young woman in red dress frowned and asked. Once the ghost wall array is formed, this kind of rushing method won't work. The rich yin qi will affect the divine sense and sense of direction. In the end, we will find that we are just going around in circles, and it is easy for us to be attacked by the ghost warriors lurking in the yin qi. A young man shook his head and said solemnly. Captain Min, you tell us, how should we deal with it now? The hunchbacked macho man stroked the handle of the longbow on his back and asked in a deep voice. Everyone, don't panic. Don't panic. Pay attention to the ghost army sneak attack. I will go find the array eye. Although I can't guarantee that I can kill the commander and completely destroy the array eye, I can still make it loosen a little. You can find a chance to break out at that time. The man surnamed Min sized up the ghost soldiers not far away. The blurry figures of the ghost soldiers had become even more obvious. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray sword light around him rolled up and blasted in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the thick gray mist. Lu Ming and others took out various protective spiritual weapons and were on full alert. No one dared to be careless. While talking, the yin qi ring that trapped everyone had shrunk to 200 or 300 meters in size. The air around them was also filled with thick and bone-piercing yin qi. Even if they were within 100 meters, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. At this moment, a dog's bark came from the side. streaks of brown light darted out of the thick fog like lightning. They were the 7 or 8 ghost dogs. With a flash of red light in their eyes, they pounced toward the bow-carrying man and the hunchbacked old man, who were the closest to them. Seeing this, the hunchback man's figure slightly leaned to the side in the void, and dodged the pouncing bite of the 2 ghost dogs. Then, he pulled the longbow from his back with one hand, and his other hand pulled in the void. Then, 3 scarlet fireballs condensed on his fingertips, and turned into red arrow lights. He gently released one of his hands, and 3 rays of red light shot out directly towards the 3-headed ghostly hound. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the hunchbacked old man. He gently rubbed his hands together, and a silver forked iron staff appeared in his hand. With a shake, the sound of thunder rang out. 2 silver lightning flashed out from the tip of the staff and directly struck the backs of the 2 ghost hounds. In the end, a shocking scene occurred. After these ghost hounds were hit by the arrow light and lightning, they actually directly absorbed the arrows and lightning into their bodies, and continued to dive forward towards the 2 people. Then, with a few bangs, these ghost hounds suddenly self-detonated, exploding into balls of brown ghost flames. These ghost dogs were actually not physical existences, but rather summoned souls. A huge wave of gloomy and cold air came crashing down, and wherever the grey mist passed, the entire void distorted intensely. The 2 of them were caught off guard, and their shields were immediately tainted by the graying flames. They let out a sizzling sound and shook uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, in the grey mist from all directions, a large number of ghost hounds rushed out one after another. The red-robed young woman and the young man were greatly alarmed. They each took out a scarlet handkerchief and a folding fan in their hands. Spiritual light flashed as they went to meet the incoming attack. With the precedent of the previous 2 people, they all launched long-range attacks to try their best to prevent these ghost hounds from approaching. At this moment, Lu Ming was already surrounded by black gas. Seeing the scene in front of him, his figure blurred and took a few steps back. When he was about to release a flying sword to kill these ghost hounds, his shoulder suddenly felt hot. A green bull phantasm burst out from his clothes. It was Che Huan Totem, the shadow of Che Huan, who was released, let out a soundless roar towards the sky, then stopped and opened its mouth wide. Hoochie, a green hurricane appeared out of thin air, wrapping the 2 oncoming ghost hounds and sending them into his stomach. Gulu. The ghost hound self-destructed after being swallowed by Che Huan, turning into a brown flame that kept flowing in Che Huan's stomach, but it couldn't break out. After just a few seconds, the brown flame disappeared without a trace. Che Huan Phantasm raised his head and roared as if he was extremely happy. Huh. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was naturally dumbfounded. This Che Huan Totem was actually activated and devoured these ghost hounds. It was really beyond his expectation. However, with the mental connection with Che Huan Totem, he could naturally feel the waves of desire from the phantasm. Lu's totem seems to be able to devour ghosts. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man said hurriedly with joy. I'll give it a try. Lu Ming replied with uncertainty, then he made a gesture with one hand. Poof, Che Huan Phantasm opened its mouth again and spat out a green hurricane, sweeping several nearby ghost hounds into it. The nearby wisps of grey mist were also continuously sucked into its stomach. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed while resisting the charging ghost hounds. Just at this moment, Lu Ming's face darkened. His body blurred and disappeared without a sound. Immediately afterward, there was a whistling sound in the surrounding. Several black blade lights flashed out from the rolling grey mist, slashing at Lu Ming's original position. Of course, they missed. These ghost soldiers have also begun to attack. Everyone, be careful. There was a fluctuation in the air on the other side. Lu Ming's figure emerged silently, and he whispered to the young woman in red shirt and others quickly. Ah. As soon as he spoke, there was a scream. It was the muscular man with the bow on his back. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. He stared at the place where the muscular man originally stood, except for a violently rolling grey mist, there was no figure. Not good, Mr. Xiao is in trouble. The voice of the young woman in red shirt sounded. Lu Ming glanced down again. Now he could only vaguely see a blurry figure where the other 3 people were. I didn't expect these evil ghosts to know how to break through one by one. Everyone must gather as soon as possible. to avoid being attacked from all sides. Lu Ming said coldly. At this time, the gray mist in the air had become thick to a certain extent, and divine thought was greatly limited. If it continued to develop, it would probably be out of control. As soon as he spoke, he made a gesture. Che Huan in front of him opened its mouth, and several green hurricanes rolled out in all directions, sweeping away the yin qi of the ghost hounds around him and opening up a space of 40 meters. The other 3 people also used all kinds of mystic arts, talismans, and spiritual weapons, trying their best to fly toward Lu Ming. For a time, the sound of gold tearing was endless in the air. In the rolling gray mist, black saber lights flashed endlessly, mixed with the moving figures of the brown ghost hounds from time to time. Under the support of Lu Ming's Che Huan totem mystic art, the hunchback old man, a young man, and the young woman in red shirt entered the 40-meter space one after another, but the muscular man with the bow on his back never appeared again. In the following time, under the cooperation of the 4 people and the green wind of Che Huan totem, the evil ghosts and ghost hounds hiding in the surrounding gray mist couldn't get close to them for a while. I'm afraid it's not a long-term solution if it continues like this. The hunchback old man said gloomily after activating the iron staff in his hand to launch several silver lightning arcs to force back an evil ghost warrior's attack. In this yin qi environment, our magic power is being consumed very quickly, but the other side is like a fish in water. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll really be exhausted to death here. The red-robed young woman in charge of the other side's defense also said while gasping for breath. I don't know if Captain Min has found the array core. A young man was also quite embarrassed at the moment. The folding fan in his hand kept rolling out door-sized wind blades, and he said anxiously. Lu Ming heard the words, but he didn't say a word. He just shook his arms, and another 2 black mist dragons rushed out, sweeping away 3 nearby seemingly fierce ghost soldiers. With his divine sense combined with the netherworld soul-searching technique, he had already seen that their surroundings had been surrounded by layers of evil ghost commandants, ghost hounds, and ghost soldiers. Now if they wanted to rush out, they would really have to spend a lot of effort. However, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest fear. With his strength, if he went all out, these ghost soldiers naturally couldn't really stop him. Just as the young woman and the others were struggling to resist, a loud rumble came from the side, and even the entire ghost formation trembled. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the thick gray mist not far away was rolling, and then, something tore open a hole less than 10 feet. Through the hole, they could vaguely see the gray sky in the distance. It's Captain Min who shook the array core. Seeing this, the hunchback old man hurriedly said with ventriloquism. Around the hole, faint ghost shadows could be seen swaying. Suddenly, several evil ghost warriors realized that the situation was not good, and they gathered together. Each of them spat out a cloud of gray mist, blocking the hole, trying to repair it. We can't miss this opportunity, let's go. Lu Ming said quickly, and at the same time, he made a gesture with one hand. The green bull phantasm above once again opened its huge mouth, and a semicircle of green light swept out in a slanted manner. It was mixed with a strong sound wave as it rushed towards the whole of the ghost formation. It actually forced the surrounding malevolent ghost warriors and ghost hounds to hide in the surrounding gray fog. At the same time, a young man also made a move. With a flip of the folding fan in his hand, a light green rune flashed out and disappeared halfway. The next moment, it had turned into the size of a fist, directly imprinting on the hole. As the green rune flashed wildly, it suddenly made the hole unable to shrink for a while. At this moment, the woman in red and the hunchback old man had no time to care about the black saber light and the ghost hounds that were rushing from all directions. After they jointly cast a layer of shield, one of them waved her dress and rolled up layers of red clouds, and the other pointed the iron staff in her hand to release a silver snake that was as thick as an arm. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light surged out from the void, stirring up the gray mist in front of the hole. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the gray mist that was originally trying to fill the hole was instantly dispersed like paper paste. The hole that was originally less than 10 feet wide was instantly expanded to a size of 20 to 30 feet. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure shook, and he immediately turned into a black shadow and blasted away. The woman in red, the hunchback old man, and a young man also cast their escape lights and followed Lu Ming closely. Just as the four of them rushed all the way to the breach, something strange happened again. He only saw a flash of brown and black light around him, and more than a dozen brown ghost hounds appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of him. Immediately afterward, the dense black saber light swept over from all directions, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils shrank. As his mind turned quickly, he patted his waist with one hand, and a dazzling golden light flew out. With a flash, it suddenly turned into a scorpion about 10 meters in size. As soon as the spiritual pet appeared, the golden coxcomb pattern on its head suddenly flourished, and a golden light beam as thick as a bucket shot out from it. Wherever it passed, all the gray mist was instantly swept away, and the cold aura was suddenly absorbed and became warm. Under the sweep of the golden light, the dozen ghost hounds jumped away with fear on their faces. They bared their teeth and let out a low howl, but they dared not approach Lu Ming and the others at all. As for those overwhelming black saber lights, they were also blocked by the combined powers of the hunchbacked old man and the others. At this moment, several whooshing sounds came. At the 20 to 30 meters wide hole, 7 or 8 gray shadows flashed in a row, revealing the evil ghost captains of the crystallization period. They quickly blocked in front of them. These evil ghost warriors did not intend to attack. Instead, they once again opened their mouths to spit out clouds of gray ghost mist, condensing into a giant fog cover, attempting to trap Lu Ming and the others in it. "Everyone, this is a fight of life and death, follow closely." Seeing this, Lu Ming shouted and stretched his arms forward. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. 5 200 meters long black mist dragons rushed out from behind Lu Ming and rolled Scorpion out. They combined into one and turned into a 300 to 400 meters long black dragon that blasted forward. Just as the mist dragon rushed to the edge, it opened its mouth and a golden light shot out. It was Scorpion. The golden coxcomb pattern on Bone Scorpion's forehead flickered non-stop, and a large golden light swept forward. Although the dozen or so evil ghost captains who were originally blocking the hole showed a frightened expression when they saw the golden light, they still stood in the same place without moving. They all used the broadswords in front of their chest to block. Rumble! A muffled sound rang out. Wherever the golden light passed, the black scimitars in the hands of the dozen or so evil ghost captains collapsed. Their figures also disappeared without a trace in the golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, the 20 to 30 meters hole in front of them was once again expanded by several times. With a flash of silver light behind Lu Ming, a pair of silver wings appeared. With a flap, he turned into a silver rainbow that penetrated through the hole. Bone Scorpion also turned into a cloud of golden light and followed. The red-robed young woman and the others were overjoyed to see this, and they spared no effort in urging their flight lights to follow after them. With the golden coxcomb on the scorpion's head opening the way, after a fierce battle and galloping, Lu Ming and the others finally rushed out of the rolling fog sea. Not good, fellow Daoist Chiu doesn't seem to have come out. After flying for a short while, they suddenly discovered that only 3 of the original 4 people remained. The one who had disappeared was the hunchbacked old man. At this moment, the red-robed woman was also bathed in blood, and her injuries were not light. The elegant young man was also in rags, and the folding fan in his hand had lost its luster. Lu Ming had just patted the soul-cultivating pouch on his waist and put the scorpion back into the pouch on his waist. When he heard this, his face darkened and he suddenly looked over. However, the hole in the sea of fog in the distance was rapidly mending at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obviously unrealistic to think of going back to save them. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted as a streak of gray sword chi pierced through the air from the other side of the sea of mist, landing in front of everyone after just a few flashes. What are you waiting for? Do you want to fall into the ghost wall formation again? A tall and thin man with a yellowish complexion shouted in a low voice. Captain Min. Fellow Chiu and the others. The young woman immediately wanted to report the disappearance of the old man and his companion. Don't say anything. Let's leave this place first. The man with the surname Min immediately interrupted the young woman's words. He urged the gray spirit sword under his feet and continued to fly towards the north. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others could only urge the light to follow. More than 2 hours later, the few of them finally flew out of the forest without stopping. Only then did everyone slow down. It is really thanks to Brother Lu's help that I am able to keep my life this time. I am very grateful. The red-robed woman's expression relaxed, and she bowed to Lu Ming. Speaking of which, Brother Lu's spirit pet god is really powerful. It was able to intimidate those ghost dogs so that they didn't dare to approach it. It is very marvelous. A young man also cupped his hands towards Lu Ming. It is all thanks to Captain Min's risk of shaking the formation eye that we were able to escape. It is only a pity that fellow Qiao and fellow Xiao died. Lu Ming waved his hand and said indifferently. When the red-robed woman and a young man thought of the hunchbacked old man and the bow-carrying man, their expressions became gloomy. If my guess is correct, the ambush this time should be related to those 7 apertures ghosts. Let's not look into this matter for now. We should return to the city and hand over the good fortune bowl to the elders. The man with the surname Min heard this and sighed lightly before instructing everyone. It seems that someone else is coming. At this time, Lu Ming's expression changed, and he raised his head to look in a certain direction in the distance. There was a flash of green light in the distant sky, and a green light dot appeared there. Then, it flew towards them. The others also looked over in surprise. The young married woman and the young master were even more startled and put on a defensive posture like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. It's one of us. The man with the surname Min suddenly said after a few glances. It's Qiyu? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he muttered to himself. However, his tone was filled with a trace of surprise. Captain Min, Brother Lu. The green light flashed a few times and flew in front of him. However, there were signs that it was on the verge of collapse. After the light faded, a thin man was revealed. Who else could it be but Qiyu? However, at this moment, his green clothes were tattered, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. He looked to be in a sorry state. What happened? Where are old Zhua and the others? Seeing this, the man with the surname Min frowned and asked. Sigh, it's a long story. Qiyu smiled bitterly. It turned out that under the leadership of Jin Dan Blue-Eyed Old Man, Team 9, which Qiyu was in, first launched a carpet search. In the end, after searching for an entire day and night without any results, he brought his group to a tribe of 7 aperture ghosts, and after spending a great deal of money to inquire about it, he found out about 3 places where the bowl of fortune might appear. These 3 places were exactly the same as the places provided by the 7 Orifices Ghost King. However, this Team 9 was not as lucky as Lu Ming and the others. The first place they went happened to have a ghost army stationed. After a fierce battle, the Team 9 immediately fled for their lives. After listening to the encounter of Team 9, a young man and the young woman in the red shirt were both shocked and looked at each other in horror. Lu Ming's expression also changed slightly. Hearing this, the man with the surname Min's face suddenly became gloomy. After a while, he said, ever since we've come into contact with these native ghosts, we've suffered many losses at their hands. However, we've still managed to obtain a lot of useful information, so the higher-ups have turned a blind eye to this matter. That's why these ghosts are becoming more and more insatiable. When I return this time, I will naturally report this to the elders. We definitely won't let this matter rest. Since Brother Yu is injured, let's return to Golden Light City first. Thank you, Captain Min. Hearing this, Qiyu showed a grateful expression and bowed to the man with the surname Min. One day later, the group of people rushed all the way and finally returned to a small hill 100 miles away from Golden Light City. Standing on the hill, they could vaguely see the magnificent appearance of Golden Light City. On the way, they met some wandering ghosts or small groups of ghost army. Of course, they killed them casually. Among them, the red-robed woman and Yu Qi didn't conceal the monstrous killing intent in their hearts at all. Whenever they encountered a native ghost that went out alone, they would be mercilessly killed by the 2 of them. They didn't even give the ghost a chance to speak, and it was obvious that they wanted to vent their anger. Of course, the man with the surname Min didn't care about it at all. As it had nothing to do with him, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't stop them. He even collected some ghost corpses casually. When they entered the city, a young man chatted with the garrison for a short while. After that, he came back and said to the man with the surname Min, "There's no news that the others have returned. Could it be that Captain Mu's team has also encountered a mishap? Just now, Mu Di has replied the news through the communication formation plate. His team is fine and is on the way back. The others should go back to the encampment to take a rest. Daoist you, now that your team's status is unknown, you can go to find Captain Fong of the 3rd Battalion. He's in charge of the scouts, and he's well informed. Lu Ming, follow me. The man with the surname Min said to the others after looking around the city. After a young man and the woman in the red shirt answered, they rose up again and flew towards their encampment. Thanks for your advice, Captain Min. Chiyu also cupped his hands towards the man with the surname Min and Lu Ming before flying towards another direction. Lu Ming followed the man with the surname Min and headed towards the high tower in the middle. It's really out of my expectation that you found the bowl of fortune so quickly. After 10 minutes, the cold-faced middle-aged man said to the two people in the hall of the central minaret of Golden Light City. Meanwhile, the Haoyue boy had disappeared. Elder Gu, I've already handed the bowl of fortune to the deacon disciple for inspection. I was ambushed by the ghost army on the way. As a result, one of our team members went missing and the other one died. The man with the surname Min bowed and reported with a trace of shame. Oh? Where's the ghost army? What's their scale? The cold-faced middle-aged man asked with a frown. It's in the Lost Forest, which is 10,000 miles south of Golden Light City. They have a Jing Dan stage evil ghost commander, nearly 100 ghost soldiers, and hundreds of ghost dogs, the man surnamed Min answered truthfully. Under such circumstances, it's not easy to break out of the encirclement. Can you tell me how you found the good fortune bowl? The cold-faced man nodded and changed the topic. It's like this. My team searched everywhere but to no avail. So, we went to a nearby 7 Aperture Ghost tribe. Deputy Leader Lu went deep into the dangerous area alone and killed a Jing Dan stage ghost. Then, he found the good fortune bowl, the man surnamed Min said in full detail. So, Lu Ming has made a great contribution this time. Lu Ming, although you are a newcomer, the Golden Light Army rewards and punishes fairly. You have made a great contribution to be able to successfully find the good fortune bowl this time. After listening to Lu Ming, the middle-aged man with a cold face looked at him with a hint of approval in his eyes. Besides that, after we fell into the ghost formation, Deputy Leader Lu remained calm in the face of danger and reduced the casualties to the minimum, the man surnamed Min added before the cold-faced middle-aged man could finish. Very good. Besides the promised reward for this mission, Lu Ming can get 2 Jing Dan staging nuclei. You can choose any of them from the military warehouse. Besides that, you'll be rewarded with an additional 100,000 sect contribution points. Someone will send them to you later, the cold-faced middle-aged man said without hesitation. Thank you, Elder Gu. Lu Ming cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Alright, Lu Ming, you can leave now. Min Rong, please stay. Team 7 has lost 2 disciples. I need to discuss with you whether it's appropriate to replace them. The elder surnamed Gu ordered Lu Ming to leave after saying a few words. Lu Ming had no interest in the internal affairs of Jing Guanjuan, so he immediately bid farewell and left. In the hall, the man surnamed Min continued to speak with the cold-faced middle-aged man. Was Lu Ming's performance really as outstanding as you described? Elder Gu asked solemnly. That is indeed the case. According to my observations, although this child's cultivation is at the false core stage, his true strength should be comparable to mine. In particular, this child's bone scorpion spirit pet seems to be able to restrain some ghosts. The man surnamed Min slowly said. Alright, I understand. You can go and receive your team's reward first. As for the few team candidates you mentioned, I will consider them. After thinking for a while, the cold-faced man also sent off the team leader Jing Dan. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. He'd returned to his abode a long time ago, and he was sitting cross-legged as he pondered silently. His biggest gain this time was that he learned that Che Huan's phantom could also devour ghosts. Although the effect was far less than that of a monster's soul, it did slightly improve his totem mystic arts. If Che Huan's phantom could continue to devour a large number of ghosts, it might really be possible for him to directly reach the advanced level. After thinking so, Lu Ming immediately made a gesture with one hand, and he forced his spiritual power to the totem on his shoulder. A green light shone from his clothes, and a huge vivid green bull phantom jumped out. It roared silently towards the sky, and the spiritual patterns on its body were faintly brighter than before. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful look. In a closed room of the main tower of Golden Light City, an ordinary-looking old man with messy white hair in a red robe stood there. On a table in front of him, there was the fortune bowl that Lu Ming and the others found. The old man looked at the bowl quietly, and his eyes stopped on the scratches on the bowl. He showed a trace of hesitation on his face. In the room, Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man with a cold face were standing aside respectfully. After a moment, the white-haired old man suddenly said, "Fortunately, this good fortune bowl was only scratched a little and its spirituality was slightly damaged. However, it didn't damage the origin restriction. After a little repair, it can be used again." "Great, thank you, Masters Junior Yao," Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man said respectfully with a sigh of relief. Although the two of them were elders in the Golden Light Army and had high statuses, the old man in front of them was a grand cultivator at the celestial phenomenon realm. Moreover, he was also known as one of the three spirits of the Grand Clear lineage, a grandmaster weaponsmith. He was one of the true higher-ups in the Golden Light Army. The four ancient sects took turns to send a metaphysic enlightenment power to guard the evil ghost path. The power would be changed every 100 years. Now, the power to guard the evil ghost path was a Grand Elder of Taiqing Gate. However, this metaphysic enlightenment power was usually not in Golden Light City, but lived in seclusion somewhere near the human stronghold. Under normal circumstances, he would not care about the affairs of the human army. Therefore, all the affairs in Golden Light City, big or small, were decided by the elders of Celestial Image Realm. "Leave the fortune bowl with me. Send someone to pick it up in half a month." The gray-haired old man thought of something and said calmly. "Yes." Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man replied respectfully. "By the way, about the sudden attack of the evil ghost legion on Fort 19, how is your investigation going?" The old man suddenly changed the topic and asked another question. Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man exchanged glances and coughed slightly, saying, "According to the report, Fort 19 should have been attacked by a large group of the evil ghost legion, and then it was completely destroyed. This time, the evil ghost legion didn't launch an attack like before, which seemed to be well prepared. Moreover, during this period of time, the other fortresses also reported that they had discovered the abnormal movements of the evil ghost legion. Combining these situations, I'm afraid that this attack is more like a test. After all, the last Great War was a long time ago." "Oh, so that's what you think." Hearing this, the gray-haired old man nodded his head. His face was calm, and no one could tell what he was actually thinking. Seeing this, Hao Yue boy immediately shut his mouth, and the room fell into silence. "I've just received news that the other three sects' encampments and fortresses have been frequently attacked by the evil ghost legion recently. From various signs, it's obviously organized. Speaking of which, the evil ghost legion will launch a large-scale attack every 100 years. Now that I think about it, it should be about time," the old man said with a sigh after being silent for a long time. "Master's Uncle Yao, if that's the case, should we take some countermeasures? Although most of the people guarding the outer fortresses are outer disciples, if there are too many casualties, the sect will also have an opinion." Hao Yue boy frowned and asked tentatively. "You don't have to worry too much about this. We've long been aware of the unusual movements of the Ghost Legion, and the four major legions have secretly reached an agreement not long ago. They've decided to adopt the strategy of attacking with attacking. They'll send their main force to quickly destroy a few small encampments of the evil Ghost Legion and deal a blow to their morale." The gray-haired old man's voice was flat. Hearing this, Hao Yue boy and Gu Yu's hearts trembled. Although the gray-haired old man's tone was calm, anyone could tell that this was a big operation that could turn the evil ghost realm upside down. Who knew how many disciples of the four ancient sects would stay in the vast evil ghost realm forever because of this? After so many years of fighting, the evil ghost legion has become more and more cunning. Their encampments often change. Based on the information we have now, I'm afraid it won't be easy to complete this operation. Gu Yu, I'll leave the matter of spying on the evil ghost legion to you. You should know what to do." Saying this, the old man paused and looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Gu who had been silent. "Disciple knows what to do. Please rest assured, martial uncle." The middle-aged man's eyes moved and he replied in a deep voice. After the three of them discussed for a while, Hao Yue boy and Gu Yu left the room. After leaving the room, Hao Yue boy asked curiously, Brother Gu, Martial Uncle Yao just said that he obtained information on the Evil Ghost Legion. What's going on? Brother Hao Yue hasn't been in the Evil Ghost realm for a long time, so I haven't had the time to mention this to you. In order to accurately obtain information on the Evil Ghost Legion, the higher-ups have actually placed spies in the Evil Ghost Legion a long time ago. The middle-aged man with the surname Gu said slowly. There's such a thing. Hao Yue boy said in surprise. For the sake of secrecy, there are very few deacon elders who know about this. The middle-aged man with the surname Gu glanced at Hao Yue boy and said. So that's how it is. However, if that's the case, obtaining information on the Evil Ghost Legion will be much easier. Hao Yue boy's eyebrows relaxed slightly as he nodded. Even so, the spy is currently in the Evil Ghost Legion's giant mountain stronghold. In order to not expose his identity, he can't leave the stronghold. We still need to send someone to obtain the information. However, we still need to carefully consider the candidate. The middle-aged man with the surname Gu revealed a thoughtful expression. There's one person who might be able to take on this responsibility. Hearing this, Hao Yue boy's eyes lit up. 2 days later. In the cave of Team 7 in Jin Guanjuan's encampment. At this moment, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with his 2 hands forming a seal. Within his spiritual sea, a thumb-sized blood-colored bead was slowly rotating. Its surface was surrounded by a bloody mist that constantly expanded and contracted. All of a sudden, the Golden Light Army's token on his waist lit up and started to tremble slightly. Could it be that the sect has another mission? He, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and formed a seal. The token lit up with a burst of light and a few lines of small words appeared. His gaze quickly swept over the words and his expression changed slightly. This message was sent by Hao Yue boy. He wanted Lu Ming to hurry to the main tower. There was something important to discuss, but the message didn't say what it was. A strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After thinking for a while, he stood up and left the cave. He rode a cloud towards the tall tower in the center of the city. Not long after, he arrived at the brightly lit hall of the tower. At this moment, in the hall, Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man with the surname Gu were softly talking about something. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. Greetings to the 2 elders. After entering the hall, Lu Ming cupped his hands and bowed to the 2. I didn't expect Lu to come so soon. No need to be so polite. Come over. Hao Yue boy smiled and waved at him. The cold-faced man also showed a trace of a smile. May I know why the 2 elders sent a message for me to come here? Lu Ming took a few steps forward and asked calmly. After the Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man looked at each other, Hao Yue boy said with a smile, Lu, thank you for your hard work in the past few days. But there is an urgent task at the moment, I need to trouble you again. Sure enough. Hearing this, Lu Ming secretly thought in his heart, but his face remained calm as he asked. What's the task? Here's the thing. Soon, our 4 ancient sects will join forces to launch a major operation against the Evil Ghost Legion. As for the specific content, you don't need to know it now. But for this operation, we need someone to sneak into the giant mountain fortress of the Evil Ghost Legion and contact an undercover agent that our army has sent into the Evil Ghost Legion to get a piece of crucial information from him. I have discussed with Elder Hao Yue, and we think that Lu is the most suitable candidate in the army at present. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming was naturally stunned when he heard this. He had been in Golden Light City for a while, and he was familiar with the situation here. The giant mountain fortress of the Evil Ghost Legion was the largest fortress of the Evil Ghost Legion that he knew so far. There were at least tens of thousands of evil ghosts stationed there. Among them, there were at least hundreds of Jin Dan Realm Evil Ghost Commanders, and there were even a few Celestial Phenomenon Realm Ghost Commanders. There was even news that the legendary Metaphysic Realm Ghost was also stationed there. The danger of sneaking into this fortress was completely different from the search for the Good Fortune Bowl. Even if he was very confident in his strength, he didn't dare to casually accept such a dangerous task. Elders, since it's such an important task, why do you choose me, a newcomer in the fake pill stage? There is more than one senior fellow apprentice in the city who has reached the Jin Dan realm. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. He didn't directly refuse, but asked back. Sneaking into the giant mountain fortress is not about having a high cultivation. It's better to say that the higher the cultivation, the easier it is to attract the enemy's attention. After all, as long as one is above the Jin Dan realm, it's difficult not to attract the attention of the evil Ghost Legion. The most ideal situation would be to choose someone with a relatively low cultivation but outstanding strength. Although Lu is only at false core stage, his strength is obvious to all, so we feel that you are the most suitable candidate. The middle-aged man's rigid face revealed a stiff smile as he slowly explained to Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned but did not say anything immediately. Martial nephew, you don't have to worry too much. We are naturally aware of the danger of this mission. After careful consideration, we will definitely not let you go there directly. We have specially prepared 2 things for you. Here is a 1,000 transformations cloak, a shape-shifting treasure I found in an ancient cultivator's cave. Once worn, you can change your form at will. Even cultivators 1 stage higher than you won't be able to see through your disguise. I shall give this item to you, martial nephew. Wear it and transform into an evil spirit to blend into the evil spirit legion. As long as you don't encounter a celestial phenomenon ghost martial head-on, there shouldn't be any problems. With a flip of his hand, Hao Yue boy took out a pitch-black cloak that shone with a faint light. Also, here is a secret technique that can control the transformation of spiritual power. It can temporarily transform one's spiritual power into ghost power. With Elder Hao Yue's 1,000 transformations cloak, it will complement each other even more. In addition, Lu is from the Fallen Serenity lineage and cultivates Ghost Dao cultivation method, so there won't be any problems. The middle-aged man surnamed Gu said and waved his hand to take out a gray jade slips and threw it to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received the jade slips from the middle-aged man surnamed Gu, he stuck it to his forehead, closed his eyes, and released his divine sense to carefully examine it. Seeing this, Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man surnamed Gu were not in a hurry. They just looked at Lu Ming and waited quietly. As time passed, Lu Ming's eyebrows moved a few times. After a full incense's time, he finally took the jade slips off his forehead. Without saying anything, he reached out and took the pitch-black cloak from Hao Yue boy's hand. He squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully. He saw that the cloak was soft and warm. The surface of the cloak was flowing like water. Divine sense couldn't penetrate it at all. It was obviously a rare treasure. As long as Lu can successfully retrieve the information, the sect also promises a reward of 1 million contribution points. Of course, you can also exchange it for other things you need of equal value. Seeing this, the middle-aged man surnamed Gu added meaningfully. Lu Ming was silent for a moment. After a quick thought, he finally cupped his hand and replied, since the 2 elders feel that I am competent for this task, as a member of Tai Ching sect, I will naturally not refuse. I will accept this task. Good, I know that Lu is righteous. Oh right, this jade slips also records the date and location of the meeting with the spy from Giant Mountain Stronghold. This is a serious matter. I will leave everything to Lu. Hao Yue boy said with a dignified expression. I understand. Lu Ming bowed and replied. Immediately after, Hao Yue boy and the middle-aged man told him a few things that he needed to pay attention to in this kind of task. After that, Lu Ming bid farewell and left the high tower. He didn't stay in the city. Instead, he immediately returned to the cave residence's secret room and sat down cross-legged. He took out the gray jade slips and stuck it on his forehead. He released a wisp of his divine sense and penetrated it. He carefully studied it again. There was not much content in the jade slips. It was mainly about the secret skill of transforming magical power. The content was not obscure. Additionally, Zhang Tai had a deep understanding of ghost cultivation methods. Therefore, it only took him 4 hours to understand most of it. At the end of the jade slips, there was some content about the time and location of the spy from Golden Light City to Giant Mountain Stronghold. The time was 7 days later. If nothing unexpected happened, it would only take him 5 days from Golden Light City to Giant Mountain Stronghold. Of course, he had more than enough time. Having said that, Lu Ming didn't waste any time. After thoroughly comprehending the secret method of transforming spiritual power, he spent another day to refine the 1,000-change cloak. After that, he left Golden Light City silently and headed for the huge mountain fortress. 1 hour later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a black cloud facing the wind. He was flying away from Golden Light City. He held a jade slips in his hand, which was the detailed map that he had obtained from the previous mission reward. The location of Giant Mountain stronghold of the Evil Ghost Legion was clearly marked on it. In addition, there were some dangerous places along the way, as well as the situation of the indigenous ghost tribes and so on. After memorizing all the information in his mind, Lu Ming put away the map. Then, he took out the changing cloak from his summer ring and put it on. He chanted a few incantations in a low voice. Immediately, bursts of black gas appeared on the cloak. His whole body also gradually expanded. After a while, he turned into a fierce evil ghost cultivator who was more than 3 meters tall and wore a bronze battle armor. There was a black skull pattern embroidered on the chest of the battle armor. The pattern was surrounded by a circle of small black dots. There were a total of 9 of them. If the military cultivators who often came into contact with the Evil Ghost Legion saw it, they would immediately recognize that this was the symbol of a level 9 evil ghost captain. A level 9 evil ghost captain was equivalent to a human cultivator of the later stage of the crystallization period, which was similar to Lu Ming's current cultivation. After doing all this, he stood up in the black cloud and looked up and down his body. A hint of surprise appeared on his green-black ghost face. The form he transformed could be described as lifelike. It was exactly the same as a real evil ghost captain. With the power of divine thought at this moment, he couldn't see the slightest mistake if he wasn't careful. It really is a rare treasure, Lu Ming murmured a few words in a low voice. He glanced at the black spiritual power of the tiger dragon hell prison that was emitting from his body, then he silently channeled his spiritual power and cast the mystic art of transforming magical power. In fact, the ghost chi in the evil ghosts here was very similar to the cultivators of the human realm who absorbed the aura of heaven and earth and transformed it into the true spiritual power in the body. It was transformed by absorbing the yin chi in the evil ghost way and combining it with the cultivation technique. As Lu Ming chanted an incantation that was difficult to understand, many grayish-black inscriptions appeared in his spirit sea. They circled around the fake Dan and started to spin in a counterclockwise manner. The Fali that gushed out from the fake Dan, under the guidance of the inscriptions, circulated a few times in the opposite direction. Suddenly, it gradually turned into a stream of cold air that flowed into the meridians of his body. Not long after, the black gas emitted from Lu Ming's body suddenly turned into a gray mist, and at the same time, it exuded a chilly ghost aura. At this moment, with the chilly ghost chi emitted from his body and the form of the evil ghost commandant, he was completely no different from a real evil ghost commandant. Not to mention a Jin Dan state cultivator, even a celestial state cultivator might not be able to see through his disguise if they were not careful. Lu Ming looked at the gray mist wrapped around his arms, nodded with satisfaction, and stopped channeling the mystic art. It didn't take long for the chilly ghost chi around his body to return to the black mist. However, he didn't stop the evil ghost commandant transformation. He just maintained this form and continued to fly forward. 7 days later, in a shadowy gray forest outside of the great mountain fortress of the Evil Spirit Legion, a translucent figure shrouded in layers of gray fog was looking in the direction of the fortress from afar. This figure was naturally Lu Ming, who had trudged all the way here. On the way to this giant mountain fortress, he was extremely unlucky to encounter a rare large-scale cold storm. The cold storm was similar to the corrosive rain he encountered before, one of the few large-scale natural disasters of the evil ghost realm, but the power of the corrosive rain couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It was an existence similar to the sandstorms of the mainland, but it contained a terrifying cold flow of yin chi, carrying sand and dust all over the sky. Due to the extremely low temperature, everything in its path would be frozen. Because in an environment rich in yin chi, a person's divine sense and sense of direction would be greatly affected, and the magic power in their body would also become chaotic. Coupled with the invasion of cold chi, cultivators with low cultivation could easily be directly trapped in it, unable to escape until their magic power was exhausted and they died. With Lu Ming's current magic power, even if he could protect himself in the storm, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short period of time. Therefore, when he discovered the weather anomaly from afar, he made a prompt decision to go in a big circle. As a result, it took a lot of time, but fortunately, he didn't encounter any other twists and turns along the way, and finally arrived here before the agreed time. Now that he didn't have much time left, he had to reach the agreed place before dark. Dozens of miles away from the forest where Lu Ming was, there were two huge black peaks which were thousands of meters high on the flat ground. Huge mountain fortress was built between the two peaks. It covered an area of hundreds of miles, which was almost 10 times the size of Golden Light City. The appointed place was a secret place near fortress, which was a distance away from the current location. However, it was not easy to pass through this distance. With the main city of huge mountain fortress as the center, there were many small tower-shaped buildings, on which ghost soldiers could be seen walking back and forth. From time to time, there were patrolling teams passing by the fortress. The defense was extremely tight. Lu Ming glanced at the nearby tower-shaped buildings. According to the original plan, he planned to sneak into the evil ghost corps which was entering and exiting Huge Mountain Fortress, and then take the opportunity to approach Huge Mountain Fortress. However, it seemed that this method would not work now. Somehow, since he arrived near Huge Mountain Fortress, he had not seen a large troop entering and exiting Huge Mountain Fortress. Due to the delay on the way, there was no extra time for him to continue to wait. He had to take action immediately. Scorpion, can't I go underground? After thinking for a while, Lu Ming contacted Scorpion through his mind. Master, I'm sorry, there is a large formation force field under Huge Mountain Fortress. Within a radius of 50 miles, the Earth property magic power is very chaotic. Even if I forcibly use the Earth escape skill to enter, I can't find the direction. Instead, it will ruin Master's plan. Scorpion's aggrieved voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's mind. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the evil ghost corps in Huge Mountain Fortress had already come up with countermeasures to prevent an intruder like him. However, to be able to effect a large-scale restriction formation in a radius of 100 miles, it would require the cooperation of at least several celestial phenomenon realm formation grandmasters. Just as he was thinking about it, a series of messy footsteps came from afar. At first glance, it was a team of ghost soldiers who were patrolling slowly from afar. It seemed that they were going to pass by Lu Ming's hiding place. Lu Ming's heart moved and his right shoulder lit up with a faint green light. His entire body quickly blended into a large tree beside him and disappeared without a trace. The patrol team soon flew close. It was a group of skeleton ghost army with a pair of hollow and blood-red eyes. Their cultivation was about the condensation period. Skeleton ghost army. Lu Ming, who was hiding, saw these patrolling ghost army clearly, and the names of these ghost creatures appeared in his mind. The Evil Ghost Legion was actually just a general name for these ghosts. It was composed of all kinds of ghosts, and the Skeleton Ghost Legion was the most commonly seen ghost race. However, most of them did not have high cultivation, and most of them were treated as low-level ghost soldiers. This team of patrol soldiers quickly flew past Lu Ming and disappeared in the distance. They did not find anything unusual at all. At this time, of Ming, Lu Ming of Mountain, of Ghost of Ming. Lu of Lu Ming had of the mountain of Ming of the fortress. He planned to use Che Huan Totem to hide his breath and take the risk of blending his figure into the thick yin qi in the nearby air to avoid these patrol troops. After drifting forward for more than a mile, there was a tall tower building not far away. Lu Ming immediately slowed down his forward speed. He circled around the tall tower and floated forward. There was a faint mist everywhere in the forest. The black mist that he had transformed into was hidden in the mist and was not conspicuous at all. Above the tall tower, a green-faced evil ghost cultivator who was in charge of the lookout glanced at the woods below the tall tower, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. The fog below seemed to be drifting a little faster. There was a hint of hesitation in the eyes of this evil ghost cultivator. A black light flashed in his hand, and he launched a symbol. Above the tall tower, a dark mirror of 10 meters in size flashed. An invisible wave spread out, and the mirror quickly reflected the surrounding scene. What happened? Another malevolent ghost cultivator heard the commotion and turned around in surprise. There was no abnormality in the mirror. Everything was the same as usual. Nothing, it seems that I am overthinking. The green-faced evil ghost shook his head. A black light flashed in his hand, and the dark mirror light dissipated. In the woods below, behind a boulder, a faint mist floated. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. I didn't expect the evil ghost legion to have a treasure like the Tianji mirror. In the mist, Lu Ming muttered to himself. He made a gesture with both hands, and the concealment power of Che Huan Totem was exerted to the extreme. The black mist that he turned into also became looming, and he continued to move forward without leaving a trace. After bypassing the tall tower building, his speed increased a little. Some of the patrolling evil ghost legion could not find his trace at all with their divine thought and eyes alone. However, the closer he was to the giant mountain fortress, the more powerful the patrolling ghost legion was. He encountered several teams of crystallization period level evil ghost captain, but he was careful and successfully avoided them. In the northwest of the giant mountain fortress, near the bottom of the Black Mountain, there was a large piece of dark trees. This kind of tree was very strange. There were no leaves on the dark tree trunk. Only the end of the branches were covered with fish scale-like carapace leaves. This was one of the unique trees of the evil ghost realm, the soul-shifting tree. At this moment, a faint gray-black mist floated in from outside the forest and quietly hid in the soul-shifting forest. It was Lu Ming who was sneaking all the way. According to the jade slips given by the sect, the agreed meeting place was in this soul-shifting forest. However, in order to get here, it took him a full 4 hours to travel a distance of 20 to 30 miles. There were still a few hours left until the agreed time. Lu Ming looked around and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Black gas rolled around his body. After sticking a yellow talisman on his body with one hand, he slowly sank into the ground. Just as Lu Ming hit underground, a black cloud shot out from the fortress not far away. It flew over the soul-shifting forest with a loud roar. Lu Ming was shocked. He frantically operated the Che Huan totem and tried his best to conceal the aura of his body. He was like a lifeless stone. Sleeping underground, only his eyes were still moving slightly. In the black cloud, there was a white bone dragon nearly 1,000 meters in size. It exuded a strong death aura, making Lu Ming, who was underground, feel an indescribable sense of oppression. He couldn't help but shudder. On the back of the bone dragon stood a silver-gray armored soldier. The fluctuation of spiritual power emitted from his body showed that he had broken through the Jin Dan realm. It was a ghost commander of the celestial state. Lu Ming did not dare to look at it. He immediately retracted his gaze after a glance. The bone dragon knight did not seem to notice anything unusual below. He quickly flew over the soul-shifting forest and disappeared into the sky. After the other party left, Lu Ming stayed for another quarter of an hour before he breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to control the spiritual power in his body. The stealth effect of the Che Huan totem naturally did not dare to be cancelled for a moment. After all, this place was not far from the giant mountain fortress. He could not afford the slightest carelessness. The soul-shifting forest was very close to the giant mountain stronghold. In the following period of time, several waves of patrolling evil ghost legion flew past this place. However, the highest cultivation level among them was only a crystal level captain. Naturally, they did not discover Lu Ming's presence. As time passed, the originally gray sky slowly darkened. But when it was close to night, the clouds in the sky above the fortress suddenly turned a faint red. Not long after, the blood-red rotten rain began to fall. "I'm so lucky." Lu Ming was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. The rotten rain came at the right time. The stinky rain soaked the ground. In order to hide his aura, Lu Ming did not circulate his spiritual power to protect his body. The corrosive power in the rain continued to seep into his body. But Lu Ming's body was extremely tough. Naturally, he could easily resist it. Although Lu Ming could resist the attack of the rotten rain for a short period of time, many of the ghost soldiers patrolling around the giant mountain fortress were liquid level and spirit apostle level ghost soldiers. The rotten rain was still very harmful to them. The sound of a horn that sounded like a ghost's howl resounded in the huge mountain fortress. The patrolling teams around the fortress immediately flew back in groups. The sky finally darkened completely. But not only did the rotten rain not stop, it seemed to be getting heavier. The entire giant mountain fortress was shrouded in a misty blood rain. Just as a blood moon rose to midair in the sky, a blurry human figure took advantage of the darkness and flashed out from a corner of the huge mountain fortress. Under the cover of the rotten rain that filled the sky, the figure flew close to the ground and quietly entered the soul-shifting forest. The black shadow stopped under an incomparably thick tree in the forest. The black light gradually dissipated, revealing a ghostly figure that was about 20 to 30 feet tall. It was wearing a bronze armor. The dark cyan skin on its face was withered. The surface was faintly suffused with black gas. There were only 2 black holes left on its nose. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. It was actually a Gene down-level evil ghost commander. As soon as he stood still, a pair of copper bell-like eyes glowed with a red light as he wantonly swept his surroundings. At this moment, in the depths of the soul-shifting forest, a cloud of black gas slowly emerged from the ground and condensed into a translucent figure. Through the layers of swaying tree shadows and the pale red rain, it looked at the evil ghost commander from afar. The malevolent spirit commander glanced around, and a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. After a moment, he chanted a few incantations in a low voice, and his skin began to emit rolling black gas. In a moment, his entire person suddenly transformed from a tall malevolent spirit commander into a middle-aged man with a thin face and a square face. However, this person's complexion didn't look very good for some reason. His face was a little gray, and his eyes were sunken and bloodshot as if he hadn't rested for a long time. In the depths of the soul-shifting forest, a hint of joy appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. His figure immediately became solid, and he slowly walked out from behind a big tree. The middle-aged man's ears moved slightly. He suddenly turned around and looked over. "Are you Senior Shui?" Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he stood a few 10 meters away from the man with a square face. He scanned the man with divine thought. The middle-aged man was a real pellet state later stage cultivator, and he was only 1 step away from the real pellet state perfect stage. While he was surprised, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. With such high cultivation, why is this person willing to take such a big risk to sneak into the evil ghost legion? Once his identity is exposed, he will almost certainly die. And with such a high cultivation, this person is definitely not a nobody in the evil ghost legion. He can actually hide from the evil ghost legion's upper echelon and even the Xianxia? "Yes, I'm Shui Hu. Are you the disciple Lu Ming sent by the legion this time?" The middle-aged man with a square face looked up and down at Lu Ming, then he asked. His voice was hoarse and dry. It looked extremely weird against the bloody rain in the barren forest. Lu Ming didn't answer, but he took out a golden token and spat a mouthful of blood essence into it. In an instant, the spirit patterns on the surface of the golden token became blurred and distorted, and it transformed into an abnormally clear head. It was Lu Ming's appearance. There was also a line of twisted ancient text below. Swoosh, Lu Ming threw the activated token to the opposite side. "Very good, it seems that your identity is not a problem. In this case, the middle-aged man with a square face took the token and checked it carefully. He then looked at Lu Ming in front of him a few times, then he nodded. As he was about to speak, his face suddenly twisted, showing a trace of pain. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's heart shuddered. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. After the middle-aged man panted a few times like a beast, his face twisted. He took out a gray-white jade slips and threw it to Lu Ming. "I have recorded all the relevant information in the jade slips. Take it, and leave this place quickly." A layer of black gas gradually appeared on the face of the man with a square face, and his body gradually exuded a fierce and cold breath. He said almost word by word. Lu Ming caught the jade slips and checked it with divine thought. He raised his eyebrows and nodded. He put away the jade slips, but then he looked at the square-faced man with a painful expression and asked hesitantly, "Senior Shui, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Hurry up and leave this place. Quick." The face of the man in the middle revealed a struggling expression, as if he was suffering from some unbearable torment, but he suddenly shouted in a stern voice. Lu Ming hesitated for a second. Although he didn't know what happened to the man in front of him, now that the man didn't want to mention it, of course, Lu Ming didn't have time to care about it. Therefore, he cupped his hands towards the man. Closely after that, his body gave out a black light and was wrapped by a cloud of black fog. Closely after that, he flew towards the direction where he came from. At this moment, the rotten rain was pouring down, covering the entire ground with a layer of faint bloody fog. As a result, he didn't need to hide his trace on purpose. After bypassing a high tower in front of him, he continued to fly towards the distance. Soon, he left the territory of Huge Mountain Fortress. After leaving Huge Mountain Fortress, he became slightly relaxed. As long as he could send the jade slips back to Golden Light City, he would have accomplished the important task entrusted by the military and made a great meritorious service. 1,000,000 contribution points were enough for him to be excited for a while. Right then, a sharp whistling sound suddenly drifted from his back. A cloud of black ghost chi was rushing towards him from behind. In a few seconds, it was less than 300 m away from him. Lu Ming changed his face at once. Closely after that, he flashed down. The black chi abruptly made a turn and chased after him. When the black chi landed on the ground, the light dissipated, revealing the figure inside. It was the square-faced man. "Senior, do you have anything else to tell me?" Lu Ming asked with a stunned look. The square-faced middle-aged man was covered with dense gray fog. His face didn't look painful anymore. Instead, he just looked at Lu Ming in front of him in a stupefied manner. When Lu Ming prepared to ask something, a black shadow flashed behind him. Closely after that, a tall and fierce ghost appeared like a ghost. Its 5 fingers were like hooks. With a shrill wind, it instantly broke Lu Ming's head. At the same time, the square-faced middle-aged man standing not far away suddenly turned into a cloud of black ghost chi and dissipated. It was actually an incarnation. The tall evil ghost that suddenly appeared was about 30 meters tall. It had a sturdy body, and sharp ghost claws grew on its hands. What was even more strange was that there were 2 faces on its head that were tightly attached to each other. The left one was the image of a square-faced man, but the right one was a ferocious ghost face with a green face and fangs. At this moment, the square-faced man's eyes were closed tightly as if he was sleeping. The ferocious ghost face had a pair of bloody eyes that were as big as copper bells. They were full of bloodthirsty madness. The tall evil ghost let out a shrill evil laughter, but the next moment, the laughter stopped abruptly because the figure of Lu Ming in front of him also turned into black gas and slowly dissipated at the moment when the sharp claws were retracted. It was actually an afterimage. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming's figure slowly emerged a few meters away. He looked at the tall evil ghost coldly. After glancing at the 2 completely different faces, he couldn't help but frown. TSK. You are only at the pseudo-pellet state, but your movement is quite fast." The tall evil ghost turned around and let out a strange laugh. "Are you Senior Shuaihu?" A purple light flashed in Lu Ming's hand, and the bitter will sword had already appeared in his hand. He asked slowly, and at the same time, his mind turned quickly. This place was not far from the fortress. If he fought with the tall evil ghost here, he naturally couldn't kill the other party in a short time. He was afraid that the violent spiritual power fluctuations would immediately attract the attention of the fortress. TSK, how could I be that useless trash, Shuaihu? Although you are about to die, you still have to remember that the one who will send you to your death is me, Ghost Fox. I haven't come out for a long time. I didn't expect to encounter such a good meal as soon as I came out. Boy, be good and hand over your flesh and blood." The tall evil ghost's face was distorted as he laughed wildly. His eyes were bright red. Then, he stopped laughing, and his body shook as he was about to pounce. However, at this moment, the ghost's body suddenly trembled violently. He suddenly fell to the ground holding his head, and his alms bull-sized fist desperately hammered his head. He let out a beast-like roar, as if he was in extreme pain. The human face and ghost face on both sides of the head were even more distorted. One moment, the human face opened its eyes, and the next moment, the ghost face opened its eyes. At the same time, its body was constantly changing between a human and a ghost body. When Lu Ming saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. The bitter will sword in his hand flickered, but he didn't swing it down. At this moment, the tall evil ghost finally stopped struggling and slowly stood up. The eyes of the human face on the left opened, as if it had regained its rationality. However, the eyes of the ghost face on the right half were closed, but the eyebrows on the upper half were still wriggling, as if it would wake up at any time. Most of its body had also returned to its human form, but its right arm and half of its chest still looked like a ghost. It looked very strange. Senior Shui who? Lu Ming frowned and asked tentatively. Yes, it's me. The middle-aged man with a square face seemed to be trying hard to suppress the ghost face, and he replied with some difficulty. Senior, you look like this now, I'm really sorry. It was not my intention to attack you just now. To be honest, there are now 2 souls in my body. Just now, it was the evil ghost soul in my body that took over the body. The middle-aged man with a square face sighed and said, 2 souls in one body? 2 souls in one body? Lu Ming couldn't help but blurt out when he heard this. Yes. I don't have much time, and soon I won't be able to suppress the other part. Decades ago, I was ordered by the military higher-ups to sneak into the evil ghost legion as an undercover agent. In order to hide, I first used a secret technique to transform my body into a ghost body. Then, in order not to be recognized by the higher-ups of the evil ghost legion, I practiced a ghost cultivation method given by the sect. However, I didn't expect that after transforming into a ghost body, my cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The original cultivation of Jin Dan early stage had advanced all the way to the advanced stage. Speaking of which, when I was a human cultivator, my cultivation would often be stuck at a bottleneck for decades. Transforming into a ghost body would give me hope. The man with a square face said quickly. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't put away the bitterwill sword in his hand. The reason why I took the risk to accept this lurking mission was to get an opportunity to improve my cultivation and break through the bottleneck. As a result, I was overjoyed that I got such a harvest. As soon as this thought came out, the greed in my heart could no longer be controlled. I continued to immerse myself in it regardless of everything. In order to facilitate my cultivation, I even took out the mark that the sect had set in my body to resisting qi. In this way, I could no longer suppress the transformation of my body into a ghost body. However, as a human cultivator, I was naturally unwilling to completely turn into a ghost body that had always been my enemy. But seeing that I broke through one bottleneck after another, I couldn't give up the ghost cultivation either. In this way, being in between these 2 contradictory thoughts for a long time, my consciousness unknowingly divided into 2 different kinds of split souls and began to fight with each other. A few years ago, the human race split soul could still occupy the dominant position. In recent years, as my cultivation improved, the evil ghost split soul became more and more powerful. I am afraid that the time when I am completely lost is getting closer and closer. When the middle-aged man said this, there was a trace of sadness on his face. When Lu Ming heard this, he was naturally dumbfounded, but at the same time, he suddenly realized something. When they met in the soul transfer forest, it was the human race cultivator's soul that took the lead. After leaving, the evil ghost split soul in the opponent's body gained the upper hand. After controlling the body, it chased after him. Senior brother Shui is still rational at the moment. Why don't you return to Golden Light City with me? The elders of the sect may have a way to save you. Lu Ming pondered and suddenly suggested. When Shuihu heard this, a rare warmth flashed in his sunken and indifferent eyes, but it only flashed for a moment. He shook his head as if he had made a decision. It's too late. I don't have much time now. I have one thing to tell you. About 7 or 8 years ago, when my ghost clan divided soul occupied my body, I once led a group of ghost soldiers to ambush a small group of cultivators in the heavenly ghost plane. Fortunately, I was still conscious at that time. I tried my best to control myself and didn't kill them. Now they are imprisoned in Vulture Slope. Younger brother Lu, when you return to Golden Light City, remember to inform the top management of the sect about this and rescue them as soon as possible. Alas, now I have become like this because of my greed. But those people should still be saved. When the middle-aged man said this, his face showed pain again, and his body trembled violently. Heavenly Ghost Plane? Senior brother Shui, is there a short-haired female cultivator who practices ghost cultivation method in that team of cultivators? Lu Ming's face changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. However, at this time, the middle-aged man's face was already distorted. how could he listen to Lu Ming? The eyes on his human face slowly closed, and the other evil ghost face opened its eyes. Black gas suddenly surged on his body, and his whole body was quickly covered by ghost chi. In the blink of an eye, most of his body had turned into the body of an evil ghost. Lu Ming sighed, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He waved the sword in his hand, and the bitter will sword shot out like lightning. It grew to a length of 10 meters in an instant, and chopped at the evil ghost's neck. The evil ghost's face showed horror, and it opened its mouth to let out a loud roar. But now the ghost-separated soul had not completely occupied the body. It could barely control the ghost chi to condense a ghost chi shield on the surface of the body. Humph. The sword gesture in Lu Ming's hand changed, and the sword light of the bitter will sword suddenly shone brightly. Purple lightning snakes with the thickness of an arm were ejected from it. The lightning snakes easily tore apart the dark ghost chi shield. Then, with a flash of purple light, the bitter will sword circled around the evil spirit's neck like lightning. The malevolent expression on the evil ghost's face froze, and in the next moment, its head tilted to the side as it tumbled to the ground, and a pillar of crimson blood gushed out. The headless body fell to the ground. The ghost chi in the man with the square face slowly dissipated, and he quickly turned into a human. At this moment, one green and one black, two entangled soul essences flashed out from the top of the head and flew into the distance. A strange expression appeared on Lu Ming's face. He gently pointed with one hand, and a faint purple spiral sword chi shot out. It accurately struck the black essence soul. A shrill scream was heard. The black soul essence dissipated into thin purple electric arcs that were emitted by the spiraling sword chi. The remaining green essence soul condensed in the air, and it let out a sigh of relief, then it flew away. After Lu Ming watched the green essence soul go away, he retracted his gaze and flicked his fingers. 2 fireballs fell on the 2 parts of the body of the man with a square face. The raging fire suddenly ignited. Lonely mountain blood rain, flames burning corpses. This scene made Lu Ming's heart flash a hint of disappointment and disappointment. Xuehu could enter the evil spirit way and was selected as a spy with Jin Dan's cultivation. Obviously, regardless of temperament or aptitude, he was once the best in the sect. He was probably not a nobody. But now, because of his greed, he ended up in such a miserable end. It was regrettable. Just when the corpse turned into wisps of gray flames and drifted away with the wind, Lu Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand, and a pale red storage ring flew into his hand from the ground. This is Xuehu's storage ring. Lu Ming's face changed, and he put it away. At the same time, in the direction of the giant mountain fortress, there were a few faint ghost shadows flying toward this side. Lu Ming glanced at them, and he didn't stay here any longer. He made a sword gesture, and the purple light of the bitter will sword rolled out, lifting his body and flying away at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the purple sword light turned into a bright spot on the horizon, and then it disappeared. A few days later, in the hall of the central spire of Golden Light City, Lu Ming, who had just returned safely, was standing in the center of the hall, telling the Haoyue boy and the grim-faced middle-aged man what happened in the giant mountain fortress a few days ago. I really didn't expect that I would encounter such a big problem after turning into a ghost body. Even Xuehu of Songsong Peak was not spared. After listening to Lu Ming, the Haoyue boy couldn't help sighing and saying. Lu Ming just stood there with his hands hanging down at this time, and he didn't say anything. No wonder we lost contact with the lurking disciples one after another. Even the disciples who haven't lost contact with each other, the interval between sending messages is getting longer and longer. I'm afraid that these people were not discovered and eliminated by the higher-ups of the Ghost Army as we expected, but encountered similar situations. I'm afraid that some of them have already degenerated into the real Ghost Army. It's really a bit abrupt to carry out this lurking plan in a hurry that day. The grim-faced middle-aged man shook his head and sighed with regret. Senior fellow apprentice Gu, you don't have to blame yourself too much. As far as I know, the situation at that time was also quite urgent. The lurking plan was also decided by the higher-ups. We really had no choice. What we need to do now is to discuss a countermeasure as soon as possible. The Haoyue boy persuaded him. Junior fellow apprentice Haoyue is right. We still need to make a further report to the higher-ups, and then decide whether to recall the rest of the spies as soon as possible. the grim-faced middle-aged man said with a frown. Lu Ming, in addition to those imprisoned disciples of the sect, did Shuihu leave any other information? Hao Yueboy turned and asked Lu Ming. At that time, as soon as Senior Shui said these, his body was occupied by the evil ghost's soul clone again. In order to protect myself, I had no choice but to behead him. However, I brought back his storage ring. I don't know if there is any important information in it. Lu Ming replied respectfully. At the same time, he took out the storage ring that he picked up and handed it over. As for this storage ring, he simply glanced at it with divine thought and found that its structure was very complicated. The storage space was divided into several parts, and there were even layers of self-explosion enchantment in it. If he didn't know the method to unlock it, he couldn't open it at all. The man with a cold face waved one hand, and the pale red storage ring spun in the air, then it slowly fell into his hand. Then, he gently tapped on the storage ring with one hand. The spirit patterns on the storage ring flickered continuously, emitting rays of green light. After a while, it returned to normal. After that, the grim-faced man carefully checked the storage ring. He turned his head to look at Hao Yueboy on the side and nodded slightly. Lu Ming, you have also made a great contribution this time. I will report everything to the higher-ups. The sect will reward you later. You can go back first. I still have to discuss with Senior Brother Gu on how to rescue those imprisoned disciples. After Hao Yueboy praised Lu Ming for a few words, he was ready to send him away. Thank you, Masters Jr. If there is any news about Senior Sister Xiaowu, please let me know. Disciple will take his leave. Hearing this, Lu Ming respectfully cupped his hands towards the two and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. Since you mentioned Xiaowu, about the rescue of these disciples, if you are willing, this task will be handed over to you. There is no need to specially transfer people to rescue them. Here is a jade slips, you can take a look first. After the grim-faced middle-aged man pondered for a while, he suddenly stopped Lu Ming and took out a light green jade slips from the storage ring. He raised one hand and it steadily fell into Lu Ming's hand. After Lu Ming took the jade slips, he stuck it on his forehead. After a while, his face changed slightly. The jade slips recorded the Spirit Vulture Slope that the man surnamed Shui mentioned that day. The Spirit Vulture Slope was a natural valley more than 10,000 miles away from the northeast of the giant mountain fortress. There was a towering hillside at the mouth of the valley that was covered with snow all year round. It was shaped like a snake vulture, hence the name. Because this place was covered with a large amount of yin qi all year round, it was occupied by the Evil Ghost Legion as a ghost formation research institute. Therefore, there were not many evil ghost guards, but there were many kinds of restrictive spells. Lu Ming took the jade slips off his forehead and showed a thoughtful expression. From the situation recorded on the jade slips, although there were not many guards at the Spirit Vulture Slope, there should be 1 or 2 evil ghost commanders at the level of Jin Dan. Although it was not a problem for him to deal with 1 or 2 evil ghost commanders, there were many restrictive spells there. If he did not have a good way to break the restrictive spells and quickly rescue the people, he was afraid that it would attract a large number of Evil Ghost Legion reinforcements. In addition, according to various circumstances, the Taiqing Gate disciples who were imprisoned by the hidden evil ghost commanders were likely to be the missing human cultivator team that Xiaowu was in. Lu Ming, if you are willing to go, I will try to send other teams to carry out some raids at other strongholds near the Spirit Vulture Slope to involve the Ghost Legion in these places. However, in order to not attract attention, one person must act secretly during the rescue operation. If you feel that it is not suitable, you don't have to force yourself. Seeing this, the Hao Yueboy reminded him. I have thought about it. I am willing to carry out this mission. Lu Ming thought quickly and immediately replied resolutely. The Hao Yueboy was slightly stunned by Lu Ming's straightforward answer, and a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the cold-faced middle-aged man. Yes, I did not choose the wrong person. You go back and make preparations first. We will report this matter to several supreme elders and study the specific action plan. The cold-faced middle-aged man changed the topic and said. Then I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Ming left the central tower and headed for the market in the northwest corner of Golden Light City. Half a day later, when he walked out of a street in the market, his face was full of hesitation. As Yin Jiuling said that day, the resources of the evil ghost realm were extremely scarce. Not only did it cause the prices to be ridiculously high, but some relatively rare items could only be exchanged by bartering. Lu Ming took out all the materials of the nether beasts and some nether stones that he obtained from the evil ghost army. After paying millions of spirit stones, he managed to exchange for a few sets of simple teleportation formation flags and trapping formations. As for the enchantment-breaking magic tools, not only were they expensive, but they were also only some low-grade magic tools. High-grade enchantment-breaking magic tools were hard to find. However, just now, he learned from a disciple who sold enchantment-breaking magic tools that most of the team leaders in Jin Guanjuan had some high-grade enchantment-breaking magic tools for carrying out tasks. When he contacted the team leader of his team, Min Rong, through the communication formation disk, he found that Min Rong was out on a mission. He would only return after half a month at the earliest. This put him in a dilemma. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and enter the market again to continue his search. At the same time, in a closed room in the main tower of Golden Light City, a white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged, listening to the report of a tall and short man in front of him. The two men were Hao Yue Boy and Elder Gu Yu. As for how to prevent the lurking disciples from ghosting completely, I haven't thought of a good way for the time being. What I can do now is to recall the latest batch of disciples. As for the disciples who sneaked in earlier, we can only try our best to recall them. As for whether they will succeed, it's up to fate. This time, thanks to Lu Ming, we got this important information. If we discovered it later, I'm afraid that our plan would be known by the other party, and we would be in a passive situation. The old man stroked his beard and said faintly. Rest assured, Elder. I'll give the order later. The cold-faced middle-aged man, Gu Yu, heard this and nodded. Also, Elder Yao, there are some clues regarding the disappearance of the sect's disciples over the years. According to the information Lu Ming obtained from Xue Hu and the analysis of the clues left in the jade slips he brought back, these disciples seem to have been brought to Spirit Vulture Slope by the malevolent Spirit Legion to be imprisoned. Due to Spirit Vulture Slope's remote location and its location behind the enemy's fortress, we haven't taken any substantial action yet. I understand. If we can send someone to infiltrate Spirit Vulture Slope, we might be able to obtain some information, the old man replied after some thought. I have discussed with Hao Yue. We plan to send Lu Ming to make another trip and have 2 small teams help to harass and lure the enemy. Once the rescue is successful, he will immediately escape. The cold-faced middle-aged man's eyes moved as he replied in a deep voice. I won't ask about the specific rescue, but this operation must be kept secret. Don't alarm the higher-ups of the malevolent Spirit Legion. There are many restrictions in Spirit Vulture Slope. Hao Yue, lend your Emerald Cloud Peak's broken army basket to Lu Ming for the time being. Ask him to complete the mission without anyone knowing. The white-haired old man coughed lightly and ordered faintly. Yes, I'll do it now. When Hao Yue Boy heard this, he couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation, but he immediately bowed and cupped his fists. He then turned into a green light and disappeared from the secret room. Martial Nephew Gu, I've seen Lu Ming before. Although his talent is average, his courage and temperament are excellent. He has won glory for our sect many times over the years and proved his strength. If there's a chance, remember to give more guidance and nurture this child. He may become a great person in the future. The white-haired old man paused for a moment and softly ordered the middle-aged man. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After the cold-faced middle-aged man cupped his fists, his figure blurred and disappeared from the secret room. Could it be that the malevolent Spirit Legion is really implementing that plan? Looks like I have to hurry up. After Gu Yu left, the white-haired old man murmured a few words in the same place, then he closed his eyes and quietly meditated. At the same time, Lu Ming was still frowning as he walked through the streets and alleys of the market, looking for a suitable enchantment-breaking magic tool. Just as he walked out of a simple shop, a green light flashed and appeared in front of him. The light faded, revealing a boy who looked like he was 12 or 13 years old. It was Elder Hao Yue. Disciple greets Martial Uncle Hao Yue. Lu Ming was slightly stunned at first, then he bowed and cupped his fists. If Lu wants to find a suitable magic tool here, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Hao Yue Boy smiled slightly. Martial uncle is wise, it is indeed not easy to find. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hee, previously, Elder Gu and I were negligent and forgot to give you this enchantment-breaking magic tool. Hao Yue boy chuckled. As he spoke, he flipped one of his hands. A white glow shone brightly in his palm, then an exquisite flower basket appeared. Lu Ming could only feel a refreshing fragrance wafting over. This flower basket was about the size of 2 fists. It was woven with snow-white bamboo strips. The bamboo strips were outlined with fine and exquisite spirit patterns, exuding a faint light. There were a few simple white flowers in the basket, exuding a light and elegant fragrance. Hao Yue boy stretched out a finger and pointed at the flower basket. Pu-pu sounds could be heard. A white mist continuously sprayed out from the white flowers, turning into a faint layer of white mist. The figure of Hao Yue boy gradually became blurred. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the flower basket disappeared without a trace in the mist along with the flower fragrance. Hao Yue boy also disappeared into thin air. Witnessing all of this, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but tremble. He quickly released his divine sense in front of him, but he found nothing at all. This flower basket is actually so magical. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the air in front of him. Following a familiar fragrance, a vague figure faintly appeared, gradually revealing the figure of Hao Yue boy holding the flower basket. Lu, this is not only a magic artifact to break the restriction, but it can also activate the flower fragrance to hide your figure at the critical moment. This item is the secret treasure of my Emerald Cloud Peak. Generally, it is never lent to outsiders. Since you urgently need this item to complete the military task, and you are the descendant of Luin, so you are not an outsider, I will lend it to you. Be sure to take good care of it. As for how to activate the restriction-breaking function, I can't demonstrate it here. You can just go back and understand it. After Hao Yue boy said a few words with a solemn expression, he took out a white jade slips and handed them to Lu Ming together with the flower basket. Thank you Shu Hao Yue, Lu Ming will not disappoint you. I will strive to rescue the imprisoned Taiqing Gate disciples. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took the flower basket and the jade slips. After thanking him, he carefully put them into the Sumeru ring. Okay, the other 2 squads have already set off. They will launch a raid on the evil spirits near the Spirit Vulture Slope in half a month. The journey is long, so you should also set off early. Hao Yue boy nodded and said. Yes, disciple will go back and pack up. We will set off immediately. Lu Ming replied respectfully with his hands cupped. After half an hour, a black light rose from the gate of Golden Light City and flew into the distance. 3 days later, on a gray plain, a black silhouette was moving forward at high speed. Suddenly, in a dense grass, the black figure stopped. With a wave of his hand, a stack of colorful formation flags emerged. After several rays of light shot out, they disappeared into the surroundings one after another. Then several layers of aura flashed as if they were integrated with the entire grass. If one didn't look carefully, it was impossible to distinguish that there was a simple teleportation array and several small trapping arrays here. The figure scanned the surrounding situation with divine thought. After confirming that there was no mistake, he turned into a black light and disappeared into the grass. 7 days later, over a low mountain range, 7 evil spirit soldiers holding spears slowly flew over. It was the ghost army squad that was patrolling nearby. The leader was an evil spirit captain with the cultivation of the crystallization period later stage. He had a strange scarlet face and looked quite ugly, but his figure was a bit taller than other soldiers. Suddenly, on the mountain ahead, a black figure flew past. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a graceful girl with a black veil. Captain, there is a situation. A short ghost soldier came forward and reported softly. Nonsense. Such a big figure, I naturally saw it too. This woman is surrounded by Yin Qi. She is not a human cultivator, but her strength is not weak. She has already reached the crystallization period later stage. I don't know which clan she is from. If I can capture her and form a dual cultivation relationship with her, I'm afraid breaking through the pseudo-pellet state bottleneck is just around the corner. The evil spirit captain's strange scarlet face showed a hideous smile. Hee, by then, Captain, you can be promoted to the evil spirit commander. The short ghost soldier also smiled. Immediately afterward, the group of 7 people changed their direction and quietly followed the girl in the black veil. The girl in the black veil stopped in a basin, looking around as if she was looking for something. At this moment, black gas rolled out from all directions. Several ghost soldiers surrounded the girl in the black veil from all directions, and they spat clouds of black gas from their mouths. "Captain, I feel that something is wrong. This woman seems to be faintly exuding a chilling aura." In the air not far away, the short ghost soldier was hanging behind the evil spirit captain. After a shudder, he suddenly spoke. "You coward, even if this woman is powerful, she is only at the crystallization period later stage. If we set up this ghost array, we can trap her to death," the evil spirit captain said disdainfully. At this moment, the girl in the black veil suddenly turned back, and her figure turned blurred and went underground. "Oh, no. This woman can burrow into the ground." In the next moment, just as the malevolent ghost team leader was about to cast a technique to burrow into the ground, a black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. The black-veiled girl silently reappeared. Moreover, after giving him a sweet smile, she suddenly pointed at her own forehead with one hand. Poof! A golden coxcomb mark suddenly appeared on the forehead of the girl in black veil and released thousands of golden lights. After the captain of the evil ghost and the short ghost soldier were involved in the golden light, they immediately became stiff and couldn't move for a while. At this moment, a clear sound came. A cold light flashed in the nearby void, and a purple sword light rolled over like lightning, directly chopping off the heads of the 2 ghosts. At the same time, a green-clothed boy appeared behind the other ghost soldiers. At the same time, a gray flame swept out from his mouth. After a few sizzling sounds, these ghost soldiers silently turned into nothingness in the gray flame. The girl in black veil and the green-clothed boy were naturally Lu Ming's 2 spiritual pets, Scorpion and Fei. On the top of a hill that was more than 300 meters high, Lu Ming in a green robe was standing with his hands behind his back. He was squinting his eyes and looking at the rolling valley in the distance. The raging mountain wind, mixed with gravel, was constantly beating his clothes, making a rustling sound. It had been half a month since he left Golden Light City. The journey was much smoother than he had imagined at the beginning. The Vulture Slope where he was imprisoned was remote and far away from the important fortress of the evil Ghost Corps. Besides, he took a detour. He only met some patrol teams of the evil Ghost Corps on the way. With the close cooperation of Lu Ming and Scorpion and Fei, they were solved almost effortlessly. The sky above the valley in the distance was shrouded by black clouds at this moment, making the light even more dim and hazy. Meanwhile, the entire valley was looming in the rolling graying chi. It was impossible to see the specific situation inside. Only a towering hill at the entrance of the valley, which was nearly 3,000 meters high with snow on top, like a snake eagle, could be clearly seen. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on this hillside. Without a doubt, this hillside that towered into the clouds was the destination of this trip, Spirit Vulture Hill. At this moment, a cloud of black chi rolled out from the ground beside him and gradually condensed into a delicate figure. It was a pretty girl wrapped in a black veil. It was Scorpion. "Master, it seems that there is no heavy guard in the valley. There are only a few ghost soldiers guarding the entrance in front. Those ghost soldiers patrolling nearby have been killed by me," Scorpion said with a smile. "Well done. Thinking about it, the other 2 teams should have reached the 2 nearby strongholds 2 days ago. The main force of the Demon Corps stationed here should have been lured away." Lu Ming turned to the side and glanced at Scorpion's forehead as he said indifferently. It was said that ever since this Scorpion accidentally ate the ruler of Dawn's egg and gained this golden crown mark on her forehead, her temperament had changed a little. Now that she was in human form, the mark on her forehead was dim and her behavior was the same as before. If there were ghosts nearby, she would sometimes involuntarily revert to her bone scorpion form. When the mark on her forehead shone with a golden light, it would shoot out a golden light that was enough to deter ghosts. However, her mood would become a little irritable because of this. Fortunately, she could still listen to Lu Ming's orders. "Master, let's take advantage of the enemy's weak defense and leave quickly. However, this Spirit Vulture Slope seems to be under some kind of restriction formation. I can't use the burrowing technique to sneak in." Scorpion seemed to see that Lu Ming was pondering, so she went forward and reminded him softly. It's fine. Let's go through the entrance at the back of Spirit Vulture Slope. Lu Ming came back to his senses and ordered Scorpion. Scorpion responded and once again turned into a cloud of black gas that burrowed into the leather bag on Lu Ming's waist and disappeared. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming formed a hand sign and activated the Che Huan totem on his shoulder. He concealed his aura and turned into a black shadow. He silently sped in the direction of Spirit Vulture Slope. The back of Spirit Vulture Slope was a steep slope that tilted upward. There was almost no grass growing on the slope. It was barren, and there was only a path that seemed like a road but was not a road that meandered upward. When he went all the way up to a height of 5,000 or 6,000 feet, a platform that was hundreds of feet in size appeared in front of Lu Ming. On the mountain wall at the end of the platform, there was a seemingly ordinary stone door. He could faintly feel a chill coming from the stone door. According to the description in the jade slips left by Shui Hu, there was a secret exit at the back of Spirit Vulture Slope. However, it was set up with some kind of rather complicated restriction. One could only come out from it and not enter from the outside. Combined with the situation described in the jade slips, it was most likely the stone door in front of him. Lu Ming released his divine thought and scanned the stone door, but he didn't find anything strange. He walked slowly toward the stone door cautiously. He found that the closer he was to the stone door, the stronger the chill was. He suddenly stopped in front of the stone door. With a thought, a layer of fine black and purple scales appeared on the surface of his palm. Then, he reached out and touched the stone door. He saw that the originally ordinary stone door suddenly had a layer of faint gray light flowing up and down. In the gray light, one could faintly see small runes jumping out and silently curling around Lu Ming's palm. The next moment, he only felt a numbness in his palm, and his divine thought made a buzz sound. His whole body shook a few times as if he was electrocuted. Lu Ming hurriedly activated the mind imitation insect in his arms. A cool feeling suddenly rushed into his mind and circled around. At the same time, he quickly took a few steps back before he stood still. The gray flowing light on the stone door also disappeared without a trace the moment the palm left. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. Lu Ming raised his palm and found that there were a few strands of black silk left on the surface as if they were alive. They were twisting and trying to drill into the scales on his palm. Fortunately, his physical body was different from ordinary people, and he had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, he would have been trapped. This was a special defensive enchantment that combined mental power and yin qi erosion. If it was another crystallization period cultivator, even if it was a powerhouse at the early stage of Jing Dan, the consequences would be unimaginable if he touched it with his hand so blatantly. So Lu Ming channeled his technique to shake off the black silk on his palm. He flipped his hand, and an exquisite white flower basket appeared in his palm. A white brilliance was released. He channeled the spiritual power in his body and injected it into the flower basket. An incredible scene appeared. There was a faint fragrance of flowers around the flower basket. At the same time, rolls of white water vapor condensed from the blue-white flowers, turning into clusters of white clouds. They condensed and turned into a white rose of 10 meters in front of Lu Ming. It looked extremely gorgeous and dazzling. After the whole rose trembled slightly in the air, it bloomed with a poof. It left the flower basket and flashed into the gray stone door in front of him. After the rose went into the stone door, a faint gray light appeared on the surface again. It was as calm as before without making any sound. Lu Ming was chanting as if he was channeling some kind of symbol. But after just 3 seconds, a blooming white rose appeared on the surface of the stone door, and it quickly began to wither and shrink. As the flower withered, the gray light on the surface of the stone door also dimmed. The moment the rose completely disappeared, it turned into specks of gray light with a pu sound and dissipated. This enchantment-breaking magic weapon that Hao Yue boy treasured was really mysterious. After Lu Ming secretly exclaimed, he changed the symbol in his hand slightly and shot a green light at the flower basket. A refreshing fragrance of flowers instantly surrounded him. He only felt that his body was wrapped by a faint white water vapor. Other than that, there was no other difference. But if other cultivators were to look from the outside, Lu Ming had now completely hidden in the air, and no one could find his figure and breath. After Lu Ming finished all this, he reached out and gently pushed the gray stone door. The stone door opened inward to a hole that could only allow one person to pass through. His figure quietly stepped through the door and entered the belly of Spirit Vulture Slope. As soon as he entered the belly of the mountain, a bone-chilling Xianxia came to his face, and his whole body shivered. The Xianxia in the belly of the mountain was more than a little thicker than at the entrance. Even a cultivator like him who had practiced ghost cultivation for more than 100 years faintly felt that it was a little abnormal. He didn't have time to think too much, and he quickly released his divine thought to scan the entire belly of the mountain. As a result, he found that the belly of the mountain was empty, but there were rings of stone corridors along the cave wall. From bottom to top, there were dozens of floors, and he was currently in the middle. What made him feel rather gratified was that in this huge space, there were only a few dozens of low-level ghost soldiers patrolling the stone corridors on each floor. The one with the highest cultivation was only a junior evil ghost captain at the early stage of the crystallization period. In addition, the stone corridors on each floor were connected to a stone room that was embedded in the stone wall crookedly. Below the door of each stone room, there was a half-moon-shaped black hole the size of a foot. Wisps of Xianxia were constantly flowing into the stone room through these half-moon-shaped black holes. Blood-curdling screams could be heard intermittently from these stone chambers. Those low-rank ghost soldiers seemed to be accustomed to this kind of screams. They just patrolled back and forth in the passage of the belly of the mountain, making a series of clacking footsteps. The screams and the echoes of these dry footsteps echoed endlessly in the empty and cold belly of the mountain. It was indescribably weird. Could it be that Senior Sister Xiaowu is trapped here? But these voices don't seem to be human. A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Suddenly, a cold aura that made people tremble rose from below, causing a chill to spread all over his body. His figure froze in shock. Lu Ming looked down subconsciously, but he found that the bottom of this space was dark, and the thick Xianxia in this space seemed to come from below. Just when Lu Ming wanted to release divine thought to explore more clearly, a series of footsteps came from the front. It was two ghost soldiers in armor and holding ancient shields. They were walking over from the stone corridor above. Not long after, one of the sturdy ghost soldiers stopped in front of Lu Ming. He stretched out his nose and sniffed at the 10 meters in front of Lu Ming. "Hee, I already said that you are wrong. This place is like an iron wall. How can anyone come in? There is only some strange smell. You must have an illusion." Beside him, an evil ghost with a fist-sized hole on his face said with slight sarcasm. "Humph, I do smell something here." The well-built ghost soldier said with a hint of bewilderment. Just when the two ghost soldiers stopped in place, a black shadow emerged from the void. At the same time, a purple sword light slashed across silently. Swoosh swoosh, the two condensation period ghost soldiers were killed by Lu Ming silently before they could react. There is actually such a wishy-washy ghost. Lu Ming secretly criticized in his heart, then he put away the bitter-will sword and the broken army basket in his hand. He patted his waist and released Scorpion. As soon as Scorpion came out of the soul-recovering bag, it immediately turned into a 10 meters giant scorpion. The golden mark on its head glowed with a golden light. The two ghost corpses were immediately rolled up by the golden light, turning into black gas and entering the giant scorpion's belly. At this moment, there was another sound of footsteps not far away. It was a ghost soldier coming up from the stone corridor below. Without waiting for Lu Ming's command, Scorpion immediately turned into a black shadow and turned to the side of the passage. It stopped and opened its mouth. Hula, a roll of golden light flashed out, rolled up a group of ghost shadows, and quickly sucked it back. Gulu Gulu. Lu Ming didn't even see the ghost soldier's face clearly, and he became the food of Scorpion. In the following time, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the spot and released his divine thought to search every secret room carefully. During this period, if there were ghost soldiers approaching, he would use his divine thought to command Scorpion to swallow them silently. Although the enchantments of these secret rooms were not complicated, it was still impossible for Lu Ming to use divine thought to explore the situation in the stone room completely. It would be a bit troublesome to break the enchantment one by one. Fortunately, after some exploration, he found that his divine thought could still vaguely sense whether there was any life in the secret room through the enchantment, so he could barely distinguish. However, as he walked along the spiraling stone room, he had explored 50 to 60 stone rooms in a row. However, he found that there were no living beings in any of them. Instead, there was a ghost aura that was even denser than the ghost soldiers patrolling here. Although his figure was motionless, he faintly had a bad feeling in his heart. Just when he forcibly suppressed his temper and continued to release divine thought to investigate, he heard Scorpion's voice transmission. "Master, there are a few secret rooms below. I seem to be able to feel the breath of human cultivators." Hearing this, Lu Ming quickly changed the direction of his divine thought and swept down according to Scorpion's guidance. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he frowned. His figure blurred, and he suddenly rushed down the stone corridor. After passing through more than 10 layers of dim circular stone corridors and killing more than 10 low-level ghost soldiers patrolling at lightning speed, Lu Ming finally came to a stone corridor near the bottom. This place was only a dozen floors away from the bottom. The yin qi that rose from below from time to time was even colder. After Lu Ming stopped and looked down, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This time, he finally saw the situation at the bottom of the hinterland of the spirit vulture slope clearly. At the bottom, there was a huge black vortex, about an acre in size. Waves of dense, grayish-black devil qi were slowly spinning like a whirlpool. Lu Ming wanted to release divine thought to explore it, but as soon as he touched the whirlpool below, he couldn't detect anything like a clay ox entering the sea. He just looked at it for a while, and there was a faint feeling of dizziness in his sea of divine thought. This made him startled, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze and divine thought. He didn't dare to look again, and his heart was inexplicably shocked. Looking around again, he found that there were about 7 or 8 stone doors in the size of 10 meters on the ring-shaped stone wall. Each stone door had a circular restriction inscription array of 5 meters in size, faintly flashing. Unlike before, these restriction inscription arrays were dark red. The yin qi rising from the yin qi vortex below, except for a part of it that drilled into the stone room through the stone door, the other part condensed and drilled into the center of these restriction inscription arrays. At this moment, a black gas rolled up behind him, revealing the figure of a woman with a black veil. It was Scorpion. "Master, the evil ghost corpses along the way have been cleared." "Scorpion, you said before that you can feel the aura of human cultivators, right? Can you sense which room it is?" Lu Ming nodded and asked. The yin qi here was already rich to a certain extent. He released his divine thought to scan around, but he found that the stone rooms behind these 7 or 8 stone doors were also full of rich yin qi. It was impossible to determine which room was occupied. The breath of life is already very weak, but it should be one of the 2 stone rooms on the east side. After thinking about it, Scorpion turned sideways and pointed to the 2 stone rooms on the east side. When Lu Ming heard this, his figure flickered and appeared in front of a stone door on the east side. With a wave of one hand, a white light floated out of his sleeve. It was the enchantment-breaking magic weapon, Broken Army Basket. Immediately afterward, he moved his finger and shot out a streak of azure light. Suddenly, the army destroyer basket shone with a brilliant white light. White water vapor gushed out of the basket like a spring and transformed into the shadow of a rose flower. The shadow flashed into the eye of the restriction. Red light immediately blossomed from the surface of the stone gate, and a series of fist-sized crimson runes appeared before revolving in the air. As a white rose pattern appeared on the door, and after it withered quickly, the bloody rune collapsed. The stone door opened inward, and a wave of yin qi broke out. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and he quickly cast a layer of black gas shield on the surface of his body to resist the erosion of yin qi. After a few seconds, the yin qi that was emitted gradually weakened, but the entire stone room was still filled with yin qi. Both vision and divine thought were greatly limited. "Master, I will go in and take a look first." Scorpion appeared at the entrance of the stone room and said to Lu Ming. "All right." Lu Ming nodded, and at the same time, he released divine thought to pay close attention to the surroundings. "Master, there is a human female cultivator inside. I seem to have seen her somewhere." After a while, Scorpion's excited voice came from the secret room. Lu Ming was immediately delighted. Through the mind connection with Scorpion, he could feel that this aura was also a little familiar to him. If he guessed correctly, it was his senior sister Xiaowu. He immediately entered the gray stone room with a sway of his body. The space of the stone room was not large, only a few meters in area. In the center of the secret room was a huge gray stone pillar. A short-haired woman in a green robe was tied to the stone pillar by layers of black chains. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was weak. Needless to say, this woman was Xiaowu. Fortunately, it seems that some yin qi entered the body and caused the body to be weak. It should be fine after some of it is expelled. After Lu Ming's divine thought swept, he murmured a few words. His 10 fingers flicked at the black iron chains, and the black chains were broken. Then he took out a pale yellow talisman from his chest, gently pasted it on the woman's forehead, and chanted. A roll of yellow light floated out, turning into a pale yellow shield that enveloped her. On this woman's body, wisps of grey yin qi constantly sprang out from the surface of her body and gathered in the secret room. At the same time, Scorpion was not idle. He waved his arms again, and a gust of wind condensed the yin qi in the secret room. The next moment, Scorpion opened his mouth and inhaled the yin qi. The black light on his body was also slightly brighter, and his face showed a satisfied look. After about half a cup of tea's time, in the yellow shield, Xiaowu's eyelids moved slightly, and her eyes finally opened slowly. You are younger brother Lu? Xiaowu's eyes were a little blurred, but when she saw the person in front of her, her face suddenly showed a little surprise, and she said weakly. Senior sister Xiaowu, you are awake. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly bowed and said. I didn't expect to see a fellow disciple in this life, and it is you, younger brother Lu. By the way, junior brother, how did you know I was here? Xiaowu slowly sat up and asked softly. This is not a place to talk. Let's leave first and then slowly catch up. After Lu Ming said this, he directly went forward and carried Xiaowu. His figure flashed out of the secret room and appeared on the stone corridor. Younger brother Lu, I have the protection of the Yin Avoidance Jade Pendant that Master gave me. In addition, I originally practiced the Ghost Dao, so it is not a big problem. I am just a little weak, and I can still walk by myself. In addition, the few people who were clawed here with me should be imprisoned nearby. A faint blush appeared on Xiaowu's face. She struggled a little, then her body rolled out of Lu Ming's arms and stood beside him. In that case, in the few stone doors nearby, there should be other senior brothers? A strange expression flashed on Lu Ming's face. That being said, but according to Scorpion's previous description, other than a stone room not far in front of them, there was still some weak breath of life. The rest were probably already filled with yin qi, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. After thinking about it, he still opened his 5 fingers and pointed at the broken army basket. In the white flower basket, a cloud of white water vapor gushed out, turned into a white rose, and flashed into the stone door in front of him. Following the destruction of the restrictive inscriptions, the stone door opened inwards and a similarly dense wave of yin qi rushed out of the stone room. Just as the Scorpion was about to enter the room to investigate, there was a whoo sound and a huge grey fist flashed out of the stone room and fiercely punched towards it. Before the fist could hit the Scorpion, a formless and powerful force enveloped it. The Scorpion's expression changed, and with a flash of black qi, it transformed into its original form, the silver-boned Scorpion. It crossed its huge pincers in front of it and welcomed the attack. With a hong sound, the grey and silver pincers collided in the air. In the end, the stalemate only lasted for a breath's time before the silver-boned Scorpion was sent flying back like a sandbag. Immediately after, a grey ghostly figure came out of the stone door, accompanied by a sky full of yin qi. This ghostly figure was roughly the same size as a human cultivator and was wearing the Jing Guanjuan uniform. However, the muscles on its face were stiff and ashen, giving it the appearance of a living zombie. Its cultivation was vaguely at the early stage of the Jing Dan. Just as the zombie cultivator stepped out of the stone room, its body suddenly stopped and it raised its head to let out a sharp and ear-piercing roar. This is the sound of ghosts. Someone has snuck in. I was wondering why so many people had suddenly disappeared. Quickly open the restriction and seal off all the passages. Don't even think about leaving. With such a large commotion, the ghost soldiers and the malevolent ghost commandant in the vicinity were naturally alarmed. A few long and shrill cries sounded from all directions. Immediately after, the rumbling sound of millstones moving could be heard, echoing endlessly in the empty belly of the mountain. This is Captain Yin. It seems that the others have already. At this time, Xiaowu's gaze swept across the zombie in front of her and she let out a cry of alarm. Her eyes dimmed as she spoke. There's no time to care about the others, let's go. When Lu Ming heard the commotion coming from above, he flicked his finger and a purple sword chi shot towards the zombie in front of him. Dang! The sword chi slashed across the zombie's neck, but it was like cutting steel. Sparks flew, but the neck was unscathed. At this moment, there was a click sound. The other nearby stone rooms were opened one after another, and clouds of grey mist came out. They were zombie-like cultivators between the crystallization period later stage and the Jin Dan stage. Master, take senior sister Xiaowu away from here first. I'll hold them off. Seeing this, Scorpion immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Ming through the mental connection. At the same time, a golden light shone on its forehead, and its figure suddenly transformed into a silver-boned scorpion about 10 meters in size, blocking in front of Lu Ming and Xiaowu. Several zombie cultivators walked out from the nearby stone chambers. They were intimidated by the golden light in front of them. A trace of fear flashed across their ashen faces. They didn't dare to step forward for a moment. At the same time, in the layers of passages above them, there was a sound of a stone door opening. Zombie-like cultivators wearing the uniforms of the 4 major legions with livid faces came out. Not good, the passage we came in from has been blocked. Even the exit in front seems to be blocked. Let's retreat first. Lu Ming quickly scanned the space of the mountain with his divine thought and said quickly. He then pulled Xiaowu and flew down the passage. In Wang Yu's opinion, the most interesting thing about the treasure of the mobile game Tales of the Devil's Heavenly Legend is that after you search it with your divine sense, you will be surprised to find that the treasure is actually in Guangzhou's landmark, Canton Tower. At this time, you can immediately summon other friends in the game to occupy Guangzhou's Canton Tower. And if you shuttle through major cities, you will slowly find that in the mobile game Demon Heaven Chronicles, you will dig all over the country. By then, Guangzhou's Canton Tower, Shanghai's Oriental Pearl Tower, Beijing's Forbidden City will all be dug by you. Isn't it very ingenious to allow players to shuttle between the virtual world and the real world and leave unique cultivation footprints in each city? In addition, a few famous singers in the world of cover songs have also come to support the mobile game Demon Heaven Chronicles. Wang Yu was already listening to it first. The first songs were all masterpieces. That's right, I remember now. There is a secret passage at the bottom of this space that leads directly to a certain place in the back mountain of Spirit Vulture Slope, Xiaowu said suddenly as she ran. Senior sister, how did you know that there is a passage at the bottom? Lu Ming was a little skeptical. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that there was a huge vortex of yin qi at the bottom. Even if there was a passage there, ordinary people would have been turned into ghosts by the yin qi before they could pass through. Not long after we were caught, there was a companion at the real pellet state later stage who broke free from the enchantment and tried to save us. Just as younger brother Lu said, the passage is located at the bottom of a vortex of yin qi. In the end, as soon as he led us to the entrance of the passage, he was corroded by the yin qi that gushed out of the vortex and turned into the appearance of an evil spirit commander. Then, he captured us and brought us back, Xiaowu explained. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived at the bottom of Spirit Vulture Slope. A suffocatingly thick wave of yin qi appeared in front of the two of them, revealing an incomparably massive vortex of yin qi. Now that they were closer, Lu Ming saw that the entire vortex of yin qi was shrouded in a layer of faint gray light. It seemed that some kind of giant restriction had been set up to control the flow of yin qi from below. At this moment, his entire body was already wrapped in a protective shield formed by billowing black qi. It was constantly resisting the corrosion of the bone-piercing yin qi, but he still felt chills all over his body. Beside him, a milky white jade pendant suddenly appeared around Xiaowu's neck. It was emitting rings of bright light. The moment the yin qi that rose from the vortex touched the light, it disappeared like melting snow. This was the protective treasure that Xiaowu had hidden in her body using a special secret technique. It had not been searched by the ghosts. When Lu Ming looked around, he vaguely saw many sword marks on the mountain wall near the vortex. These sword marks were 3 feet deep into the wall. They seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of nearly 1,000 years. For some reason, they gave him a very familiar feeling. However, the situation was urgent and he did not have time to think about it. After withdrawing his gaze, Lu Ming looked at the vortex of yin qi in front of him again. He could not help but murmur, I wonder what is beneath this vortex. The Xianxia it emits is so pure. The secret passage is over there. Younger brother Lu, let's go. Xiaowu suddenly raised her arm and pointed at a stone corridor not far away. It was about 10 feet in size. It looked very ordinary. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. He saw that the stone corridor was diagonally ahead of the vortex of Xianxia. If he wanted to go there, he would have to fly over the vortex. He looked back at the road he came from and his lips moved a few words. After 2 or 3 breaths, a black light shot from behind him. It was Scorpion. Behind him, there was a noisy sound of something breaking through the air. Master, Scorpion is incompetent. Those zombies have thick skin and flesh, and there are more and more of them. Scorpion said with slight shame. Lu Ming nodded. Without saying anything, he patted the soul-cultivating pouch on his waist. Scorpion turned into a roll of black qi and drilled into it. He made a sign with one hand, and the black qi around him wrapped around Xiaowu. Then, he flew directly over the vortex of Xianxia. As a result, in mid-air, Lu Ming felt waves of Xianxia that were several times denser than before pouring out from below. His whole body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth, and a silver light flashed behind him. A pair of fleshy wings flashed out, and the two of them turned into a silver light. They quickly flew above the vortex of Xianxia and disappeared into the passage. But unexpectedly, when the two of them flew wildly all the way to the end of the passage, they found that it was a dead end. Younger brother Lu. Xiaowu said with a look of disappointment on her face. There was a flash of light in Lu Ming's eyes. He used his divine sense to sweep the end of the passage. Suddenly, he raised one hand, and a small yellow mountain flew out. It was the semi-finished pearl of mountains and rivers. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the stone wall at the end of the passage was broken. Beams of light shone in, and the whole vulture slope shook violently. Let's go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the small yellow mountain transformed back into a yellow bead that flew back into his sleeve. At the same time, he kicked the ground with one leg and turned into a ray of green light that shot out. Xiaowu didn't say anything. Her figure flashed, and she followed Lu Ming. As a result, less than a moment after the two of them left the passage, a noisy roar came. It was a group of gray shadows that rushed out of the passage one after another. It was those zombie-like cultivators. Your spiritual power hasn't recovered, let me help you. Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly picked up Xiaowu, and the silver wings on his back flapped and flew into the sky. Even though these zombie cultivators were impenetrable after being nourished by Xianxia, their speed and intelligence were naturally not as good as Lu Ming's when he used the beast armor technique to escape at full speed. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was left far behind, disappearing without a trace. In the following time, the two also encountered a few waves of evil Ghost Legion cultivators on the way. Fortunately, Lu Ming was well prepared in advance. He used a few simple teleportation arrays along the way and avoided them effortlessly. A few days passed by in a flash. After passing through 5 or 6 teleportation arrays in a row, Lu Ming and Xiaowu finally came to the foot of a small hill thousands of miles away from Golden Light City. They stopped and took a rest. This is already the territory of our Jin Guanjuan. Even if senior sister has a treasure to protect your body, you will inevitably suffer a great loss of vitality. It's better to meditate and recover some vitality first. Lu Ming said, took out a pill and handed it to Xiaowu. After receiving the pill, Xiaowu cupped her hands and thanked Lu Ming. Junior brother is too polite. This time, junior brother came to the rescue alone. I really can't thank you enough. Senior sister is too polite. It's a pity that junior brother came too late. This time I only saved senior sister. I didn't expect that the evil Ghost Legion would capture so many cultivators for experiments. Lu Ming waved his hand and said with a sigh. I don't know where the Xianxia vortex below the Spirit Vulture Hill came from. Its purity is more than 10 times richer than other places in the evil ghost path. After a few years of pure Xianxia invading the human cultivator's body, coupled with some kind of restriction, their divine sense will gradually melt, but their strength will increase greatly. In the end, they will become zombie-like monsters. Xiaowu said with a bitter smile. Her expression was a little sad. Speaking of which, Master has often talked about you these years. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't say anything but changed the topic. Xiaowu has really let Master down. If it weren't for the treasure that Master gave me to protect my body and the help of younger brother Lu, I'm afraid I would have become a dead thing. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, younger brother Lu has also advanced to the false core stage. However, since junior brother also came to the evil ghost path, I'm afraid you are also looking for a chance to break through to the Jin Dan, right? Xiaowu said with a sigh. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. After this battle, I'm afraid that senior sister is one step closer to forming the Jin Dan. By the way, I just entered the evil ghost path not long ago. Why don't senior sister take this opportunity to tell me about your experience in the evil ghost path? Lu Ming comforted Xiaowu with a few words and suddenly said with a smile. It's a long story. Hearing this, Xiaowu finally smiled and told Lu Ming everything in detail. And Lu Ming also told her about some of the things that happened in the sect in the past few decades, including the Elysium meeting and the last trip to the ruins. He also mentioned a few words about it. After listening, Xiaowu naturally felt emotional. After resting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the resting place and flew toward the direction of Golden Light City. When they entered Golden Light City, as the token and other items of Xiaowu had fallen into the hands of the evil ghost core, they spent a lot of effort to enter the city. The moment they entered Golden Light City, Xiaowu slightly bit her lips as a trace of complex look flashed across her eyes. It had been almost 10 years since the last time she'd left to carry out a mission. The people she'd traveled with had long since become ghosts, and she herself had almost fallen prey to it. It was truly the most dangerous experience she'd had in her entire life of cultivation. Now that she'd returned to the city once more, she couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. Senior Sister Apprentice Xiaowu, I need to report to the elder about what happened in Vulture Slope. Can you bear it? Lu Ming asked as he threw a glance at Xiaowu. Okay, no problem. After taking a deep breath, Xiaowu replied with a smile. Lu Ming nodded as he waved his hand. Closely after that, a cloud of black qi wrapped the two people and flew towards the central tower of the city. In the lobby of the central tower. Nice to meet you, elders. Lu Ming bowed towards Hao Yue Boy and Elder Gu in front of him, followed by Xiaowu. You don't have to be so polite. I've just received the report that you've made a meritorious deed again, Lu. And Xiaowu, you've suffered a lot during this period. Hao Yue Boy said with a smile. Lu Ming replied with a smile without saying anything. Thanks for your concern, Elder. Xiaowu replied gratefully. She had already heard from Lu Ming that the broken army basket that Hao Yutongzi lent him privately played a great role in successfully sneaking into the Spirit Vulture Slope this time. Lu, why did you only rescue junior niece Xiaowu? Have all the other disciples been killed? Elder Gu asked with a flicker in his eyes. I'm about to report this to you. The Ghost Army's stronghold of Vulture Slope looks similar to ordinary ones. However, after sneaking into it, I saw. Lu Ming told Hao Yue Boy and Elder Gu about what he saw in the hinterland of Vulture Slope and what Xiaowu had said. I didn't expect that disciples of various sects would be turned into zombie-like ghosts. Elder Gu and Hao Yue Boy exchanged a glance with each other with astonishment in their eyes. From the analysis of the information they received, they had already guessed that Vulture Slope should be a magic array experimental base of the evil Ghost Army, but they didn't expect the situation to be so sensational. I have fought with those zombies who have lost their minds. According to Senior Sister Xiaowu, most of them were just crystallization period cultivators before. After turning into zombies, their bodies are invulnerable, and their strength has greatly improved. They are not much worse than ordinary Jin Dan stage cultivators. Lu Ming continued. When I was imprisoned, I heard the Ghost Guards say that they call those zombie-like cultivators demon ghosts. Xiaowu also interjected and explained. Demon ghosts? Hao Yue Boy was startled when he heard this. He glanced at Elder Gu, who shook his head. Obviously, he had never heard of this name. How many cultivators are imprisoned there? Elder Gu asked in a deep voice. I roughly looked, there should be about 100 people. Lu Ming recalled the situation in Vulture Slope and said. When I was captured a few years ago, there weren't that many. In recent years, the number has gradually increased. Xiaowu added after thinking about it. When Hao Yueboy and Elder Gu heard this, their faces became a little more serious. Lu has been working hard these days. Go back and rest first. Also, nephew Xiaowu, I see that your aura is unstable. Rest in the city for a while. Hao Yueboy thought for a while and instructed. Yes, disciple will take his leave. Lu Ming bowed and quickly walked out of the tower with Xiaowu. Seeing Lu Ming and Xiaowu's figures walk out, Hao Yueboy and Elder Gu's faces became completely gloomy. I didn't expect a small vulture slope to hide so many secrets. If I knew this, I would have sent a few squads to act together with Lu Ming. Maybe we could have saved some disciples who haven't been turned into ghosts. Hao Yueboy said with some annoyance. Even if we send more people over now, I'm afraid that the guards there have been strengthened. The opportunity is fleeting. Elder Gu sighed. I wonder if there are similar situations in other ghost army strongholds. Hao Yueboy thought for a while and said. That shouldn't be the case. The number of people mentioned by Lu Ming is roughly the same as the number of elite disciples of our 4 armies that have gone missing in recent years. Furthermore, the abnormally dense Yin Qi whirlpool that they discovered, according to my estimation, should be a large-scale Yin gathering formation. The Evil Spirit Legion shouldn't have the ability to build a second one. Elder Gu's eyes flashed with a trace of thought as he spoke slowly. No matter what, let's report this to Uncle Yao first. Hao Yueboy said. Elder Gu naturally nodded in agreement. After leaving the tower, Lu Ming and Xiaowu quickly returned to the residential area in the city. Senior sister, how do you feel now? Lu Ming asked with concern in midair. I'm fine now. Although I suffered a lot this time, fortunately it was more daunting than dangerous. Moreover, after staying in that kind of environment for a long time, the magic power in my body has become much purer. I can faintly feel that I've found the opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Xiaowu said with a long sigh. Could it be? Hee, then I'll have to congratulate senior sister. Lu Ming was startled when he heard that, but he immediately said with a smile. After chatting for a while, the two of them went their separate ways. Lu Ming quickly returned to the cave residence of Team 7 and closed the door to cultivate. In the secret room of the cave residence, there was silence. On a futon in the middle, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. His whole body was wrapped in black mist, forming a round ball that was as black as ink. From time to time, strands of black silk gathered toward the ball from all directions, causing the ball to expand and become thicker. After a long time, a soft sound broke the silence in the room. The entire black ball then collapsed and turned into billowing black gas. In the black gas, 5 mist dragons and 5 mist tigers circled around Lu Ming, making bursts of dragon roars and tiger roars. In the next moment, all the mist dragons and mist tigers once again turned into wisps of black gas and disappeared into the top of his head. He opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Although his cultivation did not improve, the flow of his magic power was much smoother than when he first entered the evil spirit realm. He could also clearly feel that the magic power in his spiritual sea had become purer. It seems that the peace of the evil spirit realm is coming to an end. Suddenly, after Lu Ming touched his chin, he revealed a thoughtful expression. He had also roughly read the information jade slips retrieved from the giant mountain fortress. It was the distribution map of the evil spirit army's various strongholds, as well as the military strength of each stronghold. He could roughly guess what the sect wanted this information for. He could keenly feel the pressure of an approaching storm. Before that, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. Just as Lu Ming had guessed, in the following time, the armies of Jin Guanjuan and the other 3 major sects began to frequently receive various orders from the upper echelons. Elite squads were sent out from time to time to attack some of the evil spirit army strongholds. The strongholds that the 4 major legions found were relatively weak. Each stronghold had at most 1 or 2 Jin down level evil spirit commanders. Faced with the targeted attacks of the 4 major legions' elite squads, they suffered heavy casualties. In a short period of time, dozens of strongholds were successively captured. However, the evil spirit army also responded quickly. Not only did they not retreat and defend, they began to mobilize their forces on a large scale. Taking advantage of the four major legions' main forces being sent out, they began to recklessly attack the four major legions' various strongholds day and night. This unexpected situation shocked the upper echelons of the four major legions. They fell into an extremely passive situation. After some discussion, they had to temporarily give up the intention of attacking the strongholds of the evil spirit army, and focus on defense. Fortunately, it seemed that the evil spirit army did not intend to go too deep into the human clan's sphere of influence. They immediately abandoned the strongholds that they had captured. This made the upper echelons of the four major sects slightly relieved. Even so, the situation in Golden Light City gradually became tense. Naturally, Team 7 began to frequently receive various tasks and constantly ran around the evil spirit path. The positions that were originally vacant due to the disappearance of the bow-carrying burly man and the hunchbacked old man were naturally replaced by others. In a rocky area tens of thousands of miles away from Golden Light City, a green stone tower that was more than 300 meters high stood there. On the top of the tower, a slowly rotating black ball was suspended, flickering with a faint black light. This was an important intelligence transfer base of the evil spirit army. At this moment, a chaotic battle was in full swing around the stone tower. Hundreds of evil spirit army soldiers had already surrounded the stone tower in the middle. The legion was headed by 2 real pellet state malevolent ghost commanders, and 8 crystallization period malevolent ghost captains, each led a phalanx to guard 8 directions. Most of the phalanxes were low-level ghost soldiers of the condensation period and spirit apostle period. And Lu Ming's Team 7 and the other 2 squads, a total of more than 20 people, were surrounding from all directions at this moment. They cast various kinds of spiritual weapons that were flashing with spiritual light, turning into colorful rays of light that blasted at the evil spirit army in the middle. For a time, the sound of killing and wailing came one after another. Wherever the rays passed, the dim sky was illuminated. It seemed that in terms of combat power, the human clan had 3 Jingdan cultivators, nearly 20 crystallization period later stage and pseudo-pellet stage cultivators, but the defensive power of the tight phalanx of the evil spirit army was also extraordinary. It had blocked several waves of strong attacks from Lu Ming and others. In the southwest direction of the greenstone tower, Lu Ming suddenly jumped into the air. He made a sword gesture, and the lavender bitterwill sword in front of him shook. A huge purple sword light of more than 100 meters suddenly appeared, and it slashed forward fiercely. When the malevolent spirit captain and dozens of condensation period ghost soldiers below saw this, they all let out a low cry. They spat out clouds of ghost chi from their mouths. The ghost chi intertwined in midair and condensed into a huge black skull. It opened its mouth and spat out a black light beam that was as thick as a bucket. The black gas rolled and the murderous aura was astonishing. It blocked the purple sword light that was pressing down. The two were suddenly in a stalemate in midair. A strange look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the ground under the malevolent spirit captain's feet flashed with silver light. Suddenly, a silver scorpion the size of 10 meters emerged. It was the scorpion. The golden crown mark on the scorpion's forehead emitted a strong golden light, and its body quickly turned golden. Then, with a shake of its tail hook, dozens of golden lines shot out and pierced into the malevolent spirit captain's body. The malevolent spirit captain's body was pierced by the golden lines, and there were dozens of fist-sized holes. The ghost chi around the wounds dissipated, and the wounds continued to expand. The malevolent spirit captain's face showed horror, and he let out a scream. However, the scorpion's stinger trembled again, and in a blur, it pierced through the malevolent ghost commandant's head. The malevolent ghost commandant's anguished screams came to an abrupt halt. Under the illumination of the golden light, the malevolent ghost commandant's body quickly dissipated, transforming into a ball of black ghostly chi that was absorbed into the scorpion's body. The other ghosts were extremely afraid of the golden light emitted by the scorpion. Seeing that their captain was killed in an instant, they screamed and dodged to the sides. Without the support of spiritual power, the black skull that was entangled with the bitterwill sword in midair dissipated. At this moment, Lu Ming condensed the sword gesture in his hand, and the bitterwill sword shone brightly. With a blur, it turned into hundreds of sword shadows that shot down like raindrops. A burst of whistling sound came. Immediately, 7 or 8 malevolent spirits were pierced by the sword shadows. The originally impregnable formation suddenly revealed a gap due to the collapse of the southwest direction. "Younger brother Liu, well done!" the man surnamed Min shouted when he saw this. Before his voice faded away, he had already rushed forward. He waved his hands and a gray sword light shot out. In an instant, it swelled to 100 feet in length and transformed into an incomparably thick gray sword that chopped down. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he changed his hand sign. All the purple sword shadows gathered together and turned into a thick purple sword shadow that fell heavily. The two giant swords, one purple and one gray, fell with a loud rumble and blocked the evil spirit legion that was rushing over from both sides to fill in the gaps. Seeing this, the young woman in red dress and a young man nearby were overjoyed. They flew over in a few flashes and began to stop the ghost army from forming the phalanx again. When the two malevolent spirit commanders saw this, their expressions changed greatly. They let out sharp howls and commanded the other malevolent spirit soldiers to do their best to fill in the gaps. At the same time, the two of them tried their best to shake off their opponents and fly over to support them. The two malevolent spirit commanders were the Jin Dan realm captains of the other two squads. How could they let them go under such circumstances? They immediately used all their skills to hold back the two malevolent spirit commanders. At this moment, two sword lights, one gray and one purple, flashed through the gaps in the evil spirit legion's formation like lightning. It was Lu Ming and the man surnamed Min who had used the body and sword fusion technique at the same time. Under the cover of the gray sword light, there was a long whistle and the huge purple sword suddenly changed direction. It slashed diagonally at the green stone tower. Rumble, a layer of black light appeared on the tall tower's body. However, under the cover of the lightning that surged out of the huge purple sword, it only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The purple sword light slashed at the green stone tower. There was a cracking sound as the tower broke apart from its waist and collapsed with a loud rumble. Immediately afterwards, a gray sword light appeared and a blur pierced through the top of the broken tower. The black sphere at the top of the tower naturally shattered and lost its spiritual light. This series of actions was as fast as lightning. The evil spirit legion didn't even have time to react before the green stone tower and the restrictions on it were completely destroyed. After the two sword lights dispersed, the man surnamed Min and Lu Ming's figures appeared in midair. The other human cultivators' faces lit up with joy. On the contrary, the malevolent spirits were frozen in place, not knowing what to do. The man surnamed Min and Lu Ming looked at each other. Then, they turned into two sword lights and flew out of the gap in the evil spirit legion's formation. The man surnamed Min quickly said, "All right, the mission is complete. We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat. Captain Min, we have the advantage in strength. Why don't we exterminate all these malevolent spirits here?" The red-robed young woman was in high spirits and asked in confusion when she heard the man surnamed Min, "These malevolent spirits aren't weak. If we continue fighting, even if we can exterminate them, we will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the longer we drag this out, the more reinforcements there will be. It's best not to cause any more trouble," the man surnamed Min ordered. The Team 7 was the main force for this mission. Since the captain surnamed Min had said so, the other two captains didn't say anything else. Streaks of light flashed and they shot into the distance. Lu Ming waved his hand and the scorpion on the ground below turned into a streak of silver light. It flew into the soul cultivating pouch. He turned around and a ball of black chi wrapped around his body. Then, he sped off into the distance. After the human cultivators retreated in all directions like a receding tide, the battle on the battlefield quickly came to a halt. The two Jin Dan commanders of the ghost army looked at the collapsed stone tower. Their complexions were extremely unsightly. They suddenly turned their heads to look at the retreating human cultivators. However, they didn't pursue them. They had been caught unprepared this time. They had only been able to contend with Lu Ming and the others by relying on the military formation. Under the current circumstances, they could only look on helplessly as the human cultivators gradually disappeared into the horizon. Half a year later, a group of 6 people wearing the uniform of the Jin Guanjuan Team 7 stood back to back in the sky above a barren mountain. They were surrounded by hundreds of malevolent spirit soldiers. Among the 6 people, there was a bald man who held a giant hammer and an ugly and skinny young man who held a pair of sabers. They were the people who had recently joined the team to replace the hunchbacked old man and the hunchbacked old man. Damn it! Why did so many ghost armies suddenly appear? The red-robed young woman activated a red ring in her hand and released a flaming cloud in front of her. She gnashed her teeth and said hatefully, "Tisk, there's no end to these malevolent spirits." The bald man waved the giant hammer in his hand. It was as tall as a person. He spoke in a somewhat angry tone. The other people activated the spirit weapons in their hands to resist the flood of attacks. Their complexions were somewhat pale. Only Captain Min and Lu Ming looked calm. Fortunately, there were only 2 malevolent spirit commanders among the besieging malevolent spirit soldiers. There weren't many malevolent spirit captains. So, the situation wasn't completely hopeless. Lu Ming's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings and he sighed slightly in his heart. The Team 7 had originally been carrying out a simple reconnaissance mission. Who would have thought that they would suddenly fall into the ambush of a large group of malevolent spirits? Fortunately, the malevolent spirits didn't form a ghost formation this time. So, the situation was slightly better than the first time they had carried out the mission. Everyone, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. I will create an opportunity for everyone later. Everyone, think of a way to break out of the encirclement. Captain Min's lips moved slightly. His voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray sword light on Captain Min's body wrapped around his body. It transformed into a huge gray sword light that was 500 or 600 feet long. It swept forward. The dozens of ghost soldiers in front of him were caught off guard. Their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. 20 to 30 ghost soldiers were immediately torn to pieces by the gray light. At that moment, an azure-armored malevolent ghost commander cackled in a strange manner. His body disappeared like a cool breeze, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the man surnamed Min. He raised his massive ghostly claws into the air, and 5 black and azure claw projections appeared in a flash, violently attacking the man surnamed Min. Rumble. The claw lights and the sword light collided with a loud bang. Unexpectedly, they were in a deadlock in the air. The others also reacted extremely quickly. Not long after Captain Min made his move, they all rushed in all directions in tacit understanding. For a moment, all kinds of lights rose and fell, creating a series of rumbling sounds of collision. "Humph, you're courting death. Don't let a single one of them go. Kill all of these humans." When another red-haired malevolent spirit commander saw this, he sternly issued an order. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100 or so malevolent spirits in the outermost layer suddenly held in unison. Yin-Chi rolled out of their bodies and formed a cylindrical, pitch-black light shield. It surrounded Lu Ming and the rest of the malevolent spirits. All of the dissipating Li and colorful lights were directly blocked when they came into contact with the cylindrical light shield. They could not even cause the slightest ripple. When the red-haired malevolent spirit commander saw this, he let out a strange roar in excitement. His body flashed and he pounced forward. He suddenly waved his arms. Immediately, countless pitch-black claw shadows made whistling sounds as they tore through the air. They enveloped 2 people who were relatively close to him. One of them was the red-robed young woman, and the other happened to be Lu Ming. When the red-robed young woman saw the malevolent spirit commander blocking her way, a look of surprise flashed through her eyes. Red light shone from her body. 4 scarlet jade belts flew out and intertwined to form a red light shield in front of her. A crisp crackling sound rang out. Although the light shield blocked the claw shadows, the red-robed young woman's fleeing figure was still blocked. On the other side, Lu Ming's entire body had turned into a rapidly spinning black ball of mist. The moment the pitch-black claw shadows reached him, he suddenly changed direction with a whoosh and fled to the side. Although a few of the pitch-black claw shadows hit the black ball of mist, they did not make a sound, as if they had disappeared into the sea. The black ball of mist was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the malevolent spirit army. When the red-haired malevolent spirit commander saw this, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. His arms blurred and he was about to move. At this moment, rumble. An earth-shattering explosion came from not far away. It was the place where Captain Min and another malevolent spirit commander were fighting. A huge bright red mushroom cloud suddenly erupted. In the explosion, a crimson pillar of fire suddenly rose into the sky. For a moment, the man surnamed Min and the green-armored evil ghost commander could not be seen at all. In the vicinity of the battle between the two, dozens of ghost soldiers were instantly engulfed by the pillar of fire. They disappeared without even having the chance to scream. A huge shock wave suddenly spread out, and the violent explosion instantly swept over a radius of nearly 1,000 feet. The malevolent commandant and the ghost soldiers were caught off guard and retreated one after another. The cylindrical pitch-black light curtain on the periphery also trembled violently. The red-haired evil ghost commander's face changed greatly when he saw this. He could no longer care about chasing Lu Ming and the man surnamed Min. His figure flashed and he rushed to the explosion site. At this moment, a gray sword light of 100 feet flew out of the pillar of fire. Without stopping, it directly rushed to the nearest dark light curtain. Pung! A loud sound rang out. The black light curtain, which was originally on the verge of collapse, was torn by the gray sword light, and a hole of 2 to 3 feet was torn open. The gray sword light flashed again without stopping and flew into the distance. In a blur, it was hundreds of feet away and quickly turned into a gray dot. This change caused a flaw in the cylindrical light curtain. The evil ghost legion nearby was swept by the storm, and their formation was also in chaos. Stabilize the formation. Don't let the others escape. Seeing this, the red-haired evil ghost commander shouted with some exasperation. Seeing this, Lu Ming made a series of hand signs. The bitter will sword appeared from his body in a flash, and then it turned into a purple sword shadow more than 100 feet long. Hula! A thick purple sword light shot out and directly rushed to the big hole in the light curtain. Wherever it passed, sword chi shot everywhere, and several evil ghosts around it turned into powder under the sword light. The red-haired evil ghost commander roared and waved his 2 arms in front of him. Claw shadows appeared out of thin air, and he wanted to block the sword light. But in the next moment, a golden light swept over. It was Bone Scorpion that had been released by Lu Ming at some point. When the huge body of the red-haired evil ghost commander was touched by the golden light, there was a sizzling sound. His face changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. Without any obstruction, the purple sword light flashed and struck the large hole in the light barrier created by the man with the surname Min. There was a loud bang. The originally 20 to 30 feet wide hole suddenly expanded to 40 to 50 feet wide. At this time, Lu Ming changed the sword gesture in his hand, and he immediately took Scorpion to perform the sword-riding flight technique. They turned into a purple sword light and directly passed through the big hole, speeding away. At the same time, the other members of the team also unleashed their life-saving divine arts without holding back. The young playboy was not far from the man surnamed Min. Without a word, he took out a green bead and crushed it. Immediately, a green wind dragon wrapped around his body and flashed out of the hole, following closely behind Lu Ming. On the other side, the bald man and the ugly, skinny young man were standing back to back. The bald man suddenly turned to the side and threw the giant hammer in his hand toward the big hole. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the giant hammer. With a deafening roar, a gray giant hammer shadow suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed forward fiercely. The burly man let out a roar as he leapt up into the air. A layer of faint silver barrier appeared around his body as he followed closely behind the shadow of the giant hammer. With an irresistible force, he broke through the encirclement and flew out of the large hole after enduring several attacks from the ghost soldiers around him. The ugly, skinny young man was not willing to be left behind. The 2 blades in his hands had already turned into a black and red blade light. With a crisscross, a huge black and red pillar of fire that was 10 feet thick soared into the sky. It forcibly broke through the hole and rushed into the distance. The red-robed young woman was the slowest, but she reacted immediately. She waved her hand and a white, sparkling talisman flew out. With a flash of white light, countless slender and long ice crystals as thick as an arm were shot out like strong bows and hard crossbows. They made an ear-piercing whistle and shrouded the evil ghost army in front of them. The red-robed young woman's body flashed red. Under the cover of the ice crystals, she turned into a streak of light and rushed in another direction. Damn it! At this time, another figure flew out of the center of the explosion. It was the green-armored evil ghost commander that had been fighting with the man surnamed Min. However, he looked quite miserable at the moment. The green armor on his body had been completely shattered. Half of his body was still emitting black smoke. The left hand and the left hand were missing. A row of bloody ribs could be seen on his chest. However, although his injuries were serious, they did not seem to be life-threatening. Moreover, his eyes were blood-red. It was obvious that he was thoroughly enraged. The green-armored evil ghost commander's blood-red eyes swept around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the red-robed young woman who hadn't flown too far away. Then, he issued a beast-like roar. He waved his hand, and a black light flashed. Then, a 10-feet-long black spear appeared in his hand. He waved his arm, and the black spear turned into a streak of black light. Then, it shot towards the back of the red-robed young woman. The red-robed young woman had already rushed several hundred feet away. She was about to take advantage of the chaos to escape the evil ghost army's encirclement. But, she suddenly heard an ear-piercing whistle from behind her. The young woman's complexion changed. She waved her hand behind her without thinking, and shot out a streak of silver light. A diamond-shaped silver medallion flew out. It swayed, and grew to a size of 10 feet. Then, it shielded her back. She turned around to look after doing this. But, she was startled to find that there was nothing behind her. The red-robed young woman was startled. But, she hadn't yet understood what had happened. Then, the sharp whistle sounded very close to her. A black light flashed, and the black spear appeared a few feet away from her like a ghost. Then, it shot towards the silver medallion with lightning speed. The black and silver lights intertwined in front of the young woman's horrified face. But, the entire body of the black spear twisted and trembled. Then, the silver medallion was pierced through like a piece of paper with a pu sound. Then, the spear stabbed into the red-robed young woman's abdomen, and exploded. The young woman issued a blood-curdling scream. And, her body turned into minced meat. Then, it splashed in all directions. Her soul essence was destroyed by the black light before it could fly out. Lu Ming heard the blood-curdling scream 1,000 feet away. He turned around to take a look. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Then, a purple sword light shone. It flashed a few times, and turned into a light dot. Then, it disappeared in the air. 2 years later, in a dark underground cavern, dozens of ghostly creatures that resembled phantoms floated around in the cave, surrounding a human figure in the middle. The human figure was Lu Ming. The scorpion stood beside him. The golden crown mark on her forehead exuded a faint golden light. So, those ghost-like ghosts didn't dare to step into the range of the golden light even though they were attracted by Lu Ming's fresh blood. They could only wander around in the vicinity. Lu Ming didn't look at the ghost-like ghosts around him. He hesitated for a moment. Then, he strode forward. His eyes were looking for something around the cavern. He walked along the cavern for a quarter of an hour. More and more ghost-like ghosts surrounded him. And, a few large ghost-like ghosts had already appeared around him. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes fell on a cliff not far from the cavern. His eyes brightened. He waved his hand, and a black light shot out. Pung! A large part of the stone wall was smashed. And, a dark brown crystal stone fell down at the same time. It was the size of a fist. Streaks of blood-like lines could be seen on its surface. It exuded a special smell. It smelled like the smell of blood. Found another one. His eyes lit up. The reason why he came to this underground cavern this time was because he had accepted a collection task from the sect. He needed to collect some ore unique to the Wraith Realm, the Ghost Blood Stone. Although this ore was a Yin-type ore, it contained a special kind of spiritual energy. It had a certain degree of damage to the Wraith army. It was a good material for refining the ghost-breaking crossbow. Now that the war was imminent, Jing Guanjuan was naturally collecting it in large quantities. This cavern was a vein of ghost blood stone. Unfortunately, there were countless ghosts living inside. Although these ghosts had low intelligence, they liked to feed on cultivators' soul essences. Their bodies were shaped like shadows, so normal attacks couldn't do much damage to them. So, not many cultivators dared to come here to collect ghost bloodstones. As the smell of ghost bloodstones spread, the surrounding ghosts seemed to be stimulated. A few of the largest ghosts couldn't hold back anymore. They suddenly circled around and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and patted his shoulder with one hand. A green light appeared, and a green bull phantasm of several 10 meters in size suddenly appeared. Go! With a wave of his hand, the green bull shadow flashed and pounced in front of the largest ghost. It opened its mouth, and a green vortex wrapped around the ghost. No matter how it struggled, it was of no use. It was quickly swallowed by the green bull shadow. The other ghosts were shocked to see this. They quickly stopped and turned to escape. However, these ghosts didn't run far. They still stopped nearby and stared at Lu Ming. Their faces were still filled with unwillingness. Master, these ghostly things are so sneaky. They look so hateful. Let me go and get rid of them. Scorpion looked at the evil spirits that were still wandering in the distance and said with a pout. Let's hurry up and collect ghost bloodstones. There's no need to worry about these things. Lu Ming shook his head. These ghosts could be said to be endless. It was unknown how many there were in this cave. The key was that there was no benefit at all after killing them. Even if he used Che Huan's shadow to devour them, it wouldn't have any effect because its strength was too weak. He naturally didn't want to do such a useless thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and launched a symbol. Che Huan's totem shadow flashed in green light and flew back, stopping on top of his head. Scorpion nodded and didn't say anything more. He just looked at the surrounding ghosts with a hint of killing intent. The golden crown rune on his forehead couldn't help but brighten a little. After Lu Ming put away the dark brown crystal stone, he continued to walk toward the depths of the cave. Seeing this, Scorpion made a face at those ghosts, then she immediately floated away to follow them. Master, after handing these things in, can we exchange them for a large sum of contribution points? In the depths of the cave, the voice of a girl was vaguely heard. Time flew, and before he knew it, it had already been 5 years since Lu Ming arrived in the evil spirit realm. 100 li north of Black Peak Valley, on a plain, stood a majestic giant fortress. It was twice the size of Golden Light City, its quaint black-green walls extended into the distance, exuding a thick and majestic aura. The outer walls were riddled with large and small pits, as well as battle scars, as if telling the onlookers of the battles this fortress had gone through. On top of the city walls were rows of giant crossbows, catapults, and other large weapons. There were also several dozen cylindrical towers around the city, each of them several dozen meters tall, engraved with countless runes that flickered with various colors. This was the largest fortress of the evil spirit realm's 4 major sects, Peaceful Sky Fortress. At this moment, groups of cultivators wearing armors from the various major armies could be seen walking through the city from time to time, all of them wearing solemn expressions. The entire fortress was filled with a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the sound of something flying through the air could be heard from the distant horizon of the northern city walls, drawing the attention of the cultivators stationed on the city walls. It's fine, the patrol team has returned. Following the voice of a middle-aged man wearing a white captain's uniform, the rest of the people sighed in relief. In the blink of an eye, a streak of light arrived nearby, revealing a group of about a dozen cultivators. With a few flashes, they landed on top of the northern city walls. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. He appeared to be in his 30s, and his face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. His cultivation had already reached Jindan late stage. There were about a dozen cultivators in the group behind him, all of them wearing the uniforms of the 4 major armies, green, yellow, white, and black. Each of them was at false core stage, and the magic power fluctuations coming from their bodies were extremely powerful, not at all inferior to ordinary early Jindan cultivators. Alright, you've all worked hard. Go back and rest, but don't relax too much. No one knows if the evil spirit army will attack this place or not, the yellow-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes. The dozen false core stage cultivators all nodded in agreement. The yellow-robed middle-aged man waved his hand, then turned around and flew back into the city. The others also dispersed, and soon, only a young man in azure armor remained on the city walls. It was Lu Ming. A very serious expression could be seen on his face as he looked off into the distance at Fort Titan Heaven. After a moment, he leaped off the city walls and headed back into the city. Moments later, he came to a stop in front of an arched stone building not too far away from the northern wall. He waved his hand to cast a spell and quickly walked into the stone house. This was a simple and crude temporary residence. Although the area was not large, it was complete with chairs and beds. There were also a few isolation restrictions. It could be considered as a small cave with all the necessary organs. Lu Ming exhaled softly and walked to the bed. He sat down cross-legged and fell into deep thought. During these 5 years, the battle between the 4 great armies and the malevolent Spirit Legion had become increasingly intense. In the beginning, they only fought in the outer regions. The 4 great armies relied on the geographical advantage of the various fortresses to defend themselves with ease. However, as time passed, the malevolent Spirit Legion's offensive became fiercer and fiercer. They began to truly besiege cities and pillage cities. The 4 great armies' sphere of influence continued to shrink. Currently, 7 or 8 of Jin Guanjuan's 19 fortresses had fallen, and the other 3 armies were in a similar situation. In the face of the malevolent Spirit Legion's aggressive offensive, Jin Guanjuan had already sent 2 batches of reinforcements to the Taiqing Gate. Only then did they manage to resist the malevolent Spirit Legion's offensive. Recently, the battle had become even more intense. In addition to continuing to attack the various fortresses, the malevolent Spirit Legion had also gathered a large number of troops in the vicinity of the 4 main cities: Golden Light City, Noble Spirit City, Hidden Demon City, and Puppet City. They had assumed an aggressive stance. Normally, the malevolent Spirit Legion would launch a large-scale offensive every 100 years or so. Although it was about the same time now, the scale of the malevolent Spirit Legion's offensive had greatly exceeded any of the previous ones. Speaking of which, the origin of the malevolent Spirit Legion was a mystery. After so many years of contact, the human race had some understanding of the strength they had revealed on the surface. However, as for how many trump cards they had, perhaps even the 4 major sects of the human race couldn't tell. In the face of this situation, the 4 great armies had no choice but to join forces once again, preparing to deal with the upcoming large-scale offensive of the malevolent Spirit Legion. This Tadian fortress was the most important hub between the main cities of the 4 great armies of the human race. They couldn't afford to lose it. Therefore, although this fortress was located in a relatively remote area, the 4 great armies had recently selected a group of elites to work with the original garrison troops stationed in this city in preparation for a sneak attack from the malevolent Spirit Legion. Because Lu Ming had performed extremely well in many missions in the past few years, he had also been dispatched to this fortress 10 days ago. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock came from outside the door. His expression changed. He got up and opened the door. He saw a short-haired woman in cyan armor standing outside the door. It was Xiaowu. The faint spiritual pressure coming from this woman's body showed that she had broken through to the Jin Dan realm. After experiencing the ordeal of life and death 5 years ago, she finally grasped the opportunity to break through. After cultivating in seclusion for a period of time, she finally succeeded in forming her gold core not long ago. Originally, after achieving this goal, she was going to return to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. However, the war in the malevolent spirit path was urgent, and they urgently needed manpower. In addition, the Yin Qi in the malevolent spirit path was very dense. This would be of great help to a ghost path cultivator like Xiaowu in stabilizing the Jin Dan realm. Therefore, after much consideration, this woman decided to stay and was also dispatched to Tadian Fortress as an elite disciple. Senior Sister Xiaowu. Lu Ming smiled and greeted her. Younger brother Lu, I thought that your patrol team should be returning soon. Xiaowu smiled. The 2 of them were fellow disciples of the same sect. Coupled with the incident at Spirit Vulture Slope, the 2 of them had become much closer than before. They even often discussed cultivation experiences. Senior Sister's team is in charge of the northwest region of the fortress, right? Lu Ming invited Xiaowu into his room. He then got up and went to brew some spirit tea. Xiaowu glanced at Lu Ming, who was brewing tea, and casually said, "Yes. I only returned to the city yesterday. Fortunately, it's still relatively peaceful here. There are no signs of the ghost army." Although there were no signs of the ghost army in the vicinity of Tadian Fortress, the celestial phenomenon cultivators guarding the place still divided Lu Ming and the other cultivators into several small teams just in case. They took turns patrolling the area around Tadian Fortress. Amidst the rising fragrance of tea, the two of them sat facing each other on chairs. I wonder what the situation is like in the four main cities. I didn't expect to encounter such a large-scale war after just a few years in the evil ghost realm. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. Even though he had come to the Wraith realm with the intention of using this place to fight against the Wraiths to temper himself and break through his limits in search of an opportunity to break through, he did not want to participate in such a large-scale chaotic battle. After all, in a war of such a large scale, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation base was, he could fall if he wasn't careful. Younger brother Lu, there's no need to worry too much. Tadian Fortress is still relatively safe. Each of the four main armies has a celestial phenomenon realm grand elder stationed here, and there are also dozens of Jin Dan realm managing elders assisting them. In addition, there are several sect grand formations and countless defensive restrictions. Once they're fully activated, even if the profound ghosts come, they won't be able to break through in a short period of time. It should be enough to buy enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Xiaowu seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's worries. Let's hope so. How could Lu Ming not know what Xiaowu had just said? However, there was no telling what would happen once the war broke out. Xiaowu's eyes flashed with light as she continued, speaking of which, the army mobilized this group of cultivators here for two reasons. Firstly, it is to strengthen the defensive power of this stronghold of Fairski. Secondly, it is likely that they want to place us in a relatively safe area at the back of the stronghold. If that's the case, at the very least, our safety should not be an issue for the time being, Lu Ming said with a smile. In a large-scale war between cultivators, the first few waves were the most brutal and resulted in the highest number of cultivators dying. Once the first few waves were overcome, the two sides would fall into a stalemate and the number of cultivators dying would decrease. As such, when Lu Ming heard that they would be sent to defend Tadian Fortress instead of directly facing the fearsome attacks from the evil ghost army, he had breathed a sigh of relief. As Lu Ming and Xiaowu were drinking tea and chatting, a loud wing sound came from all directions. What is that sound? Lu Ming and Xiaowu reflexively exchanged glances. Next, their faces sank and they quickly walked out of the room. The sound was none other than the soul-subduing bell located in the center of Tadian Fortress. It would only be rung when something serious happened. Many cultivators outside were in the same situation as Lu Ming and Jian Xiaotian. When they heard the sound of the bell, they rushed out of their rooms and looked in the direction of the sound, looks of shock on their faces. After ringing for a while, the sound of the soul-subduing bell slowly came to a stop. Disciples of the various sects gather at the ceremonial hall in the central square. A sonorous voice rang out, clearly audible to everyone there. Lu Ming and Xiaowu looked at each other, but didn't say anything. Instead, they flew toward the open-air plaza of Fort Tai Sky. Along the way, many cultivators dressed in the armor of the four armies flew in the same direction. Everyone had grave expressions on their faces. Not long after, Lu Ming and Jian Xiaotian landed on a large open-air square in the center of the fortress. A huge bluestone hall sat there. Lu Ming had been here once when he first arrived here. Soon, he and Xiaowu walked into the hall side by side. There were already about 1,000 cultivators gathered inside. He looked around and found that most of the disciples here were stationed here. Their cultivation wasn't high. Most of them were at the condensation state. There were only a few at the crystallization period. All of them looked a little panicked, and they were whispering something. Once the war started, these people were very likely to be used as cannon fodder. This was also the thing that these outer disciples and the punished disciples were most worried about, and it was also something that they had no choice but to do. The cultivators gathered inside the Great Hall were roughly divided into 4 groups. Although the 4 armies were working together, they were still clashing against one another. There was a faint sense of confrontation between them. At the very front of the hall were 20 to 30 Jin Dan cultivators dressed as attendants. They were the elders of the various sects stationed at Fort Peaceful Sky, and their expressions were grave. Lu Ming and Xiaowu silently walked over to the Taiqing Gates group and took a position near the front, where they waited. As time passed, more and more cultivators entered the hall, and soon, the number of people in the hall reached 1,500. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, a series of heavy footsteps sounded out from the back of the hall. The clamor in the hall was suddenly silenced. Soon after, an old man with a thick black beard and a face as dark as iron walked out from the back of the hall. After he stood still, he casually swept his gaze across the hall. "It's the celestial phenomenon cultivator of the celestial craft sect stationed here, Elder Fong." Xiao's lips moved, and her voice rang out in Lu Ming's ear. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head and looked up and down at the black-faced old man. He had only been at Fort Peaceful Sky for about 10 days, and had yet to see the 4 celestial phenomenon cultivators stationed here. These celestial phenomenon cultivators were the true core strength of Fort Peaceful Sky. Generally speaking, they wouldn't appear in public. Even if there were important orders to be given, only one of them would appear. The dark-faced old man didn't waste any words. After a pause, he said, "I've called you all here today because I have an important announcement to make. We've just received word that the vanguard of the Wraith Legion has finally begun to move. There are nearly 10,000 Wraith Legion soldiers currently attacking Hidden Demon City." The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. The battle had finally begun. In addition, the ghost legions in the other 3 major cities have begun to stir. Although the Wraith Legion has yet to be discovered in the vicinity of Fort Peaceful Sky, we can't let our guard down. Pass down the order, immediately recall all the patrolling personnel outside. From this moment on, everyone is to be on standby. The dark-faced old man said in a deep voice. Yes. The hearts of everyone in the hall shook when they heard this, and they agreed in unison. Their voices were like surging thunder that reverberated throughout the entire hall. "All right, Deacon Elders, take the disciples stationed here and leave. Prepare yourselves for martial law. The members of the 4 legions will stay behind." The dark-faced old man's expression eased as he spoke to the Deacon Elders standing at the front of the hall. The Deacon Elders immediately agreed. Then, they left the hall in an orderly manner with the disciples who were stationed under their jurisdiction. Not long after, there were only more than 100 people left in the hall, but most of these people were elites of various sects at the pseudo-pellet state. Among them, there were more than a dozen real pellet state early and intermediate stage cultivators. "There's no other reason for me to keep you here. Although your strength is not bad, in the face of a large-scale war, fighting on your own is the least desirable. Only by working together will you be able to display the greatest power. Here are some battle plans that I'd like to discuss with you," the dark-faced old man said indifferently. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they hastily focused their attention and perked up their ears. Just as Fort Peaceful Sky was preparing for battle, the evil Ghost Legion outside of Golden Light City, Grand Chi City, and Puppet City also launched their attacks. A fierce battle had already broken out. At this moment, Golden Light City had been surrounded by dense and densing chi. Suddenly, the densing chi in the surroundings began to violently roil. At the same time, the entire Golden Light City was in an uproar. Groups of cultivators dressed in azure armor rushed to the top of the city walls at lightning speed. The huge crossbows on the city walls immediately emitted bursts of dazzling light. Under the control of the surrounding cultivators, they all aimed into the distance. Above Golden Light City, a large number of cultivators floated in the air. They were arranged in dozens of neat small square formations. Each square formation was composed of over 20 cultivators, led by a Jin Dan Realm cultivator. The leader of Team 7, Min, was also leading a small team and standing guard at the side. After making sure that his team was in a state of alert, he turned around and looked at the city below. He saw that the huge bowl of fortune above the main tower in the city suddenly emitted a golden light that soared into the sky. The golden light spread out as if it had a mind of its own. With the tower as the center, an incomparably huge semicircular golden barrier slowly condensed into shape. Min only took a few glances before withdrawing his gaze and turning his head to look at another part of the city wall. That part of the city wall appeared empty. There wasn't a single armored soldier nearby. Several Jin Dan Realm elders stood there, including Elder Haoyue and Elder Gu. Among them stood an old man in red robes with dark blue eyes. He was one of the pillars of Golden Light City, a celestial phenomenon cultivator, Yao Fuwen. The Taiqing Gate had a total of 3 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the Wraith Realm. One of them was in Fort Peaceful Sky, while the other 2 were in Golden Light City. Now that a great battle was imminent, Min couldn't help but feel at ease with a celestial phenomenon cultivator by his side. At that moment, the sky around Golden Light City rumbled. Inchi surged and a black shadow slowly appeared. A moment later, it turned into a rolling black cloud. As the black cloud approached, the densely packed evil ghosts and ghost soldiers gradually became clearer. They stretched for tens of kilometers, and at a glance, there were at least 10,000 of them. Apart from the ghost soldiers, there were also huge, grotesquely shaped umber beasts. Among them, there were over 10 giant umber beasts that were over 100 meters tall. They had giant horns on their heads, no eyes, and their skin was as hard as stone. They let out heaven-shaking roars and fiercely charged towards the 4 walls of Golden Light City. There were 2 or 3 of them in each direction, and they were like small mountains moving at lightning speed. It was an astonishing sight to behold. In the face of the sudden arrival of the giant, single-horned umber beasts, even Min felt a burst of mental pressure and his heartbeat quickened. On top of the city wall, Old Man Yao watched as the evil ghost army gradually approached. His expression changed and he made a hand gesture. When Hao Yue Boy and the others saw this, they took out formation plates and whispered a few words. The dozens of squads in the sky above Golden Light City seemed to have received an order. They simultaneously flew in all directions, their killing intent surging as they pounced towards the giant umber beasts. As these squads flew out, they maintained their formation. With the leader of the Jin Dan realm at their head, the 20 or so people lined up in a neat row. At first glance, it looked like a giant arrow that had been shot out. Immediately afterward, under the command of the disc array in the hands of the real pellet state elder in the city, dozens of teams launched light beams that were as thick as buckets at the giant beast. A series of earth-shattering booms rang out. These giant, single-horned ghost beasts seemed to be invulnerable. After being hit by the spiritual weapons and the giant ballistae in the city, they were not injured at all except for taking a few steps back. This made all the squad leaders look shocked. However, the momentum of these giant umber beasts was too fierce. If they rashly landed to block them, it would be no different from hitting a stone with an egg. In the next moment, these giant umber beasts braved countless attacks and directly rushed to the bottom of the city wall in all directions. Then, they used the sharp horns on their heads to hit the wall. With the continuous rumbling sounds, the huge golden light curtain that covered the entire Golden Light City trembled violently under the impact of the sharp horns on the heads of more than 10 giant umber beasts. The golden light that it emitted also became a little dimmer. Fortunately, after these giant umber beasts completed a collision, they all took a few steps back. As if they had exhausted all their strength, they all fell to the ground and could not get up. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, this moment of delay allowed the evil ghost army to advance a lot of distance in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of Jin Guanjuan squads were less than a few hundred feet away from the evil ghost army. In one of the squads, the man surnamed Min looked at the approaching evil ghost army. His eyes flashed and he flipped his hands to bring out a misty green flag. It floated above his head and a faint green light enveloped his body. Then, he made a hand sign and brought out his gray flying sword. It turned into a huge sword light that was dozens of feet long and shot forward. When the 20 or so team members behind him saw the man surnamed Min's actions, they flipped their hands at the same time and brought out a green flag. Suddenly, a ball of green light enveloped their bodies. The 20 or so green flags buzzed incessantly. The rhythm of the sound was exactly the same, as if they were responding to each other. The flag above the man surnamed Min's head shone with a bright green light. The magic power of the 20 or so team members was connected through these formation flags. The man surnamed Min felt a warm current pass into his body. A clear and melodious sword hiss sounded, and the gray sword radiance suddenly swelled several times in size, turning into a 2,000 feet tall giant sword. It let out a shrill screech, and it fell toward the evil spirit legion that was about a kilometer away. There was a rumble. Although the tens of evil ghosts in front of the sword light tried to resist, they disappeared without a trace. Soon after, the huge gray sword light suddenly exploded. With a deafening boom, countless streams of gray sword chi shot out in all directions, cutting out a huge chasm that was over a mile long in the army of demons. The evil ghosts and ghost beasts nearby were instantly turned into meat paste by the sword chi. Good. The man surnamed Min looked at the results of the battle and was delighted. Not far from his squad, the red-faced man surnamed Mu, who was originally from Team 9, was leading 20 or so cultivators. They were clashing head-on with a large group of evil ghost soldiers. The man surnamed Mu had an identical green flag above his head. He let out a low shout and formed an incantation gesture with his hands. 2 long red dagger axes flew out from his body and in a flash transformed into 2 30-meter-long fire pythons. The flag above the man surnamed Mu's head glowed with azure light. Under the connection of magic power, the 2 fire pythons suddenly expanded and turned into 2 huge fire-flood dragons that were hundreds of feet long. Chi-Chi, the evil ghosts and ghost beasts that came into contact with the fire-flood dragons all screamed and turned into charcoal. The other squads also used various methods to launch fierce attacks. For a time, with the assistance of the azure flags, the magic power of each squad was linked together and concentrated on the leader. Their offensive power suddenly increased by several times. The evil ghost army was caught off guard and the 2 sides clashed. Atop the walls of Golden Light City, the Haoyue boy and the other elders let out sighs of relief when they saw this. The spirit-returning flags refined by Elder Yao are truly wondrous. They are able to concentrate the magic power of an entire squad of cultivators on their captain, causing their offensive power to increase by several-fold. This method has never been seen before. The Haoyue boy sighed in admiration. In the world of cultivation, it wasn't that such a method didn't exist. However, it required extremely complex restrictions and could only be realized under very harsh conditions. For example, the cultivators had to practice the same cultivation technique and it would take a long time for them to work together. It was truly astonishing that a trifling set of flags was able to achieve such an effect. The Haoyue boy's praise came from the bottom of his heart. The other elders looked at Elder Yao with admiration in their eyes. This set of spirit-returning flags can be considered to be relatively successful, but it also has a weakness, which is its lack of flexibility. It still needs to be constantly improved. The old man surnamed Yao shook his head and smiled. There was a faint look of satisfaction on his face. Elder Yao quickly withdrew his expression and changed the topic. The evil ghost legion has only suffered a setback at the vanguard. They will definitely counterattack. Pay close attention to the battle. Yes. The Haoyue boy and the others hastily replied. As a result, not long after Elder Yao's voice fell, the evil ghost legion quickly reacted as he had expected. A deep bugle sound came from the rear of the evil ghost legion on Min's side. As soon as the evil ghosts and ghost beasts that were rushing towards Golden Light City heard the sound, they immediately stopped and formed a defensive battle formation. Immediately afterwards, a battle cry came from a circular formation of several hundred evil ghosts. Black Ghost Chief flourished and clouds of black mist appeared, quickly converging together to form several incomparably huge black tentacles. The black tentacle lashed out toward a group of human cultivators with a shrill gust of wind in its wake. This group of cultivators was led by Elder Min. Elder Min sneered and formed an incantation gesture with his hand. A gray sword radiance appeared and met one of the thick tentacles. The gray sword radiance blurred and swelled to over 300 meters in length. With a poochie sound, it easily chopped off the black tentacle. Hoo-hoo, the other tentacles made a strange turn, and actually bypassed Friar Min from several directions, wrapping around the rest of the team members behind him. Chi-la. The tip of the tentacle released a dense mass of thin, black threads, which shot toward the 20 or so team members. A series of blood-curdling screams rang out. As the disciples at the back had been completely focused on pouring all of their Fa Li into Man Min's body, the pitch-black threads pierced through 7 or 8 of them, turning them into beehives. Although they managed to protect their vitals, other parts of their body were directly penetrated, causing them to lose their ability to fight on the spot. The man surnamed Min's expression changed and he changed the sword art in his hand. He struck out several incantation gestures and the huge gray sword blurred before splitting into several identical sword lights. It was the sword shadow light splitting technique, pu-pu-pu. A series of muffled sounds could be heard. Before the tentacles could launch a second wave of attacks, they were cleanly cut off by the scattered gray sword lights. Man Min snorted coldly and waved his hands. Immediately, countless gray sword lights appeared. After a moment of blurring, the sword lights converged in one spot, forming a huge gray sword light that was over 300 meters in length in the blink of an eye. A cold glint flashed in Man Min's eyes. The huge gray sword light shot down with a thunderous rumble towards the circular evil spirit army below. Whoosh la la, puffs of black gas appeared in the midst of the evil spirit army, condensing into a thick black gas screen in the shape of a shield. Chi la. The sound of metal tearing rang out. The light screen of the shield only lasted for a few breaths before it was forcibly crushed by the huge sword light. Then, it scattered in all directions. The gray sword light crashed into the army of evil spirits with the force of MT Tai. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of evil spirits were swallowed by the gray sword light. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were reduced to pieces. After defeating this evil spirit army, the white formation plate tied to Min's arm suddenly flashed and a voice came from it. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Min Rong, quickly go and support the small team behind you in the northeast. Man Min turned his head when he heard this. He saw that in the northeast direction, over 1,000 evil spirits had formed a large army. They were locked in battle with 2 teams of human cultivators. The human cultivators were even at a slight disadvantage. Friar Min waved his hand and immediately led the remaining 10 or so team members in that direction. Throughout the entire battlefield, because the human cultivators relied on their geographical advantage and were prepared to charge, they had the upper hand. Although the evil Ghost Legion was able to resist the attacks of the human cultivators for the time being, it was almost impossible for them to move. Their mobility was immediately greatly reduced, and they were instead defeated by the human cultivators. As for the ghost beasts, although each of them had extraordinary attack power, they were killed one by Jing Guangjuan's combo technique. The battle went on for several hours. Suddenly, the sound of a horn came from the rear of the evil spirit army. When the evil spirits and ghost beasts on the battlefield heard this, they immediately retreated like a tide. When the elders in charge of commanding the battlefield saw this, they hastily sent out messages to stop the small teams from pursuing them. Old Man Yao looked in the direction of the evil spirit army's retreat and frowned. His face revealed a contemplative expression. Seeing this, Hao Yue Boy and the other elders heaved a sigh of relief and said with joy, "This battle can be said to be a great victory for us. Not only has our morale greatly increased, but we've also greatly dampened the spirit of the evil spirit army. This is only a small victory. It's too early to be happy. I'm afraid the real bitter battle is yet to come. Moreover, the evil spirit army's attack this time is somewhat anticlimactic. There must be something fishy about it." Old Man Yao said indifferently. Then his figure moved and he flew into Golden Light City. When Hao Yue Boy, Elder Gu, and the others heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. Not long after, the various teams of cultivators outside the city flew back one after another. In this battle, Jing Guangjuan suffered very few casualties. It could be said that it was a great victory. For a moment, the morale of the cultivators in the city soared. Just as the battle in Jing Guangjuan ended, nearly 1,000 disciples of the Heaven's Work sect were sitting on hundreds of large flying boats, machine-operated flying cars, machine-operated puppet beasts, and various kinds of giant puppets outside the puppet city. They were fighting fiercely with over 10,000 evil spirits. The large flying boats were like huge crescent-shaped warships. Each warship was about 300 feet long and carried about 10 disciples of the Heaven's Work sect. On both sides of the flying boats, there was a row of holes that resembled the muzzles of cannons. From time to time, incomparably thick beams of light would fall from them. The machine-operated flying cars were much smaller than the flying boats. Each of them was only 1/10 the size of the flying boats. Fortunately, they were very agile. Under the cover of the flying boats, they hovered up and down and continuously shot huge beams of light from them. Every beam of light that fell would inevitably set off a violent explosion and a burst of mournful howls from the ghost soldiers. Broken limbs flew in all directions. Most of the attacks from the evil spirit army were blocked by the protective shields that lit up on the outer walls of the flying boats. And all the large flying boats seemed somewhat insignificant compared to the 400 or 500 feet tall machine-operated puppet beasts that seemed to move slowly. These puppet beasts looked similar to giant apes. Their bodies were impervious to swords and spears, and their 2 giant arms, which could reach the ground, were like a pair of giant pillars supporting the sky. Every time they waved their arms, which seemed slow, they could send dozens of evil spirits flying into the air. Then, they would be hit by the beams of light shot by the flying ships and flying cars behind them. In terms of the overall situation of the battle, the cultivators of the Heaven's Work sect had an absolute advantage. Woo, woo, woo. At this moment, a low horn sounded from the rear of the evil ghost army. All the evil ghosts quickly began to retreat. Many of the ghost soldiers were unable to escape in time and were struck by the dense beams of light, leaving not even their bones behind. Not long after, all the soldiers of the evil spirit army disappeared into the distance. Seeing this, all the cultivators of the Heaven's Work sect suddenly burst into cheers. On a balcony that was hundreds of feet high in the puppet city, a white-haired middle-aged man looked in the direction of the retreat of the evil spirit army from afar. His straight eyebrows furrowed. Almost identical scenes were also playing out in Grand Chi City and Hidden Demon City. Although the main cities of the 4 legions had all been attacked by the evil spirit army in a frenzied manner, the human cultivators were able to fiercely repel the evil spirit army's attacks. News of the 4 human legions' first victory quickly spread. Naturally, the people of Fort Peaceful Sky also learned of this, and the morale of the human army soared. In a certain temporary residence in Fort Peaceful Sky, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. A golden mirror that was around a foot in size hovered in front of him. He was constantly forming a series of incantation seals with his hands, seemingly in the process of refining the item. Younger brother Lu, what do you think of this news? Xiaowu was sitting on a wooden chair across from him. She was watching as Lu Ming refined the magic tool while holding a messaging jade slips in her hand. She asked something. Lu Ming opened his eyes and calmly said, I didn't witness the fierce battle with my own eyes, so I don't know the specifics of the situation. I can't make a judgment based on a mere piece of information. However, in my opinion, this wave of attack by the malevolent Ghost Legion is not that simple. They attacked 4 major cities at the same time and were all repelled. No matter how I look at it, it is not normal. Lu Ming opened his eyes and said faintly. Yes, younger brother Lu, I think the same. The evil spirit army shouldn't be so careless. They must be plotting something. A thoughtful look appeared in Xiaowu's eyes. Let's leave these things to others to consider. Let's discuss the tactical cooperation that Senior Feng mentioned. Lu Ming didn't think so much, and he said with a change of topic. Yes, that is indeed the case. Even if the battle is unfavorable, the heavenly phenomenon elders will worry about it. There is no need for us to be overly concerned. After a brief pause, Xiaowu nodded in relief. In the afternoon, in a certain underground hall of Fort Taitian. The hall was circular in shape, about 1,000 feet in size. It was quite spacious, with over 100 stone chairs placed around it, surrounding an empty space in the middle. At this moment, a small half of the chairs were occupied by Jing Guangjuan cultivators dressed in green armor. Lu Ming and Xiaowu were among them. Most of them were in groups of 3 to 5, discussing something in low voices. There were also a few people who were meditating with their eyes closed. Everyone here should be the members of this special operation team. Some of you look unfamiliar, Lu Ming casually glanced at the people around him and said softly. Speaking of which, even though younger brother Lu has been in the evil spirit realm for 5 years, he's still considered a newcomer in the army, so it's not strange that he doesn't recognize them. Among the people here, some of them are the squad leaders of Jing Guangjuan's teams, while the rest are mostly false core stage powerhouses. The longest among them has been in the evil spirit realm for over 100 years. Not only have they made great contributions to the army, some of them even participated in the war against the Ghost Army 100 years ago, Xiaowu smiled and explained to Lu Ming. Just at this moment, a series of loud footsteps came from afar. A handsome silver-haired young man slowly walked into the hall and stood in the middle of the empty space between the stone chairs. I'm Chao Xianxia, the temporary squad leader for this operation. The silver-haired young man slowly scanned the crowd with his eyes and nodded with a slight smile. Brother Chao, I didn't expect the higher-ups to send you here. I thought you'd already left the evil spirit realm." A middle-aged man with curly hair hurriedly stood up and respectfully clasped his hands together. The rest of the people also stopped what they were doing and stood up to greet him. It seemed that this silver-haired young man was quite famous. This is a critical time, so there's no need for pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. I'm sure you've all heard that the scale of the evil spirit army's attack this time is unprecedented. Over the past few days, the 4 main cities had been besieged one after another, and the situation was very grim. Although the Fort of Peaceful Heavens hasn't been attacked yet, considering how important this place is, if it falls, all communications with the 4 capital cities will be cut off. When that happens, it's very likely that we'll be attacked one by one. Therefore, we can't afford to be complacent. The silver-haired youth, Xianxia, gestured for everyone to sit down. After a pause, he continued solemnly. According to the discussion of the celestial phenomenon elders here, we have a clear division of labor for this battle. Once the battle began, Jin Guanjuan's forces would be in charge of protecting Fort Peaceful Sky. It would be the outermost barrier of the fort. As for our squad, not only will we be in charge of the formation, but we will also be in charge of the fort's elite troops, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Our target will be the high-ranking commanders of the evil spirit army. Senior Marshal Brother Chow, activating the Great Golden Light formation requires a great deal of manpower. As far as I know, Jin Guanjuan only has a few dozen cultivators, including us. Even if we expend a great deal of resources to activate the formation, I fear we won't be able to maintain it for long, a beautiful young woman said with a doubtful expression. There's no need for you to worry about this. Haran Academy will have a few fellow Taoists in charge of strengthening the Great Golden Light formation. The Golden Light Mirror was given to you a few days ago, so I'm sure you've already finished refining it. Next, I'll explain the general situation of the formation. As the cultivator surnamed Chow spoke, he flipped his hand and a ball of golden light flew out. It condensed in the air and turned into a foot-long golden mirror. As the golden light flowed, it illuminated the entire underground hall. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart stirred. He flipped his hand and a palm-sized golden mirror appeared in the center of his palm. Its surface was faintly flowing with spiritual light, appearing to be full of spirituality. He played with the mirror in his hand and quickly went through the information about the Great Golden Light formation in his mind. The Great Golden Light formation was based on the Bowl of Good Fortune. It was a large formation that combined offense and defense. The Bowl of Good Fortune shot out a beam of light, which was then refracted by the golden mirror, forming a golden formation net that could disperse ghosts in a large area. The Great Golden Light Mirror was a rather special top-grade spirit artifact. The mirror was engraved with many refraction and amplification restriction formations. Through a certain combination of formations, the pillar of light shot out by the Bowl of Good Fortune could be maximized. However, this formation also had an obvious shortcoming, which was that it could not be activated for too long each time. This would cause gaps in the golden light to appear. The golden light array is a series of chained arrays. Every 6 people will form a small array I. There are 36 layers of chained imprisonment, which can maximize the power of the entire array. The center of the entire array is where the big and small array eyes overlap. It is the key to the entire array, and I will be in charge of it. This is the method to set up this formation. You must memorize it by heart. The silver-haired man explained to the crowd in a calm tone. At the same time, he waved his sleeves, and streaks of white light flew out in all directions and landed accurately in the hands of the people present. They were jade slips that shone with white light. This golden light array is quite mysterious, and its power is boundless when it is completely activated. I suggest that we practice it before the war to maximize the effect of this array. Lu Ming's divine sense quickly swept through the white jade slips in his hand and suggested. This must be Junior Marshal Brother Lu, who just joined the sect not long ago. You are right, but this array consumes a lot of spiritual power. Now the ghost army is restless outside and may launch an attack at any time. There is no time for us to practice anymore. You should memorize the contents of the jade slips first. When it is time to use it, I will arrange the specific positions. The silver-haired man said to Lu Ming with a smile when he heard the words. Brother Chow is right. The curly-haired middle-aged man was the first to agree. Following that, the rest of the people agreed in unison. Therefore, after everyone discussed for a while and confirmed some specific plans, they also left one after another. Lu Ming didn't have too many doubts. He was about to leave with Xiaowu, but he was stopped by the silver-haired young man. Younger brother Lu, I have heard about your performance in the sect. Although you are still in the fake pellet state, your real strength is not weaker than Jin Dan. However, this war is different from some of your previous missions. In the face of a large-scale ghost army, no matter how strong you are, you must be careful. Remember not to be too eager to fight during the raid mission. The silver-haired young man said earnestly. Thank you, senior brother Chao, for reminding me. Lu Ming cupped his fist and walked out of the hall. This man's breath is steady, and the faint spiritual power fluctuation is not comparable to ordinary fake pellet state cultivators. He is really extraordinary. Elder Yao is right. The silver-haired young man murmured to himself after watching Lu Ming leave. At the top of the main tower of Golden Light City, in a closed room. On the floor of the room, a circular array was outlined by countless spirit patterns. There were runes floating above the array, glowing with a faint green light. The old man surnamed Yao and a gray-haired man stood side by side in the corner of the array, their bodies covered by a faint green light. In the other three directions of the formation, 3 walls of light that were also emitting a faint green light appeared. On each wall of light, 1 or 2 figures appeared. Elders, what do you think of the battle just now? The voice of the old man surnamed Yao suddenly sounded, and his eyes slowly swept across the 3 light walls. The people who appeared here were all the leaders of the 4 major legions in the evil ghost path, and they were all great cultivators of the celestial state. Although we won a complete victory, it was a bit too easy. I think everyone has the same feeling, right? On the leftmost light wall stood an elder of the Naturework sect. He was a middle-aged man with white hair and a slender figure. Well, I think so too. On the right light wall, the celestial state elder of the Howran Academy was a handsome man in his 30s. He was dressed in a scholar's robe, and there was a red dot between his eyebrows, like a beauty mark in the secular world. Aren't you two thinking too much? Our 4 major legions have made full preparations for this war for decades. Although we won easily, it is actually within common sense. On the middle light wall, there were 2 figures in the costumes of the demon mystic sect standing side by side. The one who spoke was a black-robed young man with long eyebrows on the left. He seemed to be the youngest among all the people present. Beside him stood a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 40s. Everyone has been in the evil ghost path for many years. You all know the strength of the evil ghost legion. It definitely won't be so weak. The old man surnamed Yao shook his head and said. Could it be that brother Yao has noticed something? Please enlighten us. The middle-aged beautiful woman glanced at the long-eyebrowed young man next to her, and she seemed to be dissatisfied. She turned to look at the old man surnamed Yao. The long-eyebrowed young man frowned, but he seemed to be quite afraid of the middle-aged beautiful woman, so he didn't say anything. I dare not. It's just that in this first battle, although the number of evil ghost legion attacking Golden Light City is large, there don't seem to be many commander-level ghosts. Otherwise, we won't be defeated so easily. The old man surnamed Yao said lightly. Oh? Does brother Yao have any clue about the evil ghost legion's plot? The middle-aged beautiful woman raised her eyebrows and asked. Madam Qi thinks too highly of me. I also have no clue. It's just a guess in my mind. The old man surnamed Yao shook his head and smiled. Humph. The black-robed young man with long eyebrows snorted coldly. His expression seemed quite disdainful. The old man surnamed Yao's eyes flashed, but he still maintained a faint smile on his face as if he had never heard the black-robed young man snort. Seeing this, the middle-aged beautiful woman's face sank. The green light wall suddenly became blurred, and she couldn't see what was happening inside. The rest of the people were silent when they saw this. After a while, the green light wall where the demon mystic sect was located was restored to its original state, revealing the figure of the long-eyebrowed young man and the middle-aged beautiful woman again. However, the long-eyebrowed young man looked a little unnatural. He just stood aside with his hands down and didn't speak. My junior fellow apprentice has just advanced to celestial state not long ago. He is a little arrogant. I hope brother Yao doesn't mind. the middle-aged beautiful woman said with a slight apology. The old man surnamed Yao had lived for countless years. Perhaps even his eyelashes were hollow. Hearing this, he smiled but did not say anything. In any case, we are entrusted by the sect to guard the entrance to the evil ghost way. It's better to be careful. The white-haired man of the nature work sect said lightly. The others nodded. Only the long-eyebrowed young man of the demon mystic sect was a little disapproving, but he didn't say much under the stern eyes of the middle-aged beautiful woman next to him. By the way, Brother Yao, Brother Wei, where is Senior Huiyi of your sect now? Since the evil ghost legion dared to attack our 4 major cities this time, they must have something to rely on. If the mystic ghost legion takes action personally, we can't resist it alone. The white-haired man of the nature work sect raised his eyebrows and continued. The others also showed a cautious look when they heard this. Everyone, don't worry. Our sect's elder Huiyi is near the Black Peak Valley at the moment. If the opponent is a mystic understanding cultivator, he will definitely not let it go. Standing next to the old man surnamed Yao, the gray-haired middle-aged man who hadn't spoken until now suddenly said. If that's the case, we can rest assured. Now that the war is tense, it's not convenient for us to talk more. We will go down first. The white-haired man nodded and said. He gently waved his arm, and the green light wall on the left silently collapsed. It turned into specks of green crystal light that dissipated into the air. Immediately afterward, the handsome man of the Howran Academy and the middle-aged beautiful woman of the demon mystic sect in the middle and the middle-aged beautiful woman of the demon mystic sect also said goodbye. After making a gesture with one hand, the 2 green light walls also collapsed and disappeared. Seeing this, the old man surnamed Yao and the gray-haired middle-aged man left the magic circle. At the same time, they whispered a few incantations, and the circular magic circle on the ground also dimmed. The room was restored to peace again. The old man surnamed Yao frowned. He turned sideways and was about to say something to the gray-haired man next to him. A rush of footsteps approached the door of the room. Reporting to the 2 elders, I just received news that the fortress outside the city was once again attacked by a large group of evil ghost legion, and the attack was fierce. 2 fortresses have fallen. A voice sounded outside the door. The old man surnamed Yao and the gray-haired middle-aged man were startled and quickly opened the door. The person outside was the deacon elder surnamed Gu, and he looked very anxious. Tell us the details first, old man Yao said with a dark expression. At the same time, the number 18 fortress of Jingguanjuan was located on the hillside of a steep mountain thousands of miles away in the northeast of Golden Light City. At this moment, the entire outside of the fortress was shrouded in black mist, covering most of the sky. In the black gas, however, there were countless evil spirits dressed in ancient armor, surrounding the entire fortress. For a time, roars and explosions interweaved and resounded throughout the entire mountain. Under the command of the malevolent captain, a dense barrage of attacks rained down from all directions, landing on the protective barrier of light that was flickering with a green light outside the fortress. Although the protective light wall flickered chaotically, it still blocked all the attacks. Inside the fortress, dozens of guarding disciples held formation flags nervously, desperately injecting magic power into them. The formation flags emitted beams of light that merged with the protective wall outside. On a high platform in the middle of the guarding disciples, a man dressed in the uniform of the second squad leader of the Jingguanjuan army was holding a square communication formation disc in his hand. He was solemnly reporting something. How many evil ghosts are besieging the fortress now? A voice came from the formation disc. At least 1,000, and the leaders are 3 Jing Dan realm evil ghost commanders. If this goes on, the defensive formation of the fortress will soon be unable to hold on. We are urgently requesting military assistance, the middle-aged man said anxiously. Hold on a little longer, the 2 main squads are on their way. They are estimated to arrive in half an hour. As soon as the voice from the formation disc died away, a loud sound came from outside. The entire fortress shook violently, and some cracks appeared on the protective light wall. Seeing this, the dozens of disciples in the fortress turned pale. Outside the fortress, above the group of evil ghost soldiers besieging the fortress, 3 large evil ghost commanders were floating. You 2, go and help us get rid of these humans quickly. The order from above is not to leave a single one alive. The evil ghost commander with a single horn on his head and a ferocious-looking face looked at the cracks on the protective light wall below and said coldly. The other two evil ghost commanders responded. One of them, a black-faced commander with a bow bag on his back, took a step forward and rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, a black light appeared in his hands, and a black longbow appeared in his hands. Suddenly, several black electric arcs were ejected from the bow, and the sound of thunder was endless. However, with a gentle lift of his other hand, he took out a 2-foot-long, crimson arrow from the bow bag. He skillfully put it on the bow, slowly pulled the bow, and aimed at the fortress below. On the bow, the black electric arcs and the crimson flames intertwined and fused. There was a loud rumbling sound, and a huge spiritual pressure suddenly emerged, spreading in all directions like a huge wave. Another evil ghost commander with a green face and fangs turned over his hand and took out a 9-ringed ghost head broadsword that was surrounded by gray gas. Shrill ghost cries were faintly heard from the vibrating rings of the broadsword, and a cold and gloomy aura emanated from the broadsword. Inside the fortress, the middle-aged man in the Jin Dan realm sensed the sudden appearance of 2 huge spiritual pressures outside, and a trace of despair appeared on his face. Rumble, a huge thunder fire arrow hit the green light shield outside the fortress. The light shield, which was already riddled with scars, flickered wildly twice, and finally collapsed with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, a gray saber light that was hundreds of feet long flashed and heavily struck the fortress. Without the protective light shield, the fortress could not withstand such a huge saber light at all. The entire fortress was cleaved in half from the middle. For a time, the fortress built on the hillside shook violently, and gravel flew everywhere. Seeing this, the dense evil ghosts suddenly screamed excitedly. They rushed to the gap below like a tide, drowning the entire fortress in the blink of an eye. To the south of the Black Peak Valley, there was a gray hilly area. Within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles, there were undulating mountains and wild ridges. Somewhere in the hills, there was a fortress with only broken fences and dilapidated walls. It seemed to have been destroyed not long ago. Inside and outside the fortress, rubble was scattered on the ground. There were many corpses of cultivators in khaki armor. Some of them were already badly mutilated, with broken arms and limbs, and blood flowing on the ground. In addition, there were many wreckage of giant puppets scattered around. Similar scenes were staged from time to time in the area outside the main cities of the 4 major legions. It didn't take long for the senior elders of the 4 major legions to receive reports one after another. In less than half a day, several fortresses of the 4 major legions were captured by the Ghost Army at lightning speed, leaving no survivors. In the closed room of the main city of Golden Light City, the old man surnamed Yao and the gray-haired middle-aged man once again stood side by side in front of the green light circular array. They frowned and looked worried. I didn't expect that we would meet again in less than half a day. On a light wall on the left in front of the two, the white-haired middle-aged man of Nature Work sect said with a wry smile. The actions of the evil ghost army are unpredictable. It's really hard to guard against them. It seems that there is no need to say anything more. The attack of the ghost army is almost the same. Brother Yao, do you have any good suggestions? On the right light wall, the handsome man of Howran Academy said with a gloomy face. Until now, we haven't been able to thoroughly find out how many troops they have used. At present, we can only temporarily defend and attack. When the situation is a little clearer, then we will make other plans. The old man surnamed Yao shook his head and said. I also agree with this. We can consider giving up some small fortresses, shrink the line of defense, and concentrate our forces in the main city and the nearby large fortresses. The middle-aged beautiful woman of Demon Mystic sect on the middle light wall said so, but the young man with long eyebrows beside her was nowhere to be seen. I agree with this proposal, and I suggest that our 4 major cities don't easily mobilize the troops to support unless it's a last resort, lest the Ghost Army creates a diversion. The Ghost Army has never been suitable for a protracted war. We'd better stay still and wait for a good opportunity to counterattack. The white-haired middle-aged man of Nature Work sect said so after thinking for a while. Since you have already agreed, I have no opinion. Let's do it this way. The old man surnamed Yao nodded after thinking for a while. The handsome man of Howran Academy naturally had no opinion. With a silent flash of green light, the 3 green light walls disappeared in front of him. Brother Yao, if we really defend our stronghold, Peaceful Sky Fortress will be completely exposed to the ghost army. Although this fortress is located in the middle of our 4 major cities, and we haven't seen a large number of ghost armies so far, I always feel a little uneasy. After all, if this fortress is lost, we will be completely isolated and fall into a passive situation. Once the ghost army sets up a restriction to isolate us, I'm afraid we won't be able to communicate with each other like this, the gray-haired middle-aged man suddenly said when the two of them exited the secret room. Of course I know that. But now we are in the light, and the ghost army is in the dark. This kind of situation is inevitable. In contrast, the safety of Golden Light City is the most important thing. In addition, our 4 major legions have already taken precautions against this. I've temporarily dispatched Xianxia there, and the other sect has also sent reinforcements there. In case the ghost army really attacks Peaceful Sky, we don't have to worry too much, the old man surnamed Yao said with a nod. It turns out that Brother Yao has already made arrangements. I'm relieved. If there are reinforcements, with the defensive ability of Peaceful Sky Fortress, as long as the profound ghost army doesn't personally attack, it won't be a problem. The gray-haired middle-aged man said with a relieved expression. Early the next morning, at Fort Tadian. As soon as a sliver of light appeared in the dusky sky, a series of urgent shouts suddenly rang out from the surrounding walls. Ghost soldiers have been spotted in the east. A large number of ghost soldiers have gathered in the north. The same goes for the northwest. Oh no, there's a ghost army in the south. At this time, a loud wung-wing sound of the bell reverberated throughout the fortress. Immediately afterward, a long and sonorous male voice rang out in the air, clearly ringing in everyone's ears. Be careful, a large number of ghost soldiers have appeared around the fort. Everyone, return to your positions immediately. At this moment, Lu Ming was meditating in his temporary residence. As soon as he heard the bell chime, he didn't dare to tarry and immediately rose to his feet, rushing toward the central plaza of the fort. At this moment, there were already 7 tower-like buildings that were several times taller than the surrounding walls erected in the central plaza of Fort Tadian. These buildings were distributed in a circular pattern, and each of them was 200 to 300 feet tall. However, the one in the center was clearly taller than the 6 surrounding it. The surface of the building was hexagonal, and each surface was extremely smooth. There were some special runes inscribed on it, and there was a faint spiritual light flowing through it. At this moment, at the top of the giant tower in the center, there was a shimmering golden ball floating in the air. It was slowly rotating and emitting faint golden light. Below the ball, the silver-haired young man, Xianxia, was sitting with his legs crossed. When Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the tower, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Younger brother Lu, come to the giant tower in front of me on the left. When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately leaped up and landed on the tower that Xianxia had pointed to. A hexagonal restriction formation that almost filled the entire top platform appeared in front of him. On 5 of its corners, there were already azure-armored Jin Guanju and cultivators sitting cross-legged, and Xiaowu was among them. However, on the left corner, there was no one. At this moment, there was a foot-wide golden light mirror floating in front of everyone. Meanwhile, more and more people were arriving from the 5 surrounding towers. Under Xiaoxia's arrangement, they leapt onto the other towers. When Xiaowu saw Lu Ming, she nodded at him and looked at the empty corner. Lu Ming understood. Without a word, he walked to the empty corner and sat down cross-legged. Like the others, he took out the golden light mirror and cast a spell on it. The golden light mirror immediately floated in front of him and stopped moving. In less than a moment, there were 6 Jin Guanju and cultivators in each of the 6 towers. 36 golden mirrors emitted a strong golden light. From afar, the top of the 6 towers were shining with golden light, and it was impossible to look at them directly. Xianxia stood up and looked around. Seeing that everyone was in position, he immediately said in a low voice, "Everyone is in position in the golden light formation. Brothers, when the time comes, please listen to my command and activate the formation. There must be no mistakes." Then, with a flash of golden light, 2 golden formation flags appeared in his hands. Then, he closed his eyes and sat there like an old monk in meditation, motionless. When Lu Ming heard this, he looked around and found that the surrounding walls were crowded with people. Most of them were cultivators from the other three armies dressed in yellow, white, and black. They were busy preparing for the upcoming battle. The four corners of the fort were the formation eyes of the great formation of Fort Peaceful Sky. There were more than 10 disciples of the Grand Spirit Army in white armor at each corner of the fort. Under these people's feet, there was a circular formation that glowed with a faint silver light. The runes on the surface were very eye-catching. These people held formation plates and formation flags, and they were chanting, constantly injecting spiritual power into the circular formation under their feet. At the same time, on the four walls, the disciples of the Heavenwork sect in yellow robes were constantly releasing all kinds of puppets. With a flash of 5-colored spiritual light, the puppets appeared at the foot of the wall in front of them. Among them, there were several puppets that were as large as small mountains. All the puppets formed a row in front of the four walls, and also became the first barrier in front of the fort. Beside the disciples of the Heavenwork sect, there were black shadows surrounded by black gas. They were the disciples of the Demon Mystic sect. In addition to these elite disciples of the various sects, the original garrison disciples also appeared in the giant crossbows and cylindrical towers. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. When Lu Ming saw this, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. After withdrawing his gaze, he released his divine sense and began to investigate the situation around the fort. At this moment, all around Fort Peaceful Sky was a rolling gray fog. Within the fog, there were densely packed black dots of various sizes forming neat square formations. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of people. Although he couldn't determine the specific situation of the enemy's formation, the pressure that the entire army of evil spirits exuded was unprecedented. It seemed that the enemy had been planning this for a long time. This caused Lu Ming to involuntarily furrow his brows, and a slightly cold expression appeared on his face. At this moment, a series of rumbling sounds came from the corners of the surrounding walls. The circular spell formation beneath the feet of the Righteous Spirit Army disciples suddenly shone with brilliant light. Swathes of silver light rose up from within the spell formation, and as they converged in midair, they gradually formed a huge silver barrier of light that enveloped the entire Fort Titan heaven. However, in the next moment, the rolling gray clouds in all directions suddenly began to violently roil, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they closed in on the fort. Then, the roars of evil spirits and the howls of ghosts rang out incessantly, giving off a frightening aura. The army of evil spirits had clearly discovered what the humans were doing. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the fort's defensive formation had only just been activated and hadn't stabilized yet to attack. At this moment, Cao Zhang's voice sounded, "Golden Light Formation, activate." He waved the formation flags in his hands at lightning speed, and he uttered a strange and profound incantation. The golden good fortune bowl hovering above his head glowed with golden light. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. He muttered an incantation, and one incantation sign after another was launched into the golden mirror in front of him. On the platform, the 6 golden mirrors reflected light from afar and began to tremble of their own accord. 6 beams of golden light shot up from the surface of the mirror and converged at a single point in the air, forming a golden ball of light that enveloped the 6 of them. In just a few moments, the gray clouds in all directions had passed over the distant mountain range and appeared on the plains outside of Fort Peaceful Sky. They were only a few kilometers away from the fort. Suddenly, a mournful ghost cry rang out from the army of ghosts. All the malevolent spirits seemed to have received an order. In an instant, their shouts resounded through the heavens and earth. The densely packed malevolent spirit commandants led groups of ghostly soldiers, and like a black wave, they charged towards the city walls of the stronghold. "Humph, just in time." A fierce expression flashed across Cao Zhang's face. He waved the formation flags in his hands, and the spinning good fortune bowl above his head suddenly shot out 6 beams of golden light towards the 6 towers where Lu Ming and the others were. Lu Ming only saw a flash of golden light before his eyes. A beam of golden light landed on the mirror in his hand, and with another refraction, it turned into 6 beams of golden light that shot out. 36 beams of light shot out from each tower. More than 200 beams of golden light from the 6 towers immediately illuminated the entire sky above the fort. The densely packed beams of golden light intertwined and turned into a giant golden net that shrouded in all directions. A few thousand feet away from the northern wall, there was a pu sound. Several beams of golden light swept past, directly turning a phalanx of dozens of liquid-level ghost soldiers and an evil spirit commandant into black smoke. Everyone who saw the effect immediately channeled the Fali in their bodies into the golden light mirror in front of them. Pieces of golden light intertwined into a net and continued to sweep in all directions. For a time, mournful ghost cries rang out incessantly. Wherever the golden light passed, the void suddenly tightened, and countless ghosts were instantly turned into flying ashes. These beams of golden light were like golden dragons that soared into the sky, crashing and crashing between the rolling gray clouds formed by the ghost army phalanx. As a large number of ghosts were killed, even the evil spirit commander of the Jin Dan realm didn't dare to face it head-on. He just kept dodging the golden light. The power of the golden light formation was so great that all the human cultivators on the fort couldn't help but rejoice. However, Xianxia, who was in the middle of the tower, frowned slightly, his face grave. Although the golden light formation was very effective against ghosts, there were simply too many ghosts around it, and it didn't seem to be defeated at all. Gradually, some of the ghost army discovered that there were gaps between the golden light beams. Taking advantage of these gaps, countless ghosts continued to charge toward the silver defensive formation that protected Fort Tadian. At this moment, the giant puppets that were standing in front of the city wall also began to move. There was a loud rumbling sound as the giant puppets in mechanical armor lifted their cumbersome legs and slowly walked away from the city wall. These giant puppets weren't adept at attacking, but their defensive abilities were astonishing. They didn't fear the ghost army's attacks at all. Beside the giant puppets, puppet warriors in yellow armor and beast puppets of all shapes and sizes leaped into the air and dove into the gray ghost clouds. They clashed with the ghost army and suppressed the ghost army's momentum. Demonic chi flickered on the city wall. Taking advantage of the fact that the ghost army was blocked by the puppets, the demon mystic sect disciples in the demon subduing army also took out all kinds of demonic weapons or unleashed demonic arts. Waves of demonic chi and black light shot toward the approaching ghost army. For a time, the entire surroundings of Fort Tadian were filled with golden light beams of various colors. Amidst the gray ghost clouds, the sounds of fierce fighting rose and fell. The scene was extremely chaotic. Just as the two sides were locked in battle, the plains between the northern wall of Fort Tadian and the line of defense of the puppets suddenly shook violently. The entire ground seemed to be torn apart, and 7 or 8 depressions that were several meters in diameter appeared. Immediately afterward, a series of loud explosions rang out from the depressions, and clouds of gray ghost mist rose into the sky. Xianxia looked around from the tower in the center and exclaimed, "This aura. Crap, it's ghost earthworms. It looks like they have reinforcements." On the 6 surrounding towers, the expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed when they heard the words ghost earthworm. This beast was one of the giant umber beasts. It looked very similar to an earthworm and had an unusually large body. Although it did not have high intelligence, it was good at drilling underground tunnels and moving at a terrifying speed underground. Therefore, it was used by the evil Ghost Legion to allow various umber beasts to reside in its belly and carry out long-distance underground transportation. However, this beast was extremely rare. According to the current information, there were only a few of them in the evil Ghost Legion. Moreover, because this beast did not have any offensive or defensive abilities, it could be easily killed by someone with the strength of the crystal level. Therefore, it generally did not appear in large-scale battles. Following the screams of AOAO, beams of red light shot up from the collapsed area, dispersing the nearby gray ghost fog. Immediately afterward, giant dark red earthworms began to poke their heads out of the caved-in area. Then, they crawled out of the caved-in area like snakes emerging from a hole, crawling along the plains toward Fort Tadian. Each of these ghost earthworms was at least 50 to 60 feet long. They had no eyes on their heads, but they had 2 pairs of black and white tentacles. On each section of their bodies, there was a circle of black and round holes about half a foot in size. As they expanded and contracted, they constantly spouted a faint gray fog. "Stop it. Don't let it near the city wall," Xianxia ordered decisively. On the high platform where Lu Ming was, the 6 people hurriedly moved to the side and flipped the golden mirror in their hands. A thick golden beam of light shot straight at one of the giant earthworms. The golden light flashed. With a pu sound, the giant earthworm was directly hit in the head by the golden beam of light. Boom! The entire giant earthworm's head and a small part of its body instantly turned into ashes, leaving only the upper half of its long body. With a plop, it collapsed to the ground. After twisting its body a few more times, the giant earthworm lay motionless on the ground. On the middle tower, the two formation flags in Xianxia's hands constantly changed their positions. The bowl of fortune above his head shot out golden beams of light in all directions, and through the golden light mirror array on the surrounding 6 towers, they constantly bounced toward the approaching ghost worms. Although there was a gap between each activation of the golden light formation, fortunately, the speed of the ghost worms on the ground was not fast. In less than 30 minutes, the rest of the giant worms had their heads smashed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. However, before everyone could rejoice, clouds of gray mist gushed out from the dense black holes on the remaining half of the giant earthworms' bodies. Not good. When the gray chi dissipated, everyone could clearly see what was going on. To their surprise, they saw a dense horde of ghost soldiers pouring out from the holes on the ghost earthworm's corpse. There were at least several thousand of them, and under the command of several Jindan realm evil ghost commanders, the ghost soldiers were led by dozens of evil ghost commandants. They split into dozens of square formations and charged towards Fort Peaceful Sky. For a time, the sound of ghost howling filled the air, because the puppets in the front row were blocking other ghost soldiers from the periphery. Even if the demon mystic sect disciples on the city wall changed their direction and began to attack the ghost soldiers who had suddenly appeared, there were too many of them, and they still could not stop them from approaching the fort. With the command of the Jindan captains, hundreds of low-level disciples on the city wall also jumped down from the city wall, activated the spiritual weapons in their hands, and fought with the ghost soldiers. However, there were simply too many ghostly soldiers. It didn't take long for many low-level disciples to be overwhelmed by the phalanx of ghostly soldiers. The silver light barrier that enveloped the stronghold also trembled violently under the frenzied attacks of the ghostly soldiers who had broken through the defensive line. The sudden appearance of so many enemy reinforcements on the north wall suddenly put the situation of Fort Peaceful Sky in a precarious situation. Brother Chow, the ghost soldiers are currently fighting with us on the outskirts. These ghost soldiers are too close to the city walls. Our golden light formation is no longer able to attack them, a middle-aged man with curly hair said with a serious expression on his face on a tall tower. The 4 celestial phenomenon elders have not appeared since the beginning. I am afraid that they are trying to activate the array Peaceful Sky at this moment. Another beautiful young woman said. Yes, we just need to hold on until the elders activate the array Peaceful Sky. Now, let's start the second plan. Chao Zhenghe made a decision after thinking for a while. When Lu Ming and others heard this, they threw the golden mirror in their hands into the void, and their figures swayed. They jumped from the high tower and swooped out of the north wall. At the same time, Chao Zhenghe waved the formation flags in his hands in a frenzy, and the 36 golden mirrors around him rotated in the void before slowly converging above his head. All of the golden mirrors combined into one, forming an exquisite 6-sided golden mirror ball that was about 10 feet in size. Immediately afterward, the golden light that shot out from the fortune bowl was refracted by the golden mirror ball, and scattered into thousands of golden beams of light, all of which disappeared into the silver light curtain that covered the fort, causing strands of golden flowing light to appear on the trembling silver light curtain, and slightly stabilized it. Outside the northern city wall of the stronghold, the low-level guarding disciples, who were caught in a bitter battle, saw Lu Ming and the other 36 disciples flying down, and their morale was greatly boosted. As for the thousands of ghost soldiers, they roared and condensed the ghost aura around their bodies into gray spears, shooting toward Lu Ming and the others in an overwhelming manner. Seeing this, Lu Ming's figure flashed a few times and easily avoided these ghost spears. He then landed in a phalanx composed of about 100 ghost soldiers. With a loud shout, 5 black mist dragons that were hundreds of meters long condensed from his back in an instant. With a dragon roar, the black mist dragons circled back and forth in the entire group of ghost soldiers like a dragon playing in the water. A pair of sharp claws scratched the ghost soldiers. Wherever the black claw light passed, the low-level ghost soldiers were pierced by the claws of the mist dragons and turned into flying ashes in the sky. Seeing this, the leading evil ghost captain kept channeling the ghost mist on his body, turning it into a gray light beam that shot at the black mist dragons. Hell Purgatory! Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He gently squeezed with one hand, and the 5 black mist dragons circled for a while. Suddenly, they exploded with a poof, turning into a sky full of black light, trapping a dozen evil ghosts in front of them. He then raised a hand, and a clear ringing sound rang out as a purple sword light shot out from his sleeve. The sound of electric arcs jumping came, and a thunder snake shot out from the purple sword light. Then, the purple light flashed and went into the hell purgatory. A series of low, inaudible screams sounded one after another. Only then did Lu Ming take back the bitter wheel sword with one hand. With a shake of his sleeve, the hell purgatory in front of him suddenly collapsed silently, but the many ghosts inside had already disappeared. Instead, wisps of gray ghost energy dissipated in all directions. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as the ghost energy dissipated, a large number of ghosts around him stopped fighting and began to rush to devour it. Moreover, the aura around them rose steadily and became more ferocious. Similar situations were also repeated in other places, but now Lu Ming and the other 36 elite disciples, each of them, had to face the siege of hundreds of ghost soldiers, so they had no time to care about this. When Lu Ming was a little surprised, not far behind him, there was an evil ghost captain with a rather strange appearance and an incomplete body. After absorbing a lot of ghost energy, the incomplete parts of his body were regenerating at a rapid speed. His aura that originally stayed at the later stage of the crystallization period also gradually rose. After a few more breaths, the gray mist around the evil ghost commandant's body suddenly flourished, and a huge phantom of a ghost's head appeared behind him. Then, with a boom, an astonishing spiritual pressure burst forth. This evil ghost actually directly broke through the Jin Dan realm and turned into an evil ghost commander with a hideous face and a bumpy body. Its eyes were full of murderous light, and its mouth made a zee sound. At this time, outside the light curtain of the nearby city wall, several other evil ghost captains also successfully advanced to the Jin Dan realm, and they attacked the light curtain enchantment crazily. Lu Ming glanced and saw the scene clearly. His face immediately turned gloomy. While channeling the bitter wheel sword to kill the ghost soldiers that came like a tide, he quickly patted the leather bag on his waist. Pooh! Pooh! 2 curls of mist, one black and one green, floated out. They revolved in the air and turned into 2 figures, one tall and one short. They were Fei Er and Xia Er. Fei Er, you go and clean up those low-rank ghosts. Scorpion, follow me. Lu Ming quickly ordered the 2. Master, don't worry. Leave these low-rank ghosts to me. With a look of excitement on his face, Fei Er threw the bead on his neck. After his figure blurred, he turned into 9 green-robed boys and rushed toward the ghost army in all directions. Wherever they passed, green gas billowed, and many low-rank ghosts were torn apart by the 9 boys. Seeing this, Lu Ming nodded his head. Just as he was about to turn around and rush toward the city wall, the malevolent ghost commander that had just advanced flew toward Lu Ming with a gray aura all over its body. Scorpion, who wanted to follow Lu Ming, saw this and blocked in front of the evil ghost with a murderous look on her cold face. Seeing this, the evil ghost commander's eyes flashed. It opened its mouth and spat out a red ghost flame, sweeping toward Scorpion. Scorpion's eyes flashed, and the golden mark on top of her head flickered. A golden light blasted out. Impossible, you're also a ghost, how could you? When the evil ghost commander saw the golden light, it revealed a look of horror and cried out involuntarily. But when the red ghost flame just touched the golden light beam, it was directly turned into smoke and dissipated. When the evil ghost was shocked and wanted to turn around to escape, a large golden light swept over again, causing it to scream. Just as the scorpion was entangled with the evil spirit commander behind, Lu Ming's figure flashed a few times and appeared under the city wall like a ghost. For evil spirits who had just advanced to the Jin Dan realm were suspended in the air, activating the pitch-black long blades in their hands, turning them into a dense gray blade light, bombarding the silver light curtain outside the city wall, and letting out a burst of excited strange roars. Courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and with a series of afterimages, he flew toward one of the evil spirits. The evil spirit seemed to feel a trace of threat, and in great shock, it could only temporarily stop its attack, turning around and holding the long blade horizontally in front of its chest. At the same time, a gray light flashed in its other hand, and a grayish-white skull flashed out. With a whirl, it turned into a white bone shield several feet in size, blocking in front of its chest. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but sneer, and his figure directly appeared several feet in front of the bone shield in a flash. With a shake of both arms, the black gas on the surface of his body rolled out, and in the deafening roar of a tiger, two huge phantoms of more than 10 feet in size condensed in an instant. One of the phantoms opened its bloody mouth and bit at the bone shield. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The moment the tiger head touched the bone shield, it first broke into pieces in a harsh shattering sound, and then turned into specks of white light, collapsing completely. Immediately afterward, the other pitch-black tiger head roared and followed closely, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, directly swallowing the Jin Dan realm evil spirit behind the bone shield, together with the pitch-black long blade in its hand, into its mouth. After a scream, the black gas converged, and the evil spirit commander was divided into several pieces, falling from the air. In just a breath's time, a Jin Dan realm evil spirit was so easily killed by Lu Ming, which made the other nearby Jin Dan realm evil spirits a little dumbfounded for a moment. Of course, this was also because these malevolent spirits had just advanced, so their strength could not be compared to those real malevolent spirit powerhouses. However, before it could react, a black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming appeared behind the second evil spirit commander. A giant black fist covered in veins landed directly on its head. There was a loud bang. The head of the evil spirit leader was smashed like a watermelon. When the remaining two evil spirits saw that the situation was not good, they wanted to turn around and escape. A golden glow quickly swept over from the side. It was Scorpion, who had transformed into its original form. It had killed the original evil spirit opponent and was actually flying over. One of the evil ghosts was unable to evade in time, and it was immediately reduced to gray mist by the golden light before being sucked into the scorpion's stomach by the light. The other one barely dodged the attack of the golden light and flew 1,000 feet away. As a result, a purple light flashed in the air, and a loud crackling sound rang out. A purple sword light entangled by a thunder snake shot out and coiled around the evil spirit commandant's neck. He did not even have the time to scream before he directly fell to the ground with his head separated from his body. After Lu Ming killed the 4 evil spirits that had advanced to Jin Dan realm in one go, he was slightly relieved. He turned his eyes and found that Xiaowu was surrounded by 2 phalanxes of ghost soldiers not far away from the city wall, and there seemed to be a real evil spirit commander among them. He had a thought and was about to help Xiaowu when suddenly there was an ear-piercing noise behind him. At the same time, a strong spiritual pressure attacked him. He looked back and could not help but gasp. Several groups of ghost soldiers had broken through the celestial worksec's defensive line of puppets and were approaching the city wall at lightning speed. At the forefront of these waves of ghost soldiers were several humanoid figures wearing the armor of the 4 major armies. However, their armor was tattered and their faces were expressionless. Their muscles were stiff and gray, and they looked like zombies. Moreover, their cultivation seemed to be in the middle to late Jin Dan realm, and from the city wall, whether it was the giant crossbow bolts or the demonic light beams, when they struck these zombies, they did not seem to cause them any harm other than slightly pausing their bodies. Demon ghosts! Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. When he and Xiaowu saw this thing at Spirit Vulture Slope, he'd already had his suspicions. Now that he saw it again, a trace of understanding couldn't help but flash through his eyes. Obviously, the evil Ghost Legion had been plotting against Fort Peaceful Sky for a long time. Then, on the other side, another giant puppet was knocked down by the Ghost Army. Then, a demon ghost led several ghost soldiers and rushed in through the gap. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 or 8 impenetrable Jin Dan demon ghosts at the north gate alone. They led groups of ghost soldiers and kept approaching the city gate. Everyone, be careful. These zombie cultivators are the elite disciples of the 4 major armies who have been missing in recent years. After being refined by the evil spirits in a special way, they have long lost their consciousness. Not only have their cultivation greatly increased, but they are also impenetrable. They are very difficult to deal with. Do not let them near the city wall. Lu Ming thought quickly and immediately sent a voice transmission to the others. On the other side, Xiaowu was also fending off the attacks of the ghost soldiers around her. Her lips moved slightly. Obviously, she was also explaining the origin of these zombie cultivators to the disciples around her. In the next moment, more than 10 elite disciples of the Golden Light Army with pseudo-pellet or real pellet cultivation base gritted their teeth and dashed toward these zombie cultivators. Lu Ming's figure also flashed a few times, flying toward one of the ghost soldier phalanxes led by the poltergeist ghost in yellow armor. While he was still in the air, the black gas on the surface of his body rolled and condensed. The mist dragon and mist tiger hovered up, and his arms suddenly became thicker. Blue veins burst out like earthworms, and his whole body was raised by 3 inches in an instant. Then he moved his arms, and suddenly, dense black fist shadows shot down at the ghost soldiers below like a storm. There was a loud rumbling sound, the gigantic black fist transformed into waves of devil chi and exploded in the formation of ghost soldiers. After it turned into wisps of black mist and dissipated, the dozens of ghost soldiers that were originally surrounding the zombie cultivator were swept away and turned into rolling gray ghost chi. However, the demon ghost, except for the disappearance of the celestial work-sex yellow armor, its livid skin was exposed, and it didn't seem to be injured at all. When it roared angrily at the sky, it found that Lu Ming had already disappeared in the air. At this moment, the space behind him fluctuated, and a figure appeared in a flash. The roar of a dragon and tiger resounded across the sky. 5 black mist dragons and mist tigers that were 100 meters long rushed out and coldly uttered the word explode. Poof! The black mist dragons and mist tigers suddenly turned into black light that covered the sky, burying the demon ghost in it. After the black gas on the figure's body surface rolled, it turned into Lu Ming again. With a shake of his sleeve, a clear sound came. A purple sword light shot out from the sleeve like lightning. It spun in the air and turned into more than 10 meters long. The surface of the purple sword light crackled with lightning snakes, and layers of sword chi soared into the sky. The momentum was quite astonishing. At this moment, a low roar came from the black light, and a large amount of gray ghost fog continued to seep out from it. The entire infernal prison space was unexpectedly fragmented, and the demon ghost was about to break out of the prison. Body and sword as one. Without hesitation, Lu Ming made a sword sign with one hand and pointed at the purple flying sword in front of him. After a burst of sword intent from his body, he instantly turned into a purple rainbow and shot out. Whoosh! The rainbow directly passed through the infernal prison, and a large amount of black light scattered in all directions. On the neck of the demon ghost, a long and narrow sword wound was clearly visible, and it was slowly healing. Just as it was about to pounce on the sword light, 9 green figures flashed from all directions and appeared around the demon ghost. They were Fei who had just finished clearing the low-level ghosts. Immediately afterward, the 9 Fei opened their mouths and spat out balls of filthy flames. The corrosive gas of the flames caused the demon ghost to freeze. At the same time, a dense mass of green hair burst out from the heads of the 9 children, wrapping around the arms, legs, and waist of the demon ghost. Not far away, the purple light faded, revealing the figure of Lu Ming. Seeing this, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he made a hand sign with one hand. The bitter will sword in his hand once again soared into the sky, turning into a purple rainbow and growing from 100 feet long to 100 or so feet long. At this time, Fei's urgent voice sounded in his ear. Master, quickly attack, I can't control it any longer. At this time, the demon ghost let out a series of howls, its arms constantly shaking back and forth. Waves of gray ghost flames appeared all over its body, burning off the hair that wrapped around its body. Its entire body was about to break free. Lu Ming frowned, and just as he was about to attack, the sand under the demon ghost's feet suddenly exploded, followed by a flash of gold. It was the white-boned scorpion that broke out of the ground, clamping down on the demon ghost's feet with its huge pincers. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion's golden tail suddenly shook. With several chi-chi sounds, more than 10 densely packed golden lines shot out. The demon ghost didn't expect such a sudden attack, and in an instant, small golden holes appeared on its legs. After a miserable scream, its arms suddenly swept out, unexpectedly striking the white-boned scorpion and sending it flying. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed, and with a long whistle, he jumped into the sword light. In the next moment, there was a sound of breaking air, and the purple sword light flashed, directly cutting through the demon ghost's neck. The demon ghost's originally expressionless face suddenly showed a bit of horror, and then its expression stagnated, its body and head separated, turning into 2 pieces that fell heavily to the ground. The purple sword light converged, turning back into a small purple sword, and the figure of Lu Ming appeared again. He waved one hand in the void, and the bitter wheel sword trembled slightly in the void, then returned to his sleeve. At the same time, his eyes swept around. But just as he was trying his best to kill a zombie cultivator, most of the people around him were caught in a bitter battle. Normal attacks had no effect on these poltergeist ghosts, and as the puppet defense line gradually fell, more and more poltergeist ghosts swarmed over under the escort of the ghost soldiers. Judging from the color of the silver light curtain that protected the entire fortress, it was obvious that the situation of the other three walls was not optimistic. The situation of the battlefield once again took a sharp turn, becoming precarious. At this critical juncture, 4 pillars of light, green, yellow, black, and white, suddenly shot up into the sky above Fort Peaceful Sky. Then, a thunderclap rang out, and a monstrous burst of powerful spiritual pressure swept out in all directions. Lu Ming was startled by this, and he hurriedly turned around to look. Within the 4 pillars of light, he could clearly see 4 figures dressed in the robes of the 4 great legions' grand elders. One of them was a yellow-robed old man with a dark complexion and a thick black beard. He was none other than Elder Feng of the Heavenswork sect. In addition to him was an azure-robed old man with a red nose. He was most likely the Tai Ching Gate's Heavenly Phenomenon Elder, Peng Kuan. The Howran Academy's Heavenly Phenomenon Elder was a middle-aged man in a white scholar's robe with a cold expression. The Dark Devil Sect's Elder was dressed in a strange attire. He was a burly, dark-skinned man with a black boulder on his back that was as tall as a grown man. All of the Heavenly Phenomenon Elders wore solemn expressions, and each of them held a formation plate that radiated 4-colored light in their hands. All of a sudden, the 4 of them placed their formation plates in front of them in unison and began to chant in a low voice. The incantation was obscure and difficult to understand. Although it was barely audible, it was extremely clear to the ears of the people down below, giving them a peculiar feeling. In the next moment, 4-colored light flew out from the formation plates in the hands of the 4 of them, and converged at a certain point between the 4 of them to form a slowly rotating 4-colored ball of light. Immediately afterward, the 4 old men moved their other fingers and each drew a strange symbol in the air. The 4 strange symbols flashed and disappeared into the 4-colored ball of light at the center. Rumble. The 4-colored ball of light collapsed with a loud rumble, and a series of dazzling light erupted in a series of earth-shattering booms. Such a huge commotion immediately caused most of the people around Fort Peaceful Sky to stop fighting in astonishment. Regardless of whether they were the human cultivators who were engaged in bitter battles or the evil ghost legions who had gone berserk, they all raised their heads to look up. However, the entire sky above Fort Peaceful Heavens had been obscured by dazzling light, making it impossible to see what was going on. However, after just a single breath of time, the dazzling light receded, and the projection of a mountain as massive as Mount Taiyu appeared in the air, obscuring the entire space within a radius of around half a kilometer. It was a sight to behold, and it was an extremely majestic sight to behold. The huge mountain peak was vivid and lifelike. The edges and corners of its surface were clearly visible. At a glance, one could even clearly see the verdant pine trees and flying cranes dancing around the mountain peak. Titan Heaven's formation. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he hurriedly put the scorpion and fire back into the leather pouch on his waist. At the same time, his mind quickly turned over. Fort Peaceful Heavens had been jointly established by the 4 human legions, and the Titan Heaven's formation was the final trump card of the fort. According to the agreement, it could only be activated by the 4 heavenly phenomenon elders of the 4 legions. It possessed world-destroying power against ghostly beings, but it had many limitations. Furthermore, it had to be activated at least 100 years before it could be activated. All of a sudden, a resounding boom interrupted his train of thought. The entire mountain in the sky above the fort trembled violently, and a series of gargantuan stone projections began to fall from the bottom of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, countless illusory boulders shot out in all directions like meteors, raining down from the sky around the Fort of Titan Heavens. At the same time, a terrifying aura that threatened to destroy all things swept forth. When the ghost soldiers that were slightly closer to the city wall saw this, they all turned pale with fright. Many of the evil ghost commanders that were leading them shouted retreat without hesitation. Immediately, a large number of ghost soldiers turned around and fled into the distance. However, the four heavenly phenomenon elders had already joined forces to activate the restriction formation around Fort Peaceful Heavens, so there was no way they would let them escape so easily. In the next moment, a series of resounding booms rang out in all directions, regardless of the level of the ghostly soldiers that were struck by the massive stone projections. The phalanxes of ghostly soldiers were crushed into a pile of meat paste, and their souls dissipated into rolling clouds of gray smoke. Even the Jin Dan Realm evil ghost commanders and crystal-level evil ghost commandants were nothing in the face of the massive stone projections. In the best-case scenario, they were severely injured, and in the worst-case scenario, they were crushed into a pile of meat paste. However, these massive stones were like nothing to the human cultivators, and they passed right through their bodies without causing the slightest bit of damage. This caused the human cultivators who had been panicking to be overjoyed. For a time, ghostly howls rang out from within the ferocious evil ghost legion. At the same time, when these massive stones fell to the ground, they would explode on their own, transforming into balls of white light. As soon as the ghostly beings that hadn't been struck by the massive stone projections came into contact with the white light, the ghostly chi around their bodies began to burn incessantly, transforming them into wisps of white smoke that drifted up into the air. Some of the low-level ghosts were directly burned to ashes by the white light. Although a few of the high-level malevolent spirit commanders reacted quickly and retreated when the boulders fell, they were still injured by the white light that shot out in all directions. Their bodies were set ablaze with raging flames. For a time, there were endless howls of pain. In less than a moment, thousands of ghostly soldiers were turned into rolling clouds of gray ghostly mist by the massive stone projections and the white light. The few remaining poltergeist ghosts, under the crushing of the boulders, also had expressions of pain, but they could still endure for a moment. However, under the sweep of the white light formed by the boulders, the green skin on their bodies peeled off layer by layer. After a few breaths of time, these invulnerable zombies and ghosts also turned into gray mist and dissipated on the spot. The power of the formation of firm sky left both the ghost army and the four ancient sects dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, half of the tens of thousands of evil ghost soldiers had turned into rolling ghostly mist. Cheers immediately rang out from the human troops of the four great armies. After the clamor, the tens of thousands of evil ghosts that had been fighting the puppet army a little further away from the city wall finally managed to escape from the range of the massive stones. However, these ghostly soldiers only retreated to a place about 10 kilometers away from Fort Peaceful Sky before they gathered more ghost soldiers and began to set up camp. Soon, the entire fort was firmly surrounded. After confirming that the ghost army had temporarily retreated, the four celestial phenomenon cultivators suspended in midair stopped their hand seals. The massive mountain projection above Fort Peaceful Sky abruptly stopped its falling boulders. However, at this moment, the massive mountain projection had shrunk by more than two-thirds of its original size. More than half of the originally lofty and undulating mountain had disappeared, leaving only a portion of the mountain behind. In midair, the old man surnamed Fong of the Celestial Work sect stroked his dark beard and sighed softly. If it wasn't for the last resort, we wouldn't have used this formation of firm sky. Now this formation can barely hold on for a while, temporarily deterring the ghost army from launching an attack. However, if the reinforcements don't arrive soon, I'm afraid that this Fort Peaceful Sky. The dark-skinned man of the demon mystic sect said solemnly as he looked in the direction of the retreat of the ghost army in the distance. As soon as he said this, the red-nosed old man of the Tai Ching Gate and the middle-aged man with dashing eyebrows of the Haran Academy also looked a little gloomy. I think we should first inform the major cities of the news, and at the same time, order all the disciples to take a rest as soon as possible. This time, the evil ghost army came prepared. Obviously, they are determined to win. I'm afraid that once the formation of firm sky disappears, these evil ghosts will immediately come back. The red-nosed old man of the Tai Ching Gate suddenly suggested after thinking for a while. Elder Peng is right. Now we can only take one step at a time. The middle-aged man with dashing eyebrows of the Haran Academy nodded and said. After the battle temporarily ended, Lu Ming greeted Xiaowu and went straight back to his temporary residence. Although this battle didn't last long, it was full of danger and unforeseen events, which made him feel a little mentally and physically exhausted. Lu Ming took the elixir in the secret room and sat cross-legged to adjust his breath for half a day before his spiritual power was restored to a full state again. After opening his eyes, he recalled everything that happened after he entered the evil ghost realm, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seems that my luck is not good. Not long after I entered the evil ghost realm, I encountered the once-in-a-century ghost army catastrophe. Now I haven't encountered the opportunity to advance to Jindan, but I have been involved in this catastrophe one after another. And Luo Hu, who promised to help me advance, has not been heard from so far. No matter how I call him, there is no response. About the advancement, I can only put it aside for the time being. Let's get through the current difficulties first. Lu Ming was also a decisive and daring person. After thinking about it, he immediately put this matter aside. With a thought, he released divine thought to check the situation of Scorpion and Fei in the soul-recovering bag around his waist. Speaking of it, this battle was not without gains. The two spiritual pets took advantage of the invasion of the ghosts to absorb a lot of yin qi from the ghosts, and they also took the opportunity to devour a lot of ghost remains. This time, both their cultivation and spiritual power had increased a lot compared to before. It seems that if the two spiritual pets continue to train with me in this evil ghost realm, the advancement is just around the corner. Now after Scorpion swallowed Zichen's dead egg, he could easily crush all the ghosts below Jindan with the cultivation of the crystallization period later stage. Even the ordinary Jindan state evil ghost commander didn't dare to fight against him. If he advanced to Jindan in the future, his strength would definitely be more terrifying. In the following time, he closed his eyes lightly and remained motionless with an expressionless face. The news that peaceful Sky Fortress was besieged by the main force of the evil ghost army quickly reached the ears of the army leaders of the four main cities. The leaders of the four armies were shocked. Only then did they suddenly realize that the evil ghost army's true goal was peaceful Sky Fortress, an important hub of the four main cities. The earlier attack on the four main cities and the surrounding fortresses was just a tactic to confuse the humans. Once the fortress was destroyed, the four main cities would immediately be isolated, and it was very likely that they would be attacked one by one. Understanding this, when the four armies' upper echelons were about to take action, outside Golden Light City and the other three cities, countless malevolent spirit troops once again appeared and surrounded them. Outside the Golden Light City, it had been surrounded by dense evil ghosts and oddly shaped sound beasts, so that not even a drop of water could pass through. All the ghost soldiers and lunar beasts let out deafening roars and charged at the Golden Light defense formation outside the city in waves. Because Jing Guanjuan had abandoned many of the outer fortresses, a large number of disciples who were stationed there had withdrawn back to the city. At this moment, Golden Light City had gathered a large number of powerful soldiers. On the outer city wall, under the command of the leaders of the garrison, teams of nervous-looking disciples had already formed a solid defense formation, ready to fight. Then, the leader gave the order. The sky was filled with crossbow bolts, red balls, and light beams of various colors. They flew out from the city wall, drawing arcs in the air, and smashed into the surrounding ghost soldiers, creating huge balls of light and astral winds. For a time, the sound of roars and screams rang out. Although the evil ghost army was still attacking fiercely at all costs, Golden Light City, which was well prepared, was as steady as a rock. On the contrary, more and more corpses of evil ghosts and lunar beasts were piled up under the city wall. Outside the city, it was noisy, but in a closed room in the main tower of the city, it was silent. The old man surnamed Yao and the gray-haired middle-aged man stood side by side in a corner of the magic formation with solemn expressions. In the void opposite them, three misty green light walls stood in great numbers. The celestial phenomenon experts of the other three armies had all gathered here, but for a time, no one spoke. After a while, the old man surnamed Yao coughed softly and took the lead to speak. "Everyone, you must have received the battle report from Fort Peaceful. The evil ghost army forced us to withdraw our defense line, and then took the opportunity to attack Fort Peaceful. The situation is very bad. Once Fort Peaceful falls, I'm afraid the four cities will be completely isolated." Hearing this, the people present looked a little embarrassed. When the evil ghost army attacked the outer fortresses of the four cities, most of them advocated to withdraw their defense line, which led to the current passive situation. It's useless to talk about this now. The four cities we're in are currently being besieged by a large number of ghost soldiers. I'm afraid we won't be able to help Fort Tadian, the middle-aged beauty of the demon mystic sect said in a deep voice. From what I can see, most of the ghouls besieging our cities are low-level evil ghosts and nether beasts. It seems that the main force of the evil ghost army is concentrated in Fort Peaceful Heavens. Should we consider sending some of our elite disciples to reinforce Fort Peaceful Heavens? The person who spoke was the handsome man from Heron Academy. At this moment, there was a person in a white robe beside him. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but even through the robe, one could clearly see her curvaceous and graceful figure. She should be a female cultivator. This is a little risky. Although there are only a few low-grade ghosts surrounding our city, there are too many of them, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, the malevolent Ghost Legion has come prepared this time. It is very likely that they have high-grade ghost cultivators lying in ambush on the outskirts. If we are not careful, we may fall into their trap and lose our men for nothing. The white-haired middle-aged man from the Celestial Work sect shook his head. The handsome man from Heron Academy's expression changed upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything further. The beautiful middle-aged woman from the Devilish Profound sect saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and consoled. Although the situation is disadvantageous to us, there is no need to be overly concerned. There are 4 celestial phenomenon stage cultivators guarding Fort Peaceful Heavens. We have already dispatched a few of our elite disciples to assist the garrison. In a short period of time, the malevolent Ghost Legion shouldn't be able to take down Fort Peaceful Heavens. In my opinion, the malevolent Ghost Legion has besieged our 4 cities and Fort Peaceful Heavens at the same time. Their forces must be depleted and they won't be able to hold out for long. We should try to organize a counterattack and sweep away the ghost army that is besieging our cities as quickly as possible. Everyone, this may be an excellent opportunity for us to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out the main force of the malevolent Ghost Legion at Fort Peaceful Heavens. The white-haired man from the Celestial Work sect suggested. The white-haired man from the Celestial Work sect nodded and said, "Brother Yao is right. Let's do that for now. There are no better options." Most of the others also nodded in agreement. At that moment, the middle-aged woman from the Devilish Profound sect suddenly said, "I've heard that fellow Daoist Yao has dispatched your army's formation master, Martial Nephew Chao, to Fort Peaceful Heavens to oversee the Golden Light formation. Could it be that Brother Yao has already predicted this situation? I don't have the ability to foresee things with such accuracy. I only dispatched Chao Xianxia as a precaution. I didn't expect him to be so useful," the old man replied indifferently. "Hee, fellow Daoist is far more far-sighted than we are." The middle-aged woman chuckled at Yao Tianfu. Everyone else looked at the old man surnamed Yao with different expressions. After discussing the current situation for a while longer, they cut off communication and split up. After the old man and the gray-haired middle-aged man left the secret chamber, they appeared in the circular corridor of the tall tower. From here, they could clearly see the dense mass of ghost soldiers on all sides of Golden Light City. The old man looked around with a pensive look in his eyes. "Brother Yao, what's wrong?" the gray-haired middle-aged man asked when he noticed the change in the old man's expression. "It's nothing. I just find it a little strange that the evil Ghost Legion was able to split up into 5 groups and surround our 4 cities and the stronghold of Titan Sky at the same time. This level of strength is far beyond what we had anticipated," the old man with the Yao surname said. "Now is not the time to think about this. Our top priority is to think of a way to deal with the ghost army outside the city. If necessary, we will have to take action," the gray-haired middle-aged man said indifferently as he looked outside the city. "That's true." The old man nodded. "Under the current circumstances, should we inform Martial Uncle Huiyi of the situation here?" The gray-haired middle-aged man's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. "Let's wait for a while. Although the situation is dire, there is no need for Martial Uncle Huiyi to take action," the old man said after thinking for a while. The gray-haired middle-aged man was silent for a while before he nodded. After that, the two didn't say anything else and quickly left. In the sky above Fort Peaceful Heavens, there was less than a third of the massive mountain that blotted out the sun. However, its aura was still as majestic as ever, and the ghost soldiers could only watch from afar, not daring to take another step forward. Mountains of ghost corpses littered the walls of the fort, and gray ghost mist lingered in the air, causing the entire Fort Peaceful Heavens to flicker in and out of existence. After another half a day, the gigantic mountain shadow that shrouded the top of the fortress finally began to blur and gradually dissipate. The disciples of the 4 legions who were stationed on the city walls felt their hearts leap into their throats. His heart leaped to his throat. In the instant that the massive mountain projection disappeared, battle cries rang out from within the roiling ghost mist in all directions. In the same instant that the massive mountain projection disappeared, battle cries rang out from within the roiling ghost mist in all directions. A fierce battle had erupted once again. Countless ghost soldiers swarmed from all directions, charging toward Fort Peaceful Heavens like a tidal wave. Ghostly howls rang out one after another, and the onslaught was even more ferocious than before. Fortunately, after a brief period of repair, the silver light barrier that protected the entire fort had become much more solid, giving the disciples a bit more confidence. In the central plaza of the fort, countless golden pillars of light shot out from the alms bowl on top of the tall tower at the center of the fort. They were refracted by the 6 surrounding towers before sweeping out of the city, incinerating countless ghosts wherever the pillars of light touched. However, the ones sitting on the platform weren't Lu Ming and the other Jin Dan and false core stage cultivators. Instead, they were the 36 ordinary crystal-level disciples that Xianxia had recruited from Jin Guanjuan and the Noble Spirit Army. Although the power of the Golden Light Formation wasn't as great as before, under Xianxia's control, it was still able to display half of its power. After all, they had just experienced a great battle and lost many puppets and disciples. At this moment, the city was lacking in combat strength. Lu Ming and the other powerful people had already been spread out on the 4 walls to defend against the ghost attacks with the other disciples. Lu Ming, Xiaowu, and a few others were still responsible for the northern region. He stood on the city wall and swept his gaze over the 7 or 8 wolf-shaped ghost beasts that were charging toward him. With a wave of his hand, the bitter will sword appeared, surrounded by purple lightning. With a flash of sword light, countless purple threads shot downward like a giant net. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The heads of the 7 or 8 wolf-shaped ghost beasts were cut off by the purple sword threads and instantly shot into the sky. Black smoke billowed out as their enormous bodies fell directly below the city wall. Lu Ming controlled the bitter will sword to change direction and flew toward the ghost soldier formation on the other side. After looking around, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. From the beginning of the battle, he had already discovered that there were many kinds of ghost beasts in the evil ghost legion. Moreover, although there were many ghosts attacking the city this time, there were very few high-grade ones. There were almost no Jin Dan realm evil ghost commanders. 4 figures could be seen standing atop one of the towers near the northern walls of the Battle Sky stronghold. They were none other than the 4 celestial phenomenon cultivators who were responsible for overseeing the stronghold. The situation doesn't seem right. There are many ghosts attacking this time, but there are very few high-grade ghosts, Elder Fong of the Celestial Work Sect said. What is the evil ghost legion trying to do? It doesn't matter how many low-grade ghosts there are, they won't be able to take down this fort, the dark-skinned man of the Demon Mystic Sect said slowly. He carried a huge rock on his back. Could it be that they're plotting something again? The red-nosed old man of the Taiqing Gate said with a frown. Hearing this, the other people's expressions changed. From the beginning of this battle that only happened once in 100 years, the evil ghost legion had been uncharacteristically using all kinds of tricks and conspiracies. The siege this time was obviously not as simple as it seemed. No matter what, before the other reinforcements arrive, we should guard the city first. It won't be wrong. The burly man of Demon Mystic Sect said noncommittally. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Close to 5 kilometers to the north of the True Sky Fortress, in the air above a mountain range that was shrouded in gray mist, there were several massive inky black ghostly clouds hovering in the air. Within the ghostly clouds, there were 4 extremely large malicious ghosts standing side by side, all of whom were looking toward the direction of the True Sky Fortress from afar. The auras emanating from these 4 malicious ghosts were extremely powerful, indicating that they were all celestial phenomenon ghost commanders. There are currently over 30,000 ghostly beings gathered at the True Sky Fortress. That should be enough, right? Among the 4 of them, the one on the left had a pair of fiery red eyebrows and a pair of red eyes. He withdrew his gaze before turning to the other 3. Including those who died to the true sky formation, that should be more than enough, a green-haired ghost commander in a suit of white bone armor replied with a wooden expression. Hee, if those human cultivators hadn't been so conceited as to activate the steadying heavens formation, our plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. A burly ghost commander with red muscles all over his body cackled in a sinister manner. The one on the far right was a green-faced elderly man with a pair of antelope horns on his head. "All right, let's get started," he said in a solemn voice. The other three exchanged a glance upon hearing this before nodding in unison. In the next instant, the black chi around their bodies surged violently, and they flew down toward the mountain range down below, disappearing in a flash. The battle raged on within the Fort of Titan Heavens. Mountains of ghostly corpses were piled up outside the walls of the Fort of Titan Heavens. Graying energy continued to rise from the corpses, causing the gray fog that had gathered around the fort to grow thicker and denser, until it was as black as ink. Not long after that, the entire fortress seemed to have been enshrouded by a gargantuan ring of black mist. Layers of faint black light began to silently appear on the ground around the fortress, and as soon as the ghostly corpses came into contact with these layers of light, they would quickly melt away, transforming into dense black chi that wafted through the air in all directions. What's going on? On top of the city wall, Lu Ming's hand flashed with a purple sword light, and a lunar beast that was leaping into the air was cut in half. He glanced at it, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Unbeknownst to him, the yin chi around him had become thicker and thicker. Even his vision was beginning to be greatly affected. "Younger brother Lu, look at the bottom of the city wall," Xiaowu's figure flashed and swept to Lu Ming's side as she whispered. Lu Ming followed the sound and looked down the city wall. His expression immediately changed. Thick waves of yin chi were rising from the ground, and the source of the yin chi was the ghostly corpses that had mysteriously melted. On the fort's tower, Old Man Feng and the other three also noticed the abnormality below the city. Their expressions changed. Before the four of them could react, something strange happened. All of a sudden, the black chi beneath the city walls began to rise rapidly, enveloping all of the low-grade ghosts and umber beasts that were attacking the city. As for the silver barrier that was originally protecting the entire stronghold, when it came into contact with the black gas, it actually let out a sizzling sound. "All disciples, fall back!" A shout resounded in the ears of Lu Ming and the other disciples, causing their ears to ring. In a blur, the Taiching Gate's heavenly phenomenon elder and the red-nosed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. With a wave of his sleeve, a beam of azure light shot out and entered the silver barrier of light erected by the noble spirit army. The silver barrier of light spread out with a whoosh, becoming even more stable. At the same time, it kept the rising black chi at bay. The black chi emitted a hissing sound that sounded like a viper's tongue, and the ghostly soldiers and umber beasts that were enveloped within it immediately let out miserable shrieks. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Within the black chi, all of the ghosts and umber beasts seemed to have been splashed with acid. Their bodies rapidly melted into the surging black chi. In just a few short breaths, more than half of the tens of thousands of ghosts surrounding Fort Titan had been swallowed up by the black chi. Only a few powerful ghost commandants and umber beasts continued to struggle in despair, but it was all in vain. As the black chi was nourished, it grew denser and thicker. It quickly spread out, forming a gigantic hemispherical black mist barrier that enveloped the entirety of Fort Titan. Everyone looked at each other in dismay at the sight before them. "This is the ghost burial formation." Lu Ming sent his divine sense out, but when it came into contact with the black mist, it couldn't pass through it. Not only that, the black gas exuded waves of yin chi, which actually entangled his divine sense. He could not help but change his expression. He could not help but think of a legendary ghost Dao formation that he had seen in the scripture pavilion. As the name suggested, the ghost burial formation required the sacrifice of a large number of ghosts in order to form. Once trapped within it, there was only a slim chance of survival. When Xiaowu and the other Jin Guangjuan disciples heard this, they were stunned. It was clear that none of them had heard of this name before. This is no ordinary ghost burial formation. It's the mysterious ghost burial formation of an even higher grade. Its power is far greater than that of the ghost burial formation. It requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands of ghosts and their residual resentment and yin chi to set up. I didn't think that the Ghost Legion would sacrifice tens of thousands of low-grade ghosts just to set up this formation. The old man with rosacea looked at Lu Ming with a hint of surprise. Mysterious ghost burial formation, Lu Ming muttered to himself when he heard the words, then he took out a white disc array and launched several symbols on it. The white formation plate buzzed and a faint white light appeared on its surface. But after a moment, the white light dissipated with a paw sound. The old man looked at Lu Ming and said, "There's no need to try. As long as this formation exists, Fort Peaceful Sky will be unable to communicate with the outside world." The red-nosed old man's eyes narrowed and he shook his sleeve. Suddenly, an 8 trigrams mirror appeared in front of his chest. He made a hand sign and a dazzling green light poured out of the 8 trigrams mirror. It suddenly turned into a long green river that was dozens of feet long. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, the illusory green river slammed into the black chi and produced a shocking explosion. However, the black chi didn't seem to be very thick. Dense black runes appeared on its surface. The Azure River's power was exhausted, but it was only able to disperse a little of the black chi. Soon, it returned to its original state. The red-nosed old man's face darkened. He pointed a finger at the Bagua mirror in front of him, and another burst of azure light burst out. After a tumble, it transformed into a lifelike azure wind dragon that was over 1,000 feet long. Its power was several times greater than the winding river phantom, and it pounced toward the black chi above his head. At this moment, there was a blur in front of the black mist, and a tall figure wearing bone armor appeared like a ghost. It was a ghost commander-level evil spirit. He didn't see how it moved, but with a bang sound, countless black runes emerged from the rolling black chi. Then, a giant hand that was similar in size to the wind flood dragon stretched out and blocked the cyan wind dragon. The black chi and azure light fiercely collided, the azure wind dragon bit off the wrist of the giant hand made of black chi. As for the wind dragon itself, it was pierced by the black hand's sharp nails and exploded. A strong azure and black storm spread out. The disciples on the nearby city walls with lower cultivation were directly blown away by the storm. Only a few people could barely maintain their positions. Lu Ming's body was like a nail, nailed to the city wall. His azure robe danced wildly in the wind and his body did not move at all in the violent storm. The old man's eyes flashed. He stared at the ghost commander outside and did not continue to attack. The ghost commander's cultivation was not below his and it could control the black chi. Attacking randomly was obviously useless. Rumbling sounds of Fa colliding could also be heard from the other 3 city walls. Lu Ming turned around and saw that the heavenly phenomenon elders of the other sects were also facing a ghost marshal. Clearly, the other 3 celestial phenomenon elders also wanted to break the formation but were stopped by the ghost commander of the evil spirit army. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. The ghost burial formation was extremely sturdy. Even a celestial phenomenon cultivator would not be able to break it in a short period of time, let alone a higher-level ghost burial formation. Now that there was a celestial phenomenon ghost commander guarding outside, the situation was even worse. Suddenly, the old man waved his sleeve and said, "Apart from the disciples of the noble spirit army, continue to maintain the defensive formation. The rest of the disciples, return to the city." The disciples on the northern city wall looked at each other, but they still followed the old man's words and quickly flew down the city wall and landed inside the fortress. The other disciples on the city wall quickly retreated into the city. The old man flew to the platform of the golden light formation in the city and whispered a few words to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and formed a seal with both hands. Dazzling golden pillars of light rose from the 6 high platforms. After a while, they spread out and fused into the silver light curtain around them, causing the surface of the light curtain to be suffused with golden flowing light again. After this was done, the old man and the other 3 celestial phenomenon elders gathered together again and began to discuss in low voices. The cultivators in the city stared at the scene around them in a daze, and they all fell silent. Lu Ming raised his head and looked up. His expression also became uncertain. Younger brother Lu, Xiaowu, who was standing beside him, suddenly said, "From what you just said, you seem to know about the ghost burial formation?" "I can't say that I know about it. I've only dabbled a little in the way of formations. I happened to read about it in one of the sect's ancient texts. As the great elder said, as long as this formation exists, Fort Peaceful Sky will be completely cut off from the outside world. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and glanced at Xiaowu. Xiaowu frowned when she heard this. She was well aware of the importance of Fort Peaceful Sky. If this place was cut off from the outside world, Golden Light City and the other 3 cities would become isolated. What's worse is that according to the rumors, the Ghost Burial Array is an array passed down by the ancient Ghost Dao clan. In addition to isolating all spiritual power and divine thought transmission, there is another powerful thing. This array will continue to decompose the spirit of heaven and earth in the array and convert it into purine qi. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Xiaowu's face paled when she heard this. If they were in a place with densing qi, then she and Lu Ming, who cultivated Ghost Dao techniques, would be able to withstand it for a while. But others, especially the weaker disciples stationed here, would not be able to withstand it for long. End of chapter 1039. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.